And we are here. It's the final day of the regional qualifiers for the Southeast Asian region, TI11. Daniel, we got a top three. We've got a lower bracket finals as well before the ultimate match in the grand finals, with Talon are already waiting their opponent. We get to take a look at the bracket as well. Is this how you're expecting the bracket to look on the final day?
Pretty much. I mean, I have T1 still as my prediction to go through as the eventual winner for Southeast Asia, and I'm going to steal your point right now, where it's happened in every single region except for China, that the team that comes from this lower bracket final goes into the grand final and 3-0 sweeps the other team. In China, it was still a 3-0 sweep, but it was RNG coming from that upper bracket. So will it be the same story today? Who knows? But we don't even know who that team is going to be yet either. T1, Polaris, they're both pretty solid teams.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's going to be difficult, though, for them against Talon, because we've seen Talon, they're able to 2-0 Polaris, and they're able to 2-0 T1 as well. So Talon, they have a lot of recent experience versus the two other teams in the top three, but maybe for T1 and Polaris, they can get their revenge if they do make it into the grand finals.
I mean, they would need to, right? It's just last chance qualifiers. It's nice to be able to have that thing to fall back on. But I mean, just have a look at the teams that are currently there. You know, NA even have some really solid teams coming through with wildcard and nouns. Obviously, the big prevalent ones coming through from there. I mean, you just think across all the regions, Vici Gaming, like all these solid teams, outsiders are in there. You know, it's like, well, look who's going to be there from Western Europe. It'll be Liquid or Entity or potentially Seeker Into the Breach. Really solid teams from there too. So it's like, well, who's actually Infamous South America? Like these are teams that were predicted by a lot of people to be immediately going through to that group stage, and there's only 2 out of the 12 that are going to be matching in. So I think regardless of how things turn out today, we're going to be in for another really entertaining TI.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. It's going to be a bloodbath of the last chance qualifiers, and that's even before we get into the main event with the group stages and the playoffs as well. So you need to secure a spot in the group stages. You need to have that chance where you can have the full round robin with those 20 teams. You got the opportunity to go into the playoffs as well. And well, this is that day where we get to determine who will be able to take that final spot. What are we looking for in particular with this lower bracket finals with Polaris going up against T1? We have seen that they haven't actually played each other so far through the event. Do you feel like this could be handy with not having any prior knowledge?
I would say it's probably a little bit more favorable for T1 just because they still do have that surprise factor, right? Obviously, they've been playing scrims, but probably not against some of these other teams that they would be going up against in the qualifiers. If I'm T1, I'm playing against Boom, I'm playing against Fnatic, I'm playing against Aster and LGD, you know, these teams that are already set and qualified there because you just don't want to give away all of this valuable information. And I mean, Polaris, this is a team that, for the most part, has stuck together for quite some time, as we do see 2 of the newer additions in recent times. Obviously, Force was there in recent history, but just coming back. And of course, you've also got AU from that position 5, and you know, going up from being the coach, he's played a pretty good role so far. I mean, I was really impressed with a lot of his gameplay, especially ever since the last playing commitment that he had, which I think was back on Fnatic couple of years ago. He had this 2-month period where he stood in, and Fnatic barely won a game with him playing. So he's really stepped it up. He's put in the hard yards, and it's paying off for him.
Yeah, I was really unsure how Polaris would look with this new roster, but I mean, they run their couple of tournaments before, of course, the qualifiers. We saw them in ESL, and they just narrowly missed qualifying to ESL 1 Malaysia. We then saw them in the Gamers Galaxy LAN, where they made it to the grand finals and unfortunately fell short 2-3 against Boom. So they've been really starting to pick up some momentum, and I feel like that's a big reason of why they are in this position. Like you said, they have that previous experience with this roster together, you know, even on different rosters as well. We've seen them kind of play as a unit, but you know, if you take a look at, you know, ex Ardroid as well, you've got some members out of there. So yeah, this is a team that definitely know how to gel together.
Yeah, for sure. Plenty of LAN experience as well. So this stressful environment, it isn't going to be a situation like what we saw yesterday with RSG, right? It just looked like Polaris, they mentally broke RSG a little bit because the pressure got to them. These guys have been in pressure situations before. AU, couple of TIs, Natsumi having gone to various different majors and had pretty decent showings as well. So I'm keen to see if they're able to.
Wait. What's he doing? Speaking of Natsumi, why 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 is he drinking that with like a tissue at the bottom? And Did you
You
see
can't
that
have
or
the
no?
condensation, bro. You can't let the hands get slippery. This is TI qualifiers. Every little mistake might be the difference there.
Okay. I honestly, I didn't think about that. That does make a little bit more sense.
It's like you when you go into the gym, you know, you're doing your deadlifts. Do you ever chalk up your hands just to make sure that there's nothing slippery there?
No, I actually even avoid deadlifts. They are a very complicated exercise, and I do not want to injure my
Only for the
back.
true
So
Giga Chads. Gotcha.
only for the true Giga Chads, and that
5
is not
seconds
me. But
remaining.
we have 10 Giga Chads in the lobby and a draft already ready to rock and roll with Polaris against Team 1. Game 1 here of the lower bracket finals. Polaris going to be on the Radiant side, T1 on the Dire side. But Denok, how important is it for this Game 1 that we have T1 with first pick and Polaris with second pick?
I'd say it's incredibly important because we do see a lot of crossover between some of their heroes. I'd say Undying is towards the top of the list, so is Enigma. I think this is one of those games where it's going to come out pretty frequently. We've seen it banned out in the first phase quite a lot, and whoever's got first pick doesn't have the pressure of having to pick that up in having to ban it, excuse me. They just want to have the threat of picking it themselves, although Polaris might just go for the next level play, right? They might just say, all right, well, we just are going to pick, leave 3 really high priority heroes in the pool, and you might get 1, but we'll get the 2 others.
10 seconds.
To call Polaris, do you ban the Undying or do you ban the Morphling? Another thing to mention is just before we went live, Denok and I were kind of talking about the bans and the priority of heroes. We mentioned like the Enigma and the Visage. You thought that the Enigma wasn't going to be let through, and I agreed because how well Force plays that hero, and T1, they feel otherwise. They feel like they have a way to be able to deal with the Enigma if it does come out from Polaris.
Yeah, but they've got the first pick, right, on T1, so they just want to leave it in. Cuckoo plays it reasonably well, too. I do want to see him on much more of these, like, team fight style heroes, because, yeah, there we go. They're forced to go for the ban on the Enigma, because you just can't give it over. It's a lane dominator, it's a team fight winner. T1 have shown that Whitemon can even play it on the position 5. You know, it was a Rubik pick to directly counter it, and he just never cast Black Hole. He didn't buy a Blink Dagger. He didn't buy a BKB. He was just like, all right, you've wasted a pick, basically, and I'm just going to have really good influence with my my spell usages. There's that Undying that we were talking about. And, of course, we know that this isn't even necessarily just locked into one role. It can be played across 3 different positions. All the odd numbers. Ana, Cuckoo, as well as Whitemon could very easily look to pick this guy up.
10 seconds.
Now, is it too crazy for me to bring the prospect up of them potentially going AA +1 here for Polaris?
I don't think it's too crazy, but I would probably want a little bit more value out of the AA than just one hero. You know, when it was picked up previously, it was blocking like a Dazzle, plus a Morphling, plus a Marcy, plus, you know, all of these other heroes that really rely on that regen coming through. So I think just against an Undying, it's a little bit too narrow-minded because then T1 can just switch up their entire draft strategy. Instead, they're going to be the ones picking up a little bit of heal for themselves. Death Prophet is kind of viewed as the top 3 hero, I would say, of this patch at the moment. If I had to pick 3, it would be Marcy, Death Prophet, and Faceless Void as my 1, 2, and 3. They just feel like they're stronger no matter what period of the game that it is. Marcy, all the changes, people say it's a nerf. It was a buff. Now you can farm a lot more effectively with the rebounds. You're going to be picking a lot of these... can't tell, I'm smiling right now, see the Primal Beast come out, and you've already picked up the Undying, so you don't know exactly where it's going to go either. Polaris in the past have played this Primal Beast on Force for the most part, but you've already got a DP coming out, and I guess Lelouch plays that a fairly decent amount, but I don't think you want to lock that in. They just go for Gubby. What a surprise, right? They need to ban out the Oracle, and they're going to be the ones to get rid of the AA now, right? This is the potential for having that first pick. You get the super high priority hero, and then you get to protect this big game-winning hero, which we've seen Thompson be able to do on his Morphling a number of times now.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you like the Polaris opener, in particular the Primal Beast?
I'm not a massive fan of it, just because I feel like they haven't shown the capability to flex it to the supports as much as some other teams have. And I feel like you could still go for a direct counter to this. Like, this could very well just be an Honor Undying, right? Which, it's a strength hero. if it's being played in the offlane, especially as a core, into a decay, doesn't feel that good. And then you could still pick up this, what I think is the counter to the Primal Beast in the Oracle, to be able to lane together with the Undying. It's a good amount of burst damage with the Soul Rip, with the Purifying Flames, and then you've got the Fate's Edict to stop the trample from being an issue.
Yeah, I think not only is the lane potentially an issue into the Undying, and that's where Primal Beast needs to excel, but I think also the matchup versus the Morphling as well. Like, this is a great replicate target. We've seen multiple times now. Thompson's even played it once or twice into it. I've seen another game with the Morphling into the Primal Beast matchup. As the game goes on, and Thompson does like to go for a very early Scepter as well, so playing with that Primal Beast more often, it's a bit of a concern for me already to start here for Polaris. Obviously, I have to imagine though they've done their homework. They knew exactly what T1 were going to be going with in the first phase. They felt like this was the response required. So now it just comes down to the second phase and what they can pick up here. Polaris, they've got the 15th pick, so they're probably going to have to reveal. Imagine it's going to be AU's hero at the 15th. I mean, you don't have the AA to fall back on now. Is there another support that maybe we could be considering to help out for Polaris?
I think you could still just do something as simple as a Snapfire, man. It's going to be pretty good against the Undying, just to deal with the Tombstone. Some damage into the Pulverize as well, with the Mortimer's Kisses or just the Cookie Scatterblast combo. It's all about the burst that you want against the Morphling, right? And I feel like Snapfire provides that a fair amount.
5 seconds remaining.
And you've also got 2 heroes that are wanting to run in first too. So even though it's strength, if you're potentially running it into the Undying as a position 4, for example, you've got 2 heroes that can take a lot more of the focus off of you.
And it could just give you a big advantage in regards to team fight early on. Like Death Prophet, Primal Beast, and then a Snapfire. Sure, Undying's pretty good in team fights, and then maybe you even add the Morphling onto that as well, depending on who is able to play with. But we've seen lately it's really been T1 not going for a whole lot of team fight in their lineup. So that's something that Polaris could take into consideration.
I mean, I know Whitemon plays he plays a great Lion, but I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, okay. So this is going to be something that they've been playing quite a bit in pubs on AU specifically, playing this Skywrath. So even as a position 5, again, it's all about that burst damage, right? And with the Morphling, yeah, you got the Manta style, but even if you just go the Aghanim Shard, you need to commit that Manta style if you're going to be able to get away, because with the new Ag Shard, of course, you can morph into more strength if you get caught out, even if you're stunned. Not with Silence, though. So I feel like this Skywrath is a pretty decent pickup here. It's all about just quickly winning team fights through pickoffs on Polaris, and what I like about it is they've got the damage as well to be able to convert that into a tower push too.
Not only is the Sky nice with the instant silence versus the Morph, but the lane versus the Undying. It is one of, I'd say, top 3 of the supports to be able to lane into the Undying. So I think Polaris have now kind of secured that Sky Primal Beast lane, if that's going to be the case, because I was a bit worried about how Undying could maybe be able to deal with the Primal Beast. But I do like the response from T1. You've got a Clockwork to be able to get on top of the Sky. You've got a Dazzle now to protect someone from the Mystic Flare Burst as well.
Yeah, even just the Battery Assault, if you can get on top of the Primal Beast, he can't charge away. You know, he's going to get interrupted. The Pulverize becomes a lot more challenging. You've got a BKB Piercing Disable too, which is going to be quite a nice tool. So yeah, I'm liking this Clockwork pick. Now, you know how I feel about Clockwork. Could it happen? Could it be the position 1 Clockwork coming this game? Ooh. Okay, so how are they going to flex this around? I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen an Axe out of the Southeast Asian region.
Oh my lord. All right, this is really interesting. They go for another hero that I think really suffers into the Undying in the lane. I guess, firstly, we should mention, like, what are T1 doing with their heroes? Undying, Dazzle, Clockwork is going to be a core. Who are we...
I'm praying it's the Clockwork one. I'm praying.
Okay.
I really want it to be. But I feel like it's going to be fairly solid with the Undying, right? There's nothing really, in my eyes, to suggest that you don't want to do this. Of course, with the Skywrath, like you mentioned, it is really good into the lane just because you're constantly spamming out those decays. You can keep it ranged. You've got really fast attack speed, so you're not going to get caught up to. And then you can just spam out your own spells to be able to counter it. So I can see why they might want to go away from it, especially considering there is a much more kill threat coming through if it's a Clockwork position 1. And Anna's been playing it in pubs, so could happen.
These Polaris, they're under the assumption that they are still looking for their Cuckoo hero in the offlane. A little bit of Bahush is something that they're requiring with the Visage and the Nature's Prophet banned out. Is there something else you can feel like can play very similar to those two banned heroes?
10 seconds remaining.
Just trying to think what they would actually want
5
to
seconds remaining.
run to accomplish that. I mean, we're assuming it's going to be Cuckoo's hero, right? He's not really a Lycan player. That's the thing. Like, that's basically the only other thing in the pool. Not the greatest Doom game. Not sure, actually. Maybe the Razor? Just get Link in onto people means that Axe, sure, you might still be able to do damage through the spin, but if you're committing super heavily into a team fight, then you can just look to link him up and deal a lot of damage straight back.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
wanna
quite
see
sure
the
if the... I just don't know if the nerfs were enough for the Razor. Because it
I actually haven't
definitely
checked if they fixed the talent, the level 15 talent as well. I feel like I've told you about that.
What was the bug? I don't remember.
So basically, Razor's level 15 talent is let me get the exact wording on it. +5 static link damage steal. So basically, over the 8-second duration that it has when you've got it maxed out, it gives you an extra 40 damage, or it should. But it actually gives you an extra 10 damage. So it's 80 plus 80 damage that you go if you go into that. At least it was when the patch dropped, and it's been for quite some time. So if both teams know about this, then it might be a little bit of a surprise pick coming through.
We'll see what the call is going to be for T1. Yet a last pick, Necrophos. Okay, so now for Polar, instant pick. Oh, dude, no messing around. Look at that. The instant Arc Warden. I was going to be like, all right, Polaris, you need to start considering about like a Nullifier builder. You're going to have some big issues with dealing with the Necrophos as the game goes on. Sure, Mystic Flare is nice to be able to blow him up, but you need a way to get rid of the Ghost Shroud. And Polaris say, yeah, screw you. Let's just go straight into the Arc Warden. Give Thompson, a little treatment as well, because he too likes the Arc Warden. So we'll see how he can fare this game against it.
I mean, the thing is as well, do you even need to stop the Ghost Shroud? You've got a Skywrath Mage. You've got a ton of burst damage that's going to come through. And if you're getting the lockdown, like, ideal situation, right? Axe blinks in, calls the Necro. Even if Necro pops Ghost Shroud, you're going to die to the Skywrath Mage. And you might say, well, Dazzle's there to save. You've got an Axe. You've got an Axe to be able to just chop him down at the very end. So it doesn't really matter if Cuckoo gets that Ghost Shroud off or not.
It's so funny. It just completely avoided the fact that Ana again is playing the Undying as well. Like, it's just, I can't remember the last time.
I'm just disappointed, man.
Warden.
I want it to be the clockwork. I really wanted it to happen.
Well, this is, if coming into this game one, sure, there are a couple of heroes that are picked and we were expecting, the Dying, the Morphling. I feel like definitely the ones in particular, but the roles they're playing again aren't picking up. Then you get the Necrophos, which isn't played as often, the Skywrath Mage with the Axe, the Arc Warden for Polaris. Like, these are two lineups that you would really not see often. I guess it's something of a trait we're starting to see in Southeast Asia as well. I mean, we saw earlier on Army Geniuses, they poured out the support Gyrocopter and the Faceless Void. So teams down here are getting real creative with their drafts.
They are indeed, and we were talking about them a little bit before, but old mate Gary, the Boom CEO himself, put a bit of a tweet out earlier today. He tagged Ana in it, and he said, "Hey Ana, I played 3 Dota games yesterday, and I see 3 Undying carries. Please pick proper carries today. Thanks." Well, clearly Ana did not see that tweet, or he did, and he's just wanting to rub his face in it, because we're getting another one, baby.
Oh boy, what a treat we have in store for us. Game 1, Polaris against T1 in the lower bracket finals. Daniel, who's got this? Who's going to be able to take this game 1?
I'm going to say maybe I'm feeling Polaris a little bit here. I really feel like they're going to be able to catch out that Necro. I feel like they've got the burst damage to be able to deal with the Morphling, and well, Axe has that little bit of a dazzle counter. Let's see how good Force is. He's been playing some pretty good Dota over the past week.
I am very intrigued to see how the matchup's going to fare with an Undying core against the Sky. We mentioned in the draft, but this has traditionally been known as a good counter with the Sky into the Undying as to support the support matchup. I don't know if this is going to be any different at all, so I'm going to keep a little bit of attention over to that, because I do really feel like Ana will be like, you should be able to slow down the Axe. Again, this is a melee strength hero that really suffers into the Undying, so we'll see if that's going to be the case, because that is a lot of their playmaking capability on Polaris. Like, you do have Lelouch playing the Death Prophet, who can get involved with the Exorcism, but it is more of a cooldown dependency. Like, when this is on cooldown, you're going to struggle with taking objectives, so it's really on the Axe Blink for them to be able to get active and find those kills with the Mystic Flare.
The battle begins.
He'd get active. I've started. You can't stop me. They get the Battle Hugger off onto Zephyr. Oh, they're not going to chase him down. Just using Xavius with that good attack speed. Sorry, attack range as well as movement speed to be able to start harassing down Zephyr a little bit here. I just want to touch on the wards that have placed down previously. The entire Radiant, I'm going to call it a biangle, has been blocked off here. It's not a triangle, man. There isn't a small camp anymore.
I get it.
And that sentry's just out of range as well of both sentry wards as well. So Xavius knew what was going on, but he's just off by that much.
Well, we do see that T1, they've swapped the lanes. Ana's going to go bottom, played with Wymon. So they're avoiding the Skyreth Mage and the Axe lane as well. So we'll see how this is able to shape up with Ana matching up against the Arc Warden, a hero that we have not seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to go against the Necro as well, though, right? Necro is another one of those heroes that does actually like to spam out a fair few abilities in the lane. Sure, at least it's going to heal him a little bit with a Death Pulse, but if you're just feeding a lot of that spell usage into a Skyreth Mage, he's still going to be super happy. So I feel like Xavius could probably get away with just being a little bit greedier in this lane. You can see he's already got the Null Talisman queued up.
Yeah, I think this lane will be fine for Force. If you ever get in a tricky situation, you can just look to start pulling the wave and kind of cutting with the jungle camps as well. And that might be able to open up Xavius to help secure some of the runes for Lelouch on the Death Prophet and taking away out of the hands of Thompson as well. He has once again gone into the bottle for the mid-morphling, so I think we will need to see a little bit of priority put on Polaris' support to try and help out Lelouch.
Just wondering how they're actually going to play this. Like, is this going to be another game where Thompson goes back into the jungle, starts to be that really greedy mid laner, and of course you've got Ana playing the unconventional carry again, just wanting to stay in lane, create space, create a lot of havoc, but it really feels like it needs to be around, hold on, top side. Zephyr's a little bit of a dive happen against Force, but don't think he'll be too successful. You need to be playing around, I would say, Clockwork hitting up onto that level 6. There aren't going to be too many kills that happen outside of that, I wouldn't think. This is this thing where you're not playing one of these, Puck or Spirit heroes in the mid lane. You need to rely on someone else to do a lot of the initiating for you. And, well, Clock's one of the better ones, but you need to wait in order to make it happen.
Does look like with bottom lane, Ana's having a pretty goddamn good time at the moment. 9 and 8 compared to the 8 and 6 on Natsumi. He's got a full wave under the tower as well here for the Undying. See, does look like at least with how they've been able to set themselves up.
The biangle's being invaded a little bit.
We are not doing this. It's not going to be a thing.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Zephyr might be in trouble if Force can get the Battle Hunger out. He's got concussive shot up shortly as well. Xavius can definitely chase him down. The Cogs will hold him back. They got the ward on the high ground as well, but he's not going to look to reveal that. So nicely done, Xavius. At least zoning the Clockwork away, doing as much damage as what Zephyr was pumping out.
I feel like he did reveal. I thought I saw one right click where he probably shouldn't have had vision there on Xavius, but I mean, just look at the biangle at the moment. There are 3 sentry wards placed there now by Xavius. They're really just wanting to secure that early farm. They know how important it is to get Force to have the most amazing game possible, right? He is the one that's going to be providing a lot of this utility against, in particular, the Necrophos.
So finally getting some stacks going as well. Already a triple at the Ancients and a double at the Hard here for Polaris. So again, Force is very much struggling versus the Necro. This is kind of where I was expecting him maybe to be considering about starting to drag the wave and avoiding Cuckoo in the lane, because he's having a great time. I guess the mid matchup though for Lelouch, he's having a very good time versus Thompson. And keep in mind, this is a Mac a Mac Death Prophet. You're back with his old name. He was someone who would play the Death Prophet to an incredible level.
Yeah, very, very confident, and well, the hero's just gotten stronger since then, so expecting big things out of him, but I mean, we've seen Thompson be able to do some amazing things as well. The individual plays, that great Sunstrike play yesterday, even though it wasn't enough to take down Talon, those moments of individual brilliance are why they've given so much emphasis towards getting him onto this team. Another stack coming through here.
Cuckoo, is he going to miss a whole wave under the tower or keep trying to bully out Force? He actually wants to try and prevent the Axe from dragging the next wave. So Cuckoo's not going to be getting a lot of golden experience out of this. And we'll go back recognizing that. Doesn't want to miss out on too many creeps up here to farm.
Did you see that? He planted the tree as well when he went for that escape up top here. So it would have been a very nice kill. Obviously, First Blood interrupting the TP on Force, but he gets straight back to the lane.
And where are we expecting that First Blood to come from? Are we looking for maybe like a power rune or level 6s potentially coming out from some of the mid laners, or some rotations out of the supports?
I still think it's going to be at least until the 10-minute mark. You've got, like I was saying before, Zephyr, who needs to hit up onto that level 6 mark before you can make any aggression happen. That's the downside of playing with this Morphling. And it's not like having the Arc Warden either is going to make things super easy. Maybe Death Prophet with the early level 6 can look to force a little bit more pressure onto one of the side lanes, but that'd be the absolute earliest.
Top lane.
A little bit of danger. He'll back off though.
I try and put some pressure on Force. In fact, he's going to turn around with the call. Not getting lucky out of the spins.
Not really going for the kill there.
Yeah.
I mean, he just wanted to make sure he secured that range creep and didn't get them denied. Like I was saying before, it's all about just getting that early farm, that early experience, making sure the Axe is set up to have a great game, and that's why Zephyr's always positioning himself towards the biangle. He always wants to make sure that he's in a position to be able to prevent that farm from happening.
In the top lane, here we go. Finally, they're going to look to rotate Lelouch. He's got the Exism ready to rock and roll for our first kill and our first ultimate of the game, as Cuckoo will be able to TP out before secures the kill onto Zephyr. And now they can put some pressure into the tier 1 tower top.
They pop the tombstone to bottom, but they're not going to get too much value out of that one either. So, well, is this tower going to be fine? They're going for a little bit of a dive here onto Natsumi, and yeah, he's going to get out, realizing that there's no stuns to be able to stop him from making his great escape. So just even goes back to the tier 2 tower, not wanting to leave the lane entirely, just wanting to wait out the duration of that tombstone. And great first exorcism coming through. Mac, aka Lelouch v Britannia, coming through here and making his rotation up towards the top on his great Death Prophet.
Yeah, I thought his rotations might be a little bit difficult this game on the Death Prophet, just because if he left mid, then it would free up the lane for Thompson to start right-clicking the tower. Yeah, and maxed out Agi Morphling with all the damage and attack speed, you can do a decent chunk of damage into the tier 1 tower. So I was a bit hesitant on how his rotations would shape up from Lelouch, but instantly TPing top, they get the kill, they convert on the tower, and Thompson was back in the jungle farming. So Polaris, no damage done into their own tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah, I feel like maybe he wouldn't have committed quite as heavily if it wasn't for the First Blood. Obviously it's still worth it, but to get First Blood and a tower off the back of that.
Oh no, no,
they're stealing it.
You can't let Thompson take it all. You got a couple of creeps.
You got the Vanguard finished up on Force, so that's a plus side.
They're TPing behind Thompson. It's just the Primal Beast. Not too much pressure is going to be put onto the Morphling for the moment.
Silence.
They do get the silence here, but the attribute shift's going to be there fast enough. Thompson can reposition with a waveform, but it's going to be on Cuckoo to turn it around in the team fight. The Scythe is there to secure the kill onto AU, the first charge of the game. But now you don't have the ultimate to deal with the Death Prophet, but it does not matter as Thompson blows him up with the maxed out point in the waveform. This is a gigantic team fight for T1. They get 2 kills, and now they can go back and claim some of the stack as well. A great movement coming up from T1 early.
It is indeed, and something that I didn't even notice is how low Natsumi has been on the net worth. He is a big chunk below any of these other core heroes right now. Just in this solo lane against Ana, you don't want to leave the Undying solo because this is Ana's style of hero, right? All you need is 2 items to truly come online, and that's going to be the case with the Echo Saber into the BKB. Ana's just going to start running them and let Thompson be the one to truly scale.
They might be able to put some pressure on him now, though, with the TP in from Xavius.
You
See what they can do with the Tempest double. I'm not sure. They potentially feel like if Ana gets out of position, they might be able to get the kill. Or unless they think that maybe T1 are going to get aggressive with their next movement down bot, and Xavius is just predicting this.
They reblocked up the Ancient camp, by the way, so again, just a little bit more difficulty. I mean, on the plus side, the tier 1 tower top is gone, so Force has that ability to play around that area a little bit more safely. It's all on the back of Lelouch, of course. Let's see if he gets lucky this time around. All right, this is the first power rune that he was actually able to claim. Previously, Thompson just happened to guess the 50-50 correctly, and it resulted in, I believe, an arcane rune plus something else that I forget now, but you get the regen coming through from Lelouch, so might be looking to make a play around this next exorcism. He's got a point available if he wants to put it into the silence. Let's see if he's in a position to go onto the Morphling.
Bottom lane, that's where the play is going to be coming out shortly. Zephyr's got level 6 smoked up, ready with the hook shot. Ana nearby as well. Only 1 point in the tombstone, but they are ready to fight on T1. They're going to go for Natsumi instead. A beautiful angle from Zephyr. Slides on forward, catching out Natsumi in the lane. And now they can look to put some damage into the tier 1 tower. They've got the catapult. It is beating onto the jungle, so Whitemon's going to be up to the duty of trying to kill off the creeps to bring the catapult down to help out with the push.
Eventually did get it, but yeah, here we go. Push into the bottom side, committing Zephyr onto the front lines. This is all that it was around, right? That level 6, that was the big timing that T1 were looking to go for.
Awfully with the chain silence, it might be enough damage. Thompson just gets away. Strength tread saving lives. And meanwhile, top lane though, Cuckoo is in some trouble here as well. Force trying to close the distance to land the call, but Cuckoo gets a bunch of bonus health back. Without the T1 tower, no one can TP in to protect the Necro, so they're going to even bring another member on Polaris to try and surround the position 3 of T1. He'll make him work for it, but in the end, they will finally be able to secure the kill. A big one to slow down the Necro's game.
But this is probably just as important, right? That mid T1 tower, it's being left relatively undefended. TP's coming in from various different angles on Polaris just to make sure that doesn't happen. Obviously, that first stack was stolen inside of the... just got to call it the buy angle again. But it's still important for Force to get back there and make sure that he's able to accelerate his farm, because you're falling behind in all 3 lanes right now.
Now, in regards to the position...
They changed for Polaris, sorry, just with Blink Dagger. It's only 400 gold away. Once you get that, they'll be looking to make many plays happen with Xavius here. Ancient Seal into the Mystic Flare onto either the Morphling or the Necrophos is going to be the key.
And that reveal needs to happen around the mid lane. You're looking for a pick-off into a tier 1 tower. It can't just be a kill on a side lane where you don't get an objective out of it. And for tier 1, they're looking for their own play. Zephyr and Whitemon. The duo supports moving towards the secret shot. Force is not an easy kill, especially with Natsumi positioned behind the axe. So they're just going to look to TPR. Mystic Flare dropped on Zephyr, but he'll successfully escape. A beautiful read from T1. As soon as they see multiple members, they recognize that they cannot continue to play aggressive.
And they commit the Exo as well. Lelouch isn't even going to be able to bring this into the mid tier 1 tower. So if you had that Exo alongside Force with this Blink Dagger, again, 150 gold away, they would have been able to surely take a kill, be able to convert that into a tower and invade this dire jungle that is so much more effective for the greedy mid farmers. All the while, Ana's just been sitting down bottom. Just no cares in the world. Echo Saber finished up. I'm assuming he's just going to want to get that BKB ASAP, right? So that he can disassemble the Echo Saber and have that slightly quicker timing to be able to get active and be that frontline presence, because no one outside of Zephyr really wants to be that right now.
This is it now for Polaris. You have this blink completed on for Force. Mystic Flare about to come off cooldown as well. So they're going to look to smoke, but you don't have... If you get a kill, you can't convert into a tower now without the Exo. So you're looking for that prime target in Ana down bottom. Beautifully done from Whitemon's going to be able to de-ward.
They see Cuckoo.
That will protect him.
You've got Whitemon behind, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to be able to protect. If they could get the Morphling, that would be even more ideal. They're just going to be trying to read Lelouch's positioning. Do they know? Do they have some kind of kill attempt that they're going to be looking to go for? Might even be baiting Natsumi in this lane a little bit, but he TP'd back.
No. Thompson with the in. This
Oh,
scouts the
no.
movement out. And now Zephyr's going to be able to get the jump in as well. Thompson off to the left side, can easily follow up. And that's not the blink reveal you're looking for at all on Polaris.
Did he even blink though? Did they know? Because
Oh,
he
they
was the one
would've
that got
checked.
hookshot. Well, you never know. I feel like the way that they were playing was very conscious of the fact that, look, Axe hasn't had item progression in quite some time. He's going for the blink. They know that that's where the Morphling and the Necro are vulnerable, so they probably know. But, you know, I'm just trying to find a little moment of optimism here for Polaris, because it's not looking good right now.
Now, before we mention the Undying and how much fun that Arn has been getting down bottom, but his counterpart in the Arc Warden is very much struggling on Natsumi. Bottom of the net worth, out of the cause, working on the Maelstrom as his first item. But what else are we expecting out of the item build here for the Arc Warden? Because I have not seen him for quite some time, and I've heard kind of the rumors about this, your spellcasting crazy scepter build as well.
Well, into the Aghanims and stuff like that.
Kinda, yeah. I don't particularly know if that's you're more of a like European style of the build, or if Natsumi's going to go down that route. But what do you feel like might be the case here for the Arc?
It's been the plague of my pubs, I'll tell you that much. But, I mean, any kind of spellcasting style is going to be pretty good against the Necro, right? At least until he picks up the Lotus Orb. You just want to make sure that you're able to get those slows in onto him and enable the Primal Beast, enable the Skywrath, enable the Axe to be able to provide that little bit of extra damage coming through. So I wouldn't hate to see him go at least to begin with, because you have the Death Prophet that's going to be able to provide you with a little bit of push. Gonna go for another kill attempt here. Oh, the Tumbler's Toy mid into the Mystic Flare.
Whitemon, great positioning. Is able to
They
find the
didn't get the
grave
chop.
off. And they don't have enough damage to chop him down, so Cuckoo's going to get some health back for the moment, but Lelouch, he's charging onto the tier 1 tower. The Scythe is not enough to secure the kill, but with Ana moving on over to join the team fight, it will slowly be able to bring down the Death Prophet. Polaris, they don't have the capability of joining the DP underneath the tier 1 tower, so once again, T1, they will waste another exorcism usage out of the Death Prophet and also the blink from Force.
Radiant's top tower
So
is
now
under
they've got the
attack.
blink reveal coming through. Now they're 100% certain. It was a good attempt. It's exactly what they needed to do. I want to give big props to Whitemon as well, though. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get a replay of that, but what I want you to focus on, if we can, is just how he's using the Shallow Grave, specifically how the heal amplification aspect is now a factor. You know, might be going down on the bottom side. Probably will be.
This is
There we go.
This is the big issues with a hero like the Axe. You go this blink second item, and if you do not get kills, your game can really start to fall behind. He's doing okay. I mean, I guess you take a look at the counterpart. He's almost 1,000 behind his offlaner, but T1, they have this lineup
Right.
where...
Sorry,
Yep,
hold
go for
on.
it.
I just want to talk on this replay. So they get the hook, they get everything off here, but look at how he uses the Shallow Grave. He uses the Shallow Grave and instantly gets the heal afterwards. He's using it like the additional heal bonus just to put him out of that Culling Blade range. That was really next level plays coming through from Whitemon to make sure that this Axe counter wasn't actually a counter.
There's something you would always expect in a draft. You pick the Axe to be able to deal with this Dazzle Grave. Zephyrs, this is a interesting position for Clockwork to be in. Going for a solo pick off onto Xavier's, just looking to make as much space as possible. It's probably going to reveal that there's a ward nearby. Yeah, there you go. There's the D ward, but...
They got the tower. They're going to be happy about that. And they're going into the Manta style first on Thompson as well. So previously we've seen him go into the S and Y. This time around, very important, of course, for him to have that against the multiple silences that they've got on Polaris. So, like the item build, like the gameplay coming through from T1, they're just reading Polaris like a book right now.
Yeah, if they don't convert on this next move from Polaris, this game is just going to get out of hand. Like, you do kind of have this late game potential of the Arc Warden. Sure, they might have some difficulties with being able to get on top of him and deal with the Arc, considering they were very instant on the last pick. They feel like it's an ideal game, but T1 with this 5,000 net worth lead, if they win another team fight, all of a sudden you're going to be considering about Roshan. Then you've got the Aegis advantage to start chasing down objectives, and yeah, this game one could be over very fast after that.
So I feel like, unless you exactly know where Whitemon's positioned, it's going to get even harder, right? He's got now 2 points of the Shallow Grave, so even more heal amp per little bit missing. He's going into the 4-staff. I understand why, just to be...
Caught out the Clockwork, so a decent kill. Second cull of the game as well. Keep in mind, you get a little bit of armor off the back of that. They're going to try and TP down to deal with Thompson, but T1's read in regards to the core's positioning have been very solid through this game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, it's going to get to this point where the Force Staff is good against the Skywrath, of course, and all of the different lockdown that they've got. I really want to see him get a Holy Locket on Whitemon, just to provide that burst heal, and it's going to get even more impactful once you get that Shallow Grave maxed out. When he used it previously, it was just the 2% heal amp. Now it's up to 6, soon it'll be 8. And, I mean, it's just so impactful for how much you're able to dodge out that Culling Blade damage.
T1, they're on the hunt. Smoked up as 3. Looking to try and get some control down by the triangle as well. A successful team fight will net them Roshan. Have this capability thanks to the Flesh Golem along with the Tombstone. So Polaris, they have to be perfect, and the DD is going to make that much easier. Smoke will pop though, so they see Topson in the river.
Almost feels like you have to go first on the Primal Beast to try and find Whitemon just to start the fight.
They're already moving to
great
Bruce Force. What a jump! He gets the call, but the damage is just not there. Topson's repositioned. The Morphling's going to be okay. They'll kill off 2 members on Polaris, and now they'll swarm towards the remaining members' location as AU stuck inside the pit. A scythe to bring him down, and it's all T1's ball game now. 3 kills into the Aegis advantage. This is looking really scary for Radiant.
It is indeed. That double damage coming in clutch there for Topson, being able to turn it around, but it's really the heals coming through. Look at this. They don't get Cuckoo. They don't get Whitemon. They don't even get Ana completely, where he's able to, you know, drop the Tombstone, get the Soul Rip heal off of the Flesh Golem, of course. He's just way too tanky right now. I feel like you need to wait around levels. You're still level 9 on the Skywrath Mage. Maybe you need to wait for that level 12, just for that additional 400 damage.
You can't wait though. Like, this is a combo that's supposed to get kills. It's supposed to get pickoffs. That's where you get your levels from. Like, you're not going to be farming here from the Skywrath Mage, so it's... And imagine how long it's going to take for you to get those levels with the change in 7.32.
Maybe you need to change your priorities then. You know, realize that you probably can't kill a core at this stage. You've got the magic resistance on Cuckoo from the hood. You've got multiple forces up on the team. You've got Topson with his Aegis on the Morphling, and Ana feels almost unkillable with how tanky he is on the Undying. So even a support could be value. It's not the greatest cooldowns to expend, the Blink Core plus the Mystic Flare.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Sages should be able to give T1 a lot of map control. Topson's going to take a tier 2 tower down bottom. Tier 2 might be a little bit more difficult for them to take. They can definitely continue to posture aggressively, however, across the map, making sure they very much limit the farm that Polaris can get. Because now it feels like they're all in kind of the books of getting Natsumi farmed and potentially for this Arc Warden just to be a menace as the game gets later and later. He does have the Gleipnir completed, so first real big item here for the carry on Polaris.
I'd love to go for a little bit of a rat play. I mean, he's just got the Tempest double popped up top, trying to force someone back, and they're going to see Cuckoo playing up here. They saw the Death Pulse, so they know exactly where he is. So I wonder if this gives them the emphasis to want to go for a kill onto Cuckoo while he's on his own. You've still got the Axe of the Skywrath Mage up there. They're just trying to bait him to go out of that smoke. But instead, it's the rotation actually coming up from Topson and Ana. 2 XOG boys just walking in tandem. Holding hands, very romantic, but it's given them a lot of success so far, this pairing. They just seem to know what each other needs at certain points of the game.
It does seem like Polaris are kind of gearing themselves up for the eventual high ground defense. And the big reason why I say that is Lelouch, he's gone into this Crypt Swarm cooldown. I think we've both been really big fans of the other 15 talent with the Spirit Siphon damage and heal, considering how much it was truly buffed when it's maxed out.
Yeah, I can see a reason behind going that. I mean, he's been holding on to the Eye of the Vizier, right? Just to have that little bit of extra cast range for the Crypt Swarm. I kind of want to see him go into a little bit more... well, you don't really need the cooldown reduction, but it's almost the stage where you want to go the Aghanim Scepter, just to be able to get that little bit of extra healing coming off every single time that you're spamming that Crypt Swarm.
One hook Zephyr. Disappointed, honestly.
So
I expected better.
I mean, they've spent a lot of time up top for basically zero gain, though, on the Axe and the Skywrath Mage. We were talking about how they need to be roaming around and making kills. Well, it hasn't really been happening for the past 5 or so minutes.
Latumi is at least staying out of the map and getting his farm. Blink Dagger is going to be his next item. You kind of have to... They're going to send ship blocking on. Yeah, easy go. How much is it up to now? Is it still the same? Yeah, 240 at level 2. They're just on cutting shenanigans. Look at AU. Just recognizing this is... the fact that they're in this position 24 minutes in, where you have your position 5 just behind a T2 tower cutting waves, just shows how disastrous of an early start this was for Polaris. And Topson knows no fear. This is up the high ground, just waveforming aggressively.
Crypt Swarm, they're going to put themselves up there to try and keep this one pushed out. Of course, Arc Warden, one of the best high ground defenders in the game. Not sure what this Blink Dagger is going to accomplish, though.
Nice use of the core. They're going to be able to blow him up. The Cull is there. So they deal with the first life. And that might push T1 out of the base now. But they did commit a decent amount to kill it. Mystic Flare, not the longest cooldown. But it gives them a bit of a window if T1 wanted to stick around to deal some damage. But they've had enough. And that was a really nice play from Polaris. They baited their lives on the Tombstone, recognizing that Ana was probably going to kill it up with a Soul Rip. And maybe Topson was going to jump. And Force was instantly there with the call.
Be careful with Natsumi's positioning. He's picked up that Blink Dagger for himself. I wonder if this is even just a way to keep himself a little bit safer in the side lanes, because I'm not seeing a ton of value come out for him, right? When you're just out there in the middle of a team fight. Like, are you really wanting to blink your real Arc Warden in on top just to be able to get a few extra right clicks, maybe that Gleipnir off? Probably not. They've got great potential to be able to turn things around onto you.
It might just really help, honestly, with a little bit of farming. I know that's kind of weird to say, but just his positioning, getting to camps, helping the Tempest double get out to some lanes as well, and kind of cutting the waves.
Yeah. Being elusive was my initial theory, but it's like, I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. It's not like you can even go into the Arcane Blink anymore for the cooldown reduction for the Tempest double. It doesn't do that anymore. It's all about the debuff for the mana cost reduction.
So he's even got an Octarine queued up next, so still going to spam out those abilities. I've got to imagine then it's into the Scepter afterwards.
You would think so, yeah.
T1 probably just going to wait around. Next Roshan potentially up in 2 minutes. Polaris are positioning very aggressively though. Going to bait Lelouch's life on the front line. He's decently farmed here from the Death Prophet. BKB Yule's plate mail as well, so it's not going to be easy to kill off. They can blow him up though if it's perfect from T1. Like a waveform adaptive strike instantly into the into the Reaper Scythe might be enough to get the kill.
Actually picked up quite a nice item here on Topson, just the Mindbreaker from the neutral camp. So that's going to be nice if you get in on top of the Axe, on top of the Death Prophet. Yeah, they both got BKBs, but if you could just force them to expend them super early on, that's going to be a big win coming through. And Topson, speaking of him, he's nearly level 18 as well, so that's going to allow him to use that morph a lot more frequently to go into, you would say either the Death Prophet or the Primal Beast would be two ideal targets for him to just replicate into.
Mid lane, AU. We'll be caught out. It's kind of the job of the Primal Beast in a game like this. Kuku was considering about using the Scythe, but didn't want to put that on cooldown for 110 seconds. Quickly, just want to mention as well, Primal Beast, what do we feel like about the Arcanum shot? I'm yet to see it. Is this maybe something that's a little bit more common on like position 5 Primal Beast?
It is. It's much more of a support item, right? You can't afford to go the Uproar. It just takes way too long to come online. The downside is, I suppose, that you've got... I guess this game you've got two other heroes that do want to go in first. That's not really the role of the position 5, but it still does feel a little bit awkward, doesn't it? Just to pick a hero like Primal Beast that feels so great when you're able to be that first initiator into the team fight, and he's not fulfilling that role. So I think they're just trying to paper over the cracks right now.
I suppose it could be kind of cool with like Force jumping into Mystic Flare, and then all of a sudden now you got an extra stun on top of that, because they didn't. That's all the stuns they have. I mean, I'm not including the silence from Lelouch, so maybe you get the guaranteed call into the AoE stun. Maybe that could be a cool combo that we see from Polaris.
Yeah, but you got 2 Force Staffs already on the supports. Sorry, not on the supports, on Kuku as well as Whitemon. I would assume that after the Satanic, Topson might be looking to go into the Hurricane Pike just to give them another way to be able to get away from a lot of this aggression. So it's not like you're guaranteed to be able to get off all of these combos.
This does potentially give Polaris a bit of a window now, maybe to take a fight. Ana was forced to pop BKB thanks to the Tempest double up top, so they want to try and consider about smoking and playing aggressive, but it does look like Polaris are very content with the farm they're getting at the moment. The net worth lead is not growing for T1. In fact, it's slowly getting cut, but it will take quite some time at this rate to go back to an even game.
Just seeing what they're actually, like, what are they waiting for on Polaris? You're getting close to the Shivas, I suppose, on the Death Prophet, but it's still 1,000 or so gold away. The big ticking time bomb that I'm really waiting for is the Satanic on Thompson. He's nearly level 20. They're going for a smoke now to try and catch them off before they feel these next time is going to hit up on Polaris, but if T1 take another good fight, as they might with this hook...
Great cogs as well. There's going to be no assistance with him blocking off the high ground. An easy kill for T1 to find, and Roche is up now. So you're going to be forced to try and defend this on Polaris. Natsumi will try and put some pressure into Xavius. The clockwork will be okay for the moment. It looks like Polaris are just going to make the call to give up the second Roche. There will be no contention.
This Force goes for the hero play, but well, he actually frees up a spot. Not going to accomplish it. So again, like, Thompson is almost unkillable, and he absolutely is going to be as soon as he just gets another half level. They're trying to scout out Force here, but he blicks off to the tree line. I mean, the other thing that I was worried about for Polaris, where I feel like they really needed to go for that kill attempt just then and have a successful team fight, potentially go into Roche, is that it's just going to get harder and harder. You've got a plate mail already finished up on both Undying as well as Necro, and they're going into Lotus Orbs. Like, how are you going to be able to use all of these silences, all of these, like, targeted spells super effectively if they're just getting reflected?
Maybe though the heroes that they have to look to jump at the start, but I guess how are you gonna catch them out? Yeah, there's one too many, and I feel like Thompson, with the ages, he's got Satanic, Paladin Sword, he's just gonna put himself so far on the front line where it's very difficult to kill those heroes that you need to get at the start on Polaris.
Pretty much has to be Whitemon, you know, hasn't died a single time. That just goes to show how great he is with his positioning, never putting himself in this vulnerable situation. Again, it's not like the Necro or even the Morphling, well, maybe now, really wants to put themselves super far on the front lines. So for him to be able to still have those heroes that want to play a little bit more backline and play behind them safely while still getting off some great graves, some great saves as well with a Force Staff, it really just goes to show what a great player he is.
I do have to give a lot of praises to Natsumi and how he's playing this game. He took the T2 tower top, he just forced the glyph down bottom as well and almost was able to take a second T2 tower. So they're doing everything they need to do to try and find a slight advantage in this game, but it's going to be up to T1 making mistakes, and we're not seeing it from them so far.
Even AU just trying to get a little bit more push happening on the bottom side, keeping them away. Oh, that's me. Just giving a little bit more gold over, and now you got that level 20 on Thompson as well. So waveform attacking targets with a Satanic is just a surefire way to get back up to 100% HP. Add that on top of the Aegis, and I mean, how close are we to these Lotuses? I feel like that's the only thing we're waiting
Force
for.
Gets a jump. It's on to Arno. Looks like the burst going to be enough.
All right.
Okay. Very, very big pickoff. That's thanks to the ward on the cliff. Around the triangle, they were able to scout out Arna's position. I was just singing the praises of T1, saying that Polaris were doing a really good job to pull them across the map, but we were seeing no mistakes out of T1 until now. Arna goes down for the first time this game.
Give any kind of streak over. He hasn't got a single kill up until this point, so could have been better for Polaris, but I think they're going to be very happy to claim that gem back, try and get a little bit of map control, but again, he's up in 30 seconds. He didn't pop any cooldowns because they burst him 100 to 0 as they need to. Like, I feel like if he doesn't die within that Mystic Flare combination, he survives. He's able to turn it around with his team as well as just his own items helping him. So 15 seconds away, you've got the Lotus Orb now on Cuckoo. He's almost level 18. But I feel like they've just got all of their timings that they need to be able to close this one out on T1. Minute and a half left on the Aegis. Lane's pushing in. He's got the Talisman of Evasion available to purchase as well if he wanted to. There we go. Full butterfly completed for Thompson. How are you going to take down this absolute beast?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See what the defense is going to come down to here for Polaris, because they are continuing to try and rat. Natsumi will take a T2 tower down bottom. This again, they're getting a little bit of gold, and this is something we were mentioning earlier though, Denok, like the high ground defense with Lelouch going for this Crypt Swarm cooldown, holding the Eye of the Vizier, and the potential for even the Arc Ward inside the base just to clear off the creeps. It's just so easy for Radiant to make it only the Morphling that's up here and without creeps to kind of protect him.
Does make it challenging, doesn't it? Minute left on that Aegis. Topson just wanting to put himself up on the front lines. They don't have any of that
waveform in. They get the call before the attribute shift, and once again, the first life is blown up. But how can they set themselves up for round 2? They need to deal with the Tombstone. Lelouch is going to be able to address that. They committed for the exorcism for this team fight, though. And it looks like all they'll get is the Aegis advantage. And meanwhile, T1 will finally crack the high ground, killing off the Tier 3 tower.
Sound like a broken record, but could be worse. They could be losing racks off the back of this. They were going up into an Aegis and all of the timings being hit on T1, but they've just hit another one. And that's just as simple as Exo not being available. They go for the fake back. They want to get right back into them. Cuckoo might reveal himself on the lane a little bit. Let's see how active they were out on the map. Now that's the level 3 Reaper Scythe. They're going for the full wraparound. They want to try and catch someone out on their own. Cuckoo would be a very good one.
Oh no, he's going to move to the triangle. Xavius might be in a position to pop the smoke and get out thanks to the ward on the high ground. Just on the outskirts. There we go. They'll see Zephyr. They get the jump. Mystic flows back up. An easy pick off for them to find. The stacks, they're starting to go through. In fact, it didn't get the cull kill. I'm going to be cautious though, because T1, they want to take the team fight. Moving on over. Cuckoo stuck on the high ground, but another 4-star for getting back down in our tops, and an aggressive waveform in. He recognizes as soon as the Mystic Flare is on cooldown, he's going to have a much easier team fight.
I really thought that Culling Blade killed. Didn't you? I mean, I know it's on cooldown, but was that a result of the Lotus Orb being used from Ana onto it? Does that have any kind of impact with it, where because it's like using it back on you, it puts it on cooldown?
I'm not quite sure on the mechanic.
I mean, Xavier's got the kill, so obviously it wasn't the Culling Blade, but, you know, it did look like it to me.
Man, this Tempest double is pretty much full uptime now with the Quickening Charm and Octarine. So have fun. Very, very fun gameplay here. I can imagine this would be so goddamn frustrating for T1 to play into.
Oh, of course. This is just Arc-Warded gaming, right? He's looking to get that tier 4 item as well. If he's able to get into a Spell Prism, that'd be even better.
Oh, does Daddy Gaben give him the RNG?
Depends. Have they bought the PA Persona?
Xavius?
If they bought it, then
nice
maybe.
pick off. Be able to kill off the Sky. So as soon as they see the Skyth Mage caught out, forced to use the Tombstone just to give them some vision. But as soon as they see that Tier 1 members surround the Sky, instantly you see the other lanes getting shoved out. That's Yumi at the top with the Tempest double. AU's going to be playing behind him as well. That'll give time for Force to be able to farm up the triangle. This is a window, a slight window. I don't know if it's enough for them to be able to pressure the high ground with the Sky dead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's just such low death timer that you don't want to risk it, really. Top lane's pushing in a little bit. You've got the Boots of Travel, of course, available on the Arc Warden, so really he's just waiting for that Tempest double to have the potential to go up top. Although, the high ground being sieged, you do need the magnetic field to be able to defend against this. Could this be another one of those games where if it gets super late, we know what an Arc Warden is capable of? Just much greater scaling. I mean, you could be 6-slotted. What about 12-slotted?
I'm also now taking into consideration of what the build's going to be for Natsumi, because he's going Overwhelming Blink as his next item. We brought up the potential of the Aghanim Scepter. I wonder when he's going to consider about a Hex as well, because aside the Vice Versa, the Morphling is going to be incredibly important.
I mean, they had it queued up on the Skywrath before. He's going into the Aghanim Scepter now, but Lelouch, he's also got the Sheepstick, looking to be the next item available for themselves. So, I mean, it is, of course, very important to have that Hex. Can you look to go into something like a Lincoln Sphere at all for Morphling? I mean, he's kind of fully kitted out here. He's just gone for more damage right now.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made where Thompson, like, you kind of need to go for damage just because You need to kind of blow Polaris up instantly to start, otherwise they're going to kite the Morphling when he waveforms in. I think also the more damage you have throughout the call, considering he's got Satanic and Paladin Sword, he might be able to lifesteal through the Axe Taunt, depending on if Whitemon's able to protect him as well. So I think there's definitely an argument for both.
They're right there playing around. I mean, T1 have control over this map right now. Like you were saying before, Natsby's been doing a really good job of just keeping these lanes shoved out. He's taken 2 tier 2 towers, just the mid one remaining, and well, that's next on the agenda as he's looking to try and shove this one with the assistance of the creeps, and he'll probably get it, to be honest, but they're still going to lose that Aegis. So this kind of feels like T1 might be getting a bit desperate. Do they just extend a little bit too far for this next high ground siege? Seems like Thompson, under the cover of the haste and the invis, wants to try and catch someone out. That'd be a nice kill onto Xavius.
The force is nearby to be able to jump. Thompson, great reactions, sidesteps as soon as the waveform, making sure Force doesn't get an angle. And now with this defense coming up shortly from Polaris, what do we need to see out of them? How can they successfully hold their high ground?
What do they got is the better question. I mean, you've got the overwhelming Blick now on the Arc Warden, so he's just going to look to try and spam as many waves out as possible, level 20 on the DP. I think they just need to do exactly what they've been doing so far, right? But the thing is, I think T1 are going to be looking to try and find an avenue onto Xavius, just using the rocket flare to try and scout him out. He doesn't have the Aeon Disc anymore. Force them to use their Force Staffs a little bit more defensively rather than to go for kills, and then a lot of that damage potential goes away.
There's a potential for Ana to have double Tombstone in these fights as well, so something that could be very scary for Polaris to deal with. They don't have really the capability just to put all their attention on killing off a Tombstone.
Thompson's in.
Aggressive waveform form. He doesn't get the blink jump. Another hook shot from Zephyr. Perfect target. They catch out Lelouch, but the damage isn't there for the moment. Lelouch has an opportunity to turn it back around thanks to the BKB. No one's died. Oh my lord.
No one's died, and more importantly, they didn't actually pop the Exorcism, so they could look to go back in. They've still got a lot of this damage. Just the 20 seconds left. Rob, the Mystic Flare being available again, maybe just feeling a little bit more conscious about fighting around this Tombstone that I'm just trying to keep healthy, but it's that magnetic field. They look to get this kill.
See if the follow-up's going to be there. Thompson, 4-stuff in, waveform as well. Thompson knows no fear, but the hook shot!
The hook!
Zephyr! Cogs on 3, Scythe onto the Axe, but he's going to buy back. They're going to look to rejoin the fight, T1. They have to respect the base defense out of Polaris. And look at them not overcommitting. The discipline onto T1. They will not continue with the dive. They're going to back up as soon as they see the buyback out of Force and go for the objectives.
Rock Throw trying to do his best to push it out, but what are they waiting for? Maybe feels like
Force
30
is in.
seconds.
A double call with the Mystic Flare. They're going to try and blow up Arno. They're able to do so, but Force, that's a dieback on your Axe. That's all the initiation out of Polaris, and now they're in trouble. It's Thompson. He's still got the Aegis. A waveform into the middle, but the Pulverize into the turnaround. Thompson, he looks unkillable at the moment. Another Grave into the healer. They might be able to deal with the first side, but look at the Satanic lifesteal. Thompson back in fighting shape. They'll charge in. The stun control might be enough this time, but as soon as I say that, Thompson's back up to full health. They only tickled the beast, and onto the tier 4 towers they go.
That was without even the active on the Satanic as well. He was just right-clicking. That's how strong he is, along with that Paladin Sword. Might still end up dropping. You've got 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so you don't want to expend it, and yep, there we go. Pops the Satanic, full HP again. Once more, if you don't have the Axe, you don't have the damage, as Ana, he's putting himself out there. He back.
BKB.
He can't die if he's got this BKB up.
I wonder if they got the Aegis for another minute 30, so plenty of time still to stick in the base, and Thompson's going to make another call to try and beat onto the tier 4 tower. Say no, with Force on, without the hands of the Axe, it's very difficult for Polaris to get that initiation. They can't even kill him, man. They can't even kill him. Mystic Flare, look at the voice line out of Thompson as well. Very cute indeed. Polaris just butting their heads against the wall time and time again. But the Morphling takes the tier 4 down. The throne's exposed, and no one is going to die in tier 1 on this last assault.
Last chance with the
Force
Axe.
is alive. That's an incredible jump.
The damage.
For the call, there's no damage there. T1 sustain is too much for Polaris to handle. What a well-executed game 1 coming out from Dire. The throne will pop shortly. Let's see. It's going to be an incredible jump to stall this one out. It has to be perfect, and it's only onto the Morphling. They haven't even killed off the first life.
He's still not dead?
Times I've said that through this team fight. Oh my lord. Finally. How can they set up for round 2? Instant Silence into the Pulverize. They might have the damage. No way. They finally get him. And AU's going to try and charge onto Ana as well, who's locked inside the base.
That's a
dieback, I believe, on Ana. And now Cuckoo as well is stuck in no man's land. So Polaris, they will live
doesn't have
to see
dieback.
another day.
I mean, can they just run it down?
I don't think
all the way
so.
down mid? I mean, you got to try. I don't think you could look to withstand once more. All that T1 are going to do is play around their map, get the next stages, and run their faces at that Roshan. Sorry, not Roshan, at the throne. And just looking to shove as many lanes out as possible. They hold. They hold for now.
Yeah,
Look at the
I
lines.
actually... Yeah, they
Shove
drew
it
it
in.
down. I thought the extra was actually still on cooldown. And in fact, Lelouch has this up, so yeah, maybe you're right, Dano. That could be the play. I think
Got a
it
minute.
potentially is the only play.
They didn't glyph any of their creeps, so they've still got the defensive glyph available for themselves on T1 to be able to hold this off. Of course, you don't want to have Thompson have to commit with that buyback for himself. You even just doing the small things like taking back the outpost, but you got to get rid with, got to get with the rest of the boys to try and shove this one in.
I will
Might
have
be-
2 glyphs at least.
Okay. Axe as well for Xavius.
They didn't bubble the catapult.
You know what? It's fine.
Okay.
Mistakes happen.
Is under attack.
Okay.
But they're probably not even going to get a
Hey,
tier 3 out of this. And there's a DD bottom, which Polaris have information about. So maybe this is a little bit of a fake back of their own that they're going to be going for.
So this is something that could potentially catch T1 off guard. You have the Lincolns now. Oh, a couple Dagons as well from Natsumi. And a Blade Mail too. They definitely have the capability to blow up the Morphling before they're caught out. They need to play with the Observe Ward by the top jungle. There is an opportunity now for Polaris, but you need to get the jump onto Thompson.
And they've got well on Natsumi, so with all that amped up damage, everyone could just explode with this Dagon. Level 4, not quite maxed out yet, but it does feel like the time for the all-in play. They're clumping together. They're making sure that people aren't going to get picked off on their own. Thompson gets up to the level 25, so just even more of those waveform charges to be able to play around with the juking potential, holding on to a really defensive item with this Trickster's Cloak. And this is AU's ward as well. They saw exactly where he was. They're all
They're
together.
going to counter smoke. They're from the Vanguard.
Ooh, Xavius
Davies
can't
on the
get
front
caught.
as well. Force in a position where he can counter initiate. They're going to get the vision thanks to the Rocket Flare. Force is a big target if they can jump in first to stop the blink. But he's out to the left side and now Zephyr's on the prowl. Moving forward with the jetpack. Natsumi's going to be in with the Dagon though. Forcing out an early use of the Aeon Disc and it will push Tier 1 back now. Someone has to address this top push, however.
Lelouch doesn't quite have the boots of travel, so he's going to need to just quickly do that and immediately look to join back with the rest of the team. Roshan, potential for respawning in 5 seconds. That'll have all 4 of those items coming through, and I mean, would that be a big benefit for Polaris? I'm still of the mindset that this Exorcism, if you could get the Aghanim Scepter onto Lelouch, is going to be enormous. All the time that you're spamming out these spells is really effective. Do you actually have the Boots of Travel coming out to him now? No, it's a Blink Dagger instead. Okay.
Who do you feel like he's trying to jump at the start of the fight here for the Death Prophet?
Gotta be Dazzle for mine. Like, you've got Blink Dagger and Force Staff now on Whitemon. You just want to try and get it on top of him, get that silence through, and force a Lotus Orb to go on a not as ideal target, I suppose. And even Zephyr's holding on to the Witchbane as well, so multiple ways to be able to protect against that silence coming through.
I guess even the blink gives you a secondary option to even jump Thompson, because before it's solely been the axe, and whenever if they get the rocket flare on Force or even the hook shot onto Force, then all of a sudden he can't be the one initiating. But now you can potentially jump in and find that start, because you were mentioning the Lincoln's prior for Thompson as a potential. He still doesn't have this just yet, so putting a lot of emphasis on the supports being there to keep him alive in the reactions.
Radiant are scanning.
Look at this.
Never say
They're going
die.
to see him under the ward shortly. If he goes for this next wave, they might be able to catch him out.
They should
It's a
see
big
the TP
opportunity
coming
here
in,
for
though.
Polaris.
That was the real Natsumi as well.
They see him again. He's on the ward. Force gets a jump. The missing flare up with the burst potential, the chain control. It needs to be perfect. And they cut him down throughout the Grave Thompson. Out to the left. Back in with the BKB. And the Morphling's okay. Now Polaris. How can they continue to take the team fight? They don't have the damage to deal with the Morphling. Now that he's back up to full health, Thompson can stand his ground. Beat onto Polaris. They've even got Ana nearby too. 4,400 health on the Undying. Just chunking down one member after the next as T1 they survived the last attempt and now they can walk it down to close out game 1.
Yeah, he's doing his best to try and cut these lanes, but won't be successful. They're going to go for the safer play as well, getting that 4th Roshan. I almost feel like they could have been able to do this if not for Whitemon and his great positioning again. You know, the shallow grave into the heal with the extra range from the Psychic Headband. 4-staffs him away, allows him to get off that BKB and the Satanic and survive. But for me, he's been doing a really good job so far this game, Natsumi, but he only had the Tempest double in the middle of that team fight. I know it's risky. I know if he dies on the real Arc Warden, the game is over, but honestly, it feels like if you did kill Thompson there, the game was over anyway. So just one small mistake, maybe preventing them from having that additional damage to be able to fully 100-0 that Morphling.
And who knows, potentially as well, Thompson with the Trickster Cloak was enough to that extra magic resistance. He went for the magic resistance at level 10, so maybe that was enough just to help him survive through the combo. Another thing to mention is we see the Scepter on the Clockwork. First time I get to see this.
It's pretty obnoxious how many rockets you're able to fire out. You're like machine gun punching people inside your cogs as well. The AoE battery assault, pretty cool too.
I don't know, man. We've seen some crazy things with Arc Wardens, but this will top
be a little
the
bit
list.
too much, I think.
Yeah. 9%
Megas.
chance.
9% chance? Really? Wow. I mean, I guess there always is a chance. But maybe once they reveal that this Tempest double's up top, they'll be like, okay, well, you only have one Arc Warden to be able to make this defense now. So let's look to make a play. Try and close this one out.
What is this rocket flare, dude? What the hell?
I think they're just trying to wait for this Aeon Disc on Zephyr to allow him to go in without as much of a concern. Now, even if they get this smoke off, they try and pick off a target, he'll have that defensive capability.
Brother.
They're hanging out Thompson, but
I don't know.
man's got Aegis.
Let's see. They jump in with the Hex, the Dagon Burst as well. They might be able to deal with the first life. They'll drop the Cull, but the counter initiation's going to come out. Instantly, Zephyr's into the middle to try and disrupt them. Pushing back Polaris so Thompson can respawn and set himself up for round 2. As Polaris have successfully killed off the Aegis advantage, but can they kill him another time inside the base?
Do they need to even go on T1? Like, can they not just wait for a mistake to come out from Polaris? You've got Megas
Oh, that could be the
pressuring
mistake.
in.
Xavius, he moves a little bit too far forward. Ana's going to be in with the right clicks. Tombstone dropped. And now with the throne exposed, T1, they could just make the call to deal with the buildings instead of the heroes. Ana, well, he wants more blood. He wants to stack up the decay. Protected with the BKB and the Lotus Orb for the moment. It's going to be cautious how low he falls, but the cheese giving him the bonus health back for the moment, so Ana's going to be okay.
Throne's exposed.
They'll successfully retreat inside the base, but the throne's falling fast. A bubble will buy them some time, some valuable seconds.
Tempest double available again. Dagon 5 with the Octarine. They just want to be spamming out these abilities off cooldown if they can get it. They found Thompson.
Whitemon. Beautiful force stuff once again out to the right side. Thompson's going to be all right. They've been able to reposition. They need to keep their eyes towards the throat because it's falling low with the creeps.
It's exposed.
Thompson, he can just waveform in. A bubble once again along with the glyph. They'll kill off Zephyr, but they need more heroes down in the grave. Force is going to try and find an angle to the middle along with AU, but no way to protect the throne. Thompson, he'll waveform in, killing off Natsumi, who's got a buyback. But there's way too many creeps inside the base. Not enough heroes from Polaris to defend. And in the end, it'll take them 53 minutes, but T1 will be able to take game 1 in our lower bracket finals.
Talk about defense of the Ancients, man. Look at all those creeps at the very end of the game. They were just absolutely swarming over that base. And Well, it was just way too much for Polaris to handle. They missed some of those super early timings, right? You picked up this axe in combination together with the Skywrath Mage to be able to combat the Dazzle. Obviously, Thompson, he had a really good game. He was able to come through just the one death, 8, 1 and 8. Kind of surprising it's that low in a 54-minute game, but for me, it's Whitemon. He is the one that was the savior. Always in the right spot, always able to turn around some of those key fights, particularly around the Roshans, which would have enabled Polaris to be just that little bit more aggressive on the map. Maybe get a bit more of that map control to allow you to go onto this Morphling, because until he was giga farmed, Thompson was very killable by the combos that they had.
Yeah, you highlighted a couple times in the early team fights how vital Whitemon was, specifically I think that tier 1 fight mid where we saw him use the Grave and then instantly the ultimate as well, just for that little bit of heal burst to make sure he didn't get killed off from the Culling Blade. And it could have been just a completely different game if Thompson dies a couple times early on. And I mean, now Polaris, they really need to be considering, do we ban out the Morphling? Because we've just seen, I don't think there's been a game where Thompson has not just completely taken over. They haven't won all their Morphling games. I think they've actually only lost one when Thompson's playing it. But we've seen that he has just looked formidable on the Morphling. So they need to make a call. Do they go with a different strategy to try and deal with Thompson's Morphling? Or do they just look to ban it out and play a game where they don't have to worry about it?
I would ban it. We've seen that Ana's capable of playing it as well, so it gets rid of a little bit of the flex too. I don't think there's been a game where it's been available to them and they haven't picked it up. It's clear that T1 this is their plan A. So you got to deal with it. Teams have tried. You're in an elimination game now on Polaris. You can't keep letting this through, because if you lose to it again, that's going to be the thing nagging in the back of your mind, just saying, man, why didn't we just ban it? See if you could beat their plan B. But for right now, plan A just seems to be a little bit too strong, with T1 able to take game number 1.
Like you said, plan A, just not enough here for Polaris, but it's a best of 3. We'll see if they can come back with a different strategy to try and tie up the series, and we'll see what they have in store for us after the break.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And we are back with some more action here for the lower bracket finals. A draft underway very shortly. Polaris taking on T1. Deno, what do we need to see a little bit different out of Polaris in this next game? It was a tricky start for them where we saw T1 just get off to an incredible start off the back of the laning phase, and it felt like they just had so much map control. And honestly, if there wasn't an Arc Warden in that game, potentially game one would have ended much sooner than what it did. So what do we need to see different out of Polaris in this second game?
Do I need to say it again? Do I need to really say it? Ban the Morphling. Get it out of here. I don't want to see any of it. Just as a bit of a sneak peek as well, it's T1 once again that are going to have the first pick. So if you let them have the Undying, they're probably going to pick the Undying. If you let them have the Enigma, they're probably going to pick the Enigma. So you can't get rid of everything. You can't, like, Marcy's going to potentially be in the pool as well. So it's just a matter of, what do you think you could beat the most? I feel like Marcy is beatable. I think you need to make sure that you're determining like what heroes are going to be able to pair that make Marcy a lot stronger. But Morphling has been shown way too many times with way too much success for T1. Just get rid of it. And I feel like if you want to let the Enigma through, fine. Let the Enigma through. They've shown flexibility for it, but I feel like there are a variety of options for it versus something like the Undying, which you tried to counter somewhat with the Skywrath, but then they just switched up the lanes and then it wasn't quite as good. So, I would probably say Undying, Morphling are the two that I would be looking to get rid of.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to take a different approach where I kind of mentioned a little bit in the game one draft where I think Polaris really need to consider, if they let the Undying through and the Morphling through, I think you really need to consider about Ancient Apparition in the 6th, 7th pick. It's a hero that is getting picked a little bit more often. It will be able to... Okay, so if T1 go first pick Undying, you go AA +1, you can even really consider AA plus Faceless Void. I wouldn't hate that, or at least AA plus another way to set up for Ice Blast. And then if Thompson picks the Morphling into that, you say, all right, if you win the game when we have an Ancient Apparition, probably one of the biggest counters, props to you, man. You deserve to be in the grand finals. You need a better counter.
I get what you're saying, but T1 are smart enough that they're not going to pick a bunch of these sustain heroes into an AA, right? Like, we saw Thompson pop up on his Queen of Pain when they went down a similar sort of route, where they were just like, all right, well, let's pick something that's going to be good against the Morphling. And then he just switched it up entirely and went for a much more conventional-looking draft. I feel like T1 are at their strongest when they go these unique styles, these unconventional stuff that you're not used to playing against. I was talking before the entire series that, you know, I'm sure T1 have been avoiding a lot of these scrims because it's the power of the unknown that makes them so formidable. If you make them play normal Dota, at least you're familiar with it.
I think there's also something we can look at is potentially if T1 go the Undying, and if the Marcy and Enigma aren't banned out, then we could see them go down that route if you are Polaris. Because they play incredible Marcy over on the position 4, and also Force has a formidable Enigma as well. I was a little bit surprised they banned it out, obviously worried in general that Cuckoo can play it at a high level as well. So you could honestly just leave a lot in the pool and just hope that you get something, and more than likely that's going to be the case. And well, we do have our second draft underway, so a lot of what we are theory crafting will eventually be shown on the table.
Yes,
and there you go.
It's gone.
There we go.
All right, so I had two strats. Morph Undying goes away, or you get rid of Morphling plus some other hero that's very T1 specific that doesn't overlap with your hero pool. I'm still fine with this Enigma. If they Undying, now you're able to pick up the Marcy +1, you know? So it's not quite so bad. Maybe you go, I don't know, Viper Marcy for example.
Yep.
Marcy DP, Viper Mark. Yeah, something along those lines, right? Where it's still really strong. They Undying. Let's see what Polaris have to counter this. They have to know it's coming, so I would be very shocked if this isn't like an instant 1-2 punch.
Radiant team pick.
T1's turn to pick.
There's the
I
Marcy.
wonder, T1 have often liked to pick up when Thompson's hero isn't first phase in the Morphling, they have been going for Arna's hero pretty often with like the Lone Druid, but it will get rid of a lot of flexibility with the Undying, so maybe that's something that they won't consider. I actually want to look back when they picked the Lone Druid. It was Enigma Treant first phase, and they picked Marcy Lone Druid against Talon as well.
Didn't win.
No, it did not.
So what are you going to go against this Lina now? You have multiple options, right? Something that dives onto Lina and bursts her down really quickly, like a Spirit hero that's able to do okay in the lane. Or you could go down the route of potentially a Death Prophet, you know? Just something that's able to go in pretty early on, do a lot of that damage. You've got some healing that's going to be coming through from the Undying. It does okay against the Lina. They Beastmaster instead. I don't hate this either. You know, gives them a lot of that push. It might now be flexed to be in an Undying position 5 instead. That's you know, just able to group up a lot more around the healing components as opposed to the pure right-click damage coming through from the decay.
T1's turn to
Yeah, because we have seen that a lot from T1 in their lineups where they still do not draft a lot of team fight, and we had the opportunity to cast that T1 Talon game where I was just mentioning the Druid. They went, you know, Marcy Druid, Dazzle, Invoker, Venno. Like that's a lineup that doesn't particularly want to go later on. So, and also a lineup that didn't have a lot of team fight. So this could be very similar in this second game.
I'm so sad, actually. We don't get to see the Thompson 5 Wraithband sniper in the mid lane against the Lina. You know, back when he was the one innovating that one, he was just dumpstering. That was back when he was living in Malaysia with his missus after a long period of success. Making pubs hell for all of the C pros out there. And it trickles down, you know, like we were saying before. Mr. Boom CEO Gary, he didn't get his wish last game of a normal-ish looking carry. Let's see if he will this time around.
Right, even Natsumi put out a non-normal looking carry in the Arc Warden. So
it's traditional-ish, you know.
Sure,
Like,
yeah, you are
out of
right,
the meta,
definitely.
but yeah.
That is a good point. Definitely, it's out of the meta, but it is more your traditional carry. But yeah, still, I'm really hoping we don't get an Arc Ward in this game, to be honest. You know, there's a couple of heroes that are fun to watch and fun to cast, and there's a couple of heroes that are not fun to watch and not fun to cast, and potentially Arc Warden can top the list of the ladder.
Polaris have a lot in mind of what's going to be good against this Lina. Of course, the Puck is another one of those. I still think they can go down the Death Prophet route, to be honest, on T1. You just get a few more points into the Crypt Swarm as opposed to the Spirit Scythe, and you're never going to be getting close enough to the Lina to be able to trade effectively, at least in terms of that Siphon. And you can rally around the Beastmaster. You don't need to be that hero that runs in first, you know, and you've got the save through from the Undying. So I would really like the DP here. For Polaris, where they're probably going to look to follow up on this, is they need something that's going to be able to deal with this Beastmaster relatively well in lane. So it's a good ban of the Phantom Assassin, one of the better heroes at doing that.
Ooh.
Wyvern's pretty decent as well. I really don't hate this.
You've been asking for the Wyvern a lot, and finally we get to see it in our second last series here.
Ooh. We also get a little bit of Season 2 of Dota Dragon's Blood coming through here with these 3 heroes on Polaris. The power of anime. Maybe they're thinking that's going to be able to help them out. I mean, it's not really a spoiler. We're a season old, bro.
I haven't watched Season 2 yet. Spoilers.
You haven't watched Season 1 yet, don't you? Lie. True fan. Expose him. But with this Wyvern, what do they want to pick up? I mean, we're not going to get the PA like we were saying before. Viper's gone. Can you just like bristle into this? I feel like even though it's against an Undying, it'd be pretty decent. Maybe not now so
Probably
much.
snap.
Obviously. Yeah.
Snap
No,
pull.
I'm talking about the. Sorry, I'm talking about for Polaris. The position 1 is
Okay.
what I'm really looking at. Yeah, the snap makes a lot of sense, right? You're always going to be far away. Marcy probably isn't going to be able to get that easy jump onto you. You could get kills with the Roar plus kisses. You could get the Faceless Void Chrono plus kisses. So yeah, I would like it.
Radiant
I think
team
Hoodwink's another route they can go down for T1. Oh, even the Dark Willow as well. I do think this Void's a little bit interesting though, because they have picked it into a counter matchup in the Winter Wyvern. The Curse is a very good answer inside the Chrono, and they don't have a lot of damage on the outskirts as well. There is some synergy with the Beastmaster bonus attack speed in the inner beast, so potentially Arna late game won't need damage in Chrono if he can do it all himself, but I guess then you can just Cold Embrace him. Now you've got an even better response as well in the Naga Siren. This is a incredible pick coming out from Polaris. Not only do you have ways to be able to set up for your team fight if you use the song aggressively, you can just move in, set up for the Curse or the LSA, but you can send the illusions to deal with the Tombstone. You've got a lot of physical damage to deal with the summons in the lane from the Beastmaster, and Natsumi plays a pretty goddamn good Naga as well.
I feel like you're just going to go the Wild Axes build in the lane, though. Naga's got an incredible amount of armor in the laning stage, so I feel like you're going to need that. It's going to clear the illusions a lot more easily as well. So I'd have to say that that's how Cuckoo's going to be looking to play this. But yeah, the big thing that you were talking about with the Chronosphere, all Polaris need to be mindful of, essentially, is don't have Wyvern and Naga both get caught inside the same Chronosphere. If Wyvern gets caught, you can Song. If Naga gets caught, you can Curse or you can Cold Embrace, right? So they have options to be able to play around this. And I mean, even going down to the extent of if Lina doesn't get caught, then you can actually look to pump damage into the Faceless Void while he's inside the Chronosphere, because your attack range is just so ridiculous.
10 seconds remaining.
Zeus might be a potential ban here for Polaris, and Lesh is, I think, something else you're considering as well, because whatever the pick is going to be for Thompson, it needs to be an answer to the Naga illusions, because you do not have that at the moment, and it would also be nice to have some damage inside the Chrono as well. So is there anything else you can maybe think of but those two heroes?
They can still DP, man. Crypt Swarm does enough against the Naga Siren, I think.
DP into Lina, I think, is not the greatest matchup.
It's
I
fine.
think the lane
It's
is
fine. There's no
Okay.
good matchups against Lina. It's fine, you know?
deep. Yeah, okay. I think you, as long as you can get an armor item, then you should be okay. But like if Lina goes
fair?
like the right click build, then you might have some difficulties.
Shadow Fiend?
Radiant
Ooh.
team pick.
God
Two
damn it,
games
Tyson, what
in
the
a
hell
row.
have you done to me?
All right, well, what can they go against this? What are they lacking on Polaris right now? They've got decent tower damage. They've got pretty good lockdown. They don't have a frontliner. That is the big thing that they're lacking. And I think they just need someone to connect in onto this. Do you Pango? I feel like this is a Pango game. I mean, you're into a
Double
Raw and the
BKB
Chrono.
piece? Yeah.
I know, but you're going to need to deal with... You need to disarm the Faceless Void. You need to be okay in lane against Faceless Void Undying, which is pretty damn difficult. Maybe some kind of ranged hero just to be able to body them from afar. You've already got a Marcy to assist with that. Do you
I
necro
was
yourself?
thinking about a Visage before, because somehow it's still in the pool.
I mean, I don't feel great about that with the time dilation, to be honest. I feel like time dilation is pretty
That's
good
a
in the
point.
lane.
Oh yeah, don't the people like playing the Void into the Visage in the lane, don't they? Yeah, that's a really good point actually. I don't think Polaris need to address the Arc Warden. I think you have great answers in regards to the song. The Curse can be used aggressively just to get on top of him, and even the rebound as well. I don't think you need to address the Arc Warden. I think you need to make sure you get a hero that can have a good lane versus the Void and the Undying, and not be playing from behind, because they do have a lot of difficulties on Polaris on being able to, I think, start fights early on.
I still need someone to go in first. Like, who is that going to be? Can you... I'm just thinking of all these strength heroes, but you don't really want that against an Undying. Agi heroes, Pango was the top of the board for mine. Maybe a Nature's Prophet, potentially, just to be able to stay away from these heroes a little bit. Go for the rat plays. Razor doesn't feel great. Maybe Avenge?
Oh, that's not bad actually. I really don't hate that call. I think they are very greedy if they go Venge, but I don't hate on what it could do in the game. Is it Marcy 3?
Marcy off lane? Seems that way. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So what are you thinking now? Because you felt like Polaris were having some difficulties with being able to kind of start fights. Is it a little bit different now with the Marcy being played as a 3 instead of a support?
No, not really, to be honest. I mean, to me, this is the exact same situation as last game, where you've just got so much emphasis on Force needing to have a good start to the game. I feel like it'll be a bit easier unless they go for some kind of lane swap here on T1, because it's probably going to be the Undying into the Skywrath Mage, which of course Undying doesn't really like, especially if it's a support. But I suppose even if you go like Beastmaster +1, you're going to have the Wild Axes that I think he's going to need into that lane as well. So I don't know. We'll see how they end up making these lanes work, but I just think that if you shut down Force, they're going to have a hard time. What are we chuckling about?
I just remembering as soon as we went to break, I said, dude, I didn't expect to be casting an Arc Warden today. And now I got two, and it's just funny because I think of Topson as really the Arc Warden player. Like, again, seen him pioneer a lot of Arc Warden builds. So he's like, Natsumi, you tried the Arc Warden. I'll show you how it's done. Let me teach you a thing or two with the Arc Warden.
Well, at least we get our wish with a conventional carry for Ana playing the Faceless Void coming through here in this game. I mean, as if we needed more reasons for people to be spamming this hero in pubs. It is absolutely busted right now, all stages of the game. Are there any heroes that we haven't seen from Ana that you were really hoping to get? Obviously, people are going to say PL, Spectre, Ember Spirit, but they're not really super strong in the meta right now. So anything that you're kind of wanting to see Ana bring out?
Not really. I'm happy we get to see one in general that him and Topson are in Southeast Asia. I never had the opportunity to before the recent major one cast Ana, and also I never had the opportunity to cast Topson back when he was on OG and in Europe. So just enjoying getting to see what crazy shenanigans they have in store and what carries they pull out, like you mentioned with the unconventional stuff. So I'm happy with the stuff we're getting.
Yeah, me too. It does seem like, just with the all chat there, it's a little bit more positive vibes because both teams know that they're locked in for at least last chance qualifiers. Polaris in particular. Like we were mentioning during the RSG against Polaris cast yesterday, they've been so close so many times that even just the chance to be able to compete on LAN, they could surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a very, very strong team that I think have a draft that can take it in this game. It's not going to be easy. I don't particularly see either side having a draft advantage. What are your thoughts on it, though?
I would say T1, if only for the fact that I'm really seeing issues of who starts fights and who wants to actually be pushing towers outside of this Lina early on, right? At least you've got the Beastmaster to be able to do that for Cuckoo. You can see he's already leveled up the Wild Axes. He knows what he's going to be going up against with Natsumi leveling up that mirror image, obviously. But you've got the potential to push. Of course, Arc Warden we saw last game, even when you're massively behind, it always is a potential factor. No one's going to die at these bounties. Just a little bit of a skirmish coming through. But yeah, I'm feeling a little bit more confident into that. And I mean, if it does get to the super late game, of course, Arc Warden, super capable of scaling. And you've even got Dark Willow, who, we were mentioning that they needed a few more heroes that are able to pump damage inside of that Chronosphere. Well, Willow can definitely be one if she's able to get into the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts about this here? Because I was very surprised that we hadn't seen a lot of Dark Willow. I think Tiger at the Arlington Major showcased how strong this hero could be, and we saw it a little bit as well over at ESL. So what are your thoughts on the hero?
So I'm not going to give my thoughts. I'm going to give the thoughts of Trent, someone that I respect their opinion quite a lot. In just that, sorry, there's a little bit of action going down on this bottom side. I feel like if Willow had been in the game as long as someone like Earthshaker had, people would be picking him a lot more. And it's just the fact that people have been playing Shaker for like 15 years, whereas Dark Willow, it's been more like, 3 to 5. So you don't have that same level of familiarity, and it's not just quite so easy to say, oh, this is a Dark Willow game, So I think it's just a little bit of that, just some favoritism and maybe even some nostalgia coming in of being able to make these big plays. But I agree with Trent. I think Willow is kind of a busted hero.
Yeah, I do think maybe some issues with in 7.32, even though I think some of the changes to the the abilities were really nice, just like value of life changes. I think maybe the levels is what could potentially impact her, because she is one of the supports that
She needs that level
really
12.
needs to get levels. And exactly right, you need that level 12.
Just such a big damage increase from the Bedlam from 70 to 120 if you get into that. And then even a Wyvern, you know, with the Cold Embrace, you're basically just resigning yourself to death. So Zephyr might be looking to find as many one-on-ones as possible, as he's just doing his best to bully AU in the lane right now.
Like we were mentioning though, we saw the Arc Warden previously played in the carry role. This time it's going to be played in the mid lane. You were mentioning the draft that there's not a lot of heroes that can lane well against the Lina. Do we feel like Thompson at least is going to be able to find his farm in this matchup?
It's fine enough, like, especially now that you've got the Spark Wraith up to level 3, you know, 180 damage, you're always going to be able to secure the reliable last hits onto the range creeps. So that makes it fine enough. That's oftentimes one of the bigger issues with going up against the Lina, is that she just harasses you out very easily, as we see just then. Top side looks like it's being relatively fine, although we got a little bit of pulling happening here with Force just trying to get some of those early levels. Again, it's so important for him to have that solid start to this game. He's going into the Armlet just to give a little bit more of that scaling potential and even just the tankiness to be able to jump in and out of these team fights. But if he's not getting kills and if he's not starting fights, who is?
Do we feel like there's going to be a stage in this top lane where Polaris can play aggressive instead of just looking to continue to cut the wave? Because we were mentioning like this Skyth Mage is a very good lane matchup versus the Undying, but the Undying also counters out the Marcy very well. So do we feel like Polaris will ever have a stage where they can kind of play the normal lane?
I think they can, and it probably needs to be on Ana, to be honest. But they need to get a few more right clicks in onto Ana. I feel like they've just been a little bit too passive about that in the laning stage. He's still got 3 tangos to play around, and Force never wants to go forward and try and trade with him. It's going to need to be Xavius doing that. But even just like Ana's positioning in the lane, he's making sure to stay on more on the left-hand side of the lane, just as far away from the Skywrath Mage as possible, so that if he tries to go for some of these right clicks, the creeps are going to aggro. He gets it right that time, but with all this attention being brought through, Whitemon's able to get a creep pull off. So the lane just continuing to go well for T1.
This is something we've seen multiple times from T1's games, and I guess a recent example of that was the previous game. They tend to win a lot of their lane matchups, and not just a couple of lanes, but often it's a lot of their lanes, and you know, sometimes even all 3 as well. So at least this time for Polaris to see bottom lane, Natsumi's getting his farm, Lelouch is well expected, top of the last hits on the laner.
Yeah, it is to be expected. I mean, they just want to have 1 point in the Call of the Wild on Cuckoo. Is this going to be a first blood coming through here? Ooh, run away. Is he going to deny himself, maybe? Out of regen on Zephyr. Might even go for the TP, and it looks like he'll be able to land it. Oof. But now does this set up for a potential kill onto Cuckoo? I mean, you aren't holding on to a point of the ensnare, so I was thinking maybe they could look to play around that if with the double slows coming through from the Wyvern. Should be able to get another pull off on AU, and maybe once he hits level 3, they'll try and go for a kill.
Top lane, Undying's in some trouble. Force with the drag back thanks to the dispose, but as soon as Ana shows up, Polaris have to be hesitant. Great use of that time dilation. Just leveled up from Ana, and you see straight away Polaris like, all right, we can't continue on playing aggressively.
Yeah, nice pull on this bottom side by AU. I think this is a triple stack of the small camp, so really pulling the lane back, forcing a few more potentials to be able to go for kills onto the Beastmaster. You've got the potential for it, and you can see this time around Natsumi, he holds on to the point of the ensnare, and he's actually going to go for it right now.
Cuckoo's in some trouble. He's got a Fairy Fire and some stick charges, but that won't be enough to keep him alive.
Won't it?
No way. All right, Will, Cuckoo, okay. Was not expecting that. Thought Natsumi was going to be able to keep up with his real Naga style, but not the case. Cuckoo survives, but doesn't have the greatest resource pool, so might be forced all the way back to base.
He's got the Helm of Iron Will, at least, for some of that regen coming through.
River up top, Lelouch
Okay.
has enough mana for the Laguna Blade. Whitemon's going to at least be able to get the Tombstone out before he dies. At Whitemon, they don't even get the kill on the Undying in a T1. They can move towards Lelouch at the mouth of the pit as Thompson finds first blood on the Arc Warden.
AU's able to get the Tombstone bounty, but this is exactly what you want on T1. Obviously, the first blood on the mid laner that serves to dominate the lane, but it's taking a lot of attention away from Cuckoo, who is able to get this lane pull off because you don't have the Raz of multiple heroes coming in onto you. He's up to level 5 now. He can really look to start pumping in a little bit more pressure around the map.
Might look to get some aggressive on Ana top lane. Ana play with the spell casting. Ana though is... Dude, this time dilation. What an ability. Oh my lord.
And I mean, they're playing for the late game this time around on T1. Look at Ana. He's going into the Midas super early on. He feels like the lane's gone well enough. You obviously want to have something that's able to farm up, considering Naga, Lina, they're pretty good at choking out a lot of the areas of the map that you're capable of farming, just with the illusions and the speed that you're able to push these lanes out. So Midas feels like the ideal item.
Look at this. Thompson and Zephyr combined together onto AU they go. With the Observer Ward in the jungle, they're able to scout out the Wyvern's positioning. And both sides have recognized the importance of playing around the mid lane. Thompson, with his early use of the Tempest Double, can really bully out the Lina, who has some difficulties when multiple heroes are on top of her early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have the potential for that, right? The Bramble Mazes have all been on point from Zephyr. You've got the Hawk providing a lot of that vision to be able to scout out the Lina in addition to the wards that you were talking about before, and of course, Chronosphere as well.
You were just mentioning as well about the scaling potential in T1 in the late game. Do you feel like Polaris can't match that with the heroes they have? Because I feel like they have a really strong late game on Polaris as well.
I feel like they do have a strong late game, don't get me wrong, but again, you're against an Arc Warden who has the potential of being 10-slotted. You've got a Faceless Void who's going into a Midas, and you've got a Dark Willow, who in my opinion is one of the best scaling position 4s in the game, just through right-click potential. I mean, against a lot of high armor, like on the Naga Siren, against Lina, you're going to be able to outscale her. Cold Embrace is going to be useless. You've got a Chronosphere that you could just use to pump damage in.
Then it's going to come down to the importance of Polaris being able to get on top of the Arc Warden, because I do think they have answers in the Chrono, at least against the Void's damage, but it's going to be the question of the magic damage. And well, speaking about the Arc Warden, Thompson getting very aggressive this game, making early maneuvers with Zephyr into the jungle. Lelouch has a Fairy Fire also to play with, but another round of the Spark Wraith will connect. They're doing an incredible job to slow down the Lina's game.
Yeah, and this is the power of the vision again. Not even from a Hawk this time. Just a decently obvious Observer Ward there, placed down by Zephyr previously. Completely scouting out the movement of this Lina. Been bullied out of the lane, and now you've even got well, I was about to say a little bit of danger of the mid tower being under siege, but Natsumi, he's the one person that's having an exceptional game right now. I mean, he's just having the time of his life, farming up a lot of these early items, going into the Manta style. They want to try and rat out this map as much as possible, because for all that they're good at, Undying, Willow as supports, not the greatest at being able to push out some of these side lanes. Even the Faceless Void to some extent, at least until he's got the Maelstrom.
It does feel like it's going to be very similar here for Polaris, where it just comes down to their pickup potential. We might see that be the case as top lane force, but look at the bait. Ana, they were already in the tree line. He gets the double Chrono. Now Tempest Double will join the party. They'll target down the Sky's Mage first, and now they can look to avoid force. However, he's able to bring down Ana before they secure the kill. Some incredible armor toggles from force. He'll do it again. The Marcia will reign supreme throughout the skirmish. Beautifully done from Force. Some individual brilliance, and that's what they need to net them apart from the lads on T1.
Now, I thought he was about to die to those to that creep wave between an armlet toggle after that all, but no, fantastic play coming through from him. It was a great bait as well coming through from Ana. But yeah, clearly just not valuing the armlet build. It's not super traditional on the Marcy these days. A lot of them look to try and itemize into that super early BKB. Doesn't even have boost, right? Just on the rebound.
What is this?
He's man fighting.
Zephyr's got 6, so there is kill potential. Ramble, not gonna connect. Also, if he gets another armlet toggle off, he might be okay. They're gonna go into the tower though. With the Bedlam damage and the Arc Warden, they will not get the kill. Ooh, careful there, sir.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lelouch was about to say he's coming top to potentially look to defend against this push. I don't think you're going to put the highest priority on this tower, right? Like, sure, you're playing on Radiant. You want to make sure that you can have better access to that Roche pit. And of course, that tower provides a lot of safety to be able to keep the high ground warded. But no one really needs to be taking this jungle. Of course, Naga Siren can, but it's just even more effective at shoving out some of these more dangerous lanes, and well, Natsumi knows that best. So I don't think they're going to be looking to make too much of a defense happen up top.
It's nice that we do see Natsumi into the jungle early and giving the space over to AU, because he already has the level 6, and like I know you're the Winter Wyvern specialty, so what are we expecting out of him in a game like this? Like, what is kind of the item build that we might see from AU to really put some impact into game 2?
I mean, I normally build Wyvern the exact same way every single game because I'm a degenerate, but I think this is the game where you need a Blink Dagger. You know, again, like I was saying before, as long as the Naga and the Wyvern aren't both caught inside the same Chronosphere, I think you're going to be fine. Speaking of Wyvern and potentially getting caught here, gets roared up and some solo experience being given over to Cuckoo. That's a really big deal. You need to make sure that you're getting that Helm of the Overlord available as quickly as possible.
As soon as Waimon drops the Tombstone down, Natsumi's going to have to back up.
But yeah, you just got to go the Blink Dagger so that A, you're able to get those defensive saves off, but more importantly, there will be times, occasionally, where Cuckoo, as great of a player as he is...
Force is going to be in some trouble top, I think.
Radiant's
They TP'd him one, and
bottom tower is
Zephyr's
under attack.
under cover of the Invis. He does have the lead, so the Sky behind her at the moment might be able to get a rebound target to back to safety, but the chain control is perfect from T1 along with the damage. This will open up bottom now, as Cuckoo's also going to be in some trouble. Oh no, they missed the stun though. He will not have the opportunity to be able to TP out. The curse can always stop that. Oh my lord. Let's see if he goes for a TP out. I think they'll still have the damage to get the kill afterwards. And it looks like they will. Cuckoo's not even going to make the attempt. They might lose AU. Cold Embrace will buy him some time. But in the end, at least they get the tier 1 tower here for Cuckoo.
Do indeed. He's just creating a lot of space out on the map. What I was saying before is you've got the potential of that curse once the Helm of the Overlord's available, so that's just another added benefit of going into a Blink Dagger style on this Winter Wyvern this game. Looks like he might just be going into the Tranquils first, so it's just for some ability to stay out on the map. Of course, that is very important whenever you're going up against this roaming sort of lineup where you need to be able to respond consistently. So a lot of the time,
look at the positioning from the T1 supports. Oh, they're going to pounce up. They know exactly where they are, ready to take the fight, as Natsumi's going to come from the right side as well, blocking out the escape avenue for the Undying. But at least Zephyr will survive with the TP. So that's 4 heroes on Polaris forced to this area of the map. At least they'll get the Tombstone kill as well, so a little bit of extra
Dire's
gold.
top tower is under attack.
specifically because it's for Force as well, right? Like I mentioned before, he needs to be your initiator. He needs to make sure that he's got the best game imaginable. Don't know if they're going to be rotating anyone top because they see that both Force and Xavius are playing around this area. But no Mystic Flare to play around might lead them to think that they could go for a defense, and well, that seems to be the case. As triple smoke coming through here from T1, Cuckoo. It's the art of the bait, right? Just putting yourselves in this super vulnerable position that isn't exactly so.
And look at the vision they have on T1. The Hawk and the lane scouts them out. Xavier's going to go on the tree line, Force down to the south, and the TP from AU. They want to fight, but T1, they brought the numbers to the skirmish. A Bramble will hold back AU for the moment. A Curse going to be able to cover the retreat. Do they consider about going back in on Polaris? Instead, it's going to be the Arc Warden that gets the kill. And they won't even have to commit to try and help out. Now Natsumi with the song. Can it catch up to Cuckoo? Now with the bonus movement speed, he will be able to close the distance, and Lelouch can fall with the LSA as well. Cuckoo attempts to try and disrupt this with the roar, but it's not going to be there fast enough, as Polaris, beautifully done. They bring the numbers to take the skirmish. They find a 2-for-1 trade and can now look to take the tier 1 tower.
So much value being given over to Force, and I love it. This is exactly what they needed to do. Natsumi with his Naga Siren, as well as Lelouch. What are we chuckling at now?
Just the fact that there's a sentry blocking the small camp down bottom and an observer ward as well from Raider. They're like, dude, Ana screw and dude, look at the jungle. Ana can't farm anything. They blocked out the hard camp of the triangle. The ancients are blocked as well. He'll kill it one more time, but Flyers just want to slow them down.
You want to try and scale into the late game, they're not going to let them in mid lane. He's actually getting jumped on here. 100-0 just from that combo. Force 5, 1, and 0. That individual play in the laning stage really setting him up for more and more greatness as we get on.
And that kill is all set up because they blocked the camps. Because Ana can't farm in the jungle, he has to show in the lane, maybe taking away the farm from a support who'll take that aggressive farm or tops into the Tempest double. So that they get that kill solely thanks to all the camps being blocked. That a really awesome play from Polaris. And now this net worth lead is growing, man. Like Natsumi, this is the thing about the Naga Siren. You can farm so many camps at once. Force is 5-1 and 0. He's got in a couple Tombstone kills. You always saw the plays up top where he got some kills as well. And this is what you need on the Marcy. Like you can really struggle with keeping up, but if you get kills, you're going to have a fine time to be able to scale.
Oh, I mean, they could see Ana. He just TP'd back bottom again. He wants to use the Midas, but it might be his undoing.
Oh, Mystic Flare is going to be up shortly as well for the extra burst, but they're instantly TPing down. They need to keep Ana alive, and they will.
Dire's top tower.
The misstep from Polaris at the start. Not going to be able to net them another kill. Finally, they'll D-ward. They've got a lane ward, though. Might catch T1 off guard. They still see Ana.
I don't know. Feels like there's a lot of T1 reinforcements here. Although...
They're going to jump in. Straight towards Ana they go with the Mystic Flare. Thought they wouldn't even need it. Force has got too much damage out of the Unleash. Now they're going to chase down more. As AU, no messing around. A curse for Whitemon. A Laguna Blade as well for good measure. Why not drop a couple of ultimates just to do the mental damage?
Realizing that they don't really need the Naga Siren. He's just doing a good enough job of pushing out these other lanes with himself as well as the illusions. The Manta style to be able to just keep spamming out as well into the lanes. No pressure really coming out from this Beastmaster right now, but I suppose they're just looking to play around the Helm of the Overlord as much as they can.
Another pickoff. Thanks to another ward. The Vision game was a big reason why Polaris were able to take down RSG yesterday. And this game too has been no different. Another reason, and even against the Beastmaster, who often has the Vision advantage. But I do want to mention the fact that we haven't spoken about Topson for a little bit of time. Like, he was getting very active early on once he had the level 6 and the rotations out from Zephyr. But Topson's been back just casually farming up the jungle, working towards this Mjolnir. What are we expecting out of him, though, in this game, maybe compared to Natsumi in the previous game? We're already seeing a difference in the item build, going the Mjolnir instead of the Glimmer Cape. But when does he feel like he could maybe start to show up to some of these early skirmishes?
I think the Mjolnir is a little bit more important, where he even doesn't want to turn up to these team fights because you're dealing with a Naga Siren. Naga wants to be pushing out lanes with the illusions. And, I mean, you could kind of do the same with the Tempest double, but you want to be able to, like, leave something in the lane, like the Mjolnir active onto one of these creeps from the Tempest double so that it's a lot easier. That's a little bit deep.
A little bit deep is definitely an understatement. I don't particularly know how he, how he got there. That's a straight
Maybe
that they...
That might have been a bait from Ana. Just putting himself out there. He's kind of low. They haven't actually used the Mystic Flare. Maybe thinking they could get the solo kill. You can see a lot of this movement coming out from T1. Whitemon playing down here alongside Ana, so they're not going to commit too many heroes. They are rushing instead. Ooh, tries to go for the solo pickoff, and well, the jump away looks like it won't be effective enough, where he gets caught out with the brambles, but definition of space created, right?
He just given over to Lelouch. Very much struggled early on with multiple heroes on T1 collapsing behind his tower, but he's been able to keep up in his farm, and the Boots of Travel is going to further enable that. And they've dropped the ward down deep in the jungle as well. I believe Topson did scout out AU, so they have a good idea of the Winter Wyvern moving around here. But they need to play with this ward now here for Polaris. You've got the Aegis. You're ready to go with a lot of items as well, so you need to start getting some map control and slowing down the farm that T1 have been finding in their own jungle.
The thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is that Marcy's still not the greatest. She's better now than she used to be, but she's still not the greatest at pushing out these waves. So I kind of want to see Cuckoo playing a little bit more around the bottom side with that Helm of the Overlord creep and forcing a little bit more pressure down away from their own objectives. I mean, Lelouch is just free hitting into a tier 2 tower at the moment, and I mean, Topson's going to respond with his Tempest double, but it really doesn't feel like they're all that scared of being able to take this fight with the Aegis and all the boys nearby. Can't be just walking away from your high ground vision either, right? AU, that Observer ward. Cuckoo's walking underneath it right now. They've got supports coming through to look to try and D-ward, which they will.
Natsumi, he might just actually charge in the middle with the song. Probably not expecting Topson
top
Hang on.
tower is under attack.
What just happened? Topson got killed in the lane, and now they don't have the real Arc Warden for the team fight if Natsumi wants to catch up with the song. He's gonna
Or the
push
bubble.
back tier 1, and that'll just be able to open up the tier 2 tower now.
Dire's top tower is
I honestly don't know what happened with Topson. I was looking up top. Maybe Topson was too. This is what we're talking about, though. Just put Topson a little bit more out of his comfort zone. I know he's a very capable Arc Warden player, but it isn't what they've had the most success on. You know, the Morphling spam, just get rid of it. Force him to go for something a little bit different that he hasn't had the time to adapt to over these past few days.
Now, I'm really intrigued when Natsumi's going to consider the Scepter. I think it's an incredible item, and from what I've heard as well, can also hold that thought mid lane, Topson.
Oh.
Oh, they're just baiting. Look at the turnaround from Zephyr. A Terrorize onto 2. The Curse Crown as well for good measure. Natsumi considering with the ultimate, but he doesn't get it off. He pump faked the song, and Ana's going to be in with the Chronosphere. The bash is into the Brawlers. The tank control is ever so perfect from T1. So they get the first kill into the second, and now they can look to put some pressure on the map.
Well, I was talking about the Chronosphere's impact with being able to just not get caught with the Naga and the Winter Wyvern at the exact same time. Wasn't even the Chrono that time around. It was Zephyr being able to land such an amazing Bramble Maze into the Terrorize after fantastic bait coming through from Topson. You could tell what they were looking to try and do with the Winter Wyvern, going for the Winter's Curse, trying to get that chain kill onto Topson, but without that Blink Dagger going into the Aghanim Shard instead, he just doesn't have the capability to gap close.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now they just go right back out of the map. Not the longest respawns. You still have Aegis for another minute 40. They're going to try and consider outbeating onto the T2 tower. Arc Warden does make it very, very difficult, though.
Lane's just getting shoved in. Ana playing around the bottom side of the map, wanting to make sure that he can direct a lot more of that attention away from the main objectives that they're trying to get with this this Aegis. Very, very easy for them to shove out a lot of these waves with the Wyvern, with the Lina, with the Naga Siren, of course.
Dire's
So,
middle
there we
tower
go. Second
has
tier 2
fallen.
tower going down. I think they'd be happy enough just taking away all of these different outer towers on Polaris with this first Aegis. Still about a minute left on it. That's about the same time that you've got for the Chronosphere. TP coming in from Topson, just doing his best to shove the lane. I wonder if Ana might go for a bit of a lane cut here, or if he's just going to go for the next one. Have someone else shove out the lane, and then when they're least expecting it, they're spending a lot of time down bottom, which the real Topson is using to get that next key item. Actually don't completely get rid of the creep wave, though. Backdoor protection, not quite there, but illusions aren't going to be for much longer either, so it is still a bunch of wasted time as Ana dancing off into the trees will eventually get back into this this lane. That's the sign of a good carry, right? Making sure that you're not revealing on the map for as long as possible, and he likes to play on Dire, bottom right-hand side of the map, on Radiant, top left-hand side of the map, right as far into the trees as he can. It's the Ana spot.
Who called it the Ana spot?
Sebastian Debs.
You see with how Ana's been able to stay out, he's got the level 15 now. Going to be working into the Lincoln Sphere as the next item. But Polaris, with this Aegis advantage, taking a lot of map control and increased the lead ever so minorly. Up to 7,000 now, but these 2 tier 2 towers have been claimed. And throughout that time, we've seen Force. He's been able to complete a Basher. You've got Lina. I think Shadowblade was the most recent item for the Lina. So they're getting a lot of items on Polaris. But again, Dire, they are still somewhat finding their farm as well.
Now, will we finally have, once this Aghanim Scepter is purchased on the Naga Siren, the real in being used? Because it's so trash, man.
Bottom tower
Okay,
is under attack.
from what I heard,
Dire's top tower
it's actually
is
not
under
bad
attack.
versus the Faceless Void. It can actually answer him inside the Chrono. You've got a really long cast range. I heard it in one game. I think I'll hold that. Lelouch down bottom might be able to solo kill Zephyr. Nice read.
Might be getting chronoed as well, though.
Be cautious, but instantly used to the haste, and he's just going to look to dash on out. So Mike and John, I believe, were casting one of the earlier qualified games, and they had a Naga Void, and I was only listening to the game, and I believe I heard them say that the Naga reel-in is quite nice for the Void in the Chrono. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Because, of course, the Song's a very good answer, but if he's got BKB, then it's a bit different.
To me, though, I feel like they've got the tools to be able to find the better target, you know? Like, he's going to have the Lincoln Sphere soonish, and I feel like that's the time active on T1. He'll also probably be level 18, so half a second longer inside of the Chronosphere, and maybe that's the damage that they need to be able to kill the Naga Siren, right? You pop the BKB, you've got the Lincolns, there's nothing that the Winter Wyvern's going to be able to do against you. They've got nothing else that's going to be piercing that that BKB plus the Lincoln Sphere spell immunity.
Well, it's also another game where we get to see a Beastmaster go into the Ag Shard second. We saw, I believe it was KP yesterday with the early Ag Shard after the Helm of the Overlord. That was a big reason of why they were able to succeed in that game. And we'll see if there's going to be a similar thing here for Cuckoo. Because, I mean, how even this game is, and it feels like a lot of it's going to come down to vision and who gets the jump. And that's where Beastmaster can thrive. So I like this item pick up a lot from Cuckoo.
Wonder who's going to get the Aghanim Shard if Polaris end up taking this second Roche. Like, you've already got it on the Wyvern. Lena's isn't that amazing. Skyrest isn't that amazing. Do you give it to the Naga Siren just so that if someone else is caught in the Chronosphere, you heal him up a little bit more?
Yeah, I think you do. You can consider Lena as well, just because I know you're going this right-click build, but free pathing is... Actually, sorry, never mind, that's Scepter, my bad. Yeah, no, I think you definitely consider about the Naga. Another thing that's very different to the last game is the fact that Polaris have a lot of answers to the split push from the Arc Warden. You see the first item, Aghanim Shard from AU, so he already, the Winter Wyvern is an incredible defender. You've got the Naga Siren that can help push out, the Lena with the Boots of Travel. So it's a very different game where Polaris, they're never really going to have issues with this Arc Warden putting a lot of pressure on the map. So this will come down to T1 just needing to win a 5-on-5 instead of maybe catching Polaris off guard with a numbers disadvantage.
Roche is up, and T1 have, well, I was about to say no idea that it's going on, but Xavier's briefly showed right underneath this Observer Ward. It was for the splittest of seconds, and I just don't think T1 are going to be able to rally together quickly enough to be able to get towards there before they're able to pick it up. So there we go. Aegis, Shard on the deck. Lucia's going to be the one holding on to it for now, but you give it to Natsumi, I think. Surely. Surely. Greedy mids, man.
T1, they're baiting behind the Tempest double at the moment. See Polaris inside the river as well, ready to have a really nice ward to play with. They're just waiting to see who else they can look to jump. The Naga Siren's not the easiest person to bring down.
I really don't think they want to jump, though. They don't want to jump. Like, AU just has the Blink Dagger now. So now that you've got this is the key item that they were waiting for. Now they could look to put the Naga Siren onto the front lines. He gets cursed. Sorry, he gets chronoed. As long as you've got the Cold Embrace, you don't really care. You don't really need to use the Winter's Curse right now to be able to stop any of this, especially as you don't know if Ana's going to have that Lincoln Sphere. He hasn't been revealing on the map for the longest time, and a vast majority of the damage coming through from T1 is still physical.
He's got that level 18 now as well for Ana. So extra level up in the Chronosphere. Titan Sliver to play with him, like you mentioned, almost the Lincolns, but his game's going to get much easier once he completes the Ag Shard.
Thompson, but it's just the double.
Still a lot of gold. 240. Very nice. Still...
It's all about the stalling game for T1. They've got the better high ground defense. They just want to take this game uber late. See if they can make the Faceless Void into the best carry in the game, which he has the capability to do. Of course, I mentioned before the power of the Dark Willow if she's able to get into that Aghanim Scepter for herself.
I really would like to see Polaris consider a gem pretty shortly. With the towers that they've been able to find in Roshan as well, like the supports are relatively farmed. And this is a game where you just need to stall the map out and make it that T1 can't be playing like they are at the moment. Like Arna still is, you know, kind of sitting in the jungle, but at least continuously pushing out bottom. You need to try and have some advantage against the Hawks. And with a game like this, it's just T1 trying to edge out a victory where they get the numbers advantage. And with a gem, it's going to make it very difficult for that to happen. So I'd like to see that be the next item for the supports.
I understand Ana wanting to go for the Aghanim Shard, but his other item that he's got queued up, the Mjolnir, again, it's going to provide that similar sort of asset to what we saw from the Mjolnir on T1 on
Don't show
Thompson,
Anna.
right?
Oh no, Anna showed it. Natsumi instantly with the Song of the Siren, and the TPs are coming out. They've finally caught the pesky bug that has been a nuisance in their side. AU needs the vision, and they'll find it. They were waiting with the curse, anticipating was going to try and BKB TP out, and they'll stop that in its tracks, and now they can look to put some pressure onto the T2 tower and, more than likely claim all the outer towers.
There's only so much time that you can wait. That's the thing, right? Like, he was literally about 1.5 minutes just sitting in that tree line, but Polaris even more patient. Able to catch him out. Thompson, he's going for the rat play. Might even be trying to kill Xavius here, but Cold Embrace should be able to save him, although...
as well. They're gonna move in. The Bedlam from Zephyr gets the kill, but gonna sacrifice his own life, and it feels like in the end, Polaris, they're happy with that. You get the Tempest double gold, you get the kill onto Zephyr as well, and they might go high ground. They push pretty goddamn fast.
That's for sure. Don't have the Wyvern there, which I feel like is still a really key aspect for them to be able to defend this. And then, of course, there's the power of the Arc Warden. Level 18 now, so full 26 seconds on the Tempest double. I'm sure he's just going to look to try and keep them pushed away as much as he can. Even just getting rid of that, enabling the backdoor protection with the Tempest double. So they'll push him away before the Minute of the Aegis expires. More free gold coming through from Lelouch.
Natsumi gets no joke of damage into the tier 3 tower. Just over 1,000 of the mid lane, so very nicely done from the Naga. They see AU under the Absorb Ward. They are smoked from T1, but it feels like the Wyvern really isn't that ideal pick off for them.
No, but it does mean that if you
fry.
use the Beastmaster Hawk, then you could find a better target, right? And then you're really not as worried about dropping the Chronosphere. So all the while that AU is playing away from the team, they're just like,
Need a
well,
choke point.
can we play?
That's a lot of vision. Arna, they're all grouped up, but the Chrono, it's on to 2. The Wyvern's not going to be nearby to protect him. Force tried to jump in to chuck him out, but he wasn't able to do so. Arna, though, is going to be cautious. A time walk out to the right side. The BKB will hold it back for the moment. The Bashes from Force locks him into place. Arna still has a time walk to play with, but the BKB's expired, so now they can get on top of the Faceless Void and bring him down. And meanwhile, they've lost out Thompson as well. All the Crawls are crumbling on T1. And now they'll finally deal with Whitemon as well in the backline as Polaris. They're just too far ahead. T1, they don't have the answers to them.
And indeed, the legitimate dual core coming through. I suppose T1 have it as well, but in terms of the carry-to-carry matchup, this Naga Siren is just doing so much work. Can't really deal with it with all of these illusions, with a Dark Willow, with an Undying. They're probably going to consider going in onto those tier 4 towers potentially. They had to use a lot of big cooldowns to be able to even attempt that previous fight.
Come here, Black Dragon. Easy 250 gold.
Not the Red Eyes Black Dragon. It's an anime reference if you didn't realize.
Oh, yeah, I got no clue. I just moved past that. You stick around, Cuckoo. Jump in, Force great reactions. He gets the roll, but look at the damage. Oh my lord, this Lina with the MKB completed. Lelouch is just right-clicking them again. Force is on to Thompson. A Hurricane Pipe will get some distance to Polaris. They don't want to dive out of the tower. Maybe the song will buy them some time to reset. Force will have to pop the... Oh, we didn't jump out. It was a bit awkward.
The blink away from the Wyvern meant that it was interrupted. He's still able to get away. That's after a buyback coming through from Cuckoo. So some cooldowns expended, but outpost control obtained. Lanes constantly pushing in. I mean, they're going to use a smoke here, but I wonder if the fact that it's just a Tempest double defending this one is going to reveal anything. Even just getting an illusion rune is Natsumi there. Going to try and block things off, keep the lanes shoved in as much as they can. And yep, Thompson, he's going to need to just address this lane a little bit more. Yep, scan being used too.
Look at the illusions. It's almost like a small wall around the triangle. Just protecting Polaris. Waiting for their ultimates to come back. Oh, and now Radiant. The Lucius very far on the front line. Ana's going to be there. Natsumi, he doesn't have the song once again, but the terrorists fall up as well. They might finally be able to kill off the Lina. As Ana secures the first kill, they're even going to look to buy back, but what a curse on the back line. Holding 3 into place. It'll buy them time to now to address the Faceless Void issue. They haven't got it on top of Thompson though. The Arc Warden still playing inside the river, starting to stack up the damage. Lelouch, you gotta be cautious. You just bought back. But a BKB, he can fly himself out to safety, but Thompson doesn't have the same capability as Natsumi locks onto his target. Can now try and get the ensnare out onto the TPing out Undying, but will just be a little bit too late. And in the end, Polaris, they do find the victory in the skirmish, but it does come at the cost of the Lina buyback.
They know exactly where Cuckoo is as well. He's revealing on this bottom side. He walked underneath that observer, but they don't care about no stinking Beastmaster. They just want to go in onto that tier 3 tower. Have to be a little bit careful about ensuring that there's creeps to be able to assist with this push. So yeah, the buyback being expended, they're just going to back off without, I was about to say without too much gained, but I think you're very happy to get a Thompson buyback out at T1.
And into Roche they go now. Die with the ward on the high ground. We'll scout this out, but there's just no way they're going to be able to defend it. So third Roche, given over to Polaris, Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard. It's like the Aegis once again to Lelouch. And Natsumi is going to hold the Refresher Shard.
Either him or Wyvern. Both of them are very valid carriers, I would say.
Yeah, Aegis. Give over to the Wyvern. That's cool. Smoke up. Potential last fight here. 30,000 net worth lead for Polaris. Again, they know that Thompson bought back price, so if they get the kill into the Arc Warden, potentially game over.
You just gotta kill Wyvern.
Smoke's gonna pop. They know Ana's there. No hesitation. Natsumi's not gonna mess around. As soon as the smoke pops, we'll just chuck out the song, and Ana is completely surrounded. A BKB, a hope and a prayer, but Force with the Abyssal Blade will stop the escape instantly. And he too does not have a buyback, so Polaris, they can walk it down.
They didn't even begin to attempt to try and save him. It was just, sorry guys, I'm dead. I tried to keep this lane pushed out, delay it for just that little bit further, but feels like T1, it's too much. They're down a core. 6 lives essentially running at them with the leader.
They're going to try and blow up the first life without committing too heavily. Look at the jump in from Force, so straight on Thompson's location. They kill the Arc Warden, it's game. And Thompson's down. That's a dieback. And now Force is going on for more. What a incredible Marcy performance coming through from the offlaner and Polaris. I've been incredibly impressed with how he's been able to start these fights time and time again for the boys on Radiant. And it looks like we will be getting a game 3 out of this series.
I mentioned that he would just need to do a little bit too much to be able to pull it off for them. And I mean, he has delivered in spades. They're going to try for this last defense coming through. Terrorize keeps getting pump back. They want to try and wait for Ana to be respawning. Maybe now they need to use that Terrorize. Gives them a little bit of time. They just feel like they're going to be lacking the damage still, though. Curse again.
Oh, that beautiful curse to close this one out as Polaris taking game 2. I am incredibly impressed. I said it towards the end, but I felt like Force was a big reason of why they were able to take this game. You know, if he wasn't able to make those cute individual plays underneath the tier 1 tower up top, he'd never have as good of a game as what we saw out of him. 12, 3, and 5. And also just in the team fights as well. He was able to get on top of Thompson. He solo killed Thompson occasionally as well throughout that game, throughout some of the lanes. So Force was a big reason of why they were able to take this game 2.
Yes, Force, I mean, I'm hesitant to give him the MVP just because of how excellent Natsumi played as well. Like, the farm on this man was insane. Great usage of the Song of the Siren every single time. Itemized to perfection. It just really wasn't anything to fault coming out of that Nagasari gameplay, from the pick to the laning stage, to the team fights, to the farming patterns. Everything was on point, but I don't think you win that game without the Marcy going in first, finding those key pickoffs, getting double kills solo in lane, which you really shouldn't be able to do. So I guess we'll give it to Force because I said before, he is the key linchpin. That's why they put so much focus onto shutting down the Axe in game number 1. We saw what result that had for T1. This time around, Force got off the chain and he was able to bring it home for Polaris.
That exactly he did, and we'll see what the difference is going to be in the third and final game here of the lower bracket finals. Polaris feels like the recipe there for them, at least in this series, is ban out the Morphling. They can deal with the Undying. At least in this game, it was in a position 5 role and some different heroes were played. I also hope we stay away from the Arc Warden for the last game. Let's just make it a game where we don't have to worry about that and the Tempest double shenanigans, but at least in this one, we're going to be going the distance here with the lower bracket finals. We are tied 1-1. Only one team will move on to face Talon in the grand finals. Who will it be? We'll find out after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
One game stands in the way for one of these teams to move over and face Talon in the grand finals. It'd be a rematch for one of these teams as well. Polaris and Talon, well, both had some difficulties. Sorry, Polaris and T1 both had some difficulties in the upper bracket versus Talon. So the rematch that we're all looking for, but we still need to see how our game 3 shapes up. Then a little bit different here as well. So far for T1 through the entire qualifiers, they've had first pick in every game but one. This time it's going to be a little bit different here versus Polaris. So what can we expect out of game 3's draft?
Yeah, I'm keen to see how T1 actually look to ban around this, right? Because that, I think, is the key to beating T1. You got to take them out of their comfort zone. We saw it in the game that we just saw, with them getting rid of the Enigma and getting rid of the Morphling. I feel like that goes a long way towards that sort of goal. And if they're just going this first pick every single chance that they can get, then take it away from them. Force them to adapt. Force them to do something else, because this isn't a team that's been together for quite so long. Sure, you've got the connection from Cuckoo, Zephyr, and Whitemon, and then you've got the connection between Ana and Topson. But let's be real, Ana and Topson played together like 3 years ago. You know, the constant cohesion in a pro team is not there. So I feel like if you take away their plan A, and their plan B just becomes a lot more exploitable. They're going to make more mistakes.
Yeah, and I think in this draft, there now does really have an opening for Polaris to 8th pick the Morphling. It's something that I've mentioned multiple times that I think is a possibility, because of T1, we've seen every time they're picking Topson's Morphling at the 8th. Now it could be different. Natsumi has a incredible Morphling. We saw it yesterday in their series versus RSG. He's very, very comfortable in it. You can then protect it with 3 bands. I think there is definitely going to be a consideration here for Polaris if they want to leave the Morphling in the pool and pick it up for themselves at the 8th. Because if they don't, if T1 pick it up at 6 and 7, then they will have an answer pick. And we're going to see it could make it very difficult for Topson to play it into like a big counter in the first phase.
Absolutely. I'm keen to see what they're able to do. I mean, also, having that first pick also just provides you the potential to pick up, again, one of these busted heroes. We've just seen what Force is able to do when he's able to play the Marcy. So what's going to be let through? Is it going to be the Enigma? Is it going to be the Undying? Is it going to be the Death Prophet? Who knows? There's plenty of options available. Again, I still don't think we've really seen a team go with the let's ban nothing influential and just leave everything out in the open and then see if you can pick up 2 of those busted heroes.
So let's see what the change is going to be in the bans as well for T1. It's been the Chen plus Batrider for the entirety of the series so far. And regardless if you leave one of them through. Okay, so Polaris get rid of the Morphling. I'm fine with that as well. We saw them have success with it in game 1. So now there's potential for them to go like Marcy / Undying as their first pick, or Chen or Batrider is going to get let through as well.
Yeah, Bat is at the top of my list right now. Lelouch is a great Bat Rider player. You can even afford to pick it at the first pick. Like, there aren't
10
too
seconds
many
remaining.
heroes that are going to look to be able to beat it in lane. You could co-op against it. You could
5
even, like,
seconds
Lina to a
remaining.
lesser extent, Storm, I guess. But just the impact and the damage that you're able to output, it is, again, in my opinion, a top 5 hero right now. I've mentioned my top 3 in the past, but I think it's still top 5.
Dude, how's Lelouch sitting like that? What?
Man's got some flexibility, that's for sure.
I'm so intrigued on how he can sit like that. I really like one leg under, like I'm kind of sitting cross-legged, but not over the top, one leg
10
under when I'm
seconds
sitting down. I don't know how the hell he can do that. That doesn't look particularly
5
comfortable.
seconds remaining.
It's the yoga pose, right? The lotus pose, I think is what that one's called. I don't know, man. I'm
T1's
actually
turn to
banning out
pick.
the Lina themselves. Okay, they're going to go back into the Marcy, but maybe this means that you pick up the Bat Rider for yourselves, right? Lina could just keep those lanes shoved in and makes the life a lot harder for you. I suppose Lelouch played a great Lina in that game as well, and Thompson just wants to feel like he is the true win condition. Ana,
10
again, we saw him put
seconds.
onto a much more
Turn to pick.
conventional carry, and he wasn't able to truly have success with it. Earthshake could come through, and yep, there we go. There's that Bat Rider. That's what I'm wanting to see. Although, it's really been Cuckoo Bat Rider most of the time, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm not
Radiant
sure.
team back.
I imagine Thompson's practicing this hero because the Bat Rider is incredibly busted at the moment. So I have to imagine he's got the capability to be able to play it mid. And well, that's another hero that gets let through the pool map. They get the Enigma in the 8th pick. We were mentioning it multiple times so far through this series. The Force Enigma is something that is very, very scary. And now they can protect it.
Radiant team
Rissaback's
back.
gone. What else do you need to be considering here for Polaris?
I mean, all the way going back to the original Valve Majors back in 2016, you got to get rid of the Ana Alchemist. It's something that he's very comfortable on. So I feel like that's going to be a high priority. Even just the Slark being banned out leads you to think that, right? Just one of those
10
heroes that
seconds
very
remaining.
tanky, just means you've got a lot of those Essence Shift stacks to be able to pick up. That's definitely what they're leaning towards right now. But they're looking not necessarily just for the lane. Of course, the Winter Wyvern decent enough in the lane, but of course that Winter's Curse as a way to be able to disrupt as well. I like that ban too. But yeah, I'd get rid of the Alchemist right now.
Also, just in regards to T1's draft, these two heroes are very different than what we've seen prior. Like, this has been a lineup that hasn't put a whole lot of emphasis on team fights or stuns, and they've already really covered that with the Earthshaker and the Bat Rider. So we will definitely have a bit of a different look at T1 in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm still just weighing up like how exactly these lanes are going to go. Are they going to look to try and make any switch-ups happen? Bat Rider into the Enigma isn't that great, so I highly doubt that's going to be the case. And of course, Shaker, in my opinion, a terrible laner. Enigma, one of the best out there, so probably not. I'm just thinking as well, like, how are you actually going to address this Enigma once he's got the BKB available? Like, this is a game where you can look to go into that BKB black hole.
Bat Rider can address it.
I guess.
It is it's
You get the
Octarine
Aether
builder.
Lens.
Yeah, exactly. So you will have ways to be able to deal with the Enigma as the game goes later. So maybe you don't have to particularly worry about that too much. Interesting. Omni Knight's going to get picked up. So what do we make of the Omni Knight pick? There's not the crazy amount to be able to dispel at the moment.
No, and it's very passive. That is the biggest thing that I'm looking at, right? Of course, Bat Rider is an active hero, but Shaker and Omni Knight are
10
not.
seconds
So unless they
remaining.
want to go something like, I don't know, maybe a Terrorblade for the lane, maybe
5
again
seconds
just that
remaining.
Alchemist and put it onto Ana to be able to carry this game for them. I mean, Omni Knight is very strong. You are probably going to have the Malphus onto you at some stage. You're going to have the slow coming through from the Dispose as well, so just get the Heavenly Grace off. Some pure damage as well against the Eidolons can be quite nice if you just put a few points into the Purification. Even just
You
the Guardian
now-
Angel, right, from the Black Hole, helps a little.
Do we have to be considering like a Nullify builder on Polaris, or is there some hero that could have a Dispel to kind of deal with the Omni Knight?
Trying to think of who. Can you Doom this game? You just look to go the Purge creep? Probably not. Who would even play it? I guess Natsumi is capable. He's done it in the past. But, I mean, it's... Is it a... Slark's band, okay. Who else we got? Not really many other ones out there, are there, that are still available? I guess the Invoker?
I'm concerned
against
on
the
the
bat.
matchup into the bat. Yeah, that's my concern. And I think T1 with the Earthshaker +1 can dive the tower.
T1's turn to
So they'll
There's
go,
one.
okay. And that's a pretty nice saving support versus the Bat Rider. And they'll also pick the Pangler as well. This is a Lelouch specialty. A big reason of why they got off to such a hot start in 2-2, almost making it to the Stockholm Major off the back of Lelouch's Pangler. He plays this incredibly well.
Yeah, I'm really going to be looking to see the Pango making that rotation towards the Enigma's lane up top around that timing that he gets the Rolling Thunder. You know, if you can maybe level 7, just so Enigma's got that level 5, 3 points into the Eidolons, because Omni, Shaker really can't do anything to be able to deal with all of this this damage coming through and the potential for taking that tower.
Can we be considering about a Bloodseeker here for Ana? Or do you want kind of like a strength carry to get effectiveness out of the Heavenly Grace on the Omni Knight for a lot of the bonus damage?
Still kind of want the Alk, man. I think it'd be pretty decent.
Oh, yeah, it's still in
Although
the
with the
pool.
Shadow Demon, it kind of dissuades that, because, you know, if you're going into the Radiance, I guess you could just press the hotkey and then the Disruption illusions don't actually have the Radiance buff to them. But I don't know. It still feels strong enough for me. It's going to be good against the Enigma. It's going to be able to buy a Blink Dagger and go on to the Shadow Demon on the back lines. Omni Knight is a decent enough pairing with it. And I feel like they're lacking a little bit of damage right now on Polaris to be able to deal with it. It's not like the Shadow Demon has Soul Catcher anymore, right? It's the Disseminate now. So it's not like that big burst of damage coming through initially.
Radiant team ban. Templar Assassin.
Don't know how
Okay.
I feel about that, actually. I mean,
What are we worried about?
a lot of people pick Enigma as a response to the Templar Assassin, just because you're able to get the Midnight Pulse going for the damage over time, even just the Malefice ticks. It's not really easy to get the Psyblades going. Like, I know it's still physical damage, but like, are they considering running this as like a TA mid, maybe, into the Pangolier, and then having Bat Rider in the offlane?
10 seconds remaining.
I guess the nice thing about the TA is that it is nice to be paired with the Omni Knight, where you kind of just chuck the Heavenly Grace on her and you have this hard carry-esque kind of like win condition where you buff him up to a ridiculous amount and you just can't avoid this hero.
T1's turn to ban.
Got to get rid of the PL, surely, for T1. Very good at dealing with the Templar Assassin. You build into the Diffusal Blade, makes Omni Knight's life pretty miserable. Sure, you can get a decent Echo Slam off with the Earthshaker if the positioning's bad, but even just for the laning stage,
10
right?
seconds
Great
remaining.
just to have that little bit of a dispel against the Bat Rider if that ends up being the
5
lane.
seconds remaining.
I'm trying to see what... You can go back into this Doom position one like you're mentioning if you want to for Polaris. A little bit of damage over time. You will be able to deal with the... Because I really feel like T1 are going to try and put a lot into this Templar Assassin where you just chuck everything on him with the Omni Knight buffs, and again, he's going to be on the front line. And Doom is a very good anti-carry. They didn't ban up the PL. Okay, so you mentioned they had to ban it. They didn't ban it, so there's the instant PL pick. I kind of didn't click that.
So
it was a Medusa that got banned out. So.
Yeah. I mean, do they Alchemist now into this? It still hasn't been banned out. Against the PL, it's not
10
terrible.
seconds
And you
remaining.
just go this really greedy dual core. I mean, the thing is, the lane,
5
again,
seconds
Shaker lane,
remaining.
terrible against the Phantom Lancer. So you're not exactly putting a ton of pressure on in the laning stage. So the Bat Rider, you could run... would you run it off lane? I mean, I feel like you kind of have to if you're going down this Alchemist route that I'm talking. What do you do against this? And another option is maybe... We've seen Ursa as a way to be able to go against the Phantom Lancer with the change to the Earthshock, I want to say, level 15 talent. You can see which PL's real.
Now
Maybe
select
just go the Zeus
Zeus.
instead. I don't hate this either. Thompson Zeus, huh? TI winning pick. Not sure if it's a game-winning pick, though. Against the PL, it's pretty nice, but I just feel like this TA's game hasn't exactly been enabled.
I'm a bit concerned that they can get on the Zeus in this game. I think Thompson, he plays a formidable Zeus. You mentioned TI winning hero for him, but we saw what the Marcy is going to be able to do a little bit different in this game in particular, because not a position 3 Marcy, so maybe won't have as many items to play aggressively, but the Pink Lee should have a pretty free game as well. So Lelouch, I think, into like the Fusel Blade, and then he needs to be playing that initiating role. Just you need to get on top of the Zeus, because that is the way they're going to be able to deal with the Phantom Lancer, and even getting on top of the Omni Knight as well. So I think if Lelouch and Marcy are going to be able to fill that role to get onto Thompson to disrupt the Zeus throughout the fights, then Polaris should be pretty comfortable with taking it. But there's also a window here where if the lanes go really poorly for Polaris, they could just have a lot of issues with making plays across the map, and all of a sudden T1 they get first Roche and they just start running down objectives.
Do you think the lanes are going to go poorly, though?
No, I think PL's got a winning matchup versus the Batrider. Pretty much anyone farms, like trades farm versus the Zeus, so that's Pengo's going to get a very good timing out of the Diffuser Blade. And I think the Enigma is going to be fine as well in the Templar Assassin lane. I do think Arna's going to be able to farm, but I don't think they're going to stop Force from getting his item. So no, I think Polaris will have a very fine time in these lanes.
Yep, I am in complete agreement with you. So I've been wrong with my last ditch prediction every single time. So for T1 fans, you are going to be very happy that I think Polaris is going to win this one.
Yeah. I know you often like to look at the lanes in particular. Like if it's a very, very close draft, you like to look at the lanes and say, all right, if one team's got an advantage in multiple lanes, you know, they're I might just give them the slided advantage here in this game. Is that something we're doing here? Do you feel like that's why you're just giving a bit of an edge to Polaris because of how the lanes are looking for them?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I feel like the PL is great carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. You can't deal with all the illusions all at once, and it's very clear that the main priority for Polaris is going to be find that Zeus, because if you do, then realistically, there's nothing that can deal with this PL. Natsumi is set up to just have another game where he pops off. So there's that. You also have Earthshaker and an Omni Knight, which do basically nothing against the push coming through from... TikTok, from the Enigma and the Eidolons. So I think Whitemon needs to play this lane incredibly well if they're going to stand any chance in T1.
The battle begins.
I mean, he did in game 1. I think he was the carry, the true carry in game number 1 with his Dazzle. Really winning them the game, stopping that Axe Skywrath combination from blowing up both Cuckoo and Thompson. So we'll see. I want to see how he skills this lane as well. I really want to see him put points into the purification, and I want to see him get a little bit more mana regen, just so that he's able to stay using that in the lane as much as possible to clear out those Eidolons, because they're not super tanky at level 1. It's just 180 HP, so purification and a couple of right clicks, they're dead.
As the mid lane clashes for the last time in this series, we're gonna get a Gauntlet challenge. Okay, Lelouch doesn't accept it. Come on, disappointed. Put something on the line. I mean, Force has been very vocal through the... Even Whitemon's going to fall up as well. I like it very much. Exactly on cue. It's like we got a bit of a read there. It's the Force tonight, but... Yeah, we mentioned the draft. This mid matchup, it's going to be fine between both sides. They'll get their farm. Lelouch didn't actually start with a stick, which is probably the one interesting thing. He's just going to look to rush the bottle, which is now coming out of the courier, and he will go stick afterwards.
Force is just getting all that solo experience, wanting to make sure that he picks up those early levels as quickly as possible. Ooh, actually looking to make a little bit of a counterplay come through on Xavier. Surprisingly enough, Force, obviously he was preoccupied in the lane, but I think 3 of the Eidolons actually died to Whitemon previously, so he's gotten a lot of extra gold that he probably wouldn't have been expecting out of this lane, and I just want him to continuously be playing up in the face of those Eidolons and clearing them out as quickly as possible.
And with our other side lane, like we were mentioning, that PL is going to have a very good time versus the Batrider. What are we expecting that T1 can do to maybe offset this? Do they need to just play and avoid the lane, just kind of drag and not have this natural setup, or is that maybe not the play here?
Well, I think it's actually a little bit different now that the sticky napalm does damage, so it's not necessarily like the harassment coming through onto Natsumi, it's more about just the farm trade. So I think Cuckoo's actually going to get a really good amount of farm in this lane because, you know, I just saw him use a sticky napalm that had already 4 stacks onto the range creep, and it did about, you know, 60 damage just on its own. So I it's really easy now to be able to get these last hits and not necessarily rely purely on the Earthshaker to be able to do that. Top side, Ana is actually getting focused down here, and oh, there we go. The strong lane, as soon as they hit level 2, are able to go for these kills, and we've even just leveled up on Xavius as well.
That's scary because now with that extra point in the Eidolon, I see Lelouch is playing around with Thompson at the moment. It's going to be another lane that both these heroes will have a lot of reliance on the power runes. Lelouch in particular, maybe to make some rotations. Thompson, Regen and Arcane to help out. Even a Haste maybe just to think about rotating. But once he gets level 6, definitely the side lanes do have to be a little bit wary of that burst potential.
Ana has to be very careful here. I mean, he could just get jumped in on, but maybe just wanting a few bit of a longer duration on the Eidolons to be able to make that play. Trying to kill Xavius now with this small window that you don't have the Eidolons off cooldown. He's going to need a little bit more mana just to be able to summon the demonic conversions. Xavius positioned himself really well to be able to block up that small camp to make sure that the lane stays in this super dangerous position for Ana. Might look to go for it here. Just keeps denying out that range creep. Just got to keep microing though to make sure that you're not giving up these Eidolons for free. Get the pull off as well. Will this make the lane a bit safer? Oh, doesn't quite get it. So a bit of a mistake coming through, although Lelouch, he's getting chased down here. And Zephyr is going to join Thompson in the mid lane, but looks like they've at least secured the top water rune for Lelouch.
Yeah, he was doing a really good job from Zephyr. Even I believe he unblocked the Ancients and how he can make some stacks here for the TA. Probably the Bat Rider first. We'll take those stacks, and he's also now going to double the hard camp as well. So, you mentioned Cuckoo's probably going to have a decent time. He's doing it at the moment. Now that AU has 2 points in the Shadow Poison, their spam might be a little bit more difficult. So Cuckoo, you already see his itemization. He's got some raindrops ready to play with. The Magic Wand charges as well.
The one area that T1 are really getting ahead of Polaris right now is just the control with these camps close to the lane. Top lane, they've been able to keep this one unblocked by Whitemon.
On top lane,
Ana.
He's in some trouble. Refraction still available. Gonna try and go under the cover of the meld, and they don't have detection. He will pop out, but Xavius has already used his round of spells, so they're gonna be okay.
And then on the bot side as well, Cuckoo, he's able to continue farming back close to his own tower. He's actually going to go for a bit of a play here onto Natsumi, who pops the doppelganger, but Cuckoo's fine with that. It just means that he can't really look to move on forward and get a lot of these last hits a bit more easily.
This wave is going to give Thompson his level 6 though, so even Lelouch has his own, so Thompson's going to be pretty cautious. Of course, can play around with a heavily jump. As long as Lelouch has a wall to bounce back on, could have some threat, but Thompson having that Thunder God's Wrath now could open up the kill. See, they were trying onto Natsumi bottom, but a nice doppelganger when Zephyr was charging up the fissure.
I think that was just bait from Zephyr. He wants him to bait out the usage of all this mana, just so that he could look to make those plays onto him with
Thompson.
the Thunder God's Wrath.
They forced out the heavily jump, but they're going to be fine. Now they can turn it back around with Whitemon's TP. They'll chase down Xavius. He'll take away the Vision Rune at least. And Thompson's out of mana, so they won't even get the kill. Very nicely done. They kind of bait the TP from Whitemon. I guess it is a Rolling Thunder expender from Lelouch, which early on is like 90%.
Ana, he went out of the meld. He went out of the meld. He was there. He wasn't under the cover of a sentry ward, and he just right-clicked someone. Oh, no. You can't be giving up kills like that in this lane that's already so difficult for you.
Bottom lane.
Bottom lane so well.
Have they done the damage to get the Thunder Gods out? They're lacking the mana at the moment from the Zeus. So Natsumi will be fine.
Went into the strength towards, had enough time for the magic.
He might be able to kill off Cuckoo. Up to 4 stacks. Zephyr's going to hold him back at the moment. Nice sidestep from Cuckoo. Now they can go back in because Cuckoo himself is finding some sticky napalm stack. It's a very interesting lane we have down bottom. Just both the Shadow Demon and the Bat Rider wanting to play their distance, just to spam out the abilities, but this time it's going to be Cuckoo that comes out on top.
It's all about playing around those cooldowns, right? Making sure that Cuckoo's got the Firefly available, playing around that doppelganger. Natsumi actually getting backed up a little bit here by Xavius, and it's a big rotation, unless Zephyr's able to get a great Fissure off.
Perfectly done. Lelouch, another kind of movement out of Polaris that's going to be stopped here. So they're going to bring another member down, maybe to refill the bottle. Yeah, Lelouch is trying to give over the remaining sips to Natsumi. And AU will refill now the bottle once again from Lelouch. But this is meaning that no one is farming the mid wave.
No one's farming mid, but I think they're still very satisfied with the current state of this game. Force is 2 levels ahead of Ana right now, sitting at the very top of the net worth charts, and he's not looking like stopping. They're just looking to group up around this Vlad's, looking to potentially go into the full Wraith Pact as that first item, because they have plenty of ways to be able to interrupt the Black Hole for now. It's all about the push. That's what you need.
Both of the River Runes going to be in some trouble. Xavier's up top will go down with the Thunder God's Wrath, and meanwhile to the bottom one, Lelouch this time will convert with the use of the Rolling Thunder. Now they're either going to look to try and take a stack where it's just a double stack of the hard camp, nothing too crazy, but it will definitely slow down the farm from T1.
Yeah, every little bit helps for sure. Thompson, he's going to walk on in and see that, well, his precious stacks are gone, although Cuckoo doesn't really have the movement speed to be able to catch up to them just yet. Could pop the Firefly if he wants that little bit of extra movement speed, but some of these rotations coming through, I mean, Shaker, well, he's all the way back in base and can't actually TP out because he tried to escape previously. I'm not sure if Ana wants to come up here and stop this push. If he goes just one step too far, Xavius just disposes it back into all those Eidolons and he goes down again. And this time they've got the detection.
Well, this is really important now for T1. They get a double stack, another stack, I should say, at the Ancients. Actually, never mind. The Thunderhide didn't, for some reason, aggro to Whitemon. But they get a second D-Ward, which means that Polaris now, they definitely had a lineup to be able to invade the jungle. We just saw it prior, but they needed the vision to play with. So now that T1 have safely secured their triangle, the Batrider can go back. Cuckoo maybe trying to get an early blink, or you can give the farm to Ana because he's very much struggling off the back of the lane.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, any time that you see a TA, you need to give him the farm. Like, Thompson, obviously you can't exactly play aggressively as a Zeus, especially with that Thunder God's Wrath not available. Not even in a state to have the Lightning Bolts available for some of these D-Wards, but he's making a lot of these aggressive plays to be able to find someone, get any sort of pick-off, but who exactly feels killable at this stage? Really, only AU, to be honest, and, well, he's actually making some of his own stacks.
It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to blow anyone up unless it's like a blink in Lasso, or like you said, maybe Cuckoo finds AU alone or another hero as well. So maybe just farming the moment for T1, because they will have a very, very strong 20-minute timing kind of push back because of how slow Ana's been farming at the moment. But he's got the Bassi Tread, so he'll be able to keep up the mana inside the jungle. So plenty uses Refraction to be able to buff up his farm. We're really just looking at him.
We've got a 10.5-minute Wraith Pact coming out here for
oh
for
my
Force.
lord.
Like, he is actually having such a bonkers game where you're not even going to have full value coming out of this Batrider, right? He is the one that's doing the majority of the initial damage coming through. Like I was saying before, Omni Knight doesn't do it. Earthshaker doesn't do it until he's able to get into the Aghanim Shard. So, yeah, it's all on Cuckoo's Batrider, and suddenly if you're just reducing 30% of it, what exactly are you accomplishing?
Force, is he going to solo Black Hole Ana?
He's considering it. He wants to build up those
They get the Eidolon
first.
split. He's going to step out. There we go. Okay. All right. I guess he, on top of Xavier, still see 3 other tier 1 heroes, so maybe he felt like it was going to be a bit too difficult for him to find the Black Hole with Zephyr nearby to cancel that. So Thompson gets a much-needed kill. He's up to 2 kills of the game and very close to the Kaya for the Zeus. And I wonder what the build is going to be for Thompson in this game. You know, we've seen a lot of the Kaya into the Aghanim Shard, back into the Kaya and Sunj. And then kind of from there, the Scepter kind of afterwards as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty important to get the Scepter early-ish in this game, just because you're going to have the ability to find out the Enigma from long range. You know, if you get anywhere near some of these team fights, you know, obviously you're not going to have an Aether Lens super early on. You're going to get caught by the Master. You're going to get caught by the Pango. You're going to get caught by even just the Malefice, right? So you need that additional way to be able to cancel things like the Black Hole.
Nice read. Great read from Natsumi. TP's out of bottom. Getting away from the smoke gank from T1 because they have this blink completed on Cuckoo. really needed that kill to slow down the Phantom Lancer's game, who hasn't been farming overly well. Midas now completed for Natsumi will definitely be that steroid that he requires to be able to be the late game threat that we're expecting him to be. But T1, they need to be able to convert with this smoke.
Dire's top tower is under
And with this tier 1 tower still surviving on the Radiant side, that's the big thing stopping a lot of these smoke
They're going to
plays
see
from
them.
happening, right?
Cuckoo. The smoke pops in the ward on the high ground. They know exactly where T1 are positioning. Cuckoo's unable to get the jump in, and Polaris, they're okay.
Get rid of the ward as well. But yeah, I think they... It's not like they can, though, right? This is the main issue that I had with T1's draft. They can't take towers super easily unless Ana gets involved, and because of the laning stage, it's going to be quite some time until he can. So that mid tier 1 tower blocks a lot of these smoke attempts from some of the more unorthodox angles from the left-hand side. Makes it really obvious whenever they're looking to go for any kind of attempt to gank inside of the jungle and disrupt Natsumi's farming patterns.
And again, the vision game as well from Polaris, just scouting out Cuckoo inside the jungle. And a very good job. That was placed prior, and it's still up, and doesn't look like they have any idea of the positioning.
Can they catch out here? Thompson, oddly enough, putting himself out on the front lines. Just trying to keep bullying away, do his job in shoving out these lanes as much as he can with the Arc Lightning. Looking to use that Lightning Bolt off cooldown to be able to prevent even more of that vision that's been coming out from Polaris.
We're really getting to a stage
smoke.
where they need to convert on this.
Dire
2 smokes in a row now, and
is
if you
under
don't
attack.
succeed, this Blink Dagger on Cuckoo is not going to be helping out in farm. So they're going to try and move to the triangle. No one's
Triangle.
home.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Scanning.
Nice scan. I can't see. I think it's red. Red? Yeah, it looks...
Yeah.
Beautiful scan.
You're asking
All
the
the-
red game colorblind guy if it's
Yeah, I
red
know.
or not.
As soon as I said that, I'm like, yeah, probably the wrong question to ask. I couldn't see all the lines were drawn on the map. I'm like, come on,
Yeah.
dude.
Bot
Valsy.
lane, you got Blink Dagger.
All right, they find him. A big jump from Cuckoo onto the PL, but there's no damage. Natsumi's okay, still gotta be cautious. The threat of the Thunder Gods, but Ana,
The
he
defusal.
might be in trouble. Steps too far forward, Lelouch can bounce back with the help of Whitemon nearby though, but Ana's on the wrong side of the fissure. Xavius was able to drag him away, but there's no kills occurring down bottom as everyone gets out, but maybe Cuckoo can chase down Xavius. They know that the Marcy TP down bottom, so they'll look to dive under the tower. It will make him work for it, but in the end, it's gonna be Thompson that gets the kill, and it's up to a killing spree. But look at the move from Polaris. Instantly to mid lane they go to try and take the tier 1 tower, and they could potentially get the kill as well onto Zephyr. He's got the Echo Slam at the ready. He's going to be able to drop it onto 2 heroes, but with no one else nearby, that is a wasted Echo Slam out of Zephyr.
I mean, they're probably going to lose a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower. Force is pushing up top with all the Eidolons. They have no glyph available. Killing mid isn't going to refresh it either. This is a great move coming out from Polaris, and they're very happy to get a 1-for-1 trade out of that. Late game, they've got this.
Well, they might be able to get more kills at least for T1. They're going to jump on AU in the river, but the rest of Polaris, they're geared up and ready to fight. Natsumi's nearby along with the Lelouch, but look at them playing in the distance. They know they can't heavily commit into the middle. With the Rolling Thunder still on cooldown, they will have some difficulties, but at least they'll keep their support alive in AU.
15 minutes in, no tier 2 tower, no ability for a TA to play around the jungle. Feels pretty bad. Same sort of thing with a Zeus, right? He wants to be spamming out that Arc Lightning. It can't all be in the laning stage, but it kind of has to be as well in the same breath, right? Shaker, Omni Knight, they don't deal with push very well.
But Ana has well and truly caught up. He's top of the net worth. Incredibly impressed with his farming pattern. Top lane, Zephyr will go down. Elthus is going to be out from Force to be able to cancel the TP. Now, meanwhile, mid lane though, Lelouch, he's going to charge into the middle. Gets a double stun, but there's nowhere to bounce back on. So once again, another use of the Rolling Thunder. That's not going to pay off for Polaris, but they do at least get the tier 1 tower in the end.
They do, and they're going to get some of this vision back as well. AU and Lelouch looking to get the D-Ward happening. Now suddenly, honestly, a quarter of T1's map becomes unplayable. Just this area around the jungle, you've got probably a little bit more potential to be taking Roshan. It's all on the back of Ana if they're going to get any kind of Roche plays happening for T1. And you've got the Wraith Pact, you've got the Pango, the sidekick as well that's going to be assisting Polaris with taking that, and they're on Radiant. So Really feels like they're just wanting to set themselves up around there. Xavier's just playing around the bottom side of the map, the more dangerous farm, but it's tanky enough that if you're committing to kill him, it's going to need to be multiple heroes, and oh, there's that Blink Dagger.
Another very slow-paced game. Either side's been trying to make their plays to trying to set themselves apart, but there's only one kill in it at the moment. For Polaris, they've been able to edge out a pretty big lead early on in regards to the net worth, 3,000. But they are getting close to their item timings. Deso just completed on Ana. Still going to be quite some time away from Cuckoo's BKB. We do see the other items, though. We didn't, Zephyr with the Ag Shard. So they are definitely in a position where T1 can take a fight. But it feels like it has to just be the perfect jump. And who do they need to bring down on T1? Who do they have to kill to kind of enable these team fights throughout the early game?
Who did T1 need to focus?
Yes, yes.
Probably the Enigma, to be honest. Like, if you could get him before the Wraith Pack's there, then, you're not dropping the Midnight Pulse. It means that the TA can stand and fight a little bit more without worrying as much about the refraction charges. But, I mean, I guess you're into an Unleash, you're into a Swashbuckle, you're into PL and all the illusions. So, I mean, it's kind of getting to the stage where there isn't exactly an ideal target. And whichever target you find, it's going to take a big cooldown to be able to kill them, right? Probably the lasso. This was the big thing that had me leaning towards Polaris's draft as the stronger of the two, because Earthshaker, Omni, they don't do that job at all.
So it definitely feels like it's just another game where, I mean, it's just such an easy thing to say, but it just comes down to vision. Like, if you're able to get those key components out of Polaris in the team fights, and it could help out T1, but it's very similar for Polaris. If you kill off the Omni Knight to start, potentially if you're able to find Thompson out of position, that can really limit the damage.
Oh yeah, by far, Thompson is the most important one that needs to be dying here. They know that the jungle is being farmed as well. Zephyr, somehow, the creep died and went over to Cuckoo instead, the neutral item. So immediately revealing that someone was taking the stack.
We mentioned before that Ana struggled in the lane, but his capability to catch back up is definitely one of the best here with the Templar Assassin, and that's kind of similar with the Phantom Lancer as well. It also wasn't getting the greatest amount of farm off the back of the lane, but thanks to the Midas, Natsumi is top of the net worth. 1-0-1. Yasha Diffusal Blade is along with the Midas, but he's still going to need quite some items to be able to take these fights. Still a difficult game for the PL to play into.
I mean, for sure, the timing they're playing for is the
Well, it's
hard.
under mid. They get the blink from the Lelouch. It's a decent start, but they don't get to bounce back onto Thompson. At least the Purge going to be able to hold him inside the river. Xavier's going to try and fall with the damage as well, but Thompson's still alive for the moment. Still Force jumps in, gets him. Elephas, the answer from Cuckoo's not enough. They'll be able to charge him down, and now without the back rider, along with the Zeus, it's easy pickings for the rest of Polaris. As Lelouch can close the distance onto White Mom, and this could open up the pit now for Polaris.
Lelouch, more like Lel ouch. He was able to get right on top of them, get all of that mana burned off very quickly into that team fight. And it was another pretty decent Fisher coming out just to try and stop the pathing of the Rolling Thunder, but the work had been done. The Zeus had no mana. You hadn't any abilities to be able to deal with that PL or the summons. It's just a draft that's come together so well for Polaris.
And TA is a hero that heavily relies on early Roshans. You're one that can just completely take over the game. Without that second life to play with here for Honor, it's going to be very awkward for him. A blink completed, but it's going to be looking for the BKBs. Cuckoo just will get away.
He'll be able to get the D-Ward off at least. So a little bit more room to be able to play
They're
around.
tipping in.
Yeah, he's just coming straight on in.
Ultimate's a backup.
Low on mana on
doesn't have
Lelouch,
the
actually.
mana. A lot of damage. If they can play the distance, they can definitely get the kill. But a Banishment's going to give him enough time. Force will even posture aggressively with the Wraith Pack just in case. So cover the retreat. They'll be able to get out of the Dire's jungle.
That's it. That is what it's all about, though, right? Playing the distance. And I feel like you have two heroes that have that capability in Thompson as well as Cuckoo on the Zeus and Batrider. And I mean, someone needs to commit. Oftentimes it's being Cuckoo just because you have no one else for that purpose. But again, like, who does he kill? We see him use the lasso and barely tickle someone because the follow-up damage just isn't there.
All right, smoke off from Polaris. Let's see where they can get out of this. They see Arna farming in the lane down bottom. He will have Whitemon connecting shortly. Whitemon's in a great spot to pop the smoke. Great positioning out of the Omni Knight, but still Lelouch, he's going to try and target down the Templar Assassin instead because they've got the Black Hole follow-up solo onto Arna, but that's all they needed. The first ultimate of the game nets them a big kill, which will now open up the Tier 1 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very, very happy to be able to pop that one. You know, there aren't many safe black hole situations, so if you're able to get one off onto a high priority hero like Arna on his TA, and you gladly take it. Still no way to be able to interrupt it if the Shaker's not nearby. Batrider, of course, still miles away from being able to get into the Aether Lens, let alone the Octarine Core.
Good lane, Lelouch is going to be in some trouble.
All
It's
right,
a great
free kill.
pickoff for T1 to find. A big streak over to Thompson. 606 gold. A little bit of gold as well into Cuckoo's bank.
Yeah, gives him the Aether Lens.
Radiant's
So
top
that'll be a nice
tower
little
is
pickup
under
for
attack.
Thompson.
And a blink now. That's a pretty decent timing from Zephyr, honestly. Shard and blink at 21 minutes. Cuckoo's going to find another kill. So just Polaris bleeding a couple lives across the map, even though they got the kill previously on Arna. T1 still showing they got the chops to be able to combat early on.
Really not necessary to give up a few of those kills. I understand Lelouch because they were expecting both Thompson and Cuckoo to be in the same lane, but yeah, definitely didn't need to be given that one up on the Shadow Demon. Speaking of, by the way, he is going to enable himself to be able to play super defensively as well with that Blink Dagger that he's got queued up, just 300 gold away. So again, it's another one of these instances where you're going to get to the stage where he is the target, excuse me, that you're wanting to be going on because he's always going to be able to get that save through, but he just made it so much harder once he gets that blink.
In regards to Whitemon's game on the Omni Knight, because you mentioned that you felt like he was the important piece for T1 in Game 1. What can we see him do to kind of help out T1 in their success in the team fights? He's got a mechanism queued up as his first item. Is there a route that he might be considering going down afterwards? I know it's kind of a pipe dream, but what kind of is the play for him?
I'll be honest, I was referring to more about the laning stage for that, just with more points of the purification to be able to deal with it. So we saw what happened, right? Arna just got completely bodied because he was having to deal with all those Eidolons. Maybe... I mean, he's going for the mech. Could he go like a Boots of Bearing sort of build just to be able to buff up Cuckoo a little bit more to provide the ability to play from range for not just him, but his entire team? Would help with whoever gets hit by the Diffusal Blade active too.
That's the real PL. Natsumi's posturing very aggressive at the moment. Trying to force some reactions, and he does just that. T1 bringing multiple members to try and keep Whitemon alive, and the Omni Knight's going to be able to get out. But still the net worth lead, it's growing for Polaris. Even though they found this first Roshan and not really taking too much map control, it is slowly bumping up in their favor. It's up to 6,000 now, the highest the lead has been so far in this third game.
He's just playing essentially the exact same game that he played last time, right? Just with a PL instead of the Naga Siren. Using the illusions, I mean, back with very original OG, first major winning OG. Oh, hold on, actually. Top lane. Looks like Thompson's able to get the invis. They were playing all around these illusion carries, right? The PL, the Naga Siren, the Alchemist, which back in the day was going into the Manta style. So I feel like if there's anyone that's going to be able to address this, it's Arna, but he's going to need to get vocal. And that's not really something that he's known for.
They just going to tick out, and Cuckoo's on the charge. BKB completed. They see the Firefly. Thunder God to try and give them some information. Natsu with the jump in, but Cuckoo, he doesn't get the initiation. Now Cuckoo might be in some trouble. He's going to be protected with the BKB for a moment, but look at Lelouch just charging towards the backline, trying to create some chaos. It'll open up Xavier to move into the middle. They're onto Thompson, but he's going to be fine. A Guardian Angel buying some time so Thompson can reposition. They'll kill off Xavier. Meanwhile, Cuckoo's stuck on the high ground. But it looks like the Batrider here too will be fine as well. A great fight from T1. They only get the kill. Okay, well, Cuckoo goes down as well. But I'm quite impressed with T1 and how they're able to delta split away from that team fight. You're playing with the vision of the higher ground, even though in the end they kind of lose out in the trade. But they do show, you know, they've got the capability to avoid Polaris and kind of keep these cores alive.
My main concern, though, is that you've had to pop the Thunder God's Wrath and the Guardian Angel just to be able to survive well, one, to get the vision to be able to maybe catch out the PL, and two, you pop the Guardian Angel so that the enemy position 4 didn't kill your mid laner. So now that they don't have those tools, you TP back in. Lelouch, 10 seconds away from the Rolling Thunder. He's got the completed Aeon Disc if he wants as well. So this feels like it's in a really good spot for Polaris to look to make an aggressive play. And with this lane just pushing in with the Eidolons, they're going to be in a really good spot to be able to do so. There we go. Go for it. Only one not in this smoke is Natsumi, just playing around the top side. And that's the lane that's the most pushed out. So if they take a successful team fight, if they're able to find a pick-off, then they can quickly converge onto that mid lane or potentially even like push high ground a little bit. And oh man, he's got the heart too.
They know they're
Much
smart.
tankier now.
Lelouch picked up a DD under the cover of the smoke, and there was a trap there. So T1 ping it out. They're going to back up safely. You just mentioned as well what the position 4 and Polaris is able to do in the team fights, and you take a look at the next item from Xavius. We see a lot of kind of the BKB into the Basher afterwards, but this time it's actually going to be the Nullifier to look to address the Omni Knight. I like it, honestly, because it's going to be really nice versus Zeus as well, because more than likely late game Zeus will be considering an Aeon Disc. Position.
Aeon Discs, 4 staffs, all that.
Xavius, if he drops a ward, they're going to see a lot of heroes on T1. The trap again, a lot of information that Arn has been able to provide them.
They back off immediately to the only place they feel safe. It wasn't actually safe on Division, but they look to de-ward that on Cuckoo. It really does feel like these TA traps are providing so much information. Has Arna gotten into the Aghanim Shard yet? No, not quite. So that might be a difference maker.
Another smoke. That's 3 smokes in a row for Polaris. They sense an opening. Of course, Enigma with BKB. Unless Cuckoo uses the lasso, then this is just a guaranteed free kill onto anyone in the fight. But 3 smokes, if they don't get anything out of this, will really open up T1 to maybe play aggressive now on the map.
Potentially. It's a really long Roche respawn as well. So, again, they want to get a pick-off because they know that this is their strong timing. T1 realize that, so they're playing uber defensively. So it's good play on both sides, but like you mentioned, it does open up a small window for T1. However, Polaris are happy with going late. It's an Enigma and a Phantom Lancer who's in an advantageous core-to-core matchup. So things are just going to get easier. We mentioned before Xavius on his Marcy. Getting into that Nullifier is just huge, right? Position 4 with a Nullifier, kind of nuts if you're able to get to that stages, and it never really feels like the Omni Knight is going to have that same level of impact. Maybe the Shaker. Zephyr's been playing pretty well.
T1 at least, they have been able to de-ward both the observers that were placed on the cliff, kind of with the top power rune and the bottom power rune, so this will give them a bit more of a... Oh, look at the jumping. Cuckoo onto the Marcy in the mid lane. Lelouch is instantly going to be able to follow in pursuit, trying to charge down tops him with the diffusal slow. You're able to close the distance, but Whitemon's going to protect him and the fissure as well. Once again, the T1 supports are doing a really good job to cover the retreat whenever the Rolling Thunder is used.
It was always this duo within SEA for at least 2 years. They were the best support duo out there, and well, clearly showing why. Just their positioning always on point, spell usage, recognition of where's safe to play on the map, and well, I feel like they're not going to feel too confident in going forward now because that BKB Black Hole Disruptor in the Flaming Lasso, it's not available.
Look at this observer ward. It's giving them so much information. They're going to be cautious, T1. Natsumi's going to charge forward, but the traps again, giving T1 that opportunity to be able to reposition. Ana's considering about beating back onto the Phantom Lancer, but he's very hesitant with his own positioning.
He bought the shard on Ana as well, so he's going to have that little bit of silence to be able to stop, for example, the Shadow Demon for going for the saves.
They have the Rolling Thunder back up. They used it previously, I believe, with the Arcane from Lelouch. And have it back available for this team fight. Next, Roche is going to be spawning shortly as well, but look at them charging forward. That's a big pickoff. They get the Earthshaker. It's a lot of their stun control in the middle of the fight.
They found Thompson. That's even better.
They're going to go to the Omni Knight instead. They're onto the Whitemon Omni, but they might not be able to bring him down. Instantly utilizing the ultimate. It's going to give him enough coverage, but out to the right. Forces in. What a disastrous black hole as T1 have got no response. The ultimate to secure the team fight is dire. They need to get out. You can't lead back into the middle now. It's Polaris They'll come out on top once again and more than likely secure the pit.
They will indeed. They've got the vision, they've got the heroes to be able to do so, and well, take an absolute miracle play coming through here from Zephyr with maybe an Echo Slam to go into the pit, but it's just not worth it. I feel like this Aegis isn't going to change matters all that much. Obviously, it would have been great if T1 could pick it up, but it's not worth the risk. Not when you're risking falling out of these SEA qualifiers and losing a chance for that straight path to the group stage.
Radiant are scanning.
They're just doing the little things right. The positioning from AU, scouting out any kind of smokes that might bring the game back in T1's favor. The Aeon disc purchase coming out from Lelouch, making him survive during the middle of that team fight. He went onto the backlines and Ana, he was pretty good with the right
onto
clicks.
Marcy. Kuku's gonna get the jump as well to the Shadow Deer, but now Natsumi's showing up. A great leap from Thompson up to the high gun. The Zoo's gonna be able to reposition. Kuku protected for the moment with the BKB as well, but he's got some difficulties with escaping because as soon as the BKB expires, they'll close the distance and secure the kill. But Ana up to the north is having a free fight for the moment. Zephyr's gonna step in with the Echo Slam as well, but there's no damage follow-up. As Polaris once again doing an incredible job thanks to the banishment from AU, buying them enough time to retreat.
They're so low as well. They all get away on barely anything. Xavius, he did have to use the buyback, but again, it's another kill that you're able to claim onto this Batrider. More scaling that's going to be coming through. I mean, PL, level 21, extra little bit of Phantom Rush range. He can look to play from afar. It's really, obviously, they've got the capabilities to deal with it with the Zeus. You know, Thompson, he's level 18 now, so that's nice. Them a little bit lower cooldown on the Thunder Gods and the bonus damage coming through too, but if you're revealing yourself to be able to clear these PL illusions, then you just open yourself up to get jumped on. It's the BKB on Thompson. He's tired of getting mana burned. He's tired of getting chain stunned with this Rolling Thunder. Kind of feels like I feel like they need a gem on Polaris. The only thing in my eyes that's keeping them in this duel.
Onto Ana at the moment. Beautiful double fissure. Are they going to be able to move in though with this start? T1 playing the distance. Ana's going to try and get the jump. The last right click, it's enough to get the kill. That's a big one to be able to bring down. They get Marcy as well, but in the middle of the team fight, Lelouch and Natsumi, they're onto Kuku. It's not going to be enough damage because meanwhile, Ana is just ripping the backline apart. A triple kill for the Templar Assassin. It's going to move over towards the Pain Clear with the Blink back online. Ana gets an Ultra, and all of a sudden, T1 are back in this game 3.
All it takes is one team fight, and it's just a little bit short as well of the initiation that they were going for. They were a little bit short on some of these big ultimate cooldowns, and even just the Aeon disc wasn't available on the Pango at the time, so it meant that they were having to be forced away. It gives them a longer cooldown now on the Aeon disc, which means that they're able to play around some of these longer cooldowns a little bit more effectively on T1. Obviously, taking a Tier 1 tower isn't absolutely amazing, but Ana, he is starting to really dish out the damage, and I think he's finished up the Daedalus as well.
We see what can happen when... Well, back to live. Natsumi's on some of the heroes at T1. Kuku's going to be okay. I don't know if Whitemon's going to be in trouble, though. Phantom Rush is back up. Natsumi's got to be a bit cautious. They're starting to connect. Zephyr has the Echo Slam, but without other members, they won't be able to get the kill, and that is the gem. Well, it should please get the gem. Please don't let the Cory get the gem.
Yeah, AU's pinging it. AU's pinging it. Oh, Korea. Run away! Run away! Oh, not the Shadow Demon.
The miss!
Oh, the miss!
No!
The miss again!
Misses! What's going on?
Okay.
What did I just witness? What? Oh my lord. Alright, this is a big item. PL's about to have Nullifier completed, so that will really take the Omni Knight completely out of the equation.
You think he immediately goes and buys it and says, look, you don't have Guardian Angel for this little bit. We've got a minute left on Aegis. Let's try and get at least this Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think so. And I think for T1, very similar to what we saw, how their last team fight played out, it needs to be the Earthshaker and TA combined together. I've mentioned a lot, but you need to play distance. You need to kind of play the edge of the team fights, fissure from afar into the enchant totem, and have the long-range TA be able to right-click them down, kite in and out. If you can do that successfully and kill off some of the supports, all of a sudden you've got a numbers advantage, and we can just see what the damage can can come out from Ana. Because he went this Daedalus. Like, he's avoiding BKB. And no doubt about it, you have an Omni Knight to protect you. So now that he's got his damage items, he can consider going back into the BKB to kind of enable him to right-click.
Yeah, he's been caught out in the lane a few times, but his positioning in the team fights has been pretty damn solid, right? To be able to get away with not going that BKB against a Pango that's constantly rolling through, against the Marcy that's wanting to jump on top of you every single time.
Dire's bottom tower
Get that bottom
is
tower
under
for free. It was
attack.
already
Dire's
very
bottom
low.
tower has fallen.
Don't know if they'll be able to claim mid, though. Thompson doing his best to shove it out. Backed up by Whitemon, just playing a little bit further behind. They're going for
Radiant's
another
top
smoke
tower
here.
is
Will
under
this one
attack.
catch out? And they know that Ana's up top. Might be Zephyr in good position once
Radiant
again
scan.
to be able to find this one out. Actually avoid the
Cheeky.
lane, though. They're trying for the big wraparound. He's not quite in the Ana spot. He's a little bit south of that. But Xavius, will the smoke pop? See the Shaker. That's not the target they want, though. Oh, he gets up and gets out in time. Oh, the Spidey senses, man.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. T1, 6,000 deficit for them. And the items once again starting to be accumulated. You even got some 20 talents, in particular Thompson. Extra damage with the Thunder God's Wrath, plus 100. What level is Ana? Oh, he's 22, so he's well and truly past that. It's gone for the Melt Dispels in a game like this.
Tense, isn't it?
Oh, very tense, with so much on the line as well. We've mentioned time and time again, but the last chance qualifiers are going to be an absolute bloodbath. Only 2 teams moving over to the group stages, and both T1 and Polaris want that opportunity to face talent in the grand finals. Making it to the groups would mean so much for these teams. They don't just want to be in the last chance qualifiers, they want to be battling it out at the TI venue.
They know there's smokes happening. They saw Thompson using the Chain Lightning in the laning stage. They want to find this backline. If they could get Force, that would be enormous. He doesn't quite yet have the A on disc, so he's immediately booking it to the rest of his team and the safety of AU.
They're going to see Xavius, the only target they've seen at the moment. It looks like T1.
See the
I
ward
like the
too.
call. Yeah. Like, no, we're not going to take a fight where we know Polaris have been able to set up a formation and drop some wards down. We'll force them to come to us, but kind of the issue with that is top is getting shoved out, so someone might have to show.
Is under attack.
I was thinking
Cuckoo?
maybe Force might have summoned
Cuckoo
it.
just stole a Spell Prism. That's a pretty big item, man.
Was it stolen?
Yeah.
Oh, it
PL
was.
Yeah. Instantly just runs over to Thompson, gives him the Spell Prism. A little bit of a laugh as well. All right.
All right. I want to see if they get a telescope as well on T1's side. They got one on Polaris, but he wasn't really lucky on Ana with some of his neutral items. Like now, the Mindbreaker, the Titan Sliver, they're of course totally fine. But he just wants that little bit of extra attack range, right? From either the Grove Bow or the Enchanted Quiver. Just so that he could be a little bit, again, more playing the backlines, playing around the fact that up until now, he hasn't had the BKB, but I guess now that he's picked it up, he feels a little bit more
Radiant's bottom
capable
tower
of being
is
able
under
to man up and take these team
Radiant's
fights.
bottom tower has fallen.
Finally, Tier 2 Tower is going to be playing for T1, so they will be able to get the outpost control now. Let's see if they want to set the formation up down bottom and take a fight. They've got a decent ward and a couple traps as well to scout out. Of course, Radiant do have this gem over onto Xavius. He's also changed up the build, feeling like the Nullifier was a bit too difficult of a route to go down.
Second Spell Prism available was just picked up, and it's actually Ana that's going to be holding on to it for now. Never mind. It's the
Radiant's
Titan Sliver
bottom
back
tower is under attack.
in the item slot. I mean, you've got to be giving that one over to Whitemon or Zephyr,
Dire's
surely.
middle tower
He's still
is
holding on to
under
an
attack.
Arcane Ring.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe Cuckoo might take the Spell Prism and Zeph. They're going back and forth. I don't know what Zephyr wants. He's got the Timeless Relic at the moment. And yeah, Cuckoo's got the Spell Prism. All right, smoke on smoke. Dire, they're going to path over to Radiant's jungle.
going
Whitemon,
first.
you
I
do
don't know
not
about
want to
this.
enter the higher ground. This is a hero that is so important to the lineup at T1. You cannot lose the Omni Knight at the start of the fight. As Cuckoo, he gets a jump. Over to Xavius. AU's instantly in with the banishment, but there's a double damage rune as well, and Natsumi's going to snag that up, so they will have this advantage now as instantly T1 on the retreat. They'll be able to get back towards the T2 tower. Can they go back in though? Because meanwhile, Whitemon, he's completely isolated a rest from the T1 members. They'll kill off the Omni Knight. He does have a buyback to rejoin if the team fight breaks out. Looks like that's not going to be the case, as Polaris, they're happy with what they've got.
What I really like about how, I want to say it's Thompson making a lot of these calls. They are just refusing to fight under areas where they don't have the information advantage. As soon as they saw that Observer Ward with the Lightning Bolt being dropped next to Whitemon, they did
that's an aggressive blink. Zephyr's going to be in some trouble now. Instant use of the Nullify, but the Echo Slam, it's not going to be able to get enough distance away as the Illusions will finish the kill. Another support going down. And that's the Echo Slam expended as well, so they will not have this for the Roche fight.
And it's the longest possible Roche fight as well. It was like 2 minutes, 50 seconds, so it's going to be favoring T1 a little bit, allowing Zephyr to respawn and still haven't impacted this fight. Of course, the Aghanim Shard means that you're not useless outside of these Echo Slams. Of course, he doesn't want to buy back, though. That Wind Waker could be a big difference maker as well in some of these team fights, if you're able to catch out someone that's getting chain stunned or within the black hole. Buybacks, they're the most important resource right now. Everyone has one except for Marcy and PL, and well, Natsby's very close to being able to pick his up as well. They're just camping around this Roche pit. They know that they just don't want to give this free objective over. It's going to be the third one. Will it have the Shard or will it have the Aghanim Scepter? Both are pretty ideal targets, but you would have to say the Refresher, which is on the Roche, is what Force is eyeing up right now.
I see Xavius on the high ground. Look at the blink away, so Dire, they're going to move on over. Again, no Echo Slam for this team fight.
The full wraparound. If they could catch AU, that'd be great. Really is hindering Cuckoo's effectiveness, but you can't go in first with the lasso onto the SD.
So it's going to pop. Let's see, they want to look to jump. Marcy's away from the team, so once they're in, they're going to lead him with the lasso to try and bring him down, but the damage isn't there. Lelouch, look at the Rolling Thunder, now the Black Hole! Onto 2, and eclipse the important target on Ana. Now they can look to clean up the members of T1 as one by one they go down, and Polaris have 0 casualties. What another incredible team fight coming out from Radiant, and now they can reap the rewards of the Roshan.
Oh, just all that positioning coming through there. He's even got the Aeon Disc in his backpack right now on Force, but just the Aetherleds providing that little bit of extra cast range. Same sort of thing with a Psychic Headband. I think Marcy's holding onto the Telescope as well. That was the longest range Black Hole I've ever seen.
And Cuckoo as well. They're going to get another pickoff. Potentially going to make it a team wipe in the end, Cuckoo. Ducking and diving, sidestepping as well. Blink up shortly. Oh, Cuckoo. Can you get the TP out? Looks like you'll make it.
Well, Xavier's unintentional grief coming through there meant that the Malefice stuns weren't actually connecting in onto him, and they could get that consistent damage through, but there we go. Refresher Shard being picked up. I want to see him put the Aeon Disc in the old backpack. There we go. Actually gives it over to Lelouch, did he? He did. Even just the casual plate mail. He's been far too many times where Lelouch has been brought super low by Ana just from the right clicks. The Shadow Demon's not nearby though, having just reclaimed the outpost, so I wonder if that's going to give them the sense that they could maybe look to make this high ground defense, go for an all-in play, drag them back underneath the tier 4 towers, but this is still a level 25 PL with Aegis that you're having to contend with Nullifier. Speaking of that Shadow Demon, not quite yet level 18, but he does have the Aghanim Scepter as well. So now you've got 3 different ways to be able to purge off things like the Guardian Angel.
Do we feel like Polaris, even with this Aegis advantage and 14,000 net worth lead, that they can crack the high ground? Or is it just they need a pick off beforehand?
I think they're always capable of doing it, right? You can just send the PL illusions there. I believe Natsumi's got the Aghanim Shard. Yeah, he does. They're tanky as hell. Skadi, Heart, Sanjin Yasha, Ascetics Cap, everything that's just going to give a ton of HP through. And then the Eidolons as well, of course, assisted by the Wraith Pact. So you think about that and you think, well, you know, Zeus is probably going to be able to deal with them reasonably with the Arc Lightning, but the Eidolons have a lot of magic resistance, so they're going to be surviving a fair amount. And then all that really is again, just revealing the positioning from the Zeus. That's going to enable you to make these dives happen with the Marcy, with the Pangolier, And if Zeus dies, the team fight's just completely open for you. They've still got plenty of buybacks, though. That is one thing that T1 can look to play around with this high ground defense.
That's really the big advantage that they are going to have, in fact, is just these buybacks. So we'll see how much they're going to come into factor here. We'll need probably a couple if Polaris do look to siege.
Really want to see AU just prioritize that level 18 as much as he can. He's, what, 12 experience away. It's only 100 damage, but it does make a difference if you're able to just layer this one out onto 3 separate heroes. That's 300 extra damage that you're outputting as a support in a team fight. Does that up, and there we go.
It'll be very difficult for T1 to be able to exit the base this far behind. Maybe you're looking to try and give as much experience as you can over to Ana. Closing on level 25, so probably the refraction instances that we're going to see come out for the PL might consider the bash. Could be an answer to the black hole if he's not caught. Does have a decent amount of range, but maybe with the nerf, the refraction instance at 25, we might see a little bit more of the melt hit bash, but it's pretty much always been the left talent.
Feels like he's been getting caught pretty consistently, though, and that's not even a slide on him. You know, he has to go in. He needs to be that damage coming through, but Force, he's just using all the tools that Polaris have at their disposal to create havoc, create chaos. I mean, look at what you've got coming in. A level 25 PL with Aegis, all these illusions. You've got a Rolling Thunder coming through. You've got a Marcy jumping in on top of everyone. You have to deal with them, and the second you forget about them, that's when Enigma really starts to show his worth. And up top, Zephyr trying to cut this lane as much as he can, but Lelouch, he knows.
Oh, no.
He actually gets the Stormcrafter. The damage disabling the... Oh, is he going to get the blink away?
Oh, the swashbuckle on the nick of time, and now Lelouch.
Oh.
No way. Oh, on the other way, the U-turn, back he goes, and will end up getting the kill. Very nicely done. All right. Pick up front of the Earthshaker and into the top lane, getting shoved out. And I love what Polaris are doing as well. They're making sure they stay by the bottom triangle so that T1 can't even shove out bottom. Oh my lord, Arna. Way too close.
Quick fingers, man. It's been around for a while, but he's still got them zoomer fingers on Ana.
Close to 25 as well for him.
Xavier's about to drop.
Easy.
Free kill.
All right.
That's a
Pick up
dieback
the
timer
gem.
as well.
And the gem.
Do get the gem.
Dire's bottom tower
Saviors.
is under attack.
All right. They're stalling out the Aegis. Not too fun to push into a Zeus. Spam of the fissures. Even honestly, the Batrider with this level 20 talent is a big issue as well. And if he can ever get to that late stage of the 25, then it's very difficult with the spam. So they're not going to be able to crack the high ground with this Aegis. 50 seconds left. So it's just up to them now to try and get as much farm as they possibly can. Lelouch, he went the Rolling Thunder cooldown for level 25 talent. We see the PL as well. He's already had his for quite some time, but the Doppelganger's cooldown. So it's just up to them to be able to work towards their next set of items. But are they ever going to reach max capacity here? In particular, PL, 7, 0, and 10. 34,000 net worth. What can he
How much bigger could the man get? I mean, he's got a Blood Thought. He's got a Nullifier in his backpack. You know, like, it feels like he's pretty much max capacity at the moment.
I guess, what, Scepter, Moonshard into Roots of Travel, probably for Natsumi.
Yes.
Like you said.
We're really splitting hairs there.
If we're really like saying like he's not full slotted yet, then that's probably what's going to be next on the cards for Mr. Natsumi's. There we go. Third Aegis is soon to expire. T1, they're trying to set up on the top side lane, but nice read once again from Lelouch. He's going to look to jump out, so that also gives Arna the level 25. He did go for the meld hit bash. Okay, very interesting. Bottom lane, Thompson. Force is in. It's, oh no, they clipped the Batrider as well, so they can't get the break. They won't be able to cancel the black colors again. Onto 2 goes the ultimate for the instant use of the buyback. T1, they need to get something out of the top, some buyback, but they're retreating. Instead, Cuckoo is out to the left. The lasso drag back with Arna nearby. They'll bring down Lelouch, and Aeon Disc will only delay it. So we're 1 for 1. The pop refresher. Oh, Force has gone into the black hole. This might catch them off guard.
Yeah, they're still clumping up. Not close enough that they're all going to get caught in the same black hole, but they want to make sure that they're able to take this team fight. This is one of the few instances where they've actually had the outnumber. Xavius, he's still playing pretty fearlessly. Looking to place that super deep observer ward. Try and find the pick off. Thompson would be the absolute dream. Then they would have nothing to stop this Phantom Lancer at all.
Cuckoo's positioning, however, is going to be able to scout them out. It's kind of big that Force's Aeon Disc got popped. A bit more difficult now for him to be able to position throughout the fights.
Just go for the smoke again. They want to make this happen. They want to try and invade. Go for the full wraparound. They should know that they're playing around. Immediate ping saying, get the hell out of here. We don't want to be able to give them a way to be able to come back into this game.
Whitemon, you're very far on the front line. Same with Ana. They'll get the instance onto the real Phantom Lancer, but the chain control's not going to be there as he moves over to the right side with the Echo Slam now. They're trying to target him down with the black hole of a lifetime! Force, where's the damage though? Natsumi's going to try and turn it back around. A doppelganger targeting down Ana. They've got the real TA. They've got to get on Thompson. The kill, but Ana's going to buy back. He's going to try and rejoin the fight, but it might be too late as Natsumi's too far. They don't have the answers to the PL as now they can look to clean up. Ana brought back and he might be sent to the grave for the final time this game. But a Fissure buying some valuable seconds, but they'll toss him back into the middle of the team fight as Natsumi's locked onto his target. Ana's gone. No Thompson as well. And look at Lelouch. It might be a rampage, and you bet it is. Natsumi, give him the double rampage, and that'll be it. What a team fight to send Polaris to the grand finals and get their rematch against Talon. Oh my!
So close, yet so far, so many times. They've always seemed to be the bridesmaids, Polaris, but this time around, still no emotion. You just knocked out T1 of these qualifiers, my guys, and, well, they're looking just composed, cool, calm, collected, and Force, he gets the shoulder rub. It is all on the back of him. Understandably, T1, they're feeling a little bit deflated right now, but what a performance coming through. From the draft, that was a clear as draft victory as I've seen in quite some time. The lanes were always set up for success. You let through this Enigma, and then you show why you do not let Force have this hero. First phase banned consistently. The one time Polaris have that first pick, and they take full advantage.
Yeah, I feel like it's just going to be completely different. Grand finals, doesn't matter how many games we go, there is no Enigma getting picked up from Force. You said it perfectly. The amount of times this guy just got multi-man black holes was incredible. What a performance from him. Polaris being able to knock T1 out of contention here of make it into the group stages. And Denog, we mentioned at the start of the day as well, 3 out of the 4 times here in the regions, the team from the lower bracket finals has 3-0'd the team in the grand finals. Is that trend going to continue? Can they upset Talon? Because Talon, they did 2-0 Polaris. They sent them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think it could be a possibility, but it really depends how the styles are going to clash again. You know, the big thing that I saw coming out from Talon is that against the teams that want to play fast, they played slow. Against the teams that want to play slow, they played fast. They adapted their gameplay. They made sure that they were just itemizing correctly for the specific situations. So we'll see if they're able to do it against Polaris. They would have got a lot of valuable information off of this one. Like you said, the Enigma ban needs to be at the top priority, but he did everything this game. He pushed lanes. He won the lane. He landed amazing black holes. He only got caught out a single time the entire game. Like, this was a phenomenal performance coming through from Force and well worthy of sending Polaris through to those grand finals.
Yeah, as we take a look at the bracket, oh man, what a closeout. One more series remains. Talon versus Polaris. We got to see in that winner bracket round 2 where Talon could 2-0 them, but those games were not easy for Talon. There was a 60-minute game in there. There was an occasion where Polaris were knocking on the higher gun as well. And those times, Talon, they had to have some crazy comebacks to knock Polaris down. And this puts us in such an exciting position. I hope we go the distance. Again, every single grand final, which is crazy to think about on how competitive every region has been in every single series. But every grand final has been a 3-0. Just give me... I just want a game 4. I won't even ask for too much. Just give me a game 4. I'd like a game 5. Give me a game 4 at least.
Yeah, give us give us more Dota. That's all we really want, you know? And, well, these guys are going to give it to them. Of course, Polaris, they're going to have a little bit of a longer break, though. You know, after that exhilarating series coming through, 3 games, they need a little bit of a breather because, you know, they're going to have a hard slog against them. Who would have thought? I mean, I remember back in the day when someone, if they made a lot of these bracket predictions correct, Valve would just be like, you know what? We're sending you to TI, one person that's got everything correct. I don't know if anyone had the bracket panning out in this fashion with Polaris, not even just making the grand finals, but knocking out T1 on the way there. If they're able to take it out entirely, what a great rags to riches story that would be for them.
Yeah, the road has been really, difficult for Polaris. It's been shaky for them to get here. We've seen your roster changes, bringing, taking Force out, bringing Nevermind in, almost making it to Stockholm Major. Then their coach comes to play as the position 5. They almost made it to ESL, just falling short in the qualifiers. They just fell short in the grand finals as well at the Gamers Galaxy tournament, where they lost 2-3 against Boom. But they've got an opportunity now in the best of 5 versus Talon to make it over to the group stages. One team will move on and the other team will join T1 and all the other boys and all the other incredible teams in the last chance qualifiers. Then we're going to have a very extended break here. It's going to be about 40 minutes, maybe just a little bit less for our grand finals. Like you said, the players, they need to get set.
They do. And you and I, we're going to be watching the grand finals because it's going to be Mike and John taking you through those. I hope everyone in chat enjoys it, and I hope you've enjoyed us casting these qualifiers as well. It's always an absolute pleasure to cast some SEA Dota, and Aries and I, we'll see you guys again real soon.
Yeah, we'll be in chat, hanging out, getting the enjoyment out of the incredible series that we have. But there is one more series that remains. The grand finals, the 2 teams are set. It's going to be Talon versus Polaris. We'll see you guys after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the grand finals of the SEA qualifiers for TI11. One of these teams is going straight to TI. The other will still have a chance at last chance qualifiers. Still, we have the grand finals on our hands. Polaris Esports making it all the way through, beating out T1 in a 2-1 victory. And they are going to be now up against Talon in the grand finals. Jonathan, I was talking to you yesterday. I said, T1, they got to be careful. Polaris, they've been looking hot recently. They end up getting the 2-1 victory, and now they're up against Talon. Mind you, historically, as you can see on this bracket in round 2, Talon did get the 2-0 victory over Polaris. So historically, you'd imagine Talon has the advantage. But John, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about this grand final?
Yeah, I'm going back to what I said when we were casting the Chinese qualifiers and what we saw from the South American and the Eastern Europe qualifiers. This kind of 2-0 run on the winner's bracket, exactly the same spot Talon's in, is cursed. Because we've seen teams go that route, although RNG broke that curse, but you go that route in the first 2 qualifiers, you get 3-0 in the grand final. So I think Polaris is not an opponent that Talon should be resting easy on, as we saw in their series just a while ago up against T1. I mean, there were some amazing plays coming out. I think out in every game, it almost felt like it was on the back of Force. He had some really big plays on his Marcy and on the Enigma to close out with. So Polaris, they're back in fine form. This is the team, again, that looked like they could have gone to majors. This is a team that's been mostly together for such a long time. They broke things off. No, they lost CML, Mavis. They dropped Force for a while, and then they take him back in. They have Coach AU step back in, and it's looking good. Like I don't think a lot of people expected that to happen, because again, their performance in Tour 3 was frankly dismal, and to recover in such a short time span to get to this point is just a feat on all of its own.
It's been an incredible lower bracket run here for Polaris. You love to see it, Jonathan. Again, Talon versus Polaris, it's going to be a very hype matchup. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as it was in the winner bracket round of 2. I think Talon, they would have been watching very carefully, because now you've got that lower bracket momentum for Polaris Esports going into this grand final. You talked about the curse as well. There is a bit of a curse with the winner bracket going on here with these qualifiers. So Talon, they've got to be a little bit careful not to underestimate these boys, though. Talon, you know, they ended up knocking T1 down to the lower bracket last night. They're in the grand finals. They're ready to go. They've had the pleasure of being able to take a break and just watch the games, just study what Polaris have been doing. And, you know, one man they really have to watch out for, and you already said this, but Force has been playing out of his mind. Like, we just watched that last series. Force put the team on his back. Let's just be honest. Force put the team on his back. He said, listen, I'm the real carry from the offlane. I'll get the job done. The man's playing like he's got a gun to his head, John. I'll be frank. He is playing like his life depends on it. And that's the way you've got to play if you want to make it to TI11. There's no other way about it.
Yeah, you've got to go all in. You've got to make these big plays happen for your team. Force has delivered in spades. On the other side for Talon, I think we've got one player that does that as well for Talon, as we've seen across all of their matches. Because if you look at Talon, it's 2 O's, but none of those games looked outright dominant, right? They were all very tight games coming out from Talon, and the one player to kind of bring them to that point every time has been Mikado. Like, Mikado has just shown up in this tournament as well. So it's going to be great to see, like, this clash of 2 players who've been just doing so much, I think so much more than people expected. And to see them kind of clash from different lanes, to see who gets to be the momentum setter this time, who has more impact, it's going to be a really fun one to watch, Mike.
You're going to put it out there as well, John. I mean, I made the reference to Makoto in that article by esports.gg. He was right. He wasn't wrong. He stood by his words. He proved everyone wrong. There you go, Makoto, a man of his word. Ends up beating T1 in the grand final now. You said it. I mean, yesterday when we were watching them against T1, he was the MVP in all games for me. Right? Makoto was split pushing so much, buying so much time. We had amazing moments from all the players of Talon, but Makoto has really, really shown up. And again, Talon, they really want this bad as well. You see the smiles on their faces, but you can tell they're feeling amped up, they're feeling pumped right now, and they've got to be serious here, John. It's not going to be an easy matchup. I could see this easily going to 5 games here between these two teams. Both teams want this so damn bad. You don't have to want to risk it in the last chance qualifier if you can avoid it. You want the qualification straight to TI-11. They're just one best of 5 away. Oh, let's see if they can do it. I'm so excited. I can't wait for this draft to get underway, John. I need to see what these two teams are thinking.
Yeah, I mean, again, going back to those points we made about these key players, it does mean I feel like this first phase is going to be tailored to banning out Force and Mikado heroes, which is a bit of a breakaway from both sides. You know, it might see stuff like maybe Marcy still gets banned out. That could be a possibility, but if it does lie true, I'm thinking Talon and Polaris are going to be gunning for that hero. We already do have a bit of the draft on hand as we pull it up, but I can tell you now, there's a lot of respect bans from both sides. You know, Talon are opting to take care of the Enigma, which we again saw Force perform to a very high level. DP banned out as well from Talon, a comfort pick for Polaris. Polaris taking care of that Mikado puck early on, which is a really good sign because Mikado has just been a terror on that hero, along with the Savage Faces Void. So they know what Talon's been up to. They know how they like to play these games really slow. They take away the tools to get that done. Interestingly enough, the Marcy's been left in the pool and Talon doesn't pick it up. They go with the Undying instead, which we also have seen KP play on the offlane. But Marcy in the pool, with how Force played, I wouldn't be surprised if Polaris just first phase it.
Absolutely. Let's see what they do. Talon with the Undying first pick, no surprises. Polaris Esports, the Marcy's there. Do they want to take it for themselves? The Chen as well. AU. Dominant play when it comes to the Chen. There he is, the very stoic AU. This man has not expressed any emotion. Even after beating T1 in that lower bracket final, he was like, yeah, we almost like he expected it. Like, yeah, of course we won. It's just T1. Just Anna and Thompson. They're just the 2-time TI winners. Who cares? And there it is. The Marcy's here. Chen? No. They go into the Omni Knight. So something a little bit different. Omni, very, very potent, especially when you've got a hero like Marcy that can just jump in and just wants to get to work. When you've got spells like Guardian Angel, when you've got spells like the Heavenly Grace, it really enables the Marcy to just be able to get in there and, you know, start doing the Dempsey role, John. We call this Marcy Tyson now. You know, you want to just be able to fight. And with this Omni Knight behind her, you should be able to get that done.
Yeah, you get a lot from the Omni Knight, right? Like, it's not just the protection, the added strength you get from Heavenly Grace. I mean, Marcy's a strength hero, so you do get a little bit more damage coming out there as well. You just run people down a lot easier. For Talon, they've got to kind of figure out how to handle the Omni Knight. Well, from Polaris, when they had to play against it, they picked up the Shadow Demon. So I'm keen to see if that's something Talon will want to pick up down the line. They do pick up the Morphling first. Talon going back to the Savage Special with a Morphling. I don't think they've gotten to play that recently. Again, in their last series up against T1, it was T1 picking up the Morphling. So Talon knows how to work against it, and I think in this phase, they've got to prioritize protecting that Morphling here for Savage. I mean, you do have good forms to turn into. Like, just Marcy and Omni Knight alone are pretty damn good for the Morphling. You would prefer the Marcy. Sidekick on Morphling is big. Rebound is huge. But you've got your options lined up here for Talon. And again, there's a lot of opportunities for Polaris to kind of draft around it or draft against it if they want. The big solution that we've seen Talon themselves deploy, something like the Slark. With an Omni Knight to protect with Sidekick from Marcy, if Talon doesn't ban the Slark that they've picked themselves to deal with his Morphling, I think Polaris is going to have a really nice lineup there. I mean, we've seen Natsumi play that Slark multiple times, maybe not in this qualifier, but certainly in his long career as a carry, it is something he has played tons of.
Oh, you're not wrong about that, John. But going back to the Morphling for a second, every time I see Savage pick up the Morph, it always takes me back to the Ginnis Bros days, Jonathan. You remember those days? He was playing with Gunnar, that stack with Forever as well, and that's when we really started to see this prodigy that was upcoming, and his Morphling was just so mean back then. Such a mean Morphling player, and there he is. There he is, the Thai Beast, showing his face, picking up one of his favorite heroes here for this Game 1. And it's always important to get a Game 1 lead, right? In a best-of-5 grand final, when you get that Game 1 lead, you feel so much more relaxed. You're 2 games away. You're suddenly in a bit of a best-of-3 if you have the first game lead. And Game ones, they generally set the trend for a grand final. So this is arguably the most important game of the grand final if you really think about it.
Yeah, it just provides such a solid foundation for the rest of the series because it's such a long haul if you do go 5 games. Like it can be a bit rare to get those 5 games as well, and just having that mental boost, having that confidence of taking the first game, just gives you a good point to restart on. It's a lot easier to bring yourselves down mentally, like, you know, from a elevated state back to neutral compared to a lower state back to neutral. So really important for both sides. I love the Lina pickup here for Polaris. We've seen Lelouch play this hero to a really great extent in that Game 2 up against T1 in the last series. It can act as that carry from mid. There's not a lot of heroes that can really bully out a Lina in the mid lane matchup as well. So it's going to be a bit difficult to figure out what you'd want for Mikado. Now, on the other hand, you are starting to lack a little bit of hard lockdown here for Polaris. So some of those slipperier heroes are still in play for Mikado to pick up. Like, they banned the Puck, but they've been focusing on a mishmash of heroes on Polaris afterwards, like Pangolier gone, which is perhaps a Mikado hero down mid as well, and the Invoker, but they banned the Dazzle out. Like, the options like the Queen of Pain are still there. The matchups aren't that good against Lina for these more mobile heroes, like, say, Quap, Ember, even Void Spirit can be a little bit on and off against Lina, but down the line, that mobility will be very valuable. They go to Primal Beast first here on the side of Talon, and there's some flex on hand. That should be leaning towards KP. I don't think we've seen Mikado play that hero. I don't think that's something Talon tends to want from mid, as again, they want that higher mobility, that more disruptiveness here, but this does fit into the aggression that KP's been showing us. You know, there's been a lot of changes with Talon's playstyle, because for a long time, especially in KP's end, it felt like every time you play against Talon, you just ban out DP Brewmaster, and Talon's not that scary because it didn't feel like KP had that big of an impactful pool. Now in these qualifiers, I mean, he's played Core Undying, he's playing Core Primal Beast, he's expanded his pool to a pretty good amount here.
He certainly has. The Primal Beast proving to be extremely potent in the current meta. We see it all the time throughout this current meta, and KP has been enjoying himself quite a bit. I might add as well, John, I do enjoy the Rubik pickup coming out. When you're against Omni Knight, you want the Heavenly Grace, you want the Guardian Angel if you can take it. Hell, even the Marcy spell is quite broken with a hero like Rubik because of the Arcane Supremacy, just being able to dispose from a mile away. Rebound's very nice to boot. Even the Lina spells, if you want to go down that route. Light Strike Array is always good. Dragon Slave's always good for farming, pushing out waves. Polaris, not going to hesitate. They'll go right into the Viper. I believe that is going to be... Do you think offlane Viper here for Force? Like, they throw the Marcy support instead. They'll just go Viper on Force? Because he does seem to really enjoy this hero.
10 seconds
Yeah, he does. I think it is likely we could see just Savius bring the Marcy back out, which he has done multiple times before as well. I think the one thing for Polaris is, again, if you look at how Force played, especially in that last series, off the back of Force, he was playing much more team fight-oriented heroes. With the Viper, it's mainly about laning, right? You just dominate your lane, you try to slow down the Morphling, which in this case shouldn't be too hard to get done, as Morphling doesn't tend to enjoy that lane matchup, but it does feel like once you go past that laning phase, if you don't have the farm, if you don't have that initial start to build up and get your first few items, maybe like Dragonlance, perhaps a BKB, maybe a Hurricane Pike priority, if you don't manage to hit that, it just feels like you're not going to be given space, because the Lina's going to be there. And Natsumi loves his big farming heroes as well from the past one. So Force is going to have to be sacrificed, and as a sacrificed hero, the Viper just doesn't scale the same way as, say, the Marcy, as, say, the Enigma we saw last time. So that's my one concern for Polaris. It's all in on kind of finding this aggressive lane. Viper Marcy is really aggressive though, like sidekick on Viper. Morphling's not going to enjoy that, so as long as they play to the strengths of that duo, and Talon, they might have a hard time enabling Savage here.
Yeah, it's very similar to the old combos of, say, Earth Spirit Viper, Clockwork Viper. Like, you just want a melee hero that can kind of close the gap, land a stun, and maybe displace them. And obviously with that, with the Dispose, you are going to be able to do exactly that. And like you've already said, the Viper Marcy, pretty devastating kind of combination to have to try and play against here for Talon in their safe lane. And it does beg the question whether Talon will try to switch the lanes up of Savage's Morphling. Maybe just try to do the whole lane switching, the musical lanes, just to try and really allow that early game farm for the Morph. Still, we do see some more bans to come out, the Ursa Slark and Void Spirit Ember being removed, so they aren't going to have the issue of the Slark now. If Polaris did want to go down that route, it is not going to be available. And Talon, they have one more hero to go. They need something for Makoto in the mid lane. Against the Lina, it's a little bit hard to know where to go. I think earlier you did bring up the Queen of Pain pickup that could be there for Makoto, and I kind of agree with that. I think Quap might just fit the bill.
Yeah, you don't have lockdown. Like, it's only really, Rebound and LSA you currently have to hold something like Quap down. The lane matchup up against Lina is not pretty for the Quap. We've seen that multiple times. The Lina has won out a lot, and I think early on, I think Tour 1, people were saying it's a lot more even. As it developed, that's just something that the Lina players absolutely dance over. It still goes into Talon's playstyle, though, and it gives them some good damage to go through that Guardian Angel with Sonic Wave. So you can still find your kills. You've still got magic damage coming out there as well. And they will go for the Tiny instead, which is a really interesting shakeup. We have seen Makoto play that as well, but in comparison to his more mobile heroes, like Tiny's going to need blink timing. We're going to have to see Talon kind of emphasize those mid rotations. They do have decent enough rotations coming out with, say, Q's Rubik here, so it's not all too bad. But the presence from, say, Hyde on the Undying is a little bit more nebulous. Presence from Savius is good to move up there, and they go with the Pudge here on Polaris. So we get the Natsumi Pudge out, and the guy knows how to hook. And as long as he gets off to that overwhelmingly strong start, there might not be time for Talon to take a breather and just farm up here.
These are great drafts going into game number 1 of this best of 5 grand final between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. Well, I do like that last pick Pudge quite a lot. I think it's quite effective even against the Morphling. I think it's the level 15 talent. Makes the regen of the Morph kind of suffer, or it might just be the Ags. It's still a very strong pick is what I'm trying to say here from Natsumi, and we have seen the man run this quite a lot. So he is very familiar with running that POS 1 Pudge. John, give it to me. You've got 2 drafts in front of you right here. Forget the teams. This is a grand final. These are the best 2 teams of the TI-11 qualifiers, so it doesn't matter what teams they are. These drafts. Who came out with the better draft in your opinion going into game 1?
Actually, looking at it, I think Polaris has the lineup to just get really aggressive fast. Like, we talk about the Lina needing a lot of space to farm. Pudge is a little bit more sacrificial. It probably needs to build up into Vanguard and Ags. Once you're there, you're kind of set. Lelouch can just farm up and be that big scaling core, having a lot of bodies to throw out. You've got a lot of combinations with a Pudge. Coming in with the Omni, like AU with a Heavenly Grace, enables Natsumi to just have this really good lane. And I think that's something Talon will have to watch out for. Like, Mikoto on the Tiny. This blink timing on him is going to be so important. If it falls a bit too late, maybe even just past 14 minutes, it starts to feel pretty bad. Because you're only relying on KP to jump in, and there's no one really to follow up on that Primal Beast here.
Absolutely not. We'll get into it though. Game number 1, Polaris, Talon, going at it for that last spot for SEA of TI-11 qualifiers. And I say last spot, there are still last chance, but you get my point. The last direct invite for SEA here. And by the way, just to correct myself, John, it was the Aghanim Scepter of the Pudge that removes the HB regen by 25%. So there you go. Very, very effective against a hero like Morphling, that's for sure. And we'll get into it, John. Do you want to do some predictions? We've got 4 predictions here between these 2 teams. Do you want to go through them? What are you thinking?
Yeah, highest net worth by 25. I kind of see that going to Lelouch, if not Natsumi. Probably Natsumi, actually, safer bet. Player with the most D wards by 15. AU's been really on point with how he's been playing this game. Player who gets the longest kill streak. There's no really highly mobile hero, so I expect someone to die at some point. Perhaps Lelouch, again, very well protected in the lane of this game. Player with the first triple kill. For some reason, I feel like KP on the Primal Beast, just because early game Primal Beast is pretty hectic. So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Jonathan. We'll get into it. Game 1. Do they go for a level 1 team fight? That's the question. They may just. Natsumi does have Hook leveled up naturally, so you don't mind trying to force a fight here as the Pudge. If you can land that hook, that is. Meanwhile, bottom side, Makoto, already getting started on Xavier's, but he's just going to walk his way out. Always had the ability to just skill up the rebound if he needed to get out that way. I suppose you don't really want to fight into this Undying, but force. He'll try and just get a few right clicks in. That'll be pretty much it. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so a very even start between both these teams. And as usual, John, we will start with the mid lane. You're going to have Makoto on that mid tiny. he's going to be up against the Lina of Lelouch. And this lane, you'd imagine, doesn't really favor the Tiny so much, at least in terms of harassment. In terms of CS, the Tiny should still have an advantage, but is there anything else we need to keep an eye out for? Do you have any opinions on this lane?
Level 4 is the spike for Mikado. Before that, Lelouch just has a great time. You can zone out very nice with Dragon Slave, 0 armor on Mikado, and you can just kind of run him down with some right clicks with your range advantage here for Lelouch. Mikado should still be able to farm, as you mentioned. A tree grab is just really, really too strong in a right click, so it's not too hard for you as a Tiny to still keep up. But I think Lelouch just has the natural advantage, and it's down to Talon to kind of make sure Lelouch doesn't get the bottle top up. Because if he gets that on top of this natural advantage, recovery for Mikado is a very slow process considering he's sharing farm with a Morphling from Savage, which we already know is very greedy as well.
Yeah, and off the back of that point, like, Mikado is kind of forced this game to really set a pace and tempo for the team, and it does go back to the fact that you do have a very greedy pos 1 in the form of that Morphling. Of course, Savage and Hyde going to be there against Force and Xavier's bottom lane. The Morphling later on turns into an absolute powerhouse, very hard to deal with, but early on is a bit of paper, right? Like, he can't really do much to help out. You want to buy him as much time and space as possible. This lane, though, against the Viper, do you think Hyde has enough on the Undying to protect the Morph, or should he still have an advantage along with Xavier's?
It still feels pretty good for the Viper and Marcy. You just have to watch Hyde's positioning. He's doing a good job of just standing in between, getting the decays off when he can, making it a little bit uncomfy to really push in. Savage is really balancing this lane well with a good amount of denies under his belt, and he's just not going close. He drags the creep wave as far back as possible, focuses on finding as much denies as possible to keep that equilibrium near his tier 1, and as long as he doesn't go too far forward, you should still be able to find farm until you hit level 2. Is a pretty good spike for Polaris once you have that rebound stun. Probably level 3 is your safe bet. At that point, they can start to threaten. And Hyde, once he does run out of the mangoes, not going to be as much of a threat in that lane, but he still has 3 up and running at least.
In the top lane, you're going to have Q there, KP. He'll be on the Primal Beast against Natsumi on the position 1 Pudge and AU on the position 5 Omni Knight. Usually the Primal Beast is quite dominant, and in fact, we're going to see it right now. Natsumi trying to run. Heavenly Grace is there, so AU does buy a bit of space and time for Natsumi. But that's only level 1 Trample and level 1 Uproar. As the levels go up on KP, it does beg the question, can AU do enough on the Omni Knight to keep Natsumi alive and healthy? Because they are really just chasing him down every chance they get.
Yeah, it's not too easy to zone out the Pudge here, and there's only so much AU can do. He does at least have a casual Sage's Mask up, already popped his Clarity, so he's going to have the mana sustain to kind of get that done, and he's just staying away from being hit by Q. As long as his mana regen isn't interrupted, Natsumi's going to have some play. The issue here is cooldowns. Like, that level 1 cooldown on Heavenly Grace is pretty damn long. As long as KP kind of times his trample well, he should always be able to find an opening to trade back, and it will force a decision out from AU. Normally, you'd love the Hammer of Purity to kind of just chase down with Rot, but it just doesn't feel like you can get too aggressive in this top lane with how well the Primal Beast turns around.
Bottom lane, the Tombstone was dropped there by Hyde, trying to protect him from forces. Now, Savage is going to try to move in and get some damage off, but he is copying a fair bit himself. Strength Morph will be there in force. Still going, still chipping away at Savage. Rebound is out, but the Strength Morph is there. Savage still going to be safe. Quick on the hands to make sure he does press the button before the stun does come in from Xavier's. But it seems like the aggression is starting to amp up here from Polaris, at least in the bot lane.
I mean, it's that level 3 timing on Force. More damage out from Poison Attack. You've got the rebound ready. So you can kind of gap close. And Hyde, he still has 2 of his mangoes. So he has some play, but the lane has started to shove a bit forward. Like they had that little pull on the large camp a while ago to take out the range creep, and that's been enough to give them a little bit more presence. And whenever that creep wave is far enough, Savage, he doesn't have a smooth time farming without that protection of his tower and his support.
I want to go back to the mid lane for a moment here, John, because you've got Makoto, and you look back at that CS of Makoto, he has been really struggling. Like 19-2 compared to the 32-8 of Lelouch. Lelouch is having, as expected, a very, very strong laning stage. We have seen points where Makoto is trying to get aggressive with the Avalanche Toss combo, but it doesn't really affect the laner much at all. Like, he's not really taking too much damage as Makoto is going to try to, again, to get aggressive here against this laner. But Lelouch, he's just so far ahead when it comes to the farm game. Meanwhile, top, jump in, Natsumi. Being chased down again by KP. The trample is eventually going to end, but they are not allowing Natsumi anywhere near this creep wave.
No, they're making it really tough for him to farm. He's still sort of matching almost Savage's output, at least, so you're not missing out on too much in Pudge. But a couple of items can jungle fairly well. One of the faster junglers in that mid-game timing. As long as you've got a protective item, the Vanguard's going to be the big one for Natsumi still.
Natsumi, here we go again. Lift up, but Heavenly Grace is going to be there. AU does save the day. Hook was out by Natsumi, but does not connect. KP going to be just fine. I suppose that's really the only way to salvage this top lane, is landing a nice hook into that tier 1 top tower. Problem is KP's always going to have Onslaught, and you haven't really got a way to cancel that until it dismembers up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. You're relying more on AU to just ensure that you can kind of get out of there. They rotate the 2 supports out here from Talented to ensure Mikado has his top up. Lelouch not even bothering to check onto that top rune, and will settle for the bounty. But a regen out for Mikado does help alleviate that lead coming out from Lelouch. I mean, he's still far ahead, but he's not going to be able to maybe get some side lane rotations early up, maybe spam out his spells as much, threaten with Laguna. So just with that little move, Talon manages to give Mikado a little bit more play on the lane, although it's not that much.
Not yet. Here we go again. KP. Lift is there. AU. He was out of range for the Heavenly Grace that time around. Will still be saved. Natsumi just really trying to abuse the hook to take the creeps that he can get. KP doing a real darn great job of just really making this Pos Once Pudge's life a living hell here in this laning stage, and he'll just keep it up. Like at this point with the XP advantage, KP really should not have to ever leave the lane. Like Natsumi's the one that has to find a way to catch up in farm as they go again. Natsumi, he's alone this time. AU is not around. He'll TP into the tier 1 tower just to make sure. But that's a very nice force to the rotation and the TP of the Omni Knight. And that might create an opening. If Talon can find a way to make it happen in bot lane, there is going to be a rotation. They are going to find that opening eventually. Makoto, he's going to rush forward. Force, he'll be the target on the Viper. But can they get him? With the Avalanche, you bet your ass they can. Toss him up, take him out. That'll be first blood to go the way of Savage. And it's a very smart play from Talon. You know the Omni Knight has no TP. He cannot come down to the bot lane. Makoto notices that. He takes full advantage.
Yeah, that's what you need to see out from Talon. Just kind of find a way to open up the map a little bit more for Savage when the opportunity presents itself. He still had a good time farming, but he's had to focus a lot on the denies as well to slow down Force's lane, which has been massive. I mean, look at all the denies from Talon. 18 on KP, 17 on Savage. Even if they're not getting as much CS, although they are, but this EXP slowdown for Polaris is going to hold them back a bit, especially in the Viper. I mean, the early levels for Viper are just so key to have that dominating presence, and with 17 denies from Savage, it's not going to come out as fast as Force would want.
Yeah, Savage has gotten way too much farm against a hero like Viper. This is not how the lane should have gone. Xavius is keeping tabs on Savage. Savage is very low on HP, not strength morphing yet, but Xavius doesn't have anything to rebound off. So you can't really hope to close the gap here on Savage. Just kind of keeping up the vision as top lane. Here we go. AU now the one in danger. Pulverize is going to be out from KP, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, Natsumi, he will rotate on the Pudge, try to find some form of a trade. We'll just get a bit of damage off. AU, though, he'll be happy to just barely survive on the Omni.
Yeah, that'll drag him all the way back from the lane. He does just pick up a clarity and opt to heal himself, maybe go for the stacks instead. That'll leave Natsumi a bit vulnerable. He does have Dismember, so has a way of kind of playing just by himself now, although down bot.
Yeah, Xavius trying to get aggressive with the Dispose, but Tombstone's going to be dropped high, seeing an opening. Force the rebound out, but Makoto's there, looking to cut him off. Avalanche will land. A toss, not out yet, but they don't need it. Makoto will just get the job done with the right clicks, as now Force is in danger. Force the TP's out from Polaris. Get something out of this surely for the Dire. But Hyde's just walking away. Poison attack is there. Hyde, he'll try for a TP, but it's not going to be enough. Underestimating the poison damage of the Viper. And I believe one of the decay stacks ended up wearing off as he tries to TP. A little bit unfortunate.
If they find a consolation prize, it's a lot of TPs out from Polaris to find that punishment onto the Pos 5. At the least, Mikado also doesn't find anything for his kill, but he rotates top now, seeing that commitment. If they find an angle onto Natsumi, with the Pulverize ready, that Pudge could be dead, but Natsumi also gets a good readout. Backs off, just plays in the jungle. Mikado is still in this area, though, and he's going to be camping until the opportunity presents itself.
Absolutely. Kodo, again, we kind of discussed the tough laning stage he had. He's still quite low in terms of net worth, but with these kills racking up, he is slowly going to start catching up. Speaking of, though, his enemy in that mid lane, Lelouch, currently top of the net worth board, so if you're relying on this laner to be able to pump out the damage in the middle of these team fights, which you are going to be, he's doing a great job. His Q, mid lane, is going to drop. He'll juke out the Light Strike array, but it will not matter. Laguna Dragon Slave is more than enough from Lelouch. In fact, it was Xavius that took the kill. But now with the siege creep up, Polaris can start to push in the mid-tier 1, and that is a lot of damage from Lelouch. Even with just the Falcon Blade available, he is going right through this structure. And there's no TPs incoming. Talon, they might just let this one go. In fact, Hyde, he's the only one around. He'll drop the Tombstone. In comes KP, but they've got the Heavenly Grace to cancel off the Pulverize. AU, what kind of reaction was that from our Omni?
Has fallen.
He did it pretty much instantaneously.
Yeah, he gets a good cancel, really good positioning. I love the aggression coming out from Xavius. Like, even if they don't find a kill, they force the rotations, the defense just falls flat because of how low they drop. They're forced to drag down KP, opening up the top lane a little bit more, and they find the objective in the end from that little rebound forward, trying to force some aggression. And the game evens out a little bit more on the kill board, but map control is definitely in Polaris' favor. And with this kind of lead up on the Lelouch, with his travels lined up at around the 12-minute mark, and he's just going to be able to run down. He's got level 3 Fiery Soul already, lots of right-click on hand, as we've seen. Talon grouping up top to find her own tier 1 tower take, but it's not as big as the mid. And their bot's also being shoved in by force, so getting a lot of space out here from Polaris, even if this top tier 1 just falls.
Absolutely. Polaris will be happy with this. They can still take down the bottom tier 1 anyway. Like, no one's going to be around to defend that from Talon.
Radiant are scared.
Polaris, pretty happy with the way this game one's going so far, I'd say.
Is under attack.
We'll start focusing on the bottom tier 1 as Talon does the top tier 1.
Radiant's bottom
Get
tower
no
is under
real
attack.
TPs coming into the bot lane, though there is still a lot of HP on that tier 1 tower, but I don't think Talon really wants to try and force a defense. With the state of the game, they're probably just better off trying to catch up on Makoto and Savage. I think that's probably just the way to do it, because you know Natsumi, once he has the Ags up, he's going to farm out of control. In fact, they're going to go hunting now. They'll spot out Natsumi on that punch. But he's by his own tier 2 mid tower, so chances are you are not going to be able to catch him. Though Q and KP are sticking around. But Natsumi, I do think is going to be way too tanky to deal with for now. He's fine.
Yeah, even without something like the Vanguard, he's just naturally durable. At least level 2 flash heaps up, so a little bit more off that damage block to play with. And again, with the TP points on hand, doesn't have too much to be scared of. The side of Polaris, for their part, clearing out that bot jungle, keeping that build up on the Lelouch. BKB coming out for the Lina after these travels now. And these timings are just perfect. Like, they've been playing such a good game on Polaris. AU has just been a massive issue for Talon. They have no backline jump until that blink of Mikado is done. It is being finished up soon, but he's going to have to find the right targets here, Mike. If AU stays alive in the middle of it, just one Heavenly Grace removes a lot of their control and pretty much cuts off a lot of their damage output here as well.
Yeah, he really has been part of the heart and soul of the team here, AU. Throughout all the series we have watched, he has been so impressive. Especially after you kind of remember his debut back into the pro scene with, I believe it was TNC. That didn't go too hot, but things are looking very strong for him now.
If I recall,
Was it
right?
Fnatic?
Like, yeah, that 1 week he was on Fnatic for a pro series, and then they had that immediate roster swap, which was, unfortunate, but it happens.
It does happen. Arcane Rune, going to be picked up by Xavius. Makoto, he'll make the jump in. He's not happy about that, but Xavius, he's got his team right behind him. That's going to be a tombstone wasted. So Hyde, he won't have that for another 75 seconds. And the thing is, every time this tombstone's on cooldown, you're going to feel so much safer as Polaris, because it's so much of the team fight of Talon in this early game is Hyde's level 3 tombstone. So now for the next, say, 60 seconds, you're not really concerned about a fight to break out from Talon. If anything, Polaris will be the ones to smoke up and force the fight, but they're more interested in just keeping their farm going on their cause.
Yeah, and they have a really good mid-game spike to hit. I mean, why rush the game when Natsumi's just getting a free ride to the Ags? He's managed to catch up really well, despite a little bit more back and forth in this lane. He's got the farm. Number 3 net worth, smoke out with just Natsumi and Xavius right now. And if they find a good opportunistic hook, I mean, you start to build up these flesh heap stacks on Natsumi. The Ags timing becomes faster. They are sneaking around here, but high ground's held by Q.
Yeah, Q's gonna break the smoke. Natsumi, he could still try, but Makoto's right around the corner along with KP. They'll still move in, but there's a big avalanche to come out. Makoto, he's setting up a really nice fight as the Komo no Mi pulverized from KP into the onslaught. AU, he's still gonna show up. They're gonna keep going. They got Savage down as well. Lelouch took him out on the Morphling as they find another. 3 down for Talon. How did Savage die in all this? Upper top lane, he got soloed by Lelouch.
Yeah, I mean, you get caught off guard. He was playing under vision, which High just takes care of now. He was playing really forward in jungle, trying to find what farm he can, but with the travels on the Lina, you can just get an easy jump in when a Morphling doesn't expect it, and you've got the burst damage, especially in a full Agi Morph, so have to respect that. Polaris, really great map control, really great movements coming out. You don't even find any sort of exchange here for Talon. Like, the damage just isn't there. Even if KP lands this big pulverize away from AU to save, the follow-up just isn't enough from Mikado right now. And he's a sitting duck when he does commit with Avalanche Toss, and if no one dies, there's just no save potential on Talon's end at all.
Absolutely not. Talon, now 3k behind in terms of net worth. They're starting to really stick as a group, not feeling quite safe alone. You gotta buy that space for this Morphling as Xavius mid lane could be a target. They'll make the jump in. The onslaught, Xavius doesn't have rebound up, and now the pulverize once again from a mile away, but Xavius is still fine. AU does save the day, and that's gonna be another tombstone drop that gets nothing. This is really just terrible news for Talon.
It's really not panning out. Polaris, their reactions are on point. They're getting these great teleportations out. AU just casually walks up, saves his teammate, and they instantly smoke off the back of it. They get very fast resets with a purification. So Xavius gets to look again. Unleash is ready to go. Rebounds a low cooldown, and they're exposing themselves down bot here.
Oh, Force goes a bit too early. Doesn't allow Xavius to get within range for the rebound, and that does kind of cost them the attempt at the Tiny, so a slight error there from Polaris. They will at least force back the Tiny, though, and KP's going to take over on the bot lane as the Primal Beast, but he's not going to make it too obvious where he is. In the meantime, Natsumi, he's got the Ags we talked about. This is when Pudge becomes a real farming and damage machine, and you've got to start to get very worried as Talon once you see that. That is a very scary timing.
And it's a big timing. This should be Polaris now just grouping up as 5, and they are. Lined up bot, pushing in that tier 2. And Talon just has no defense. Their lineup really isn't suited for that. So they're just going to have to sacrifice, going to have to farm, bank on Savage to hit this Manta timing into the Scotty and kind of play from there. I think the other big timings for Talon, BKB on KP is going to be pretty damn important here. The bigger one's probably this Ags on Q. He initially queued it up as his first item, went for the Aether Lens instead, but once you have a Rubik with double spell steal, that's where things could get a little bit different. Polaris, though, with the advantage here, going for a smoke play.
They are. They know how powerful they are right now. They want to use that power spike on Natsumi. Oh, even Lelouch with the BKB is going to feel very strong at the moment. Talon, not too weak themselves, but they haven't had much success in the previous team fights. Now, side of Polaris, they've been very smart to back off every time they see that tombstone dropped. You just never want to fight within it. A Savage now. Rebound is there. Light Strike Array out. He is strength morphing, but he's copping so much damage, and he goes to the right side. I don't know if that's a misclick. I don't know if he was trying to juke them out, but I suppose he was in dire straits, and that'll be Savage going down again.
Yeah, he's just trying to find farm, but Polaris, they know what Talon wants to do. They've played against this style of Talon of trying to stall out, trying to farm up in that hyper carry, and now they're punishing really well. Into the Roshan they go. Doesn't take too long for this objective to melt with the output they have. They're going to have that secondary life up on Natsumi or Lelouch, and they're really not going to have too much to be scared of. I mean, we haven't even seen the Guardian Angel come out from AU. Talon, for their part, they're not able to do anything. Mikado is now going for a Midas, seeing that he's probably going to need to go as a secondary core to scale, and that's just going to stall out these timings more. Remember, the most success we've seen from Talon's when Mikado stalls a game, he's looking to farm. And that's something Polaris can really use their advantage here and just kind of get that first game under their belt if they just play as clean as they have been. BKB's up on KP. That could be a good timing, but it just doesn't feel like a solution. Like, if you don't find AU, I mean, this guy with the Heavenly Grace just does a lot.
What do you do? I mean, Talon, they've got to just slow this game down. It's desperate times now. Polaris, so dominant. Again, they've been looking fantastic throughout the whole qualifier. Apart from that upper bracket round or two they had against Talon of all teams, but they're looking to get their revenge here and off to a great start. Savage, not doing too bad in the farm department, is still third in net worth, but now is being chased down by Xavius. TP immediate, Lelouch, Light Strike Array. Oof. Oh, he's a hair off. Half a second away. It's now Hook mid lane. They've got Hyde on the Undying. Onslaught is there. Try to help him out. Natsumi, he's just such a tanky boy. He is taking no damage. He'll still find Hyde. Tombstone will go the way of Force. And they are not slowing down Polaris. They want to keep going. They want a tier 2 mid tower. They'll save the siege creep. And in we go. Even with the shards up on Force, it's going to be some quick structures to go down here for Polaris.
They've got the output. Sidekick up on Lelouch. They just melt objectives.
Savage. He gets stunned up again. He'll adaptive. Force is right behind. Lelouch will keep the chase going. This time around, though, surely Savage can wave form out. Light Strike Array, though, is going to land. Force, he's on the chase. KP shows up now. He's forced to save the day. Try to TP out. He should make it and does. Savage is still around. Pings are out. They seem to know. He'll waveform towards the north. Xavius, he's going to have a look around. Rebound was so close. Courier, the Courier, it's going to see him. They know he's there in the tree line. Savage is not making it out. KP, he tried so hard. He tried so hard to save Savage. It's just going to mean nothing, though. Polaris, they can smell the Morphling in the tree line.
Oh, man, they get such good plays out. The Courier micro for the vision in the tree line. And Savage, his TP was on cooldown. Even with that save from KP, he needed a little bit more time to try and bail out, and he just doesn't find it. Polaris, they are on point this game. Again, maintaining that momentum they had from the lower bracket, that game they had with T1. And for Talon, it's looking very scattered. Polaris, going for more.
They are. Bottom lane. Hyde. He just can't. Once the Pudge gets on top of you, you can't make it out. It's just too hard. Top lane, Xavius was trying to chase down KP as well, but misses the rebound of the Primal Beast. 8k advantage now, the way of Polaris Esports. An amazing start, 23 minutes into this game one. We talked about how important game one of a best-of-5 grand final is, and Polaris, they would agree, based on this performance. Talon, not out of this game yet, but John, what do they need to do to try and really force it back their way?
They've really just got the stall for Savage and Mikado now. This Midas build-up, it just means they're looking, oh, they got a toss back here.
They do. There's your Pulverize out once again. It is onto the Viper. Force, he will melt. Maybe this is the team fight. Onslaught, KP, he'll land on 2. AU, he might drop and does. In fact, Xavius, he's not making it out either. A great team fight set up there. KP on the Primal Beast doing a fantastic job. And Talon, maybe that's what they needed.
Yeah, they have to have Mikado play. I was worried with a Midas, he's just going to farm up, but they are looking to make some moves out. I think Polaris just has to respect that with a Tiny, the toss back is your safest bet. And they're still getting some good map space out. Full Shadow Blade up here.
Oh, the replay. That damn Pulverize, it makes me laugh every time. Lelouch, he's going to find KP. Immediate Laguna. Natsumi has Dismember. No problem. They'll get a bit of revenge here on Polaris.
Yeah, it's a nice kill to pick up. Natsumi's not stopping, though. He's just on the chase. He knows how big he is, with the Aegis to protect. Doesn't find anyone else, but you can just see the confidence in Polaris. Yeah, they lose a little fight. It doesn't make the biggest dent in their net worth lead. And it's still Talon with their backs against the wall. This is still not a good game for Talon at all, though.
Yeah, they do find Hyde, but AU does get caught out as well. Still Mikoto, he's a big target. He has no way out of this. Dispose, dismember, hold him down. And Natsumi, he's got a taste for Ox this game, John. As they do move in onto Q, the Rubik is going to TP out. Savage, he will walk out the old-fashioned way, but once again, Polaris, they are finding the better end of these trades. Talon, they find an Omni for their trouble, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it really isn't. And
Radiant
for
structures
Polaris,
under attack.
I mean, they're reaching this point in the game where all the outer towers of Talon are going to be gone. They can just constantly force into the high ground, keep the creep wave shoved out. They have really good push on pretty much all their heroes except for the supports. So they can just ensure Talon's locked in, unable to farm, unable to find that build-up. I think for Talon, outside of these plays from Mikado, we are inching closer towards Q's Ags. Whether or not that's going to be enough, whether or not he can get the big spells this team needs is a different question. But that could also be one of the turning points, as they've kind of allowed Q to just play a lot more passive here. He's playing it a lot more safe. He's not sacrificing his body, which Talon, you know, to be fair, tends to do with Q, just let him build up. But it's a lot of time to just allow a Rubik to build. Still, KP runs into Natsumi.
He certainly does. That'll be a dismember to come out from Natsumi. BKB was forced by KP, and he will eventually just TP away. Nothing to stop it. Gonna go through the BKB after the dismember. It's Force having a bit of a laugh to himself about that one, not holding the dismember for the TP. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Makoto looking to set up onto Lelouch. But Lelouch, he has very good positioning. Doesn't get too close to the creep wave. Takes it, immediately backs off. No messing around from the laner.
Yeah, just understanding that he's such a big part of the net worth lead of Polaris. Doesn't want to bleed anything away. He's had a pretty good game so far, 1-0-3. Not taking too much activity on the map, just playing as that pause one from the mid. And allowing even just Natsumi to cop a little bit more. Although Natsumi hasn't died either. So they're really just, sacrificing Force on the Viper, who's gotten his item timings anyway. You're still fine. They go with a play here onto the mid. Silver Edge fully up on Lelouch. Sneaking into the triangle. Good wrap if they do commit all the way to the top here.
They can just hold this triangle here. Polaris, wait for the side of Talon to try and make their way back over. Someone eventually will. Savage might show himself in this mid lane as the Morph. Will do so, so now that they know exactly where Savage is farming. The right side of that Radiant jungle. Rotations in from Polaris, but it doesn't seem like they have a smoke to use. In fact, Xavius is holding one. Meanwhile, KP, top side, has been caught. Lelouch once again, right on target with the Light Strike Array, and Natsumi does follow up with the hook. KP trying to do his best to make as much space as possible for his carry, but it does cost his own life.
It's better than Mikado dying or Savage. Mikado missed out on the blink toss.
Koga's in trouble. Lift up from Q. He'll delay things here from Force. No other way to really lock him down here on the Tiny, so he's going to be okay. I think Polaris just waiting for the next Roshan now. It's 45 seconds away just about. Natsumi was just having a quick peek into the Roshan pit to see. At the very least, you do have a timing now on Savage. He does have the Eye of Skadi up, so you might be able to try and force this Roshan fight when it does come up. I don't think it's going to be that easy, but they could try. In fact, they might have to try with the way this game one's going.
Yeah, they've got to find some risk to take that pays back for them here. Polaris, smoke out, just on the hunt, and blink up on Natsumi, full Shiva's up. Really nothing to scare this Pudge. Natsumi's just massive. Even though he doesn't have the most flesh heap stacks, there's just no output in Talon. Talon, for their part, now going for their own smoke with a Scotty fully up again, looking for that Gambit here. Question is whether or not they find anyone from Polaris. They don't have forward wards on Talon, so it's pretty blind as far as these smokes go, and they just have no clue where Polaris is standing. They have complete control on the map so far.
Are they going to try and sneak Roche? Talon, they're hanging around the pit. They'll get their wards down. They're trying to force a positive team fight. They see the Viper. Force, he wouldn't be a bad target. Makoto, he'll jump in. Natsumi, though, right there to try and help out. The Viper, Force dropping. There's your Guardian Angel. It's not going to be enough. They've got the Viper down. No buyback available. Now Savage. He's way too deep. The damage is too high. He's gone. Oh, Savage, he went right in the middle. Lelouch and Xavius take care of him as now KP's gone to boot. Hyde, he's falling apart as well. That'll be a triple kill for Lelouch on the Lena.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There was a blast rig from the Midas usage there as well, and that was that's just unfortunate. Mikado, he's not even safe here.
He is not. Always feels real bad when you lose a neutral item like that, and just nothing going the way of Talon right now. It's a 12k advantage. Polaris, they have Roshan open. They'll move right into the pit. Nothing to stop them. such a dominant performance thus far for game one.
Talon, they just lack they extremely lack team fight. Polaris again with the saves coming out from AU, with how durable you are on Force and on Natsumi, even if you manage to get a jump out of any of these two cores, they're probably just going to live, or you're going to have to expend a lot, as we saw when they took out that Viper and Force, that you won't have anything left in the tank for everyone else. And Lelouch is such a massive issue on this Lina, still on a perfect game along with Natsumi. Full Satanic up now, counteracting the Scotty to a very good extent. Once you pop that active, you really don't care. Still, Talon, Q has the Ags. Maybe that gives them some angles. It's not like you have big teamfight spells to steal here, though. So it's still pretty tough for the Rubik to find that opening for the team.
I think it's all about the displacement spells now for Q, right? Like, you've got Dispose and you've got Hook that you can steal. I think if you can force some of the heroes from Polaris out of position with those abilities from Q, then maybe you could force a fight. If you find the support, say, with the Hook, like AU gets caught out or Xavius gets caught out, I think that's when you can really get going. Even Lelouch or Force on the Viper is a pretty good target. The only guy you wouldn't want is Natsumi on the Punch, because he's happy to be close range like that. But I think it is really up to Q to try and get those spells up and try to really displace the side of Polaris here to give them a chance in this game one.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to drag someone out of position. Lelouch doesn't quite land the LC. They immediately rotate down bot once they saw the outpost was being taken. Polaris just not resting. They really, again, if you look at their last series up against Talon, it looks like they've really learned their mistake. They're not forcing high ground, they're not bashing their heads against the wall. They're just building this lead slowly but surely up and up and up. And they're just preventing Talon from finding any openings. This is such a great change for Polaris to find. I mean, they're in a really good position in this game. And for Talon, I don't see any angles towards the late game even. Because it's not like you have Mikado and a highly elusive hero. He's on a tiny. He's going for the Ags build up next as well. So you do have some long-range damage coming through from Mikado, but you'll need a damage steroid to really feel the brunt of that damage output. Like, you're going to need a Daedalus after that, and that's just so much farm with so little space to get that done.
You might not have the time right now. Polaris, they're moving in high ground. They don't want to waste any time. They've got a double damage on Lelouch. Half its duration still left. Look at that tier 1 tower. Or tier 3 rather. They do get a toss in. Xavius will get a dispose. Savage is going to run. Guardian Angel was popped. In fact, they are moving in pretty deep. Hyde and KP are both gone. That's 2 down. They both have buyback though, so Hyde, he'll commit. KP, he will hold out. But Polaris, they are not backing off. Buyback or not, they will stick around for the mid lane of Barracks. They might even go for more now. Tier 3 bottom tower. With the sidekick and the DD rune, it's so much damage from Lelouch. Can they deal with him? Natsumi, he'll make the jump in. A 3-man rebound. Xavius, he sets up perfectly. This is not looking good. Talon is in such big trouble. Force the buyback on KP. But there's only 2 heroes left here for Talon. And Polaris, they can go right for Megas. All lanes are open. There are no tier 2 towers standing. I don't see why you'd back off. Polaris, they'll go all the way for this.
Yeah, no reason to. They've just got such great front lines with Pudge and Viper, so durable. You can't even put a dent onto Lelouch with how far away he's hitting. And Talon, they have no big play. Smoke out, buybacks are coming through. They've got to get a toss back into base, it feels like, to even have a chance here.
Yeah, it's happy death time though, John. It's happy death time. Talon, don't look too happy about it. Polaris, in fact, they're not backing off. They're going to force another fight. They know there's no buybacks left on Talon. They've got a huge advantage. Dispose is there. KP, this could be the dieback. Makoto will try to help out. KP barely able to onslaught away, but now Makoto, he might be targeted. They call it. GG. Game 1 to go the way of Polaris Esports. And Talon, I'll be frank, John, this game 1 didn't even look close. Polaris, they were all over them.
Yeah, they dance around the side of Talon. Talon tried to go back into the slower style. Like, their support duo didn't really do much. Q was just stuck in this lane. Hyde was stuck in this lane. They'd rotate in for the Watt Runes, but Polaris just dictated this game start to finish. They had a great time for Lelouch. They had this great core for him to play down mid as the pause 1. Natsumi, he wasn't even threatened, even as a more space-creating Pudge. You know, that hero that you don't expect to scale as well into the late game. he still had all the space he needed because of the protection of AU. Polaris are just playing phenomenally well. Perfect games coming out for Lelouch and Natsumi, and for Talon. It doesn't feel like they can go back to what they've been relying to in this upper bracket in their run. Like, they've been going back for slower games, big win conditions on Savage, and space making for Mikado. Polaris just ban all of Mikado's faster heroes, and suddenly Talon just has no one to play with.
Well, John, give us a quick MVP before we head to the break before game number 2. Who was the MVP of the series for Polaris Esports?
I think it was
game
AU. Like, they got a lot out from Lelouch for sure, and he did manage to carry the damage, get some good rotations out to punish Savage while he was on his own. But AU enabled them to have this really good lane for Natsumi, to have all the save for whenever KP or Mikado would come in. That Talon just really had no play. So AU again on point with his return here on Polaris, switching from coach to player. He's just looked phenomenal.
He certainly has, John. We are going to head for a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft of this best-of-5 grand final between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. We'll see you then.
esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into Game 2's draft here between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X-Fire once again in this Game 2 of this Best of 5 Grand Final for the TI-11 qualifiers for SEA. John, I've got to ask you straight off the bat. You and I, we want a close Grand Final. We want a 5-game series kind of Grand Final. That Game 1, extremely dominant from Polaris. They've done their homework, they know what they're doing. What do Talon need to change up, especially during this drafting phase? Because I think AU, I've been saying it over and over again, this man is a prodigy when it comes to drafting. He's a genius when it comes to it. What do they need to do?
They've got to find a way to jump the back line. That draft from Talon Game 1, they commit early for the Morphling, which has worked out for them. They've been first phase picking the Savage Hero. I think Polaris is ready for it. I mean, they looked very ready in that game number 1. They've just managed to find all the counters. They took away the impact of the Primal Beast really well with AU's Omni Knight, and all his saves was really just almost like frame perfect from him. Every single time KP would start, like even before the first smash came out, instantly just saved. And I think the side of Talon just needs to find something else. Like maybe they have to first phase the Mikado hero, because in the second phase, all of his heroes was just taken out. Second and third phase of bans, like they took care of the Puck, the Void Spirit, all of the highly mobile heroes. They just get this very dominant mid Lina for Lelouch, which rarely loses lane. So I think that's where Talon has to adapt. Just shift the priorities, maybe shift Savage onto second phase for his pickup, get an early mid pick instead, which runs the risk of a counter pick. But I think with how Mikado plays, you don't necessarily need to worry about counter picks for him on mid. Like stuff like the Puck, stuff like the Quap, they aren't easily, even if they get countered in lane, they still have play because of their mobility. So I think that's all they need, like a playmaker from mid. Mikado needs to set the pace. And for Polaris, if it works, don't change it, right? Like they have great saves from AU. They could just play this really aggressive style, lane dominant heroes across the board, and just run Talon down the early game, which is where Talon really feels the weakest. Like their early game across almost all the series they've played has been pretty abysmal. They tend to try to hold and punish you for overextending. That's how Talon has found their entries back. But if you remove that late game condition, just keep stomping them in this early to mid, and it just doesn't feel like Talon can find any way back. And I think Polaris has a really good grasp on that early to mid game. So just focus on that, keep playing like this. And they were really disciplined on Polaris's end as well, because that time we saw Polaris up against Talon in the winners bracket and also in the ESL 1 qualifiers. Like their one issue was high ground. They kept trying to run up, and Talon kept finding punishment. This time they play super patiently. They look for a team fight first. They wait for Talon to get desperate. And that patience really paid off in the last game.
Yeah, fun fact about AU that most people don't know about as well, Jonathan. He actually can flex to mid as well if necessary. He just needs to buy himself some cross earrings, just change the earrings up there, and suddenly he'll be a mid laner with that haircut he's got going. So yeah, it's one of the flexibilities of Polaris Esports here. John, talk to me about Talon once again. Like, you know these boys a lot more personally than I do. I must admit, looking at their body language, looking at the faces of Talon right now, they look a little bit defeated after that game 1. Do you think they've mentally reset?
Yeah, I think so. Talon's gone through a lot of... every team goes through that, and I think for how long Talon's been together, they should be able to shake it off. Mind you, Forev isn't there, so maybe that tool for the mental reset isn't quite as solidified. But we'll find out. And this is going to be Talon's big test now. And Polaris, if they rally in this game 2, secure it, have that 2-game lead, they've got a really clean shot towards the TI groups. So we do see the draft develop. Enigma, Death Prophet being banned out by Talon. Puck and Void once again banned out by Polaris. And instantly into that duo of Marcy and Omni Knight once more. So if it didn't work, don't change anything. They go back to what worked out really well. For Talon, they've got this Undying that they did give to Hyde, but they could flex to KP. They've got to decide what to hammer in here. Do you want to go for the Savage Heroes? They will go for the Pangolier, which is more of the Mikado hero on the mid, and now they start banning Lelouch here. So they're adjusting in the draft on Talon's end. They're shifting Savage's hero to the later part of the draft, which does mean Polaris will be able to ban out stuff like the Morphling, stuff like the Void already banned. Slark could also just be taken out now as well. So the options will be limited, but now you do have that play from mid, and perhaps that's, one shakeup the Talon really needs. Again, the Tiny for Mikado. Slow lane against Alina. Blink timing was there, but then he had to go back for Midas. It just felt like you had two big farmy cores, and no one really to play make off the back of KP's Primal Beast there.
100%. I do like the draft openings from both sides. You already talked about the Pango more than likely going to be the hero for Makoto, but it can also be picked up by KP. We've seen that many times. Even Q could flex it as a pos 4, though we haven't seen that as much. And even for the side of Polaris, you've got this Marcy that you could give to Force, but last game it was Xavius who plays it in the pos 4 role. So very flexible, makes it very hard to know. What are you laughing at, John? Is it the seat, the way he's sitting?
No. You take a look at Force's camera. He's got a suitcase behind him. That's because they're flying out to Manila for another tournament tonight. We're both flying out, and I think that's why they're also kind of speed running this game. He's like, oh, guys, we might miss that flight. This is like another qualifier for another tournament that we really want to go to. We don't really want to fly in at 5 a.m. and play at, 10 a.m. immediately. So let's snap, guys. Luggage is right there.
They do have another tournament tomorrow. It is in a mall as well, Jonathan, by the way. So don't forget your tanks. I know how everyone feels about the mall tournaments. Very, very good.
Yes.
And I mean, he's ready. He's looking to speed run this 3-0 and just get the suitcase and run. Book me a cab. I'm going. I'm out of here.
Yeah, they're gonna try, and we'll see if Talon can try to stall out as well. Again, with this change up in the first phase for Talon, Polaris has the room to just ban out Savage's heroes now. So Morphling gone, probably Slark banned out next, and just simplify the game. Take out these key heroes Talon loves to play themselves. There's some flex on hand with Talon for, as you mentioned, KP could take the Pangolier, but I think they have been leaning more onto that for Mikado in this qualifier at the least. There is still that flex as well with Undying, so you could have that be the KP hero. Another interesting thing, of course, is with the bans being prioritized now on Mikado and Savage rather than KP, I mean, some of his specials are there. Like, Brewmaster still in the pool. Mars is in the pool, although Mars has just not been as popular at all recently. So whether or not that's something Talon wants remains to be seen. And they do actually ban the Remaster, so they still respect ban the KP hero in the end. They leave the Savage Slark as an option, and they go with the Lelouch Ember. Another highly mobile hero. There's not much lockdown from Talon, especially if they run the Undying as a core. Like, you're gonna lack some really good control for the Ember. He's just free to zip around here.
Yeah, this is another Lelouch special. Like, you saw the mid laner. He's now got his Ember. This is another signature hero of the man, and it seems like Polaris, they just keep going back towards these comfort picks. Why the hell not? Again, game one was so dominant, they may as well just go for their comfort drafts and go with that. We'll see what Talon can pick up now for their own third pick. They'll have a bit of a think about it when it comes to the reserve time. Just minute 15 left here for Talon. Maybe just reveal the position 4 of Q. Keep that Pango kind of a secret as to where it's going. Just keep it flexible here between Makoto and KP. Q on that Rubik last game around. Like, he got the Ags up, he got the Aether Lens up, but just never really had an opportunity to do anything. Like, the spell stills, like, he was trying to get the Heavenly Grace, he was trying to get the Purification. It just never felt like the Rubik had any impact that game, and I'm sure Q's feeling like he really needs to step it up for game 2, because it just felt like he... Honestly, I kind of forgot a Rubik was in the game at that point, in game 1.
Yeah, they weren't able to steal anything significant. I think AU did a great job of just managing to block off the Guardian Angel steals there as well. They go with a Shaker here for Talon, which has been really popular in these qualifiers. And that should be our cue here on the offlane, but the concern then is it's another hero that relies on the Blink. It can lock in the Ember, but you've got to play really well in the fog. You know, you've got to have pretty good control on the map and just be able to sneak up to the Ember. It's not quite that instantaneous lockdown you'd get with, say, a Hex hero on hand. So there's still some play here for Polaris if they do manage to get that early map control and get the vision out. Not going to be an easy game to kind of clear out. And they go with a Shadow Demon, so some flex on hand here. Probably just considering running the core Undying overall. So maybe a Shadow Demon and Earthshaker support duo. That can give you the good lockdown. That is a good response to the Omni Knight as well, as we saw Polaris themselves run up against T1. So you do have some answers on hand to remove that protection, and some hold to kind of keep that Ember locked in if you can chain stun him off the disruption. So I like seeing that from Talon. It does fix some issues out. The Disseminate as well, right? With how the damage app works with a bunch of heroes. Shaker does play really nice on top of that. Even stuff like Undying and Pangolier. Lots of AoE damage to bounce off each other.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how they make this SD work. We haven't seen many teams find too much success with it. Talon, see if they can in this game too. Polaris Esports, 4th pick for them. Reserve time is being ticked down, but they'll go right back for the Viper. Force, yeah, he had a great game. He just did his job. Dominate the lane, dominate the mid game. I really appreciated the early shards pickup as well, because as you can see, Force is trying to speedrun the grand final right now. That suitcase is still sitting there. The shards pickup, it worked, right? Because you had your power spike 15 minutes into the game. Go shards, get all the tier 2 towers, and just go high ground at 20 minutes. It made a lot of sense, and with the proper execution, it's actually very, very powerful.
It really is. Like, with the buffs you get from the Marcy onto that core hero with the minus armor you're giving onto the objectives, it just melts. You don't have something like the Lina to kind of provide you that really big push from the backline though, so it does feel a little bit slower for Polaris, and unless they find something really quick here for Natsumi. I mean, you've got options for, say, Terrorblade, you've got options for, say, the Luna, even the Medusa is not too bad. Heck, maybe even a Drow. Although Drow into the Pangolier is a little bit more awkward. You do have enough jump from Talon to kind of cut that hero off. But they still have some ways of playing this really quick. And Talon, for their part, I mean, they're going to have to pick up first. They do ban out the PA, but they can just lock in and focus on what Natsumi might want to play. And all of those push heroes are still on hand there from the pause 1. You do have the Shadow Demon to kind of steal them back and take some of that damage back in the form of your own illusions here, but that tends to only feel really big towards the late game. So early on, it's just not gonna really stop that momentum from Polaris. They respect ban the TA out, but again, all the push options are still there, Mike.
That they are. One more ban to come. Polaris is looking for those position 1s of Savage. I was thinking heroes like Terrorblade and Luna and things with the Shadow Demon where you can really start abusing the illusions with the disruption. I mean, Luna maybe not so much, but TB still seems to be a pretty good pickup, though against the Viper lane can be pretty rough. I wonder what Polaris is thinking here for this final POS 1 ban. And I wonder what Savage is thinking in terms of POS 1 pickups. You still have options like the Slark as well, which has been quite potent recently, but it feels like it's more so picked into heroes like Morphling. And that's not available right here. They'll get rid of the Naga. Savage, he's rubbing his hands, he looks happy. He'll get the Slark.
Yeah, I think it's still good here. Like, even if Guardian Angel stops you, you're still stealing stats. You are a Nullifier builder as well. You've got AoE save coming out here for the Slark. Mind you, Slark versus Viper lane is still pretty atrocious. And I still expect Force to have a really good time there to keep Savage down. So this could still be very rough for Talon. I mean, Slark, if it does fall behind in farm, it can bounce back, but it does feel like it takes a while. Like, almost like you're waiting for the level 25 for the better essence shift. So it just means another stall game for Talon if things go south from the laning phase. And for Polaris, again, all that momentum-based heroes here are still on hand. Luna, Terrorblade for them, can just get a push going fast. Drow, again, not very popular, but still achieves that same goal of really fast push as well if you want it. and it doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world. You're mainly worried about, say, a Pango blink timing. Should be able to protect until then. They go with a Phantom Lancer instead, which Natsumi found a lot of success on. And the AoE clear of Talon is pretty limited. I mean, you've got Swash and Slam, but to rely on a big slam on a PL, they're usually fast enough to dodge that out.
Yeah, I mean, just from the draft perspective, you look at the Earthshaker, you think to yourself, like, wait, isn't Earthshaker a counter to PL? Not really, and it hasn't been a counter for many years, it feels like. It's just so hard to land the slam in that perfect position onto the Phantom Lancer. So many ways to juke it out with Doppelganger as well, and chances are you're just going to be out of mana in the team fights anyway. Diffuse Blade comes up, Earthshaker does not have the greatest mana pool, pretty easy to get through it. You have heroes like the Ember Marcy to jump the backside and find Q anyway, so I don't think it's going to be an easy game for Q on this Shaker. And again, against the PL, I think just at glance value, people still think that Echo Slam is a really good counter for the PL, but it really hasn't felt that way in quite a long time. At least for a few years.
To be fair, the damage output of Shaker in Echo with a lot of illusions is still high. The issue is landing it. It's not really the damage, I think. It's just landing it on PL. They're just very elusive as the game drags on. Their Doppelganger is just an obnoxiously low cooldown, so you will want to start with something else. You know, maybe get a good roll-up, jump in first with Mikado. It's easier said than done. As you mentioned, there's still issues for the backline, and Polaris, again, they find themselves a really good draft to play with here. They've got that speed, that momentum they're picking up from the lower bracket win they've found over T1, and for Talon, it's looking shaky. It's still game 1 out of best of 5 that they've lost. We're only on game 2, but yeah, as you mentioned, Mike, that game 1 is very important.
Well, give it to me, John. Predictions. We've got 4 predictions here to make. I'd love you to make some guaranteed predictions here. We all need some Battle Pass points. Give it to us, John. What are they?
Roshan kills, probably, this could be a long game, maybe 4. I can see it dragging up to the 4th Roche. Player with the highest net worth by 25. I definitely see this more on Natsumi this time around. Total number of Smoke Gang kills by 10. That one's a bit hard to call. Sometimes Smoke Gangs, they don't generally come out in the first 10 minutes, so probably 0. And teams with the most kills at game end, honestly, probably Polaris. Like, Talon, their lineup, once it tapers off pretty hard. So Polaris just covered all their bases, and this draft just looks excellent once more coming out from AU.
It certainly does. We'll see if they can pull it off, though. It's one thing to have a good draft. It's another thing to actually be able to kind of run this draft and make it work. And Talon, after that game 1, they didn't look happy. They need to reset. They have a much better draft, I would argue, going into this game, but it does feel like there's going to be a hell of a lot of pressure once again on Makoto. He's going to set a tempo this game, and Savage on this Slark. He's been really good recently on this Slark, but he's very, very important. He is carrying the team by himself. There's no one else that's going to be able to back him up later on in this game, as Fisher is there. Q, he won't be able to block in the Ember. And in fact, Hyde and Savage, they will try to rush, but Xavius has already found the other bounty route. And it looks like Polaris, they're going to get away with the 3-for-1 trade on the bounty. So a bit of an advantage to get this game 1 started. And speaking of starting the game, let's start with the mid lane. Lelouch, on his signature Ember, going to be against Makoto on his signature Pango. How is this lane meant to go?
It's a little bit more back and forth. There's more play here for Mikado in comparison to laning up against Alina, but Lelouch should still be able to have a bit of a better time. I mean, Ember harassment with Sleight of Fist is just obnoxious and not something Mikado can always dodge out as well.
Top
and
lane.
you're already seeing a lot of that. Well,
Force, he's already gone. Q, able to set up along with Hyde. They ran a tri-lane to get started, and it does work out. It doesn't seem like Polaris were expecting the tri-lane start whatsoever.
This is a good change-up for Talon. They understand that Viper's early lanes or early laning levels are pretty bad. You just show up, get the chain stunts off, and just punish with Savage. You can just build up a lot with the Essence Shift. I mean, you've gotten off lane Undying for KP anyway, so it doesn't need that much help.
Here we go again. This time Q is not going to be able to break the gap to get the Fisher off. Xavius is the one to take the damage. They'll know Q is still around here. They should also know there is a Observer Ward around that area that they are still under. But Q is not backing off. It seems like they are going to commit to the tri-lane.
Yeah, just kind of be aggressive and force, secure Savage a strong start. Again, you've got an Undying offlane. He doesn't care that much. He does enjoy solo EXP anyway, And to be fair, KP is doing a good job of just running down Natsumi. Like, once the decay is up, the PL can't really trade all too well. So you're having a pretty decent way of just changing your conditions here on Talents. And for Polaris, I don't think this is the end of the world. Like, Natsumi's still going to be able to farm up pretty damn well here. Once the levels are up, I don't expect KP to really have massive kill threat there with the protection of AU. And once KP runs out of mana, this lane's pretty dead for him anyway.
Absolutely. You see AU coming eventually on the Omni 9 and start trying to get a bit of harass with KP, but like you said, KP doesn't really need the help. He's fine. Question is, can Talon keep the aggression up with this tri lane? Like, that's one thing, right? When you run a tri lane, you're going to have both supports kind of struggling for XP throughout the game. You are going to need to give them time to catch up, but it can be a little bit awkward. In fact, hold that thought, because Disruption is there to set up once again. Force is being chased by Q. Fisher not out yet, and the TPs are incoming. Instead, they'll try on to Xavius, but AU's going to TP in, and now the turnaround. A 3-man rebound. Xavius, he might drop, but he's setting up a kill onto Q. Still running. Does find a courier. We'll leave it be. Purification out. Xavius breaking some ankles, but it's not going to be enough. He will drop. AU now on the chase is Savage. He's not done yet. Pounces there onto the Omni Knight. A lot of Essence shift stacks being taken. Hides there with the Disruption. This should be another, and AU will drop, but now Hyde. He will give another kill back the way of Force. And the one big problem I see about those two kills for Talon is Hyde picked up both of them.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You definitely want that on Savage. You want him to get this investment from the tri lane for himself. But you're still happy enough to find these kills. Polaris are finding openings. They understand with just a little bit of save out from AU, the lane just changes massively. And they'll actually send AU walking back up top. With the saves on hand from this Omni Knight, what he angles AU's finding, his spacing in these fights, it's going to be tough for Talon to keep committing that aggression. And the one-on-one lane for Natsumi is a little bit more manageable because you're not feeding as much decay out onto KP. He's not able to trade as well because you're not getting as much strength with every spell use. So it's a good way to just repair. Just go for your own tri lane and be aggressive yourselves.
All the runes are being contested. Hyde able to take one. Lelouch already got the other one anyway, though, so he's more than happy with that. Makoto will not be able to fill up his own bottle. Unfortunate for him. So it is a 2-3 so far. Talon, they are one game ahead in this game too. Still a very close kind of game here between these two teams. And I suppose the one main concern I have, looking back at the mid lane here for Talon, Lelouch is farming way too well on the Ember, right? He had a great game on the Lina. I'd say he's even better when it comes to playing Ember, and he's having a very free laning stage so far.
He's not being slowed down. At the same time, it's not as dominant as the Lina game, so Mikado is having a little bit more play, and I think that's at least a point of solace here for the side of Talon. Mikado is going to hit his level 6 fairly fast enough, but without any rotations onto the Ember mid, I don't see any way you're going to chain stun him here and look for that opportunity for Mikado. We do have the pause. Internet issues abound once more. It is Southeast Asia. So we're going to have some quick reconnects here, Mike.
I don't know what these players are complaining about, John. I play SEA on 100 ping. If I can do it, they can do it. But, you know, it is TI qualifiers. I'm just joking around. Obviously, they need their 0 ping or 1 ping or whatever it is. Fair enough. We'll get the reconnections going. The SEA server has felt rather stable recently, though, I might add, John. You know, props to the people in charge. I say rather stable. It's not, you know, up 24/7 in the way you'd like it to be, but it's been better than usual.
I don't know. I've still been having coordinator issues at night. Nighttime just doesn't feel great. Sometimes games don't even register until like an hour after, so it's been a bit touch and go. Again, lots of people playing, and that's a good sign that lots of people are still playing as well, which is always good for the health of the game. But yeah, it's still been a little bit shaky. I think this is just a routing issue. I believe before this series, players did mention switching networks to the backup, so maybe it's acting up as well, and maybe having to just double check.
This is one of the things in SEA that you see a lot, right? Like, these teams do need to have 2 different connections just in case, and it's just what you got to do, right? If you're seriously trying to contend for TI 11, you've got to have those backup networks ready to go. So you really don't want to be stuck playing on 100 ping in a TI 11 qualifier grand final of all things. And Polaris, they'll be all back. Hopefully the ping issues have been resolved. We'll find out very, very soon. Going back to the tri-lane while we're waiting, Talon, so far finding success with the tri-lane. Savage is having some decent time farming on the Slark compared to, say, Natsumi on the PL. Problem is, Polaris now, they're kind of contesting with their own tri-lane, and the positive about doing an aggressive tri-lane on Polaris's end is you can stack the triangle, and you are seeing AU do exactly that. That's always going to be very effective when you have something like an Ember, who can farm those large camp stacks very effectively. So there is a bit of an advantage on doing it on the right, the off-lane tri-lane here for Polaris.
And you can have that build-up ready to go. And once you are ready to clear on the Lucian, he's going to have a great time just increasing his lead. It's, again, not that massive in comparison to Mikado, especially in relation to Game 1, but it is still there, and the Ember is still going to feel a lot better with the early item pickups. And Phase Boots into Orb of Corrosion, you can just run a lot of these heroes down from Talon's end. And for Talon, even with this kind of start with the trial in the top, their draft does feel slower. Your Slark will want a lot of items. Savage, he wants to go Diffusal Ags, and that's going to take some time. Compared to the farming pace of Appeal in the jungle as well, it does feel like even if Natsumi has the slower start up against KP solo, once he does dip in with Illusions, it's not going to take too long.
Offside. Hyde, he got caught by a rebound. Xavier's not able to get disposed yet, but they are on the chase and they will eventually find it. Hyde, no way to survive. He's already committed the disruption. And nothing they can do to help out because Q already committed the Fissure. Another nice pickup here for Force on the Viper. That'll be his second kill of the game. I suppose for Talon, as long as this Slark is hitting creeps, they are happy, but seems like Polaris are getting warmed up here in this offlane.
Yeah, they're getting started. Again, their lineup is already geared for aggression. Nice block, though.
Makoto, he's here. Rolling Thunder, he'll try to salvage. Force, not going to get that free lane he wanted. Makoto with a very strong rotation. Something they weren't quite expecting, and they will be able to secure a kill this time for Q on the Earthshaker. Problem is, mid-tier 1 is being forced in now. Polaris, they've got a siege creep. So the timing isn't exactly perfect here from Talon, as you give up a bit of damage the way the tier 1 mid tower. But Lelouch is not giving up either. He keeps going, but Makoto is going to be able to just take care of the creep wave. And in the meantime, Natsumi ends up going down. KP able to set up. In comes Q with the Fissure, landing on 2 heroes. And Force, it looks like he's just going to go for Q instead. Q just moving right forward, just saying, take my life instead of KP's. He will make it as hard as humanly possible. So he will juke through the tree line. In fact, KP's coming back in with some decays. And Q's out of it. He is not dropping.
Yeah, they managed to get that space out. Very important solo kill for KP to find, and drags the attention to himself. They're diving in deep up top. Are forced to TP away, though.
Lelouch, he'll show up. Hyde. Oh, no chains. Won't lock in the Shadow Demon. He's going to be okay. Bit of a wasted rotation this time from Lelouch. Not able to find a kill that he'd like, and now Makoto's making another rotation. I mean, Rolling Thunder is a very low cooldown, so it is back up. Never mind. He might just wait for the 8-minute power rune before he tries again. We'll show back up into the mid lane. You've got Hyde right behind him, but I don't think the SD can really look to set up here for Makoto. Maybe just trying to make sure that they do, in fact, get the power rune or at least deny it away. But Lelouch is going to be able to pick it up anyway. Does get lucky with the RNG. Does pick up an Invis rune for himself.
Should allow him to maybe look for movement out if he so wishes. There are some good sentries watching towards mid. So they should be able to spot that rotation out if it does come true on Talon's end. Mikado's still looking for play down bot. They scan out. KP is very deep in here.
He's in by himself. The Tombstone's kind of just been left to go, I think. The Soul Rip is there. Force is still dropping. Eventually denied off by KP, so no gold to go the way of Force. And now with Makoto around, they take him. It seems like Talon have recognized that Force is the main problem here on the side of Polaris, and they just continue to make this Viper's life a living hell.
Yeah, with Force just being forced to be down at bot. I mean, the top lane's just so much more free for Savage, and all sides of Talon now are starting to find a little bit of better farm, which is important. You know, you gotta force Force to do something he forcefully doesn't want to do.
Oh, that's 3 times, John. You used Force 3 times in that sentence. My God. Start laughing at you. Just amp it up a little bit. I'll up it. See how he likes this one.
You gotta find ways, Mikey. Still 3-6, 3K lead for Talon in the early game. Looking a lot better in comparison to game 1. They are still getting some aggressive moves out from Polaris. I mean, they're looking to really hammer in mid. They have a good understanding of just what kind of game Talon likes to play. They love to play the slower game that does require the map control mid provides. They don't quite fully commit for it, but they do have forward wards now, so they can kind of contest the jungle, keep up as to where Savage might be farming up, and get a little bit more aggressive there. The one issue for players here, I mean, there's still the shard buildup you could get in force, but the early push is definitely not as fast with the heroes you have on hand here. Unless you just constantly sidekick someone, but Xavius only has that level 1.
3-6, 4K advantage, Talon, having a much better time. A lot of stacks to be taken now by Savage in their own dire jungle. Makoto will help out. So much farm to go back the way of the Slark, and something you kind of pointed out earlier, right? Like, you're going for this Diffusal Blade into the Axe timing. You want that gold ASAP, and Savage, you'll have the Diffusal up rather soon with the way this is going. So happy days for him, unless he dies. Oh boy, that was very close. Has to pop the Shadow Dance just in case. Got a little bit twitchy on the fingers there, Savage.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a pretty vulnerable target if the side of Polaris wants to gank him down, but they're still sort of focused mid. And they're getting some space out for Force to farm top, and just kind of buying some room here to get that build-up going for Natsumi as well. Still emphasizing the mid more than anything else.
Lelouch, oh, nice juke out. Would not allow the Fisher there from Q. Speaking of Q, immediate smoke up.
Under a ward.
Makoto, under a ward. A little bit unfortunate. They know the smoke is coming towards that top lane. Force is immediately dragging that creep wave back towards his own tier 1 tower, and look at this. They're right behind him. There's a counter smoke happening. Q, he's going to have his smoke broken. Sees Lelouch, doesn't really want to be here. Makoto, he does have Rolling Thunder, so they might try for this. In fact, KP has also TP'd over. They'll make the jump in onto the Viper, but Force, he's got AU to back him up. Still, the Rolling Thunder is still going. Meanwhile, Lelouch has been trapped up the Echo Slam. It was committed, but Lelouch, he's not dying yet. He will remnant out, and he's going to be just fine. As nobody drops top lane, they are still chasing Force on the Viper, but he is way too far back. So nothing comes out from either side.
It's a bigger commitment out from Talon, using so many ults to try to find that kill. Just kind of losing some time here. The side of Polaris can get a push out going now. They've got Unleash on Xavier, so he could actually just melt that mid tier 1. They've got to be able to respond here on Talon's end, and they are sending the heroes back in. But knowing that the roll's down for longer and knowing that there's no slam to threaten from Q should provide some openings here for Polaris to kind of dig deeper if they want.
Makoto, gonna be fine. We'll dodge the rebound in the mid lane, and Q was there to back him up anyway. Talon really making sure Makoto does not get caught. Especially considering top net worths are right now all the cores of Talon. They don't want any of those cores dying at the moment. Polaris, they do want that comeback goal to go their way. Group up top lane here from Polaris. KP is around to defend on the Undying. It's actually quite nice trying to push the creep wave as well, because you've got the max level decay. So a lot of damage as mid lane. Lelouch going to be able to back his way out once again. He'll go for a reset. It's like Polaris will keep trying to push in that top tier 1 tower, but there is going to be a smoke rotation. Talon, they want to force another fight. They don't have Echo Slam this time, but it's not like you have the Blink Dagger up anyway. Not too big of a deal. You're more reliant on the Rolling Thunder and Tombstone if you are on this dire side. But Polaris, very, very good game sense. Do read the map and do understand that Talon are missing, and they just back off. So Talon, looks like they're going to find nothing out of this smoke.
It's just more time kind of expended here, while Polaris just goes back to farming, getting that build-up they'd want. You know, going into that Maelstrom time for Lelouch. Managed to buy a lot of space out for Natsumi as well. He's got the Midas up on our PL. He is getting a nice pacing onto the Diffusal Blade of his own. Stretches being a massive nuisance to the side of Town once that's up and running. It's a little bit, you know, kind of slowing down a bit. Both sides just wanting to get that farm. They are starting to clump up mid once more. But Mikado is around to at least constantly shove out that creep wave, so it is a little bit harder to commit. They do jump though.
They do make the jump in. Makoto in big trouble. Disposes there. He'll swash shield crash away. Still the chase is on, but he's got help right behind him. Lelouch forced to remnant back towards his tier 1 tower. And it seems like the Marcy is fine to back her way out. AU even hanging around on the Omni Knight just in case. The Makoto dropping very low. Xavius, he's having a look around to see if he can snipe him. Kind of hard without the rebound to set up, but he is still having a look. We'll go for a TP play out. Decay is there, but they will not react in time. Unfortunate once again from Talon. Savage now mid lane. He'll chase down AU on the Omni, but can't really lock him down. AU's fine.
Yeah, they're just dodging out from the aggression of Talon early on. And for Polaris, like, you're also playing passive, but the scaling of their lineup just feels a lot better. You've got the PL, you've got the Ember, you've got mobility, and the illusion spam as the game goes late. And for Talon, it feels like their spike it's not as big. It relies on really clean plays coming out that just hasn't been lining up recently. And for Polaris, just forcing Talon to constantly group up as Tree on mid, I mean, it means that you're really not getting that build-up. KP desperately wants that BKB, so you can just keep committing, but he's having to respond to the clump-ups every time. They are allowing Savage to farm, and he's got the defusal up. He's going into the Ags next. But they still need to keep stalling, and again, it's coming at sacrifices now, while allowing Polaris to also get that build-up on Natsumi.
Yeah. Mid lane. Push is going. Siege creep is up. Talon. They've got the Tombstone to play with here from KP. They've got the Echo Slam of Q. Again, no blink to set up, but it won't matter. They've still got the spell ability ready to go. If a fight does get forced out, they won't catch Lelouch, but they are still doing so much damage into the tier 1, and the Fisher made it rather awkward. Now Lelouch, he does get jumped. They pounce on him, and the Echo Slam. It's going to make sure he cannot make it out. AU could not save as Savage. He'll dive right in. He'll find another. The Omni down. Talon, they'll find 2 and the tier 1 mid tower. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Talon fan.
They get the big kills they want. They open up the map. They're finding their aggression here on Talonson. But Polaris, they hit this timing on Natsumi. He's got the defusal blade up. So the PL can actually start joining in. Maybe not the safest. Probably still needs more stat items on hand. But he's got the potential to just be opportunistic. Pick and choose his fights. Find some good pickoffs. Hold back the side of Talon. And punish if they do overextend. So it's not really the end of the world for Polaris. They are 4K behind, but it does look like that farm differential. If you look at the graph here, Mike, it's mainly on Hyde and Q. Like, Force and Lelouch are lagging a bit behind, but the gaps aren't that massive, except for Lelouch, who has, been stuck on mid just as much as Mikado, but hasn't been able to really get kills of his own either. So maybe the one hurting point on the Ember, but the Ember is still a very slippery hero, and you saw how much Talon had to commit to find that kill.
Absolutely. Kodo going to cancel off the Rolling Thunder for now. Force has been purged up by Hyde. Buckle in. Force, he's still quite tanky, but there's your Rolling Thunder. Heavenly Grace Purification is out from AU, but the lockdown, KP, he is running right in. He is just so tanky on the Undying, but they are going to force them to back. They don't want to dive into that tier 2 tower quite yet. Especially with that 4K lead they have. It's not quite large enough to dive tier 2s yet, but it is large enough to give away to Polaris and throw the game. So you've got to play cautiously still as Talon.
Yeah, definitely got to play it safe. They're starting to get some pings out onto Natsumi. Natsumi gets a good read to back off. Oh, Q doesn't
Way
quite
off the
fish
mark.
it the right way. So, manages to bail out. Still keeping that build up on Natsumi. And I think towards the late game, it's still really tough for the Slark to deal with a PL. Like, you've got to get the right jump on the illusion. You do have this AoE clear coming out with the Pangolier and with the Shaker. With just landing onto that PL while also worrying about the Ember, it's just really tough. And I think Polaris, again, they're comfier with a slower game here, which is really surprising because it tends to be Talon who wants to go slower. But now Polaris are more than happy to also stall the game out, confident in their win conditions.
Still grouping up mid. Natsumi, we'll join in a little bit. Just throw those illusions out. Start to be a little bit annoying with that diffusal blade. See if you can poke and prod. Or even just go after the creep wave with these illusions.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Talon looking like they really want another objective, just not wanting to play into the late game of the PL. New Natsumi, top of the net worth board now, but nowhere near that level 25 mark. He's still just level 13. Of course, the 25 mark with that doppelganger Talon is when things get really silly as this Phantom Lancer. Still got a while to go for that. Certainly is getting to a stage, though, where he can join his team. Savage, on the other hand, getting closer to his Ags. Only 2k gold away on the Slark. Huge power spike for Savage once he does have that up. And they are still the stronger team here with this draft, so they are going to move into that bottom tier 2 tower. And it seems like there'll be no defense to come from Polaris.
And they don't even have a good opportunity to go for a fortify until the creep wave comes in, and by then, tower's a little bit too low already. So freebie coming out from Talon, immediate pings towards the mid, but the smoke and TPs are out here from Talon already.
There you go, Talon. Oh, there's a double damage rune down to that pot rune spot. You love to see that if you're Makoto. You'll happily bottle that one up. Now they want the fight. No two ways about it. It's either the fight or Roshan they're going for. Talon, they don't exactly have the best Roshan lineup, so they'll try and force a fight. AU is going to be spotted on the Omni. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but it is something. Makoto, he'll go ahead and take it. He'll save the DD rune. Only pops the Rolling Thunder. But it is still just a pos 5 Omni Knight at the end.
It's not the biggest kill in the world. Respawns are also fairly short, but it does still give you a little bit more room. It also does allow you to maybe check for wards, although AU didn't quite drop any. And for AU's part, I mean, he's buying space. He cops the smoke gank. He's still allowing Natsumi to farm. Manta style is going to be the timing for Natsumi where you can really start to consider joining these fights with at least one defensive item on hand. And that's where things might get a little bit scarier for Talon. They still hold this 5 to 6k net worth lead. They've got the BKB up on KP. The blink up on Mikado is going to be really big as well in terms of trying to get that lockdown onto these slippery heroes. And as you mentioned, Savage is inching towards that Ags here. So with a longer range pounce, with the charges on the pounce, you do have tools on hand to kind of clip in that Ember, clip in the PL if you manage to somehow find that angle in. It is up now for Savage, so you might look to play here.
Absolutely, they definitely want the fight. Talon, they are moving into that Radiant Triangle. Savage right in by the tier 2 tower. 4-staff away from AU, just trying to get away from this Slark with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna lock him down. Now they found Force. They found Natsumi. That's the Phantom Lancer being caught and he is gone. Q is not wasting any time with this Echo Slam. He drops it immediately. They even got Xavius. In they go for more. Into the tier 3 tower. They will find Force in the Viper. 4 down. The only survivor being Lelouch for Polaris Esports. But Talon, they have hit a timing. And my god, are they abusing it.
That is just insane value immediately from Savage. I didn't expect them to instantly find such big kills. Polaris didn't expect the Slark to be that mobile. Like, these charges on the pounds, with how low cooldown it is, it just allows you to do so much. I mean, getting that pounce onto Natsumi was the big one. They lock in the real PL, they get the good slam out from Q, and again, going back to that Shaker versus PL dynamic, Mike, if you do lock in the PL and prevent it from using the Doppel, slam is still pretty big damage. So Natsumi has to weave himself in and out. He needs that protection for the Manta, and Talon just find a way to sneak right in, getting instant value out from Savage.
Absolutely. Q has been doing a really good job on this Earthshaker so far. Like, just the fishes alone have been so effective. Just multi-man fishes over and over again. Sometimes with a good fisher, you don't even need the Echo Slam. The blink up, though, he'll be happy to pop the Echo Slam for a big one. Top lane, they'll try onto the Marcy. Hyde will be there to disruption. TP is cancelled off. That'll be another kill to go the way of Makoto. Talon, now 9k ahead in terms of net worth. And really no signs of slowing down. In fact, Natsumi is going to be spotted. Makoto immediately into the Rolling Thunder. His team is nearby, and he can just perma-stun up this PL. Where's the Doppel? He hasn't got it yet. Another pounce is in. Savage right on to that Phantom Lancer, and he does at least get away for a little bit, but Savage is not done. He gets another pounce. He gets the pos 1 PL down for 45 seconds. And the voice lines keep going. Talon into the T2 top. They'll back off for now. Maybe try for Roshan. And that's where they're headed.
They've got the opening for it. I mean, Mikado with his confidence in that fight, just showing up knowing that with Q, they could buy so much time. We've seen this multiple times out of Talon in this game already. Just great Fisher block into the chain stuns from the rolls. And Savage, again, weaving that thread through the needle with these excellent pounces to follow up. And just secures them a big objective, widening that lead 3 to 15, 11k up. First rush of the game going the way of Talon, and they hand it over to Mikado to have him protected in the front line. they've got a lot to play with. For Polaris' end, again, this is a bit of an opposite draft from Polaris. This is them wanting to try to build up on Natsumi, wanting to have this massive mobility on the Lelouch. The big issue for Polaris here, Mike, is that with Force in this kind of game, this is the kind of game where you look at the offlane Viper and you realize it's probably not going to have that much impact. Force, he's not going to be farm priority. He's kind of misses level spikes. So for Polaris, I think the only way they get value from the Viper now is just accept that they're going to have to use Force as a sacrifice to buy all the space for everyone else.
And that goes back to the tri-lane, right? Like the brilliance of Talon to try and make the tri-lane happen up at top side and make sure the Viper just can't dominate the lane. It's completely shut down Force. And considering how important Force has been throughout all the series we've watched of Polaris, that's a real problem. It's just huge.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the potential of the Viper on a strong start with the Ag Shard timing into the push. We're not seeing any of that. He does have the Force Staff to save from pounce. That is a lot of utility. But outside of that, I mean, he can't really do anything.
Here we go. AU on the Omni Knight. He cannot afford to die this early, but he is gone. You need that Pulse 5 Omni to back you up for this Tier 2 tower defense. It's not going to be there now. Q's still holding on to the Blink Echo Slam as well, so it's going to be very hard to try and defend this. Fisher, off the mark. There was a slight of fist dodge. They will not catch Lelouch. Rolling Thunder, though, does catch Xavius on the left side, but no real teammates around to help him. Call it a zoning, Rolling Thunder. The mid-tier 2 is slowly being chipped away out in Talon. They will pick it up, no problem.
They're clearing out the map. Polaris only stuck with one outer tower left. I mean, they're still managing to sneak Natsumi outside. With Midas, with his farming pace, he's not that far behind.
4 staff away in the Viper. It's just so scary when Savage closes the gap with that pounce. Desperately just trying to buy more time for Natsumi. They know later on the PL will outscale everyone on the side of Talon. He just needs time. Heart of Tarask being worked on, but it's kind of a matter of how much time you have left, because Talon, they are all over this game too. 14k advantage now. Natsumi will TP out of the top lane, but Makoto is just there to defend. Just push out the creep wave once again. And Polaris, I mean, they are grouped up mid lane, but it just doesn't feel like they can smoke up and try to force a fight yet. Maybe they're forced to try so, but you're not farmed enough in the PL to really get involved, I don't think. Not against this Slark and not against this Pango.
No, you at least have his protection now on Lelouch. He has his own BKB. He's not going to get chain stunned. The only hope you have right now on Talon is having to expend that Demonic Purge onto that Ember, but he's always going to have a Remnant back there to save. So you have more play coming out from Lelouch. That is a good sign here for Polaris and kind of trying to stave off Talon and the aggression they're showing so far. For Talon's part, only a minute 40 left on that Aegis. So they're going to just have to maybe take a tier 2. High ground still feels like a little bit of a tough prospect considering the play Polaris has on hand. They can't just keep spamming out these illusions from Natsumi in the high ground defense, which is where that PL really shines, and that's why the shard that Natsumi has is really important, installing that game out. But with the map control townhouse elsewhere, I don't think you'll mind a stalled out high ground push. I mean, this PL is still growing big though. And if it does stall long enough for that heart you mentioned to come into play here, Mike, as long as Natsumi doesn't get caught by the pounce twice over, you're going to be fine. So, again, you've got all your cards there.
Speaking of that pounce, AU's going to get caught out. Here's Savage. He'll take another. It's easy pick off onto the Omni Knight. It'll be the 8th permanent agility stack here for Savage. Going back to the PL point you were making, like Heart of Tarask, and then I believe the Eye of Skadi will come out here for Natsumi, and around that point you'll have 4k plus HP. Maybe just a little bit less than 4k, but you have enough time to tank through the damage of the Slark, I think, is the point. And a nice way to reset throughout the team fights. But looking at the farm of Natsumi, he has such a long way to go before that point. Such a long way.
Yeah, he's even going for the Aether Lens first now. He's got that queued up, so he understands with a longer game, Spirit Lance spam has to come in. Polaris, though, trying to go for a sneaky smoke here, Mike. On the left side, top lane.
Look at the pound, Savage. Oh. He's right in. He's right onto the PL. Stunning him up, leashing him up. There's the Fisher.
No
Q, not letting him go. Mana's down. He is gone. He does have buyback for this fight if they need it. Q. He will go down as well. Lelouch setting up Savage. He's forced to BKB,
Look
but
at
he
the
just
stacks
keeps
of
fighting.
Essence.
He is getting a lot of stacks from here from the side of Polaris. Savage is going to back off for now. Back into the T3 tower.
Middle tower is under attack.
Polaris are the ones that need to find a way to defend this. 16k advantage here for Talon. At least with the Viper, you can slowly chip away at Talon. They don't have the greatest tower push. Even with this many agility stacks on Savage, he's going to keep trying to chip away. Chains a route. Rebound was there, but it's not going to land in time. But they just need to force Talon away because they don't want Natsumi to be forced to buy back. And he won't be.
Yeah, it's still a successful hold out from Polaris. Stall out this game, but they lose a really big hero. And we just talked about Natsumi and how key he is to this game. Savage, again, just working with his Ags really well to enable his team to follow up. Like the mana burn, with the lockdown he has, if no one's nearby him with a Force Staff, Natsumi, I mean, you can try to dodge out all you want, but you can't even try that without mana on hand. So he's at a severe risk. You've got double diffusals on the side of Talon with Savage and Mikado, so you have a lot of ways to just prevent the spell casting here. Next Roche in a minute and a half. We'll see that respawn timer here. Even managed to find a Titan's Liver to hand over onto Savage if he so wishes. So a lot harder to pin down as well. I think for Polaris, this is somewhat of an issue we saw from Talon in Game 1, but the line of Polaris in this time, it doesn't have the biggest teamfight either. The teamfight control is reliant on the Marcy. Lelouch?
Oof, he's going to be okay. He'll remnant out. This is what Lelouch needs to keep doing, is just split pushing these side lanes and just buying more time. Of course, Savage is always on the hunt as his Slark. That's what makes it so scary to try and do this, but you've really got no choice. You have to get it done before Talon make it back to the high ground.
Yeah, just keep shoving back, keep stalling. And unfortunately, this stall will just lead to the next Roche, and without outer control here from Polaris, going into the Roche is just a lot tougher. There's some forward wards on the triangle here from Talon to protect. They can still try to sneak away with a smoke, but how do you really initiate on Polaris? Like, you rely on Xavius to jump in. He doesn't have the BKB or the blink up yet. So if the Marcy does go with a rebound first, she's just kind of dead. You could try Lelouch with a BKB, but the Basher has been up on Mikado for a while. So if they get lucky, you suddenly catch that Ember in a very awkward position, and that just causes even more issues. So your angles are limited here on Polaris.
They're trying so hard to catch the Ember. Q was even there just with the Fisher, but Remnant's away. Lelouch knows. Meanwhile, Makoto, top lane, by himself. Baiting forward, he'll get the Rolling Thunder off. Rebound was not there in time, and now the turnaround. His team is cutting in. The Slark from the mid lane is trying to move in and force this fight. Rebound, Rolling Thunder is still going. This Marcy has been caught. Xavius needs a rebound target, but can't find one. So Makoto's the one to take the killers now. They make the jump in, but Savage on the wrong side of the Fisher will pounce right in onto Force, gets the Viper, takes all the stats away, but cannot dive too deep. He is forced to back off. Again, you don't want to throw this game back the way of Polaris if you can avoid it as Talon, because it can swing back the other way very quickly if you give up a good team fight. So Talon, they are going to be conservative. Wait for the next Roshan. The only problem is for Talon, Roshan is 2 minutes away.
It's time to respond here for Polaris. Time for them to try and equalize these lanes, get that build-up they want on Natsumi. He does switch back. Oh, he's still going for the Aether ones. All right. Which is fair enough. Again, spamming out the spells is going to be important. Oh, no. He queues back to just the Heart of Tarask. So just wants that HP. Probably not going to rely on that good old Pale Horse build that we usually see from Phantom Lancer. In fact, this is a hybrid build. Doesn't Speed love Midas on every hero as well, including PL? There you go.
Oh, well.
He was very ahead of his time.
He definitely was, John. He definitely was. Smoke is up. Polaris Esports. 5-man smoke, but where are they heading? Top lane, they're going to find Makoto. He's been very hard to catch recently on this Pango. Rolling Thunder is back up with the roll-up, so it makes it very challenging. Makoto has been very quick with the reactions as well, especially with the rebound initiation. Just never able to land the stun in time here on Makoto before the roll-up is there. Like Polaris, they're going to smoke again. They'll pop another one. They'll get some wards down. Heart of Tarask is now up on Natsumi, but he's got no buyback gold. Polaris, they just check the Roshan pit for now. Just kind of keeping tabs on what's going on in the pit. Still wrapping around. A very awkward smoke attempt from Polaris. They'll get a bounty for their trouble. It seems like they literally just want to know when Roche is up. That might be the fight they have to take. Smoke broken. Hide. Disruption is there. Who's going to make the jump in? Makoto, he's around. They cannot land a stun in time. And now the turnaround. Talon all over it. Have locked down Xavius. Locking down Force on the Viper. Force the BKB usage early on. Force, he will just TP out with this and try to get out. Makoto does not bash through the BKB, sadly, but they even found Lelouch. Massive kills for Talon.
Oh boy. That's dire straits for Polaris now. Maybe forced to buy back for high ground if Talon does force the issue, and with a buyback commitment, turn around for the Roche. So the output now from Natsumi is huge, but he has to be careful.
Pounce in, but 4-staff away. Natsu, oh, Savage, he's very, very deep. Shallow Dance is there, he'll turn around into the tier 4 towers now. A lot of damage on that Viper, but is he going too far? Guardian Angel is out. Savage, he finds one, but the Fisher, it's blocked him the other way, but he's got Pounce available if he needs it. He should be okay in just a moment. He's very confident with his ability to just regen through all that damage output.
I think the big issue for Polaris is just the lack of hold for something like the Slark. You have no hard Hex, you still only have Rebound in the chains, and that's just not enough to lock Savage in.
Rebound in again. Hyde does get caught, will go down. That's something. They do lose their mid-melee barracks, and Natsumi, he's going to try to rush forward onto Makoto, but he just doesn't feel farmed enough to actually try and go for any kills. Not onto the cause of Talon.
Just have to be conservative, you know, you only lose Amelia Rax, not the biggest loss in the world. Polaris can still hang on to this game, and they are in a position where they can contest or sneak Roche. They've got the wards in the area. Talon are pretty blind right now in this position, so Polaris can try to be sneaky here, and they desperately need Hyde. Like, he is a big part of these team fights. That Demonic Purge is providing them with the openings. The Disseminate, with the damage you're doing to illusions, just bounces a lot. You need that damage output amp. Savage though?
Savage.
Poking.
Very aggressive jump in. This is all by himself. He has the depth round, he has the Shadow Dance, so he'll pop the ulti first. Makoto, however, getting caught, still trying to find Natsumi. Now the fish is there. Q waiting for the BKBs to wear up for that Echo Slam. Won't throw it out yet. Instead it's Xavius, who gets caught out on the Marcy and will drop. AU, he'll be right after. The Omni Knight is gone as Savage. Trying to find a little bit more here on the Slark. KP's gonna find Natsumi. Q's there with the Fisher. That's a great block out. Natsumi, he'll doppel away, but the Echo Slam gonna lock him down. He is gone. No buyback available. On to Roshan, they call it. GG. They don't believe they can make the comeback after the Aegis is taken. And I would agree with that sentiment. Polaris, they will lose game 2 in Talon. They will even out this grand final 1-1.
Yeah, I know, it's spectacular bounce back for Talon. For Polaris, I mean, they went back to that same opening, Omni Knight and Morrissey, but the shake-up from Talon there, the change in draft to ensure that, you know, they don't have Mikado on here that he can't really be aggressive on, was all they needed. Like, he manages to play a quicker game from the Pangolier. KP on the solo lane as Undying also did really well, and that tri-lane really just shut down Force. I think, if, as you pointed out, if you take away Force, he's been a key part of what Polaris has been doing, especially in the last series we saw, even on something like Viper. When his timings are off, Polaris, it doesn't feel like they've got enough juice to kind of bring the fight over to the opposing end there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Force is just too important in this side, and very, very clever by Talon, right? Like that adjustment of, okay, he's got the Pulse 3 Viper again, no problem, we'll tri-lane. We have this Earthshaker, who's one of the heroes that really enjoys tri-lanes anyway, and they make it work. And you know, you've got to give props to Q, because I was pointing out that I don't think Echo Slam's that great of a counter towards PL anymore, and it hasn't been for a long time. But it was all about the fishes from Q. How many multi-man fishes does this man land in the middle of team fights? Just not allowing Polaris to do anything. Every time it felt like Polaris was about to turn a team fight, Q was there to make sure it just never happened. And even just those solo Echo Slams on Natsumi, just to ensure he could never think about getting the doppelganger off. Just a really spectacular performance here from our Shaker.
Yeah, great performance out from Q, and all the cores of Talon just so well protected. This is perfect games for everyone. KP even not dying once. So They managed to just build off the back of that momentum from the laning phase really well. And I think for Polaris, for that next game, we've got to see some adjustments as we saw from Talon in game 2 here to kind of bring it back and get that game advantage once more.
Well, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our game number 3 of this best of 5 grand final between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 3 of this best-of-5 grand final for the SEA qualifiers for TI11. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. John, we are now in a 1-1, a tie series here so far between these two teams. Talon looking very dominant throughout game number 2. And I'm going to give you the old switcheroonie, John. Game number 3, what do you think Polaris need to change up in their draft at the very least to try and force this to a 5-game series, I suppose, or at least 2-1 for their side of things?
It's hard to say. Maybe not really draft, but adapting in playstyle, right? Like they ended up dragging that trial lane over and wanting to give Force more space. In doing so, they actually did slow down Natsumi's lane, because the solo lane for PL versus Undying, once KP did get the solo ring, he managed to find that solo kill bot. So I think you have to kind of pick your poison. If Talon does decide to pull something funky like that, they go all in and shutting down a Viper, then just secure your lane and shut down maybe just go for your own tri lane, defensive tri lane down bot instead. Sacrifice the Viper, but sack KP's Undying, because he had a really good timing onto the BKB, and just kind of try to play off the back of these core fights. Because in the end, I mean, Savage did manage to outfarm. Natsumi was keeping up pretty good. He had the Midas timing, but it just kind of fell flat. And I don't think that's really a drafting issue, although there was a bit of a lack of control. I think the Slark pick for Talon was just really good for that lineup, because in the end, you didn't have hard stuns out from Polaris. You had Rebound, you had Chains. That was it. In comparison to Talon this time, they got the Rolling Thunder, they got all the stuns in the world out from the Earthshaker, and they had setup from the Disruption and great ways of handling the Omni Knight with the Shadow Demon. So they had a lot more play here for Talon in comparison to Game 1. I think Polaris maybe getting a little bit more play out from their supports would kind of improve the cause, although I can't really say, because AU is just so good in these saving supports that maybe just compensate with a more active hero for Force. Like, even if you get sacked in the Viper, the issue is it just tapers off so hard. Maybe you go back into something more playmaking for Force, like, say, his Primal Beast, which could be one here that's really hard to even run down in the tri lane, so that could give them more presence there as well.
Absolutely. What I'm curious about as well is, are we going to see the same bans coming out from Polaris? Because I think it's been Void Puck both games now. You can't quite blame them, because these are favorites of Talon. I wonder if they switch things up a little bit, or whether they just go the exact same bans for the first phase.
Honestly, I feel like you have to go with the same bans. Like, you just have to take away those tools, because if you leave one of those open, the Puck or the Void will definitely go through for Talonson. And they've got first pick overall. So they do take care of the Puck first. Wouldn't be surprised by the Face's Void, or there's a bit of a switcheroo Polaris could pull. Ban out maybe something like the Slark, bait in the Face's Void or the Morphling pick, and just kind of control it from there. I feel like if you had to choose your poison, a Void is much easier to gank up early on in comparison to the Slark. And it does take longer for the Void to be online, so it's a lot easier to punish a slower game from Talon if they do pick up a Void.
Well, there they
Now
go.
they stick to it.
Exact same bans. Yep. At least they do respect ban Enigma as well, once again on Talon, because they don't want to give Force that Enigma. We saw that in the previous series against T1, I believe in Game 3. Force just so dominant when it came to that hero. And obviously very annoying to lane against the Enigma as well if you are Savage. Just with so many creeps being able to be denied off. And surprise, surprise, Hyde, he's going to take the Undying once again. We are going to see the Marcy for a third time as well, but the Lina coming back out from Polaris. Why the hell not? Batrider, though, immediately picked up by Talon. No hesitation about that one.
Yeah, they go into that. That could still be flexed between Mikoto and KP, so it's still fairly open. as to what you want to do there. And now they get to ban out that Omni Knight for AU. He still has options though. I think Talon, they might outthink themselves here, ban out too many of AU's heroes, because if you do that, you leave a huge pool for Natsumi and for Force if he doesn't want to run that offlane Marcy. So you have to kind of weigh your options here. They might take care of something like the AU Chen. Again, another saving support. Maybe the Dazzle could be an issue. Both of those heroes we've seen really high impact from AU. So it's really just a pick your poison kind of situation. They'll ban out Natsumi heroes instead, which I like to see. Like, just be confident enough to handle what AU brings out. The Omni Knight's probably the most annoying thing, and Polaris are the ones to ban the Dazzles themselves. So you don't even need to worry about that in Talon's hand.
Absolutely not. Final bans to come. I wonder where this Batrider is going in particular here for Talon. You do have the flex between the mid lane and the off lane here between Makoto and KP. Would you rather see KP pick up the offlane Batrider this game? Like, obviously the Bat's very good against the Lina, just being able to grab the lasso and just pull her aside and get her out of position. But do you think offlane Bat, or would you like to see Makoto pick it up this game?
I think I'd prefer offlane Bat for KP, honestly. Like, Talon, I mean, with a Batrider, it's back to that same issue for Makoto where it can play, but you're talking about like Travel's Blink BKB or just Travel's BKB timing. And the laning phase for Batrider against Lina in the first 5 levels, Lina has an insanely good time, unless you manage to get a really good flame break off. So it's just very Lelouch favored, and we've seen what happens when Mikado does have a slower game. Like, Batrider is not a hero that plays from behind that well. He's going to have to soak farm up from Savage as well. I think just seeing the usual offlane builds a lot better, like Tranquils into Blink, in comparison to Travel. You pointed this out the last time we saw that adjustment. It just feels like you still get value from the Batrider, even without the Travel. So I think the offlane for KP is the better choice, but it's open enough to kind of get that done. And I think the genius of it picking the Batrider here is that Polaris aren't banning out more Mikado heroes. Like, they ban out Night Stalker, Beastmaster, and Dazzle, but you have options. And they go with the Oracle for save, so they do have another saving support for AU, a nice way to dispel off the lasso. But Mikado heroes are still in the pool. There's an Ember, there's the Void Spirit. If for some reason, if they want it, there's the Storm as well, and the Quap's in the pool. Like, a lot of these mobile playmaking heroes are still available, even the Pangolier.
5 seconds remaining.
Certainly is. Talon. Might just go for another support pickup here. Maybe the Pos 4 for Q. No need to reveal too much. I think it's almost guaranteed now, to be fair. It is probably going to be the offlane Batrider for KP. Rather not throw the mid Batrider in against an Oracle of all things. So much in the way of getting rid of that lasso with the false promise. And even the Fate's Edict is quite annoying against for the Batrider at the least, because you can just block off all the magic damage. So Talon, thinking heavily now, reserve time being used up, third pickup once again. I do believe they'll just go down the Q hero route. Question is, what do you really want here for Q? I mean, the Shaker was fantastic last game.
Yeah, did provide a lot, but they're kind of picking blind. They can't use Q's pick as a counter pick for whatever Natsumi might want to bring out here. So it's not as safe of a bet. Like, if you pick the Shaker, you might just avoid the PL altogether, or you feel more confident with the saves coming out from AU here, blocking off that magic damage. So it's a little bit more difficult. To go with a tiny pickup first, I am wondering now if Talon's using that as flex. Like, Q has played some support Tiny, although it has been leaning towards Mikado recently, but we've seen Tiny versus Lina mid matchup. Lelouch just dominates, and I think if Polaris sees that, expects that mid, and it ends up being mid, Lelouch is going to have a great game. He's just going to farm up. He's got some good timings. He's got the sidekick to buff him up, and you're not worried at all about a Tiny mid here for Polaris.
No, you certainly are not. And if they did get Tiny mid against the mid laner again, like we saw this in game 1, Lelouch had a great time against that. He's more than happy. And in fact, it is probably going to be the Tiny mid. So Ench does come out, so Q Enchantress is what's upon us, unless he wants to take a pause for Undying. Love me some Ench, and so does Q, I believe, but mid Tiny again. I think they could still flex it with the mid bat, but they're going to repeat game 1 with this mid Tiny against the mid laner. I just don't know about that, John.
Okay, you mentioned flex. The one way to flex this now is KP. Mikado Batrider KP Undying with a Q Tiny and a Hide Enchantress. You can still switch like that. But it's still a Batrider versus Lena lane. It's maybe a little bit better than Tiny, I would say 50-50. Like, it's a bit harder for you to just clear out the creep wave. Lena's going to deny a lot of that away from you. She can still reach and harass you, but once you hit your level 3 timing, level 2 Napalm, 1 value point in Flame Break, you can punish the Lena a little bit. But the Tiny also has that same spike with Avalanche Toss, which Mikado couldn't find in the laning phase either. So I think it's still an issue, no matter which mid you pick here for the side of Talon. I think Polaris have covered their bases really well here, and are just pretty much free to focus in on Savage Hero banouts, because Pause 1 Tiny is just kind of a dead concept right now. I mean, you could still go, but the nerfs to Grow, that attack speed reduction in Grow now feeling so bad, it's harder to scale up as quickly on a Tiny. So yeah, they've got a lot of room to just take care of stuff like the Slark, which we'll enjoy playing up against the Oracle with the extended life. You get so many Essence Shift stacks up. Probably going to be a priority ban in the next phase. Morphling could be a priority ban. It's not a particularly good Morphling game again, because, well, we saw Savage kind of run the Morphling against the Lena of Lelouch and just get bursted down. So I think Polaris have a really big advantage on this draft right now. I mean, they have so many options.
Oh, here we go again. They've got the Viper for Force, so I don't know if Force is happy about this, but at the very least, you don't have the best tri-lane opportunity anymore. Though I say that, you always like to remind me of the Undying being the king of tri-lanes. So you kind of do. With the Ench as well, can be decent. But do you think Talon actually try to force a tri-lane again against Force? Because I think what really enabled that tri-lane was the fact that you had the Shaker. But Q won't have that opportunity anymore.
I think it worked like the two supports actually had to tie in there. It was the Shaker and Disruption that enabled like Savage to get those early pounces. So with a really hard lack of control from your supports, the tri-lane doesn't feel as great. I think Force should have a better game here for sure. The one thing with Talon still, again, is this flexibility is just really awkward. There's a lack of really good control. There's a lack of backline jump until the blinks come out for the Batrider and the Tiny. And just, relying on that blink timing means that AU has a lot of save here. He just has a lot of opportunities to keep using Fate's Edict, to keep using the False Promise to save people, and we've seen what that does to Talon with the Omni Knight in game 1. Just cuts off everything. They do ban out the Slark and Morphling. So again, they've got the room to just ban out the Savage specialties here. Laning up against a Viper, there's really not much that feels good there as well.
It's tough. They get rid of the peel, they get rid of the Pudge as well on Talon, so you can only kind of wonder what position 1 they're thinking about here. Not wanting to play into the peel. Supposed to be fair, Natsumi could want to just run it back. There's the TB. That kind of makes sense. You don't want PL into TB. They do go the Terrorblade route. That's a 23 Savage special. One of his favorites to play in that safe lane. And right now, you really haven't got much in the way of counters. Now, mind you, laning stage, this Viper should just destroy him. But it's Viper versus an Ench lane. So, Ench also an extremely dominant support. Undying could be there as well. Another extremely dominant laning support. It's a brave TB pick for sure, but if they can get through that laning stage, it does feel quite nice.
Yeah, you've got to break through the laning stage and kind of rush the BKB here for Savage. I mean, we say that in a few games for Savage. He usually ignores it and still goes for the Manta build-up. But with Alina on hand, with all the magic damage coming through from Polaris, it does feel risky. They go for the Doom here on Polaris' side as well. So the pause 1 Doom for Natsumi, I like that. I think the Doom is going to have a lot of value. Your scaling is on Lelouch anyway. You don't need a big scaling 1 here for Polaris' end. Blink, BKB, refresh, or Ag's timing is huge. And you can just put the lid on that Terrorblade. If Savage isn't careful, and he's just going to get caught out and just die. It's going to be really easy to melt him down. It is a Q Tiny in the end, with Hyde taking the Enchantress. So they do flex it with KP taking the Undying this time around, and Mikado taking that mid Batrider. But I know what you're going to ask, and I think overall, Mike, in this draft, Polaris has a really nice draft once more.
I would agree with that sentiment, Jonathan. I agree with you on that. I wonder how these lanes go in particular. Like the Hyde Ench, I do ask whether it can deal with the Viper. Like, Impetus is really nice, Enchanting Creeps is really nice, but Viper can still be extremely potent against these two. I think Hyde's going to have a lot of pressure to try and make this laning stage work. Again, you do still have the opportunity of trialing, though. KP does take the Undying. So you could trialing with Tiny Eng with the TB, though I do think that's a nowhere near as good of a trialing as last game around. But that might be the way they're forced to try and deal with this Viper.
Yeah, I think that's a one way to have of slowing down Force. And to be fair, Ench and Tiny don't sound too bad. Just use Enchant to slow, run down with Avalanche, or run down with level 1 Toss and toss back to Tower. Early levels could be the way. And just kind of go from there, although that is really bad for a Tiny. Very EXP dependent, just like the Shaker. And Q was kind of just getting really active early on, but the Tiny Blink feels much more important in comparison to Shaker, who at least can stun from quite a distance away. Tiny just doesn't have that play without that mobility.
Let's get into it, John. Game number 3 here between these two teams. Again, it's currently 1-1. It's a tied series at the moment. We all want a best of 5, a 5-game series if we can. I say we all want it. Polaris may not, considering they still have those suitcases going, John, but it does seem like they're probably going to be too late for their flight now. Let's get into it, though. Game 3 predictions are here. Can you give us some predictions, John, before we start this game?
Longest kill streak coming out here. I feel like, again, I'm pretty confident with what Lelouch can get out from his mid. First play to get 15 denies. Honestly, probably Savage. He's pretty on point, but just controlling lane overall. Total number of towers killed before 25. I can see it going back and forth. Maybe 6 to 10. At that point, it's usually fairly safe. And player with the highest net worth by 25, Lelouch. I feel like this is just a really good game for Polaris, and Lelouch should be able to repeat what happened in game 1.
Let's see how it all pans out. Game 3. Get that 2-1 advantage. You're 1 game away from winning out this whole grand final. It's a great position for either team to be in. Could be a very early team fight to break out as well. Polaris, they've got some very deep wards being placed by AU. Maybe to keep tabs on the edge, but maybe to go for that early fight. They have the high ground advantage as well, hoping Talon will show up for this bounty rune. See, Oracle, one of those great heroes at level 1 fighting, because you've got that Fortune Zen to just lock someone down for such a long duration, and when you've got a Viper and a Marcy to back you up, it's not too hard to set up on somebody. And naturally, considering how Game 2 went, you do want to shut down Savage like you did in Game 1. And that's exactly what they might be trying to do early on, is just get the first blood on this TB, force him to TP back into the lane, then maybe find another kill and make him have the walk of shame.
They're set up for that. Like, with this vision advantage, with the position they have, as you pointed out, Mike, shouldn't take too much to get that done. It's down to Talon to try to read here, and they've got their own cliff ward on the top area, so they should know no one's kind of hanging around there. Maybe hugging the left side, or hugging the right side, or looking for a move down onto them. To get the go-ahead, Savage doesn't want to walk too far forward here. If he does, he's pretty much just dead.
He's already on the vision. They know he's there. So see if Savage does have the game sense to not go that way.
No?
Still under vision. Polaris, they're the ones that need to be patient about this. They can't rush for this one. You don't want to go after the Terrorblade while he's too close to that tier 1 tower. Savage.
Oh, Savage.
Oh, here we go. Charge it up. Savage. No real running from this one. We'll see if they can secure the kill, but surely you can. With all these poison attacks, it's going to be too easy. First blood to go the way of Force on the Viper. A much better start already. And like I said, if you want to shove AU down bot right now, trying to go for another kill, you make the walk of shame happen, it's such a bad start for the TB. They might go for it too. I wouldn't blame them.
Yeah, and they managed to even get the D ward off. AU denying his own ward, forcing a sentry down from Hyde. Not going to feel good expending that gold, not being able to unblock the camps here as well. So already a fantastic start for Polaris. The only consolation for Talon is that they find an extra bounty. So there is that, but overall, much better for Polaris. Still taking a sneak peek at mid before the action really breaks out bot. Mikado versus Lelouch should be, again, very Lina favored until maybe level 3. If Mikado does stack up the sticky napalm with a flame break, you can get some aggression out from the bat there.
Look at the patience. AU, he's going to move in, hide bottom lane. They're going to try and the Ench, and they do force out the hill to be skilled up. Avalanche out, Force. Gonna take a fair bit of damage himself, but we'll be fine. So now it's a tri-lane versus tri-lane situation. Question is, do Polaris want to try and give up on this one? It seems like they're gonna go all the way, because they see the tri-lane of Talon. They don't want to risk Force having another bad game.
And they just want to slow down Savage's farm as well. Like, this does make it really uncomfy for Savage to farm. His supports will have to constantly run forward. And again, this hurts the Tiny. This hurts the side of Talon supremely hard, because levels for Tiny are so important. Avalanche Toss can be stalled out. Even Hyde finding the impetus levels or the enchant levels is going to be a lot slower. And for Savage, I mean, it has to come true from that CS. So far, looking good. As long as he maintains lane control fairly well here, you probably don't mind too much.
Certainly don't. Savage so far, 7-4 having a great old time. Force still copying a lot of damage. Hyde hasn't even got impetus up yet, but he could just pump out the damage with the right clicks. Still, the Ench is so annoying. Those Nature's Attendants being available. And the real fun does start when you get 2 points in enchant. Being able to find the creeps and make life even harder for Polaris. You will see Xavier's kind of running around. So is it... Oh, hold that thought. Q. No, they're not going to go for anything. I was going to say, John, we should have a quick gander at the top lane. Because we are going to have the Undying versus the Doom matchup. We don't really need to talk too much about this. It's just going to be a bit of a farming lane. And it seems like KP for now does have a slight advantage. But it should really just go very even between these two.
Yeah, it should be really good for the Doom here. You've got the mana burn already consumed by Natsumi. KP's not going to have play at all here. So, considering what happened in his solo lane last time, shouldn't repeat this time around on that Doom.
Jump in, rebound, it's off the mark. Xavier's gonna go for a run, but Avalanche will be there. Problem is Q is not level 2 yet, so he doesn't have a toss back. Will not be able to displace the Marcy. Just kind of the fear of God here from Q. But once the level 2 is up, that is the spike of the tri-lane for Talon.
Yeah, it's just getting that EXP. Q's been very much off to the side, avoiding any sort of steal. Does get it now.
Rebound is there. There's your level 2 timing. Q, he is going to move in. Force will get tossed up, but Savage, he's the one taking way too much damage. He'll be able to make it to the tree line, and it looks like he is going to survive. So he's fine for now. Metamorphosis will wear off. The lane does get a little bit more challenging for Talon. But they'll salve up Savage. He's going to be just fine to reset.
And considering the aggression onto Savage, I mean, he's still finding some CS, which is really good news. Force is still not able to, and Xavier's
doing a good job of getting the creeps, but it may cost him his own life. Avalanche up with the toss. Xavier's, he had the stick charges. Still running. They do. Oh, they miss uphill. Xavier's getting a little bit lucky. He'll cop another. Rebound away once again, and he is barely going to survive. Very lucky uphill miss there for Xavier's. He'll run back towards the base and reset.
yeah, that does provide openings for Talon. You know, you are just dragging away one more hero, giving some opportunities to maybe bully out Force while the Marcy goes to reset. Savage, though, does have to shove in the wave of tree range creep, so a lot of EXP for Force to take while his additional support is gone. Pretty good for the Viper. Hits level 3, level 2 poison attack. Next time they make that move in, they might be able to find that kill.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. Very, very good point. Q. He's actually going to start rotating mid lane now as well on the Tiny, so he's kind of left the tri-lane for the moment. That's not the greatest of news here for Talon, especially if they get caught by a Fortune's End by AU. Hyde does get spotted, but they don't want the Ench. They want the Terrorblade. Problem is, the TB is just way too close to that tier 1, but there's your rebound out. They're going to try now. Dispose is there from Xavier's. That level 2 poison attack gets right to work, and it's just like you said, John. With the level 2 poison attack, it's just so much more damage. The moment Hyde and Q aren't really paying attention to that bot lane, he does get caught out.
Q just going for that mid movement gives that opening out for Polaris to play aggressively, and out the lane is pretty painful for Savage to play equalized. With Force, you're gonna have to just try to get what you can, maybe start to consider getting some defensive wards down in the jungle for Savage to start jungling early once you have some stat items up. You are still seeing Q trying to make movements out, stalking AU.
You might find one from Makoto here. Makoto, he'd love himself a free kill. AU is eventually going to get caught out with the Firefly. He cannot make it. Makoto, that'll be his first kill of the game on the Bat Rider. And we all know how our mid laners feel when you feed a kill away as a support to the enemy mid lane. Pretty sure Natsumi, or Lelouch rather, is not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, it's a little bit more for Mikado. It's still a slower lane for him, though. He's 6 CS behind. Lelouch is still having a pretty damn great time. But with that kill, Mikado's comfier. He gets the regen rune as well. Although they've got the burst here.
It is going to land. Lelouch has the Laguna, has the Dragon
Ooh.
Slave, but doesn't throw it out yet. Makoto, he's going to run. He is just fine.
He knocked the rebound off with a flame break as well. Xavius?
In trouble now. Great body blocks coming in from Hyde. No Hurricane available, so they can't stop the secondary rebound. But Hyde, he lets them know about it. They really wanted that kill into the Bat Rider, and with a regen rune of all things, Makoto's right back into the mid lane, full HP, full mana. Nothing ever happened.
Yeah, just back to that farming game. And for Polaris, I mean, that little excursion has left Savage solo, which is still a pretty terrible lane against Viper, but he's not dying. He's able to just play with farm, work the creep wave, use his illusions coming out, and just try to get that build up. Mikado, he still has lasso, so you do have to be cautious about going up too close towards that Bat Rider. Kill opportunity still present itself. And one big thing for Polaris, though, this is free farm for Natsumi, and that escalation on the Doom is going to be a lot faster in comparison to the Terrorblade. Midas ride here for Natsumi, not going to be too long. And once that's up, I mean, farming into that Blink BKB alone is already terrifying for Savage. They have to watch themselves in talent. Natsumi with a free game, going to have a lot of mid-game impact here.
And I love the fact that every Doom that we cast, John, always ends up getting the mana burn creep, so KP can't do anything. Even with the Soul Ring up, it's just not enough. The mana burst is just not enough to help him dominate the lane anymore. With the Midas coming, it's Natsumi really is going to escalate quite fast. Speaking of escalations, though, mid lane, Talon, they have grouped up as 3. Trying to get a bit of damage onto that tier 1. We'll try and chase down AU now on the Oracle. Toss into the laner. Avalanche will connect on both. Makoto, he'll go for a lasso, and this could be a massive pick-off as Lelouch is going to drop, and Makoto is still running, but eventually will go down. AU, meanwhile, has been hurricane biked by Hyde.
Radiant's top tower.
Xavius, he will back, but it is certainly a successful team fight here for Talon.
Yeah, it works out in the end. You're not too happy on Polaris finding that one kill. I mean, it's still slowing down. Mikado equalizing a bit. Savage turning onto the mid lane as well. I mean, he's got the Metamorphosis ready, which could look to help with a shove, but we'll just go back to farming. 3-3 so far here, Mike. 1k lead up for Polaris. Very even game so far. Big difference is still Force having more activity. Level 6 now on that Viper. Savage shoved away from lane, already having to jungle. And with this lead of Natsumi, I mean, the Midas is already done. Flying out now, 9 minutes in with phase boots. Your Terrorblade will not be able to keep up for quite a fair bit of time. And that threat of the blink timing on Natsumi is massive. Although, Natsumi.
In trouble? Oh, that's a lot of creeps flying his way with the Skellies. Alright, well, you were just saying Natsumi was getting massive, but he does get picked off. Q, able to set up another for Talon, and that's a big one. And now with the Dark Troll Summoner up on Hyde, he's going to be able to help push this tier 1 tower very, very fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, that added damage is always funny to watch. This little skellies go to work. You even got the regen aura coming out from the flag bearer. So the push does begin, forcing out the early fortify. You are getting a shove in here from force down bot as well, so you should be able to equalize. Natsumi, he comes back up.
The Skellies was just kind of chilling out there for a moment. He does get to work. Natsumi will just Midas the big creep and eventually defend the tier 1, but the damage has somewhat been done. It's like Polaris Esports, they are trying to chip away at the bottom tier 1 tower, though. Force is doing a great job of that. But the team fight is going to break up at the top lane because it seems like the defense is here. Makoto, he does have lasso. Rebounds off the mark from Xavius. Dispose is still there into the Doom onto KP, though they don't want that Tombstone to fly out. KP is still walking away, however. Lasso is out onto Natsumi instead, and the Doom's the one in trouble. Force, he is going to show up and try to help out. Moving on to Hyde, they'll blow him up with the Laguna. But Makoto, he'll be able to TP just fine. Bit of an even kind of fight between these two teams. Lelouch picking up both kills for the side of Polaris, and I suppose you'd have to argue it was a better trade for Polaris considering they do protect that top tier 1 tower.
They protect the top tier 1, but they lose their Doom pots 1, highest net worth in the game. So you don't mind it too much on Talon as well. You're slowing down Natsumi just a tad bit more. You're getting some punishment out, and with a Viper leaving bot lane, you can kind of get some space going to farm down there as well. Savage not under direct threat of any rotations. They're doing a good job in Talonson just to ensure that as long as they're being aggressive, Polaris can't set their eyes onto that Terrorblade while it's very vulnerable and just allow that slower build-up. Still, Polaris, 2k lead up, all of their core still having a fantastic game. Those kills going on to Lelouch. I mean, he's just being fed this timing into the BKB. Has the travels up now as well. She's an absolute menace. This is the point where Lelouch can just start showing up in every lane, split pushing really hard, chasing down here is very fast. And for Talon, I mean, they need more build-up. Picado has his own travels, but for him, it's travels BKB Blink. Takes a lot more time. And KP only really has the Soul Ring. He needs his own BKB Blink as well, and it's just a lot more passive, although the supports are doing a fantastic job of compensating here in Talon's end.
Talon, mid lane, Arcane Rune. It is picked up by KP. Disposes out, he'll pop the Flesh Golem and want to force the fight, but Xavius does bounce out. Had the false promise there on AU just in case you needed it. So everything's just fine, but now mid lane, Tombstone's going to be dropped. He's got the Flesh Golem going anyway, and with Savage to cut in the mid lane, the Metamorphosis is going to be an easy tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Q was in danger, but Force unable to finish the job, Q able to TP away from the Viper. And Talon, they get away with quite a lot here. No bodies dropped, tier 1 mid tower gone. Polaris, they just weren't around to try and force a defense.
Yeah, they're just building up while they can. They will go for a smoke play now, looking to punish. They might be able to hunt up top. Hyde is in the way, though. Might not be the target they'd want to go for here.
Yeah, Hyde's doing a great job with this positioning. See if they can try and wrap around and avoid the Ench. Pings are out. They might have to settle. Makoto is just around the corner. That's such a big kind of target to go for, but instead they're going to try for Hyde. And Hyde, he'll be more than happy to die for this. Lelouch does pick up the kill at the lead, so a bit more gold for him on the Lina. But as long as Makoto gets out, he's happy.
Yeah, and he bails out, scans down bot where he was trying to move in for a bit of a lasso play. So do manage to avoid that. The side of... Well, the both sides now just very even. They're clumping around bot. Doom's ready on Natsumi.
Makoto, he's a big target. Xavius not finding the rebound he wanted yet. And Makoto now realizing they are around is just going to back off. Just abuse the Firefly in the jungle instead. No Doom to be expended here by Natsumi. We'll just go back towards the farming game. Trying to go on towards that BKB if he's on the Doom. Still has a 1k advantage, but when you do have a pos 1 Doom, you do want to have a bit more than that. Especially when he's picked up a Midas. But now they aren't pulling too far ahead of Savage. He's still doing a pretty decent job of keeping up on the TB.
Yeah, he's still seeing that build up. Smoke out here from Talon. Again, they've got the lasso ready in Mikado. He wants to find something off the back of that. But they're also not able to find anything. The forward vision just doesn't do enough. Maybe up top, but Force is already all the way back behind that tier 1.
Makoto, can he make it? No, he doesn't have anything like a blink. Can't break the gap. Problem with this rotation is mid tier 1 tower is now going to be forced in by Polaris. Sure, you've already got the enemy pos 1, so Talon seem happy to trade with the top tier 1 tower. So I think Polaris is going to be pretty happy with that, though. This is a free mid tier 1 tower for themselves now.
Yeah. Evening out map control, allowing them to get aggressive and start planting some forward wards in the triangle, forward wards in the bot jungle, prevent that free farm buildup for Savage. Savage, for his part, has been avoiding that area anyway. Been playing up top. They've got the wards here from Talon, but so does Polaris. And you see them sneaking around in the top jungle, instant smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wrap around with the smoke into the Radiant Triangle. They'll get some wards down. Nobody hanging around that triangle. However, Savage, he's just above. In that Dire jungle, Xavius is going to run right into him. This is the real target they want. Smoke broken. Xavius, he'll be very happy with what he's seen. Savage knows he has no way out now, so the Doom is going to fly in. Nice easy pick up there for Natsumi. That's the big one.
Yeah, it's the ward. It's the vision game coming out from Polaris. They just preemptively plant up and ward up their jungle, knowing that Savage is going to want to farm there. They managed to punish 4k lead up for Polaris. As the aggression, it's a bit of a more moderate game, but... Oh.
Xavius, toss back, Q does get caught out. There's your Viper strike, so Q has no way out of this one. He will drop the Force. We talked about Force having a much better game number 3, and that he is on this Viper. He certainly has not been dealt with whatsoever. Talon, they've got to try and slow this game down a bit. They're 5k net worth behind now. Natsumi's really getting out of control in this net worth department on the Doom. Now almost 3k. In fact, he is over 3k ahead of net worth in comparison to the TB. And right behind him is Lelouch. So both cores that are looking to carry this game for Polaris, they are having a fantastic time.
Yeah, they've just managed to get so much space going. Again, considering just how well the laning start was, especially for Natsumi, they just never stopped it. They never went up to the Doom to punish. And the side of Polaris now shoving them away from that top jungle as well, forcing a bit of a smaller area for Savage to farm in, just impacting that build-up even more. Savage trying to go into the Scotty, skipping out on the Manta here altogether, knowing that if he's caught out, he's probably just dead. There's no saving you with Doom around, so you might as well just go for some stats, go some for durability on that one slot, and just try to mitigate, try to get some damage and slow us off in the middle of these engagements. For Polaris, they're inching towards, I mean, they've got the blink actually now on Natsumi with a BKB, and a BKB on Lelouch up as well. So smoke out, and that wasn't spotted by a ward either.
See what they get. Force, he's trying to bait. They're not taking the bait on Talon though. They realize they can't really force a fight near that tier 2 top tower. Talon look to back off, but Polaris, they are on the hunt. Xavius rushing forward. Lelouch not going to hit the light strike array, but the chase is still going, still hide. He is a very fast entry right now, and he just runs. They can't catch him. No initial stun, so you just can't lock him down. He's fine.
And that's some good time. The Talon's buying here for Savage and Mikado. Like, they just back off, they keep playing, they keep getting that build up. The lead is still massive for Polaris, and they are kind of lining up for Roche. They still need to pick off. They get scanned out here as well.
Jump in, Natsumi. He's got the pulse 3 Undying, but a nice avalanche from Q, still the rebound. Xavius is going to make it in time. KP will be forced to die. Polaris, they are in a very nice position to force Roshan now, and they will.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Got really good damage. They pop the Unleash. Doesn't take too long to take care of that Roche. DD is spotted out by Talon, but they're not going to be able to pick it up just yet. They're going to have to surrender that. They got the scan. They saw that kill. They know what Polaris wants to do. Polaris will just get that security for themselves. 2 lives up on the Lelouch. I mean, everything's kind of lining up right now for Polaris. We are 6-9 now, and they're just finding all things. Like, Talon again playing a more passive game. This is more in line with what they were doing in their last series against Polaris. So this is just them kind of trying to get that build up, get it going on Savage. But once Polaris starts committing harder, once Polaris starts finding the big dooms they want to, it becomes a nightmare game for Talon. Just, it's Batrider into save. Lasso is not going to be easy to pull off here for Mikado. Your tools to buy time are rather limited. Polaris can just keep just trying to take this map over.
And they are. But Savage, he's kind of the saving grace right now on the TB, still farming in that Radiant jungle, still trying to catch up the best he possibly can. He needs to be that big pos 1 that just puts the whole team on his back and just carries for them. Right now, nowhere near the point where he can be yet, but he's approaching that level. He's against Natsumi's Doom. Like, eventually you might just build into the Aghanim Scepter and just charge him down every team fight. There's just nothing he can do about it. It's Talon. They'll go for a 3-man smoke up. They'll rotate through the Radiant jungle towards that Dire jungle is where they want to go. Instead, they'll head down towards the bot lane, hoping to find Natsumi getting greedy over a creep wave. But again, great game sense from Natsumi. Immediately backs his way out, realizing something is wrong. Back into the safety of his triangle. And it seems like the smoke is going to amount to literally nothing. Nobody's there.
Yeah, it's a lot of wasted time here for Talon now as well. And if they have this blink, they want to use it on Q. They need to get that jump, and with that smoke fading, Polaris going off their own smoke once more. And they have the more aggressive vision here. Triangle vision still down. They can kind of figure out where everyone's playing, with how great their coverage is, and they're going in the right direction here.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Right in
attack.
they go, Q. You get caught out on that pos 4 Tiny. Does at least have the blink up, so it's not too big of a loss here for Talon. He's already got that item that he really wants, but he is going to drop, and Natsumi will happily take his third kill of the game. In fact, bottom lane, the immediate charge up onto Makoto. He'll BKB and try to run, but the Doom is still available. So Makoto going to have to juke out and is going to be alright. Meanwhile, Hyde will also go down mid lane. Force and Lelouch able to find another pickoff.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just
attack.
they just managed to make it work, finding two supports. Not the biggest kills, but it's giving them this opening towards mid. TP's come in, they will play it safe. Savage, he has the Scotty up here, Mike, so he's looking a little bit scarier on that Terrorblade. It still doesn't feel like it's enough. I mean, he only has 1.9k HP. The Lina and Viper on top of him, he'll just melt. Along with a threat of the Doom still on hand from Natsumi. So for Talon, despite hitting these item spikes on Savage, it still feels like a game you stall out here.
Radiant are
You have to. You're nowhere near the point yet where you can fight, even with the Scotty. Like, the Doom's just going to ruin you every single time. Again, Natsumi even working on towards the Shivers Guard now, just having that bonus armor against the TB. Nice way of clearing out the illusions and just scouting out for your team as well. This makes life even more challenging for Talon. And Lelouch, Silver Edge to come out on the Lina. Pretty rough affair for the TB as well. Makoto is at least working towards that Blink Dagger on the Batrider, and I think that's the one factor that's been kind of lacking, is the initiation's just not been there for Talon ever since you left that laning stage. And I thought Makoto might have gone for the Blink earlier on, but he opted to go Boots Travel BKB, so a bit more defensive. But I think the Blink is going to be an important turning factor for Talon to actually find some pickoffs here throughout this mid-game.
Oh, for sure. I just felt like maybe with just Q's Blink, they would make something work out. But again, the smokes just haven't panned out the way they'd want them to. Polaris clumping up as 5 now, but they don't really pop a smoke. And I don't think they have one on hand. Just maybe a bit of a clump around this Shadow Blade timing from Lelouch.
Got sentries. So forward, sentries plays, still high. Does cop the light strike array, but Force Staff is there. Makoto cops a Laguna. And Lelouch pops the BKB and runs. This is a very awkward team fight for Polaris. Talon would love to force this, but again, they're lacking the initiation. All they've got is Q on the Tiny, and he just was not anywhere near enough to make a blink in to try and toss back. And I think your point was correct, John. I think they were relying on Q to make those initiations earlier on, but I don't think they were expecting to lose the tri-lane against the Viper. Maybe just not expecting the tri-lane of Polaris to happen earlier.
Just pays off this time for Polaris. They will smoke up in Talon though. And Q still wants to use this blink in a very big way. But look at Polaris. They've already pulled back defensively. They know after a smoke, the enemy team's likely to go for a smoke play themselves, and there's just no clear avenue for Talon to kind of cut through this mid lane here.
I mean, they've got to try. They're 7k behind. It's just really tough. They want a solo pick off and they just want to retreat. That's literally all they want here. Nothing else to play for Talon at the moment. They just need some pickoffs. Problem is Natsumi picks up a Shiver's Guard now, so he's got even more presence in the team fights. He's even tankier, so you can't even think about trying to go for him unless he's way out of position. And speaking of items, there's the Silver Edge on Lelouch. That's going to hurt this TB.
So much output coming out from Lelouch. And again, the change up from Polaris is very stark. Again, just compared to the last time they played against Talon. Just a slower game. No reason to be aggressive when you're ahead. Just keep getting bigger and bigger. Although, I am concerned with how close Savage is to all of these cores. Like, he's only 1k behind Lelouch, only 2k behind a Doom with Midas and Devour. So, considering that, I mean, Savage is still farming like a madman, but it's only him. Everyone else, they're just as poor as Force right now.
Top lane. This is the fight that Talon may be able to force. Makoto just trying to bait on the Batrider. Polaris still being very hesitant. Very patient. As Natsumi will just devour the Wild Wing Ripper. No messing around here for the Doom. Force is having a fantastic time with the Viper. Spams his favorite voice lines. And that'll be it. They just back off again. It's a very slow game. It's only 6-11. But Polaris, they're playing this surgically. Like, it's a real clinic right now from this Dire team. They're not giving any openings to Talon.
Yeah, they understand what went wrong in the last time they played against Talon. They just got a little bit too hasty, got a little bit too anxious, wanted to force out fights, and Talon would manage to work that to their advantage. So they're holding back a little bit more. For Talon, though, This is a bit of a godsend because that lead isn't growing by that much of a rate. KP having to BKB TP away. Some of that spell immunity is gone. Q did TP up as well, so some miscoordination out from Talon. It should still lead to a tier 1 for players if they want to go. No, not even that. Like, see that caution. They just played so safe.
They do. I can't disagree with it either. Like, they don't want to throw this net worth lead away because they understand one bad fight. And suddenly, Talon, they might just have the game back their way. Makoto's got the blink up now as well, John. So he's got the initiation. If Hugh can't do it, Makoto can do it. Well, Polaris, they're just unwilling to risk it. Now, some people might argue that can't the TB scale ultra late game? Isn't the TB the strongest pos 1 in this game? I think the idea for Polaris is they're just confident that Natsumi's going to be able to find the Doom on the TB every time, and then all this farm's just going to go right down the toilet anyway. So it's all about execution for Polaris, and I think they're just confident enough to just delay this game out.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, Lelouch, the Lina does scale really well up against Terrorblade as well. Like, it's not a comparable team. We've seen Lina versus TB multiple times, and the Lina, she has just as long in range. She doesn't rely on Metamorphosis, so her range is always just there in comparison to Terrorblade. And she can also itemize kind of the same way. Going into the Skadi next, they do clear at the top tier 1. You've got the blink on Mikado. They really want to use that here on Talon's end. But again, Polaris just don't give any openings, and they'll go for a smoke now themselves. That was under a ward. So Talon should be aware.
They've got an advantage here, Talon. They've got the high ground.
Q?
Q's going to jump in. They got Lelouch, but no, the TB's been caught. Natsumi, he finds the Doom. That's the execution we just talked about. Such confidence from Natsumi. He just jumps right in, no hesitation. Hits the TB, and that's it. 16.5k of your net worth on Talon. It just goes down the drain.
Yeah, and we saw Mikado go for a lasso play. If AU is around, you're not getting any control here. And Polaris, just again, the patience paying off in a big way. Have an angle for the high ground. Roshan a minute to the respawn. That could be an opening for Talon. They didn't expect the Metamorphosis here on Savage, so they'll have that up. Mikado, though, being chased down a bit.
He's got the Firefly. He'll be able to get onto the high ground. Just free pathing on the terrain. He didn't have the Doom anyway, so a bit of a hard chase for the Natsumi Doom. He doesn't really care. They just want the next Roshan. It's a bit unlucky for Polaris because it is a late Roshan timer. Still 30 seconds left for Roshan to respawn. So they might have to force another fight and wait for Doom to be back up to force the Roshan fight. Talon, they're not going to wait for that. They've got to go right now. They know Doom's down. This is the best chance they have before Roshan respawns. Let's see who they find though. Force breaks the smoke on the Viper. They've got the vision on the high ground. That'll be de-watered by Talon. But Polaris, they might just back off here as Q. He's still going to try and jump in. There's the toss-up. Right into Savage. Force. He'll go for the Hurricane Pike. There's your rebound. With the BKB, he is not dying, but Makoto. He'll go for the chase on the Bat Rider. In goes Savage again with the Eye of Skadi. Slowing the Flame Break, but now the False Promise. It's there from AU. Saving the day, and now Natsumi. He'll jump right in. Who are they going for, though? They get the Tombstone to get started. Meanwhile, Lelouch onto Q. Has found the Tiny, but they do at least find the Viper. It's a 1-for-1. Positive trade the way of Talon. They have to force Roshan right now. There's no choice about it.
They need to take that objective. Without the Viper, you kind of lack hard front line. The Doom is only 20 seconds away. They've got a window and they go buyback.
It is about to expire, John. They've got the Marcy. Natsumi's in, though. He's got the stuns out. Savage is dropping solo, and now the Laguna. Oh, they've taken him down again. At least Natsumi, however, he does die in the Doom. But, well, Lelouch on the Lina, trying to run. Can he make it? Not quite. He does find one more kill than Makoto. He will drop. KP trying to TP out. Should make it up, but AU can't get the damage off in time. KP will make it to the fountain. Roshan gets started, though. Polaris, they've bought back on Natsumi. They want the Roshan. They don't want to give a chance to Talon. A great team fight. But without the buybacks on Talon, Roshan goes the Dire's way.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find it, no problem. Talon just doesn't have the backup, even if Mikado came back in. And Polaris, they make that fight work. The saves again from AU, stalling out that fight, being able to isolate Savage, knowing that he popped his BKB in the earlier engagement. And now, Talon, they're 13k down, 9-18. Polaris' secondary life up on Natsumi, negating that buyback disadvantage. that he created for himself. And for Talon, I mean, it's so hard to find that opportunity. It's even with the Blink Lasso, like because of AU, you really have to rely on Q. Like it's got to be the tossbacks every single time. And he's been trying so hard, but Polaris are just really not giving any openings. They've been playing so well this game. I mean, they're just built up a massive amount. Savage, he needs this Lincolns to be up. If he has that with the BKB, he might be able to find openings in the team fights, but it's gonna take a while to get that. And with that Aegis up from Polaris, I don't expect any outer towers left for Talon at the end of it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but if you see the Lincoln's build up here on the TB, can you not just build into the Ags for Natsumi? Like, it just kind of does the same thing, right? Like, just Lincoln's gets wasted as an item.
Of course. I think the one counter to that is support 4 staffs can just save you. So it's not as bad. Ideally, you'd still want that AoE around Savage more than anything else. Or you might need to just chain lockdown him in, which your lineup can do. But without anything like a nullifier in the books, multiple 4 staffs can still bail out someone caught in that. Kind of like a Ricky smokescreen. So not the worst thing in the world, but it would also be a little bit of a reveal. I think Savage is going to try to pocket as much money and stay away from Vision until that's up, which means that Natsumi might already invest into the parts for the refresh. And it looks like he has. I mean, he's already bought out the recipe. So it's the sunk gold fallacy. He's sunk some money in, doesn't want to turn around. Double Doom is still big, and that can just force out the Lincolns anyway on Savage, so it's not the worst thing in the world for Natsumi, and that is if he has the mana, but with the Shiva's up, mana shouldn't be an issue here.
That's fair. I suppose you can always still break the Lincolns with Force's Viper Strike, even through the BKB, I believe, but you know, it's one of those things. It's not as easy said as done, right? Execution is quite hard in games like this where there's these team fights, while they don't look close, they are actually very close. A lot of little mechanics happening here between these two teams that make it very hard for either side, and Talon, the fact that they're still in this game, 13k behind, 32 minutes in, still a decent position for Talon. Though Dota Plus would not agree, 88% the way of Polaris right now, and that's also fair. Natsumi is a monster, and he has the Axe queued up.
Alright, shifts out, just keeps it at the recipe. Good call out from Natsumi. And for Talon, I mean, even if this game stalls, the openings are not presenting themselves. Usually, again, when Talon goes for these longer games, Mikado's a lot more disruptive. You can't be as disruptive on the Batrider. You have Firefly to bail, but it's not like his Puck, it's not like his Quap. And that does mean you can only do so much to work these lanes. Bot tier 2 melts, Polaris takes that out, only the mid left. Once you take that mid out, once you clear out all these outer objectives, I mean, the play for Talon just shrinks. And Polaris can just go for what we saw from game 1, slowly choke out Talon, slowly weave your way onto the high ground, and then just work your way from there once you find an opening.
Yeah. 16k advantage now. You see how potent, you saw that 30 seconds ago, Lelouch with the sidekick, the amount of damage the Lena does to these structures is just not fun. Especially if he has a double damage like he does now. A lot of damage being pumped out here from Lelouch. But if he is working on towards the Satanic as Talon, they're the ones that need some answers. Lincoln's still being built up here on Savage, but again, against the Ags, it can be a little bit rough. A little bit rough here for the TB. Natsumi, still very confident in this game, number 3.
Dire are scanning.
Gotta give props to Savage. He's found farm considering how difficult the game has been. So only 3rd in net worth, but only about 3k behind Lelouch, 2k behind the Doom. So it's still a position where they can easily make a comeback. And I say easily. It will look easy if they do make the comeback, but it certainly won't be very easy in terms of execution. The Satanic now is up from Lelouch. Arcane Rune found out for the Lena as well. Do you force a fight as Polaris?
Age is still up for a minute and a half. With a fresh Ags up in Natsumi, you don't really have much to be scared of. Although, Talon are grouped up for the defense here.
They do make the jump in. Lincoln's is broken. Lasso is there. They've got the Lena. That's a massive pick off, but Leilouche is going to Satanic up, and now the Doom's out with the Aghanim Scepter. Natsumi, he's going to knock down the TP once again. Leilouche survives. They cannot kill him. The false promise is there in time. Look at this Doom, Natsumi. He is terrorizing them right now. Avalanche from Q. It's going to buy KP some time. Oh man, you hear that Doom sound over and over again. You know it's a disastrous fight for Talon. The Ags reveal, coming in clutch. They're on to the tier 3 mid tower. And Leilouche, he just can't die. Satanic with false promise, John. It's too hard to kill him.
It really is. And for Talon's part, they used their 4 stabs early, so they didn't have that save for Savage on their supports. They had no way of bringing Terrorblade out of that situation. Mid-rack's gone. Polaris not going to be gunning for more. Again, not bashing their heads against the wall on this high ground. Mikado.
Here we go again. He's just trying to creep skip. Just push out this creep wave. He's going to be okay. Through the BKB, just TP out of there. 23k net worth disadvantage now for Talon. 1 rack's down. Still not out of this game yet. They are within it. Savage has to find a way to survive these team fights. I don't know what the answer is. He doesn't either, John. I think he's just going straight damage now. Because Lincoln is going to do nothing. So he's going straight Daedalus, hoping for the best.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. And it's down to execution, as you've been pointing out here, Mike. The play for Talon, it's either a toss back into the lasso, as we saw, drag them so far away from AU that the saves can't come in, and have the 4 stabs ready to save Savage. Like, just be able to take these fights away from tight corners, away from tight areas, which it's pretty hard to find a fight in an open area now for the side of Talon, but you can't afford to get clumped up. If that Doom's on everyone, no one's going to be able to force staff to save, and it's just a disaster for Talon at that point. For Polaris, their path is much clearer. You know, they just need to look for 1 pick-off. As long as AU's got the reach, and he will have the reach with a blink up, no one's going to die. And if no one dies, Talon never finds an opening.
Again, Talon still not out of the game. Still holding on. It feels like it's by a thread now, but they are holding on. Natsumi. Strength Blink is being built up now. Aeon Disc even being built up on Natsumi. Very, very smart. Top lane. Savage, he has been spotted. Line's being drawn out. They want to try and cut him off with the smoke here on Polaris' end. He's going to go for the TP out, and they aren't going to find him. Instead, they might find Hyde on the edge. TP away, Natsumi still can't see him. Won't be able to get him either. Nice TPs out from Talon. They buy more time, more space. It's all they can do at the moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, just try to keep stalling. Try to get the items up in Savage. He is very close to that full Daedalus, and he's also going for his own Hurricane Pike now. So some save, if he sees the Doom running up, can just Hurricane Pike him away, buy some time, buy some distance out for himself. Polaris, I mean, they've got control in this game. They've got the Basher up and Savius. Like they've got everything they could ask for right now from every hero. And the overwhelming blink for Natsumi not too far off. Force going for a Hex, and this is a very well farmed Viper with that additional control. It's awkward for Talon. Polaris, it just feels like this game is pretty much theirs no matter what angle Talon finds. Like, it's very hard to see, with the way Polaris is playing, any openings presenting itself for Talon. This is really good discipline and really just great learning from Polaris to fix those issues from the last time.
Yeah, I'm sure the game looks boring to some people, but this is really high-level Dota from Polaris, and I do agree it's very, very clean. Very, very clean. Not clean, though, is buying a Daedalus without buyback gold. Savage, I guess he's in a position right now where it's like, well, if I don't have the Daedalus, I've just got no chance anyway. So if I die, I die, and we just call GG, but that's the kind of position Talon are in right now. They're just... It's not even about buyback gold anymore, because the buybacks won't do anything. Unless it's on your high ground. He'll buy himself a bit of time to get that gold up now. He just felt like he needed that bonus damage to at least have a chance at fighting. Of course, the next objective for both sides is going to be Roshan. It is up in 1 second. There it is. Talon have no choice.
They've got to force it somehow. I know what's better for them, to go in first or just take the fight, force a fight in it instead of going into the pit first. I feel like that's better. Like, you know, it's where Polaris could be clumped up. You could maybe get a good avalanche to start from Q, get a good toss back, and then just lasso up. Perhaps on like AU or Natsumi could be really big. Just take care of everyone else afterwards. Because if they're in the pit, I mean, that's an easy blink doom in from Natsumi, and there's nothing you can do about that. It's just ugly for Talon in the pit. Polaris has all the control. They are shifting for the refresh on Natsumi, double AoE doom. I mean, when that's up, there's no play for Talon in there. And I mean, it's just very, very patient, very, very disciplined from Polaris. Just ensuring that Talon doesn't find punishment. Because Talon is the kind of team that can punish well. That's how they kind of work their way up here into the grand finals with nothing but 2-0s. Punishing overextensions, punishing overconfidence. And Polaris are showing no signs of that at all.
You want to see the real fun with the Doom, John? Wait till he gets level 25 and has the break talent on Doom. It's AoE Doom breaking everyone around him. That's going to be a hell of a time for Talon if it gets to that point. Not very fun at all. This Polaris, they saw the Roshan. They are not going to force it. They want Talon to try and force it first, and they make the jump in. At least go for a fight before Roshan. I have Skadi now up on Lelouch, so even more slow and very effective against the TB. Especially while he's in that meta form. Slow is going to be kind of insane against Savage, and Lelouch just such a powerhouse. He's got the Oracle behind him. It's like, if you can't kill off AU, you can't kill off the Lena. False Promise is going to make it impossible. Props to AU's itemization. He went for the Blink Dagger. Very smart. Stay out of range. He has the Telescope as well, which is even better. Just stay a mile away, blink in, you've got the range, cast False Promise, and then you may die. Then you have Lelouch's permission to die. But before that False Promise, AU cannot.
Yeah, he's got to be able to cast his spells. But again, he's been able to every single time. Refresh up on Natsumi. Double AoE Doom. Talon, I mean, there's no play against that. There just isn't. They need to find something. And they're also being patient. Smoke out now, though, from Polaris, and they're still holding the high ground here. Talon has not left their triangle. So they know what Polaris wants to do. And find a nice rune here for Natsumi as well. So 67-second cooldown Doom after the refresh. They can just look to fight again, even if it doesn't work out somehow.
Makoto's going to break the smoke, does juke out the gank. He's still going to have to try for this. In they go, KB, he's going to pop the flash goal on the Doom. It was there onto Hyde of all people, and now onto the TB. They've got the double Doom out. They've got a man fight this. Savage is trying. He will die the first time, but buybacks are there. They'll keep trying for the last fight of the game if they can. Try and turn this one. Hyde, he is still running. Does get rooted up. Still Talon are incoming once again. An avalanche up, but it does nothing as now Savage once again caught out by Natsumi. Has no metamorphosis. This could be it. He'll sunder. He'll try. Lasso is there. They're trying desperately, but Savage is just melting to Natsumi. That's a dieback. Hyde buys back now on the edge. Meanwhile, KB, he will drop as well. Onto the Bat Rider, Makoto's gone. It's the grand final. They've got to keep trying. But T4s are there. No, they call it. They know. Without the TB, there's just no chance. Polaris, man, this third game, they played so clean. It is such a clean game of Dota from Polaris Esports.
Yeah, they play spectacularly well. Again, they go back to the win condition for Lelouch on mid. And they had all the answers. They get a great saving support out for AU. He just disrupts everything. And there was no real impact out for Mikado. All the lassos were just instantly canceled off. And Polaris again pull out with a really great draft. They adjust really nicely, running that early try lane, finding that kill on Savage before the game even actually starts. And Talon tried to go back to that slower style of game. Polaris never allows it. They're not making any openings happen. They're not allowing any mistakes to happen at all. And they just play a really clean, perfect game of Dota here.
Who do you give the MVP to this game? This is a hard one. I feel like this game 3, it's going to be challenging to choose an MVP, John, but I want you to give me somebody. Who is it?
Oh, it's so tough to call. I still want to say AU because I feel like everything he's done just cuts off what Mikado wants to do. He has just been a great foil to Talon trying to come back in, to this Batrider trying to make plays. AU is always there with the saves. And I think he's just been such a big integral part for that success Polaris found in that game, that even the decision to run that tri-lane bot was phenomenal and just ensured the Terrorblade was just uncomfy start to finish.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like in game, I want to say Natsumi's execution made him the MVP. But when you look at the draft, you look at the way AU trapped them with that draft. It's hard to decide between the two, right? Because Natsumi played the Doom perfectly. He made it impossible. The itemization was perfect. I'm kind of wondering now who's shot calling the game. Is it AU shot calling? Is it one of the cores? Because the itemization, the way they position, the way they play, their timings, the way they force you to come to them. They will just drag it on. These guys have a flight to catch in 2 hours. They don't care. They don't care. They're just chilling at home. They're playing this game. We'll go to 5 games if we have to. We'll drag out the game for hours if we have to. Very, very clean, very persistent gameplay. Let's see what Talon do in Game 4 to try and force this to a game number 5. It's 2-1 the way of Polaris. We're going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 4 of this best of 5 grand final. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 4 draft here between Talon Esports and, of course, Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, Polaris, they are one game away from qualifying directly to TI11. Talon, not out of the grand final yet. They're into their fourth game now, but they need to pull off this victory to force it to a fifth game. I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, what needs to change for us to be able to see that fifth game here between these two?
I'm not sure. It feels like you've got a lot of worry about, especially from AU. I mean, he loves these saving supports. He had a perfect Oracle game here this time around. Lots of save to deal with what Mikado wanted to do. They have a really good understanding here from Polaris' end as to what Talon wants, because they keep banning out the Void and Puck. And I think Talon, if they don't first phase a Mikado hero, it gets really hard. Like, they need to prioritize that Mikado hero. They need to have some playmaking, because we ended up with just a farming game up against Alina and Doom from Talon. And Polaris just played such a disciplined game that they don't allow any openings to come out. Again, correcting all the issues they had the last time they played in the winner's bracket up against Talon. And they've just really refined themselves into a clean Dota machine, which for a team like Polaris, I think making it all the way here to the grand finals alone is already a feat for them. Like, this is a team that we've always said had a lot of potential. Going out from Pro Series wins, all of that, and then when it comes to the DPC, it's just a bit shaky. And this is a team that got relegated down to Div 2, or was close to it, if I recall right, and they did get relegated. And to have that, being demoted to Div 2 and now potentially going to TI, it's been quite the ride for them, but it's so good to see that success for a squad that has mostly stayed together now for almost 2 years.
It is kind of crazy to think that they are a Division 2 team that might just qualify to TI11 directly. It is kind of insane to think about, but there you go. The performance has just been so on point. It's something we always talk about with this squad of Polaris, right? You used to always tell me, all they need to do is not tilt. When Polaris don't tilt, they look amazing. It's that 50-50 between this team, and right now they're on the good side of the 50-50. Talon, on the bright side as well, they don't look tilted either. They're smiling, they're happy, they're laughing. That's what's important. You've got to keep resetting that mentality going into Game 4. No need to be sad about it. You've just got to try and get to that fifth game. If you've got any hidden strategies, it's time to bring them out now. There's no two ways about it. This is the time.
Yeah, your backs are against the wall here for Talon side. And Polaris, I mean, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing. Play disciplined Dota, come out with these really good drafts, have these saves coming through from AU. And Talon just lacks play every single time. Like, AU has just been so phenomenal on the 5 in this entire tournament. And Force has been really damn good on his off lane. He's just been performed to a really high degree. Do see the empty chairs. Now, mind you, again, these boys need to fly. And we're all heading to the same tournament, actually. So chances are they really want this 3-1 win. Because they'd also like a chance at going to a different tournament into, qualifying for a different tournament from tomorrow as well. So they've got a lot of those lined up here, the Polaris boys. And I'm sure they're very motivated to just clean it out here. And they've just been looking good. They're feeling very comfy, of course, in their team house right now. Natsumi. Yeah. They're comfy, Mike. They're comfy.
Oh, they certainly are, John. They look it. They get back in their seats now. Hopefully we'll have this draft going underway very, very soon. Of course, we did have our producer actually point out as well, because I've been constantly asking who's the shot caller here in Polaris. Apparently, AU does not move his mouth, so he doesn't talk at all. He's kind of cosplaying Anna here in this best of 5 grand final. Apparently, Xavius is the one talking the most within the team. So there you go. And I'm not surprised AU's mouth is not moving, because he looks like a statue every time we look at him. He's a very stoic man. Apparently, it's Xavius that's the one that's really making the calls throughout this game, at least from reading his lips from these cameras.
Yeah, that does make sense. I still feel like a lot of the refinement in Xavius' callouts, and a lot of what Boomy's been doing, still comes from AU. Because remember, he's been developing this team as coach for at least 2 tours now. So I think a lot of that can still be sort of credited to AU, but the finer points in game definitely down to Xavius acting as a captain, getting that refined shot calling. And I think the drafting was also refined a little bit by AU for sure. Like, certainly as a coach, you've got to put that analysis and insight in. So it's still a big impact to have him around as well. Still into the draft now, potentially the last game in our qualifiers here if Polaris managed to carry that momentum through. No changes in the bans. Talon respect banning the Lelouch Lina instead. And first pick for Polaris. They've grabbed the Undying now too. So Talon, not going to have that tool for KP. But the Marcy is open if Talon wants it. So maybe just trading a little bit back and forth here. Although Talon will take a think about it.
They will have a think about it again. Backs against the wall. They need a nice draft here for this game 4 to try and force it to a game 5. And I think after that game 3, you really want to be careful with your drafts here as they are going to continue thinking into that reserve time for these first 2 pickups. Marcy is there. That's one. You pointed it out, John. It's a pretty obvious pick here with the Marcy just always being first phase picked if you do not ban it out. What do you follow up with, though? Do you want to pick up Viper yourself? Do you want to run the Viper Marcy on your end of things as Talon?
I mean, you could go for the Viper for KP on the offlane. I don't know if it's really necessary. It does feel like KP likes to have a little bit more play in his offlaners. He loves his DP, which is still available. He likes his Brewmaster, which is also still available. Honestly, I don't think they pick the KP here or here. It's got to be Mikado. You need to have some play on your mid. The puck's gone, and if you don't pick the Mikado here or here, chances are Pango, Ember, Void Spirit are all going to be taken out, or the Quap. A mix of those 4 heroes will be taken off, and you just lack that mid play once more. And that's been really key for Talon to find any momentum at all. Across all their series, it's been back to Mikado. So I think you have to prioritize that mid, and that's why they're kind of having a think about it here. They go with a Quap, so there you go. You can't ban that out now in Polaris. You do have a stable mid coming out for Mikado. There is still maybe a little bit of a chance for flex, as you've pointed out a couple of times here. My Q has played the pause for Quap a couple of times, and you can still run something like the KP Marcy. So even if the Quap has an atrocious lane matchup somehow, you can still shift things around if need be.
Yeah, absolutely. Polaris' second pick. Where do they want to go? There's a bit of a switch up now. Makoto, no more Tiny for him. No more Batrider for him. They'll have a think about it with their own reserve time. You don't really want to have to be forced to pick up a mid pickup this early. Then again, they haven't had too much troubles in the mid lane so far, so they may not mind. Lelouch's doing a fantastic job. They'll continue thinking, though. They'll spend a bit of time on this one. Any mid laners in particular you'd like to see against the Queen of Pain, assuming it is the Makoto mid-quap?
You still have options for like Ember still in the pool. I'm actually a bit surprised Talon don't opt for something like the Mikado Ember or one of the Spirit Brothers. The mobility It's a lot better on those heroes as well. And we know Lelouch. We saw his Ember. He had a pretty decent time, although it didn't quite work in their favor in that game too, but it is one of his specialties. And there it is. Ember as well. Here you go, Mike.
Very good prediction there, John.
Team back.
The Ember comes out again. It's a Lelouch special, the Ember Spirit. He loves playing this hero. But we didn't have too much luck with it earlier on, but we'll run it back. We'll see against the quad matchup in the mid lane. It does do quite well. Doesn't really care too much about the poison of the Queen of Pain. The Shadow Strike, I mean, of course, the Q.
10
Next ban
seconds
stage,
remaining.
though, I wonder where this goes, right? Like, we'll see the Batrider banned out by Polaris. I don't believe we've got a KP hero yet, though he could play the Pulse 3 Marcy. We have seen that before. Any picks that you in particular think have been really dominant for either side that you'd like to see banned out here in the second ban phase?
Well,
there's the
Viper's
Viper.
already won. Yeah, that's a big one for Force. Some saving supports, like Omni Knight, is probably really annoying. Although I feel like Omni Knight's more manageable than Oracle. So maybe just ban that out for AU. There's still the potential for Chen coming out from Polaris, especially if they want to play this game a lot
10
faster.
seconds remaining.
AU's Chen will just enable that in a massive way. So all of those are
5
pretty big
seconds
threats
remaining.
coming out from Polaris that Talon might have to think about. For Polaris' part, they see that flex in the quap. They know it's not completely locked in. For Mikado, they ban out the Batrider once more. They ban out the Pangolier. So they're ensuring that there's not going to be as many options left yet for Mikado. And again, Ember versus Quap matchup. Ember tends to have a pretty good time. Like, you could go for the Shadow Strike plays, you could try to harass out, but Ember still has the dodge that he can get done with Sleight of Fist. They do respect ban the Morphling now as well from Polaris, so ensuring that Savage won't go back to that specialty. And of course, Talon again taking out the AO Chen, which has been super impactful.
10 seconds remaining.
So kind of covering all bases. I mean, with Chen gone, Omni Knight still
5
shows itself
seconds
for the
remaining.
side of Polaris. Oracle, it's still there. Dazzle, it's still an option as well. So much to worry about. And for Polaris, it just feels so straightforward. Like, they can just get some nice picks snuck in here. They've got the
Dire
back-to-back
team
picks. They should be able to kind of figure out from this next pick as to if any flex is still remaining at all for Talon.
You still have heroes there, like you pointed out. The Omni Knight's there, the Oracle if you really want, but that was just a counter towards the
Radiant
Batrider.
team pick.
No real necessity for the Oracle to come out this time around. A Disruptor is actually picked up here by Talon, so something a little bit different. Not a bad hero against something like the Ember Spirit either. Polaris? How do you respond to this? Like, this is a very different pickup now from Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
Because Static Storm can make huge kind of waves in the middle of a team fight. And again, the Glimpse can be extremely annoying. Especially if you TP. It's a classic thing as well against Disruptor, right? Like, you TP to your tier 1 tower, Disruptor's waiting behind the tree line, and he just glimpses you back. We see it almost every time. Just everyone seems to forget Disruptors in the game, and eventually he'll just pop that glimpse and see you later. Make the walk of shame back towards the lane, and well, hopefully we won't see that this game for Polaris, but you never know. It seems to happen every time we're casting.
Yeah, I think my one concern with the Disruptor pickup here for Hyde is that you can get picked off in the backline. Like, you've already got the Ember. You should be able to just run it down on the Disruptor. You do run the risk of, say, Static Storm, Kinetic Field coming out, but I think the Ember overall still has a pretty good grasp over that. And Hyde will definitely want the Ags built up, but it's such a luxury item for the Disruptor. It's luxury, but it also feels necessary. So I don't know if they'll be able to get that farm out. The Omni Knight does come true for Polaris, and they go back to the Natsumi Luna. So they pick up
Wow.
their big pause one early on. Lots of confidence, and they are looking to play fast now. They've got a lot of push on hand, a lot of good farm coming out from Natsumi. This is going back to, again, how he loves to play. He's been known as a very farm efficient carry for quite some time now, which was also to the downside of Polaris, I think, in the DPC. You know, it became very predictable that he'd take something like the Dusa, but in this case, he's just enabled so much by his team that it's a non-factor. So I think
Can't
he
you
should
just go
have a
back
pretty
to-
good time here.
Can't you just go back to Terrorblade here for Savage now? It looks like a much better TB game, I'd argue, against the Luna.
And it can be. The reflection's still there to be annoying, but the one issue you have is, again, you're going for a physical core up against the Omni. That's not going to feel comfy, and Terrorblade doesn't naturally build into something like, say, the Nullifier. So Guardian Angel is always just going to be a massive issue unless Mikado can always get that jump in and get a good Sonic Wave and lock down. I like the Slark a little bit better. Just again, because you're dealing with Omni Knight overall. You can kind of escape from all the control or the lack of control coming out from Polaris. Because once again, they don't have hard lockdown on their support duo coming out. If that is going to be the support Undying, they could flex that for force in the off lane. But it's a very good Slark game just because, you know, there's nothing to pin you down. Even a Quap is going to have a pretty good time. Mikado's going to be able to jump in and out. No problems. Your only stun is Lucent Beam and Sleight of Fist Chains. That's not enough to hold something like the Slark.
They are certainly lacking a lot of stun here. A lot of control just not there for Polaris. Talon looking a lot stronger with this draft in game number 4. Final bans to come. SD being removed here by Polaris. So maybe thinking that the Marcy is going to be in the position 3 role here for KP. Wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
5 seconds remaining.
One more ban for Polaris and then Talon before we can continue with these drafts. "25 seconds reserve time left to think about this one. It's a matter of whether you really think the pos 3 Marcy is what's happening here with Talon. And they get rid of the Rubik's, they do believe so. Talon, their final ban. Looking for something in the off lane, unless it is the pos 3 Undying. It still is a bit of a flex pick.
I think with these banouts, it feels like a pretty decent Brewmaster game coming out here. Just for... You do have an AoE Purge, so you have a way of taking off quite a fair bit. And you can just remove a lot with of what the Omni Knights bring. So the Brewmaster has a lot of value there. Laning up against the Luna's probably not the comfiest, but it is a KP special. And as you mentioned, with your backs against the wall, you might just go back to what you're comfiest with here on Talon's end. So you could just stick to your guns. No, give Q to Marcy instead. And just give KP, like, just give him the Brewmaster.
He hasn't seemed to like it at all. Since that ulti change, since the Ags change, he hasn't seemed to like the Brewmaster whatsoever. Oh, here we go. Keeper of the Light comes out, so it does seem like it is probably going to be the offlane Undying here from the side of Polaris. They look pretty happy with that. Claps coming out here from the side of Polaris. They seem pretty satisfied with their draft. Talon, how do they respond? I doubt we see anything quirky like a mid-coddle coming out here from Polaris. Like, they still could flex the Ember, but I don't think that's what's happening. Talon look very happy themselves. What's the final pick? Is it a KP hero? Is it support?
Oh.
It's an Invoker to come out. So something very different here for Makoto. And that could mean an offlane Quap or a pos 4 Quap, and it's going to be the Q Quap.
Yeah, they go with a Quap flex, and we pointed this out early in the draft, and you pointed out the last time we saw the Queen of Pain draft from Talon. They've got that flex with that hero. So go for the Mikado Invoker up against a Lucius Ember. That should be a pretty good lane to play with. Mind you, Polaris, they still have this insane combination, Sleight of Fist along with the Chakra. They have a lot of ways of just running this one down. They are running the core Undying here for force. So he's got a lot of presence coming out up against a Slark that honestly isn't too bad. Slark doesn't have that much strength to start with. I'm sure you can tank yourself up and just allow Slark to get some Essence Shift stacks, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And with the Undying on your side, that does mean Talon can't really run a tri-lane up against that. You do not want to drag 3 heroes in to the Undying. So Polaris, they still have some ways of cutting off the aggression that Talon has been looking for in the lane to enable Savage.
Well, I'm very excited to see how this Game 4 is going to pan out. Of course, we are going to head over into that very soon. John, I need a definitive answer. Which draft do you think came out on top for Game 4?
I think Polaris has a really good draft. Like, they've got these combinations that just Ember Kotl. It's very hard to bet against that. AU going to have a really good time in just saving his entire team. And you've got this really good tempo coming out from Natsumi. So he can opt to play faster around objectives. He can just go back and farm at a really good pace. I think Talon, they've got to execute on point here. We've got to see the same plays we were seeing out from Savage the last time we saw his Slark, if they want to try to drag this out to 5 games. But Polaris, they're looking good to, secure that road to TI here, Mike.
Let's see how it all pans out. Game number 4. Talent, they need this game for victory. We'll get started. Do you want to do some predictions, John? We've still got some time. I know there's a 5-on-5 smoke, but usually these are just for wards. So 4 predictions, John. What are you thinking?
301 plus. Trees almost always tend to get wrecked out, no matter what the lineup is, and you do have rebound here. Total number of player deaths at game end. I can see this being a 41 to 55 game. Will a tower be denied? Oh, that's such a 50-50 thing. I'd say yes. Team with the first tower kill, Polaris. There you go.
Thank you for that, John. Do you like the switch up here from Makoto as well, right? Like Invoker into Ember is definitely
30
Invoker favored.
seconds to battle.
Just being able to purge off the Flame Guard with the Tornadoes never feels nice for the old Ember. CS wise, Lelouch should still have a good time, but certain timings, especially once you have the Urn up on Makoto, it can get very frustrating with the Cold Snap combo. See how Lelouch tries to play this one out. Get a nice deny on the Observer Ward already. That was his own Observer Ward, though, to be fair. Just denying that gold away. So now Makoto.
The battle begins.
In fact, I said it was his own Observer Ward, but it was not actually. It was the Dire side, excuse me. 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. Very even start in terms of net worth. We'll start off with the mid lane here, John. Lelouch, he's going to be on that mid Ember. He's going to be against Makoto's Invoker. What are you thinking about this mid matchup?
Again, it should be Mikado favorite. I feel like the Ember does have pretty good play up till level 3, level 4. That's when the Invoker starts to get really annoying. But before that, you can play around with your Sleight of Fist. You can try to harass out. Invoker doesn't have the highest armor in the world, so Sleight of Fist will do significant damage every time. And Lelouch does avoid the first EMP use, so already getting a lot of value, a lot of harassment out onto Mikado. And he doesn't have quite the level yet for the Quas. So, you're going to feel a lot better for Lelouch whenever you do gap close and twack away. But again, once the levels go up, Invoker should be able to equalize. But if Lelouch finds rune control in this game once more, I think Mikado is going to have a pretty awkward time in trying to really push that Ember down a bit here.
Well, let's have a look at the side lanes as well while we have a chance. That bottom lane, Q, KP, Pos 3 Marcy, Pos 4 Quap against AU's Omni Knight and Natsumi on the position 1 Luna. You mentioned in the draft, we've seen this Luna from Natsumi many times. KP has been running quite a bit of position 3 Marcy as well. Really seems to enjoy this in the off-lane role. Against AU's Omni Knight, though, it feels like it's going to be kind of hard to really harass them. But as I say that, they do make a jump in. KP doesn't have level 2 yet, so can't dispose. But plenty of harassment being thrown out towards the Luna already.
And this is key when you're laning up against the Omni Knight. Early levels for Omni, downtime and Heavenly Grace is still pretty big. So you have some good windows to just apply that harass onto Natsumi and get some space for KP to just farm and get the denies he needs to slow down that lane. Good lane start for KP, 10-2 in the CS. A little bit behind on Natsumi, but kind of to be expected, with Q just kind of twacking away with no care and having the Scream to threaten, to harass. And AU, he only really has the one Mango. He has a Clarity on hand, but once the man is out here, the lane's a lot tougher.
Yeah, AU in trouble now. Heavenly Grace is there. KP going for the sidekick rather than the dispose, so can't toss AU back. It's going to be just fine. Because that top lane, we were having a gander at it in just a moment, and 23 Savage is going to be there on that position 1 Slark. Once again, this man has found a lot of success on this pos 1 Slark. He'll be supported by Hyde. He'll be against Xavius in that position 4 Coddle and the pos 3 Undying of Force. You'd imagine is favorable for the Slark, but he still does need to be somewhat cautious against that Undying. The Tombstone is going to be dropped. Doesn't really amount to much here for the Undying, but zone out the Slarkers. Now Hyde's going to try and get aggressive. Onto Xavius. A lot of damage being dealt. One more right click will do it, and they find it. Hyde. Great first blood pickup, realizing he was out of position on the Coddle, and with the glimpse back, does manage to secure.
Yeah, he gets first blood, and he manages to find a Tombstone. So Hyde manages to get himself his early boots up. This is a pretty rough lane for Slark overall, though. You can see that in Savage's CS. It's not safe for him to walk up. With the early Soul Ring, with the Chakra up, the spam on the K, and the threat of an Illuminate. I mean, Slark just dies from one Illuminate early on if you get enough decay up. So Savage really has to watch his spacing here.
So those decays force. Already 20 strength there on the Undying. Very hard to deal with. Such an annoying off lane to have to try and fight against here as Savage pounce away. Still copying so much, and it's hard with the Chakra Magic right behind the Undying. The bot lane, Natsumi again being terrorized here by Talon. The +4 Quap very, very good with that Shadow Strike. AU trying his best to keep Natsumi up and healthy. There's only so much he can do at the level 2 mark. Would much prefer the level 3. At least on the Omni Knight. And so for now, Talon, at least in the offlane, are having an extremely good time. KP's basically free farming on this +3 Marcy.
He's getting the build up, but I don't think you mind too much for Natsumi because he can flash farm the jungle really quick. And that's the one concern. The Slark can't do the same. With this kind of slower starts for both cores, it still favors the Luna overall, as long as some space is created in the jungle.
Hyde again top lane, getting very aggressive onto Xavius. It's that level 2 Thunderstrike, and it does so much damage as Hyde. Glimpseback is there, Savage out of range, but it won't matter. Hyde able to secure another kill onto the Coddle, and with that damage on Glimpse now, it's just easy for Hyde.
Yeah, he's finding some good punishment. It's not really relieving this pressure on Savage, though. Like, Force is still able to just control this lane so well. And Savage down to, 500 HP max is not a great feeling. It's still really dangerous, and the Slark is still not finding farm. So even with the kills Hyde is finding, for one, your Slark's not getting assist gold because he's not really helping there. And your Slark is still not farming. So it's a sacrifice that Polaris is more than happy to make here.
So far, so good. Savage very, very low. The Illuminate not going to fly through and connect on the Slark. Doing a very good job of making Savage feel uncomfortable in this top lane. Hyde the real savior here on the Disruptor, that's for sure, as Hyde again going to try and sneak up from the back. Does not want to deal with the Undying, only wants Xavius. That's all he wants. Not going to have the opening this time. Meanwhile, bottom lane, again, AU. Going to be targeted on the Omni, being body blocked here by KP. But they don't have any follow-up spells, so AU is going to be okay. In fact, now Natsumi's the one pulling the creep wave. Just such desperate times here for the Luna. A really just terrible start here for the Luna in this laning stage. Talon doing a fantastic job in the offlane of slowing this man down. So Natsumi forced to just pull the creep wave back and equalize the lane a little bit. KP will not leave him alone, however, just continues to steal creeps away.
Just get what you can. They do kill off Savage up top. Again, that's the one issue there. Like, even if Hyde finds those kills, there is no saving Savage in the lane. It's just a atrocious lane, even as, I'd say, worse than Natsumi. Because again, the Luna can still flash farm. There's a Mask of Madness build up coming out for Natsumi. Eventually, he'll find that gold. And for Savage, nothing fixes a Slark's lane. There's nothing you can go for to flash farm.
They're trying to get aggressive. KP's in. Sidekick was popped, but they are going to back off. They don't have the lockdown.
Dire's top tower
Pos
is
3
under
Quap really only,
attack.
Pos 4 Quap really only has the slow with the Shadow Strike, so a little bit awkward trying to make that jump in. They will be able to survive once again down a bot lane. The mid lane, something we haven't talked about for a while. John Lelouch top of the CS board right now on the Ember. Meanwhile, top lane, there was a Tombstone dropped, as you just saw. Force
Dire's top
trying to get
tower is
aggressive.
under attack.
He's going to be forced to back off. Rotations are in. Makoto, he'll join with the EMP Cold Snap onto the Undying. Force cannot decay. Chakra Magic is there. He'll try to survive, but the Tornado is going to connect. They do manage to punish, but here comes Lelouch. He'll at least find Hyde on the Disruptor. Chain's not going to land on Makoto, though. A little bit unlucky there for Lelouch. They find a support for a position 3 trade. Still Xavius keeping tabs on Makoto. Chakra Magic up on Lelouch, but no, the chains again. Not going to land on Makoto. Now the Ghosts walk away and they don't have the detection for him. Oh, 2 chains in a row not connecting on the Invoker. Makoto, he'll be very happy about that. It's Q now. Blink forward. Trying to find more targets. We'll give the Glimpse Vision for Hyde. AU. Still a tanky Omni Knight. His chains are going to connect onto the Q Quap, but he is fine to back off. Makoto will back him up with the Tornado EMP. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, that works out for Talon in the end, but that's massive commitments from both sides. Lelouch, had a remnant to say, was dropping pretty low from that aggression. Still, in that interim period, you do get a little bit more out from Polaris. Like, they lose a couple of heroes, but Natsumi works his way towards mid. Finds a space to free farm in just a little bit and actually has the Morbid Mask up. So he's got some lifesteal. He can play in the jungle now. Level 1 Glaive is not amazing, but the farm can start to pour in. KPM, he has a free lane. that investment needs to pay off. That BKB, if it is fast, does provide a lot of openings. Talon shoving in mid just a bit, but their lineup isn't the fastest to push without KP around, and they've already lost their top tower. So Polaris can put a big dent onto Savage's farm. You can just see him jungling. It's not the fastest progress for the Slark.
Certainly isn't. Not easy to catch up on the Slark either. Still, Force is kind of getting pincered in here. Hyde, Q, they're both around, looking around for the Undying, but Force is just hiding very effectively. Now does show up, will drop the Tombstone. Savage, he does have the Shadow Dancer. He'll keep the fight going. He has his supports around, but they're giving more strength away of Force. He's actually a very, very tanky target, as even Makoto's going to show up. And once again, we're seeing another game where Talon, their only objective right now is shutting down Force's off lane. They do not want this man having a good laning stage or a good game.
Put a little bit of a dent in it. I think Force at this point is just kind of doing his job, though. Like, you are buying space for your bigger heroes. You're allowing Natsumi and Lelouch to get that build up, get some space in the lanes to farm up. And again, if you do manage to build up on the Luna, it can become a little bit of a problem, but we'll have to see what Force does off. Nah, he just goes back top, so he still wants to just keep track of Savage. Talon now grouping mid here.
Chains out. He does manage to get it on Hyde, but the double damage is still going to go the way of Makoto, and that's the whole point. Lelouch, he continues with the chase. Chakra Magic will be there, so a refresh, and there you go. Lelouch, he finds something. In fact, Makoto, he's the big target, but a nice tornado will fly through Lelouch. Does he want to keep the chase going? In comes more TPs, KP. He'll show up, rebound out, onto AU. They found the Omni Knight. He'll try to purify, but it's not going to be enough. AU's gone. Back into the mid lane, Lelouch, he's still playing around with Makoto, buying time for his team to try and make their way over, but nobody's coming. Lelouch is in dire straits, and he's going to drop. Makoto picks up a double on the Invoker. They are not allowing any openings for Polaris whatsoever this game for.
Yeah, it's a big shakeup for Talon. They're playing much more aggressively. They're finding the openings they want to now. And the side of Polaris, they're responding in kind. But they have to be careful about bleeding out like that, especially to the Invoker. Like Mikado, and he's going into the Witchblade. He's got the room to kind of finish that up shortly. And all that aggression mid means that Savage, he only has to deal with just the Undying, but with no threat of that Illuminate out from Xavius. The Slark feels comfier farming up. And Savage is working towards that same build-up we saw last time. Falcon Blade power threads up into the Diffusal, Ags, BKB. So he's set to at least get a decent enough timing from the Diffusal, considering he died once in the lane. And same thing kind of goes for Natsumi, though. Mask of Madness up on Luna. The farming pace is kicking up, already ahead of Savage. So Polaris are still equalizing fairly well. And I think the pressure's more on Talon to actually be aggressors. They need to be able to get some aggressive wards. They need to find some early towers somehow. They will go for a smoke play here with Hyde and Mikado.
Down towards the south side. Into that Radiant jungle they go, Talon. Scan is not going to catch anyone, but Natsumi is around that area. So if they keep drifting towards the left side into the mid lane, they will find him eventually. Problem is, Polaris, they do show up in the same area, so they are ready to protect their Luna. In fact, Tornado, it's going to fly out onto the Keeper. Static Storm will be dropped. They will pick up Xavius. Savage will take that one. Chains out, but without the Coddle to give you the Chakra Magic onto Lelouch, they won't want to keep this fight going. Polaris, they'll accept the Coddle death.
Yeah, they have to kind of give it away. Talon, they do actually manage to find a tier 1 bot just from KP. He's been given way too much room, it feels like, on Marcy and Force.
Getting caught out again. Makoto not allowing this Undying a game. He'll pick up another. Great performance from Makoto so far. 3-0 and 3. Making it very challenging for Polaris. It's now a 3-9, 3k advantage the way of Talon. And that bad laning stage that Savage had, it's no longer really there. He's caught up in net worth quite effectively.
Yeah, number 3 in net worth. KP number 1, because KP is just farming down bot. I mean, this guy's BKB, man. It's going to be up soon. Marcy with BKB time, you've seen this multiple times before, Mike. This is scary for the side of Polaris if they're not careful. They do at least have the save with a Guardian Angel, but again, with a good Tornado here from Mikado, the basic Dispel more than enough to remove that ult until the BKBs are up. So you still have some good timings for Talon to kind of play around with here. Natsumi's still farming quite nicely. He's found some room for himself, and they are grouping up mid to look for their own shove in here.
Yeah, they're going to try. Q's got the Sonic Wave up on that Pulse 4 Quap.
Radiant are
It's rather hard to push into this. Hyde has Static Storm up available, but there's your Tombstone. That's going to zone everyone from Talon out. Lelouch will keep hunting around with that Sleight of Fist, just getting information for his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it seems like Talon, they're just going to let this one go. They're not interested in the defense. They'd rather keep buying time for that farm to keep going. And I suppose when you are this far ahead, like, you may as well just keep the farm going, because like you mentioned, KP has the BKB on the way. He'll work on towards a Basher later, and we've seen how strong this POS 3 Marcy can be with these kind of item timings. He's basically a POS 1 in his own right.
Yeah, and he's not been punished at all. So the timings are going to be really nice. They have that fresh BKB. They could go for a smoke play, and they will. And Hyde is also saving up for the Ags. And he has not been punished since dying in the laning phase. So if he manages to keep finding these assist kills and gets that build up into the Ags time, I mean, even the BKBs won't save you here.
Here we go. Wrap around through the Radiant Triangle Talon. Playing a very fast-paced game. AU gonna get caught out. They'll hold him down. Can he buy some time? Buy some space? Not really. He is just gonna drop too much damage from KP. Not the biggest pickup, but it does allow them the opening for the tier 1 mid tower now for Talon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they can just get that jump going. No worries about the saves now. And they still have the Unleash open.
Rebound not gonna connect on anything. There's the Unleash, or rather the sidekick. Unleash not even being expended yet by KP. Not going to take too long to take this tier 1 tower down, especially with the siege creep incoming from the Dire side. Still a big group up. Polaris, they want to try and force the fight. Force, he's got that Tombstone available, but the tier 1 tower's already gone. Hyde now, looking for a glimpse back into the Static Storm, has found Force once again. That's the target they love to go for, and with the Sonic Wave they secure. Force drops once again as AU. Tornado, it's going to be enough. Makoto picks up the second. And the Marcy, KP, able to TP out safely. Nobody dropping from Talon. They now hold a 5k advantage their way on the Dire end.
Treat to 12 here, going Talon's way as well. The item timings are just lining up. Savage one part into the Ags already. Only about 2,300 gold away, so not that far off from that key timing now on the Slark. Whereas Natsumi, you expect the Luna to have a lot more with how fast this hero can farm, but Natsumi's been shoved away from the triangle, having to play on the longer bot jungle. There's not that much ward coverage here from Talon, so they haven't been able to punish. And it does feel like for Polaris at this point, you are looking to stall for that win condition. I mean, even the Lelouch needs a little bit of time for his BKB. And once you have these BKBs on these two cores, that's when the game kind of simplifies. Even Force, despite the slower game, is also getting slowly but surely closer to that BKB. So that'll counteract Talon's jumps in. And that'll counteract the aggression Talon wants to bring out until the Ags is up on Hyde. Again, this is a support disruptor. The Ags does take quite a while here.
It's still decent timing from Hyde. You got to give it to him. I mean, 17 minutes in. I know it's not amazing, but he's getting there. Hyde's very sacrificial as a POS 5 as well, keep in mind. That's why they, I believe you told me that's why they call him Giga Hyde. Just the Giga Chat of the team. He just does whatever needs to be done.
That he does. Polaris, what they need to get done, play a patient game. They've been providing a few too many openings towards Talon. We need to see that discipline once more. You know, just get some vision down, get some D-wards down, farm safely, sacrifice your supports, and just get the build-up. Oh, they even find a Philostone on Talon. So Hyde, and the Ags is just going to be that much faster, Mike.
Oh, lucky man. That's what you love to see as a POS 5. And what's up lane Savage? He's going to have a hunt around, see if he can find a straggler. Nobody going to be there. They're all TP out. Back into the mid lane they go. Polaris in a position where they have to keep grouped up as a team and don't allow single pickoffs here against Talon. Because they just excel at that with this Invoker Slark combo. How even the POS 3 Marcy could just solo you right now. And speaking of that Marcy, KP, he's not going back for that standard Basher we tend to see. Looks like he's going straight into a Nullifier.
That's what they need. A way to clear out that Guardian Angel, a way to clear out that save. And Marcy is very proficient with the Nullifier, focusing one hero down here.
Tornado's not going to connect. Makoto, he gets caught with the chains out. They will make the jump in, but Static Storm is there. Force, he does have a BKB up, so he'll run right through the kinetic field, continuing onto the Invoker. They'll find Hyde, but Makoto's still running. Lelouch is on the chase, but now Savage is going to make the jump in. Chakra Magic there to try and help out with the Guardian Angel, but Lelouch is dropping way too low and he's out of mana. He can't keep the fight up. So Talon, they lose Hyde, but they protect Makoto. They won't mind that. In fact, I say that, Makoto's going to jump back in. Force was there in the tree line. Still trying.
Oh,
Rebound
KP.
is there. Oh, they found Natsumi. Sonic Wave out. They've blown him up. Great setup here from KP is now Lelouch. Still out of mana. In dire straits is going to drop. Mega kill for Makoto. This is much more like the Talon we know.
Yeah, they're playing aggressive. They're forcing Polaris to make jumps on them, and they sacrifice Hyde, but he already dropped the Static Storm in when he forced the BKB use out from Force really early on. So they see that opening with a spell immunity down. They jump in. They manage to get some punishment. 4-14, 8k lead up. Savage, 170 gold away from the full ags. Once he has that double pounce with a range, it's going to be a lot easier to lock in someone like Lelouch here. And he needs that BKB. He's only about 180 gold away himself. So the timing for Lelouch, he needs to just, clear out a creep wave or two, get that BKB before the next engagement. And that's when you can go back in. That should, well, it actually doesn't align with Natsumi's own BKB. Unfortunately, he's further away. And Talon, they see a double damage rune here, Mike. And Savage going to be enjoying that with his fresh ags.
And that win probability you just saw on the screen, 90% already for Talon. Ag's not going to be picked up yet, though. Still will spot it out. Maybe just hold it for the Slark. There you go. Makoto. Moving in onto Xavius. Unable to connect with the Tornado, so he's okay to back his way out. Well, I mean, he is hitting very hard right now, KP.
There you go. Yeah,
That's
with
the
the
way to do
lacti up as well. Plus
That's a lot of
237.
damage.
Look at that. Machine gun.
That is a lot of damage. You get him, KP.
Man, Polaris, they don't have vision in that area, Mike. They don't have any forward wards. Their one ward is on the lane, which can spot smokes, but doesn't spot the Roche. So secondary life up on Savage. TP's down bot. Mikado already scouting out here with a Ghost Walk. Good scan,
Nice
though.
scan. Natsumi, he knows, but the problem is Makoto's still closing the gap. Just needs a Tornado to throw out, but by the T2 tower, they may not try. So 9k advantage, ages the way of Talon. Feels like everything's gone their way this game. Polaris, they're in the position where they've just got to buy more and more time. Natsumi's nowhere near the net worth he needs to be to carry this game. It's way too far behind, and as a Luna, always make this point, but you want to have the net worth advantage. He does not.
No.
Xavius with pause, maybe a few lag issues going on here, but Talon in prime position to force us to a 5th game.
Yeah, and it's looking like 6 flights are going to have to be rebooked tonight from the other tournament org. I do. Well, I'm sure.
I'll take a bus.
It can't be helped.
You
can't take a bus. Have you seen the country, Mike? How do you take a bus through a sea? Excuse me? I know Australia's a desolate wasteland, Mike. The Philippines is a bunch of uncaring waters in between. I mean, you could actually take a bus
to the sea and then take a boat.
Take a bus. That's a 3-day trip.
All right.
That legitimately is. I've always wanted to try that. It does sound like a fun thing. It also doesn't quite sound fun to try that when storms can randomly pop up as well. So it is exciting. Not in the way that I like my exciting though, Mike. I like roller coasters more. They're comfy, calculated risks for the most part.
I still
Not
don't
like
know
a
what
Raging
you find
Sea.
so comfy about a roller coaster, Jonathan.
It's just
I don't know
great,
what you
Mike.
find so comfy.
Roller coasters are so fun. Just the G-forces you experience, the speed. I mean, it's just fun. Still, what is more fun is actual Dota as we get the unpause here, Mike. So back into the game. Polaris. I'm back to that point about Natsumi. He needs way more. I mean, at the least with the BKB, he has some presence here. So this is the point where Natsumi can contribute in these team fights. He's not just going to be a sitting duck. at least until
Radiant's bottom
the Ags
tower
of Hyde, which
is
is honestly, the progression has been pretty smooth. 1.7k away, 1.6k away. Into the blink right afterwards, he knows what he needs to do in this game. And Talon, they're just grouping up for objectives, going for the safe plays. They have control of bots, so they'll try to take the tower, forcing the fortify out early.
Radiant's bottom
Creep wave, it's gonna survive long enough, and there's no defense here from Polaris.
T2 tower freely given to Talon. They'll be very satisfied with that. There's a 4-man smoke here from Polaris, but they're going to be smoking right into the Aegis. I suppose they're in a position where they just need to do something this game. Into that Radiant jungle they go. Polaris. Oh, Slark jumps right into them. Savage, Balls of Steel, on to the Omni Knight. He wants AU first. Guardian Angel's going to be there, but the Shadow Dance has been popped as well. Keep in mind, Savage does have the Depth Shroud to boot, but they look like they need to back. Talon, not able to keep this fight going. Not for now anyway. They only lose Hyde, but Savage gets chained up. It won't be enough. Dark Pact, pounce away, he's going to be alright.
That was at least one BKB out from Lelouch though. You still have it ready on Force, and you still have it ready on Natsumi, so the re-engage for Talon, not quite comfy. They are still standing around in the high ground, but not going to be able to try to punish Lelouch for not having that protection. So good hit and run coming out from Polaris. Not the biggest kill, but you do apply some pressure back, and you do stall out just a tad bit on that Ag's timing of Hyde, which is still a big item to look out for.
Pounce again. He's going to find Force. That Undying hasn't had the best game, and Savage will just keep going, but won't have enough to cancel the TP. Just pouncing right back out. Looking at that mid-tier 2 tower now, Talon want another objective for themselves. But I say that Savage, he's still dealing with Lelouch here down at the bot lane. He's just got so many Essence Shift stacks right now. Like Xavius, oh, he tried for the 4 stuff. He's not making it up. He does go down. KP even trying to fight them from the low ground. Here is this Marcy. She's not that broken, KP. Get out of there.
I mean, he does have a broom handle, so he has that little bit of extended range and can hit through the cliff if you want to, if you find the right position. So they managed to find a support pick off themselves. Without the Chakra Sleight of Fist, poking and prodding is a little bit tougher for Polaris, and they're just going to have to fortify already once more on that refresh fortify from the tier 2 take. Stalls out another objective for Talon, but it's still killing off the space they need for Natsumi. I mean, he's going to try to dip out the farm. There are some wards from Talon to spot him, though.
Savage, pouncing around, looking for a bit more. He's on the chase for Natsumi. There's your pounce out, onto the Luna. He's found a great target, but he is surrounded by a lot of heroes. He'll pop the Depth Shroud. Now has the Shadow Dance as well if he needs it. Natsumi still being chased down. Savage just taking so many stats away. But now without the Shadow Dance, he does need to be cautious. Back out towards the creep wave once again. It's the same story with the Slark every single time with Savage. He just gets so aggressive once he has the axe up. No fear in the world, especially with the bonus shards up. Talon, for now, going to be forced to back off. They can't take any more objectives yet, but they are dominating the map completely.
Yeah, and I don't think Talon minds the slower pace all too much. I mean, you still worry about potentially seeing this Luna somehow bounce back in. It can be a massive threat. You know, the saves from AU are still really annoying until the first few nullifiers come out, which KP does have on hand. So you at least have one target that you can focus on during Guardian Angel here. Makoto? I mean, he's by himself, but there's no one to jump him, unfortunately. It's just AU and Natsumi getting some good vision out. So they are getting some wards to ensure they've got info as to whether or not Talon's looking to shove in the lane. That'll allow Natsumi to maybe just farm a little bit more aggressive.
Lelouch! Oh, he barely gets the remnant away. Nice attempt from Talon. They were so close. Sunstrike. No, it's off the mark. He's alright. He's alright. He'll get back to the fountain. He'll have the Maelstrom up now, so more ways of split pushing. Keep the game going. Buy Natsumi more time. They're looking back at Natsumi's net worth. He's just so far behind. And every time you see Savage just jumping in, you can really tell the difference between the Luna and the Slark.
Yeah, it's not a comfy game for Natsumi. Just no map space to build up. And you just don't have that much presence just with Mask of Mantis, BKB, and Dragonlance. It really isn't enough for this hero. You don't have a Manta, the Satanic's a bit of a pipe dream, Butterfly's a long ways off, Silver Edge as well. Really not options right now. He needs that Hurricane Pipe to defend from the pounce himself. And that's going to be big. Until Savage gets his own sort of nullifier out, you don't have a way of just stopping them for staffing out. So, I love the response coming out here from the side of Polaris. This itemization is allowing them to keep this game kind of stalled out. Savage, he doesn't have Aegis, and everyone's up here.
Yeah, but
They
can
don't
they
opt.
actually lock him down? Like, he's got Depth Shroud, he's got Shadow Dance, he's got Dark Pact. It's just so impossible, it feels, to lock him down throughout these fights. And he comes again, just no fear in the world, just running up the high ground of the triangle. Will pounce back out. They are waiting for that next Roshan, but it is going to be a while away. Polaris, once that next Rosh is up, really cannot afford to let Talon take it for free. But with the way this game's gone, you kind of question how they can even force a fight. Talon have played this so cleanly now, this game 4. So dominant so far. Savage, he's deep, but again, there's just nothing to hold him down long enough. He can just Dark Pact off everything.
Yeah, it goes back to the draft. Right, like Polaris, they open up with the Undying, they follow up with the Omni Knight support, and the Slark just knows there's nothing to be scared of. It's a very free Slark game for Savage once more. They're clumping around Lelouch once again down bot here, but he does hide in the tree line. See if he takes the bait here, though.
He's going to go for the creep wave. Going to hide in the trees, but he was spotted that time. Lelouch actually going to show up. Q will jump in with the scream, just forces him back with the remnant. While that was happening, Savage has now got the full Skadi up. If I saw it, in fact, hold that thought, because Savage, he's getting to work again. Xavius going to force Staff away. They even forced the Tombstone drop from Force. But the net worth lead is now 17k their way on the side of Talon. And Hyde's got the Ags up as well on the Disruptor. Times only get worse.
Oh yeah, that's the big one. He's gonna have the level 2 Static Storm up shortly as well. So they've got a way of just stopping that escape coming out from Lelouch, which has been a bit of a factor in the initial phases of the fight. As long as he has mana, he's always gonna be able to do some good chip damage with the Kotl around. And the 4 staff saves are kind of cutting off Savage's solo pick-off potential here. Still on the hunt though.
Topside AU. Immediate TP away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a fight to break out as they do have Hyde on the Disruptor and they do pick him off. Force will take that one on the Undying. The kill onto the Pos 5 Disruptor, not the biggest deal for Talon. They'll just immediately retreat. Makoto would be a much bigger kill, but nobody in position to catch him out. Like, you're just so reliant on Lelouch being able to jump in with the chains. That's really all you've got. There's nothing else to catch anyone. No sight devices yet either. Like, a Hex would really help. But you don't have the net worth. I mean, at least Xavius is trying to get it, but it's a whiles off.
Yeah, it's still going to be a little bit more time until some of that's online. Polaris, they're just trying to retake control where they can. Natsumi just going back into that triangle to farm up. The build-up is coming out. He is going for the butterfly now. That will make the Luna feel like a much bigger core. And that should force Savage to find a way to pierce through that evasion, cutting off quite a fair bit of his DPS. And the Lelouch doing a fine job of keeping at least one lane shoved out. So Talon aren't just choking them out completely. KP though. Oh,
Jump in towards the north, Lelouch. He's a massive target. Split pushing. Talon will find him. Makoto happily taking the kill with the Sunstrike. Lelouch has been very good at avoiding these gank attempts from Talon while he's been split pushing, but this time around, Savage does finally catch him.
Mindbreaker does a lot there. Just that short duration of silence is enough to find that rebound from KP to get the chain stuns off and Sunstrike damage to just clean it out. A really excellent neutral coming out here for Talon. Smoke out from Natsumi and AU. They do find the mid tower here, Talon. So off the back of that one kill, they're opening up the map a lot more their way. And they'll be able to find top as well. Just without the Ember, it just doesn't feel like you'll be able to get things done. And they scout out the rush. So probably after shoving in top just a bit. In fact, no, they just rush in. Savage and KP, they're enough.
Nothing to hold them back. You've got the sidekick up, so just go for it. Shards available as well. See who they give that over to. Meanwhile, Makoto, he's got a full sight device down the Invoker. He's coming on the Courier. He'll join the Roshan pit and will Polaris, this is not something they can really afford to give up, but it seems like they've decided, let's just take the time, take the space, go into that diet triangle, let Natsumi farm. It's all we can hope for, because chances are, you just can't fight. Like, this Roshan fight, there's no chance it works for Polaris.
No, it really doesn't. They don't have that much team fight on hand. They only really have what? Just sleight of fist spam and maybe an eclipse coming out from Natsumi. They've got good area denial, I suppose, with a tombstone and, of course, Illuminate.
We'll see Makoto, so he'll BKB TP out. AU will do the exact same. Makoto unable to catch anyone. So nice retreat from Polaris. You mentioned the butterfly being built up on Natsumi, and he's desperately trying to get enough gold to have that up. Just to give himself a chance of being able to go to a right-click war against Savage. But it seems like Talon, they might go high ground before he even has it up. In we go. Alacrity popped. Savage onto Force. We'll back off. It's all about chipping away and just stealing stats over and over again. Once you have 2 charges of Pounce up.
Yeah. You just need a few hits. Level 20 talents up for Savage. +1 per stack. So you're feeling pretty good in these prolonged fights now. For the Slark. I think the safest play right now for Talon looks to be top. Just clear out that tier 2 that you kind of left behind. And just fully shut down the map. They've got good forward wards down bot to watch if Polaris does dip outside to try to farm. And we haven't yet seen that Ag Static Storm here from Hyde as well. So still some reveals to be done. And Hyde's just been dying a bit too quick. Savage all by himself. I mean, again, as you mentioned, Mike, there's nothing the Slark is scared of. Like, Dark Pack just takes away every piece of control and just jumps around like a fish out of water.
Quite literally. Savage. Every game this grand final so far, it's been dominant one way or the other, right? Like, Polaris either dominates or Talon either dominates. I haven't seen the closest of games here in this best of 5 grand final yet. I mean, Polaris, they're not out of this game number 4 yet. But it certainly feels that way when you look at this 22k net worth lead. And Dota Plus is currently giving Polaris 2% chance of winning this game, which I'd say is fairly accurate right now. Because even with the butterfly up, it's like, how are you actually meant to contest the Slark? I don't think Savage is going to care. It might make it more inconvenient.
Radiant's top tower.
It certainly doesn't feel like it's going to do enough. I think, if anything, the Scythe of Vice on Xavius is what you really need, and he does now have enough gold for it. Even then, though, it's not going to be that simple. Not against the Slark.
You might be able to catch Savage off guard once or twice here, though. And that's the opening you really need to capitalize on. Savage, full nullifier up, does skip out on the BKB, and I like to see that. Just have a way to take out more of that Guardian Angel, have a way to stop the 4 stabs here. Going to be big for him to finally start finding some kills once more, as the 4 stabs have been doing a lot of work. Side of Ice, as you mentioned, up for Xavius, so they have some play on the high ground if Savage overextends, but he still has the Aegis. I don't see them managing to get 2 surprise uses out from the Side of Vice. Although they do have really great D-push with Illuminate, so this is a tedious process.
Well, there's one Hex, but the Dark Pack was going. So now you know the Scythe device is there on Xavius. Talon, be very careful of that now, Savage. He's making sure he uses that Dark Pack very efficiently. Already onto the Siege Creep. Sidekick out on Savage. He'll pop the Shadow Dance and jump it. Who are we aiming? He'll go after Lelouch on the Ember. Lelouch trying to fight back. There's your Eclipse out. It just does nothing. They have the Depth Shroud. It hides them. The Eclipse does no damage. And now it's down for 2 minutes.
That is not good news for Polaris. That's pretty much all their contribution coming out from Natsumi. So he's just off to farm elsewhere with smoke. High ground still being chipped away here.
Radiant structures are
And mid-tier 3 tower. Under siege, Savage will pounce away, go for the reset. He is a little bit low on mana. You want to be careful of that, but you've still got the Aegis for 45. He could easily just die and get the reset that way. Here we go again.
Oh,
KP,
KP.
he's there as well. Rebound is out. They've got the coddle. That's just like the Vice gone without buyback. Force, he's going to try and get something done, but it's only going to be the Aegis. And Savage wants to die anyway. He wants that reset, as now the Glimpse is there. Hyde setting up onto Force, onto the Undying. He does have buyback at the very least, but there just seems to be no point in committing it. They'll let the Midrax go down. and hope that Talon backs
Radiant's
off.
middle barracks are
But
under
Savage will not. He'll go for the bot racks now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Shadow Dance back up, Death Shroud back up. There's not much to be scared of. Even a cooldown of Static Storm, it's a minute, but if they stall these fights long enough, which Talon has managed to do as well, should be back up in the middle of the next engagement anyway. So just gone for more.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
Bot lane and barracks now, Talon.
Dire's bottom tower.
So close to forcing this to a Game 5 grand final here between these two. There's your butterfly. Natsumi does have it up. No buyback gold available, but he's just got to force something. He's going to try to fight. But Talon back off again. Very conservative play. 29k net worth lead. They don't want to throw this one, but they are going to go for a 5-man smoke, so maybe a bit of a fake back.
Radiant's bottom
You'd love to find Xavius in that Coddle, and in fact they do. Pounce is there. He is getting deleted. He is gone for 50. Hex is out as well. Makoto, he's going to jump in with the Deafening Blast Meteor. It's not going to be enough on force yet. In fact, Makoto, he's getting chased down by zombies. He's going to be okay with the BKB to turn back around onto Lelouch. Spot side. Who
Natsumi?
have they got? Oh, they've got Natsumi. That's the big one. That's the Luna. That'll put an end to this game as Savage is hitting way too hard. Game 5 on the way between Polaris and Talon. John, it's been dominant one way or the other. I just want one close game in this best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, it's been back and forth. I mean, one game Polaris looks like they just have such a great patient game and play perfectly. Another game, Talon bounces back in, reminds us why they were top contenders in the CDPC. And we go all the way. 5 games again for Polaris. The last time they were in the grand finals was in Hatyai. Up against Boom, went 5 games. So we'll have to see who it favors, because it's such a close match. These two teams, it would be massive for both of them to go to TI, Mike. And Polaris, they went down to Div 2. And this is a stack that's been together for like 2 years. And Talon, they came in from Div 2 as well. They're a team that a lot of people had some up and down feelings on. So both of them so hungry to go to TI, and we're going all the way. A perfect game coming out here from Mikado and KP, and even Savage only dying the one time, and Q. They execute very well in Talon. Polaris, we have to see a draft adjustment, because they've been going for the Void and the Void and Puck bans. Maybe it's time to consider the Slark ban, but if you do take out the Slark, the Void, well, it's still going to come out, but it does feel the Void is a little bit more manageable.
We'll see what they do, John. Can you give me an MVP before we go to Game 5 for Talon?
Oh, I want to say Mikado or KP. Like, both of them played a really good game. I think Mikado, with his early activity, his timing to go rotate up top, to find those kills, to just work the map, was really on point. So I'd say Mikado probably set up a lot for them in that game. But I feel like it was a really big team effort out from Talon. I mean, for both sides, it just feels like a massive team effort. Like, we're seeing just both teams push to the limit. They have to play perfect Dota, and Dota is a 5-man game, Mike.
Absolutely is. With that, we are going to head off to a very short break. Of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our final game of this grand final. We'll find out who is going to TI-11 from the SEA region through these qualifiers. We'll head off to that short break. We'll be right back.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're getting into our Game 5 draft here. This is the championship round here between these two teams. Talon Esports, Polaris Esports, they are in a best of one now in this grand final for that one slot left for TI11 for this qualifier. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Every game we've watched has been one-sided. Every single one, right? Literally every single one has been one-sided as hell. We want one close game here between these two. It's a best of one. Is this the one where we're going to have a close matchup, John?
I hope so. It's been really back and forth. We've seen some surprise picks coming out. We've seen the flex from the Quap. I'm wondering if... Okay, we're running it back. We do get the Undying for Polaris. And okay, we'll see. Maybe they ban out the Slark. And I think if they do, I mean, you kind of cover your bases. You cover them really well. Unless Talon does just second phase of Slark, which, if Polaris don't preemptively just pick out like a hard piece of control or a hard counter to the Slark early, Talon can then protect fairly well, because you get 3 bans in phase 2. It just feels really... It feels okay to really just pick a big hero in the first phase. It doesn't matter too much. They get the Quap for the side of Polaris, so they do get some flex on hand for themselves now, as they can give that to Savius, they can give that to Lelouch, so it's fairly open, and they're preventing Talon from trying to play with that flex. But remember, the Marcy is pretty flex as well. We saw KP have an amazing time with it last game, but we know Q can play it as well, so you have that option here for Talon if need be. And we're gonna have to see, because this is the point in the draft where Talon did pick up the Quap, and they did flex it for Q, and they gave Mikado that amazing Invoker mid, which he really just danced around on. So, a bit of a shakeup here, Mike. But, you know, I feel like the Slark isn't that bad of a first phase pick. Like, it's really not too bad. You just ban out some harder supports and just enable Savage once more. It's been one of the most successful heroes for Talon these qualifiers next to that Faceless Void.
Let's see what they do. Talon.
Dire team back.
They're going to go Pango for now. That should be the Makoto hero. It is still a flex, though. You could run the Pos 4 Marcy, run the Pos 3 Pangali. They get rid of the Lina, which has been proving to be very, very strong on Lelouch. Fair enough. The bans are, picks are still very similar to what we've been seeing all grand finals. Viper banned out as well. Slark being removed. That's a big change. Your reaction kind of says it all there, John. The Slark has been extremely potent for Savage.
Dire team back.
Yeah, but where do we go now is the question. Okay, they ban out the Morphling, so they're banning out more Savage heroes, expecting Mikado to take the mid Pango. I think that's a respectable choice. There is still, again, flex. KP can take the Pangolier. You know, I miss KP Pango. We used to see that a lot in his time in TNC. I believe we saw an Australian burnout, where there used to be a cliff near mid. That was a beautiful burnout. You know, just living up to his Aussie blood. But yeah, you never know. That could still be something Talon pulls out and give Q to Marcy instead, if need be. As again, they tend to use that second pick as a bit of a flex. They're still kind of securing a good lane for Savage, and taking away the Viper is already nice. They're probably just wondering what else Force could pick up. I feel like a Primal Beast for Polaris is something Force has also excelled at, and that might be really annoying to deal with for Savages. That hero just really dominates lane. So I think if they are worried about lane dominating heroes, Primal Beast is an option. We saw them ban out the Chen at this point for AU. They are allowing stuff like the Omni Knight and Oracle True. So they don't seem to be too concerned for all the saves coming out from AU to Madman on 5. We've got to see.
Final bans. Do they want to focus on the AU heroes? No, they don't. They want Force. And we've seen this throughout all the games that Talon have won. It's literally just shut down the offlane. If Force is not having a good game, Talon generally just wins. It seems to be all about that. That seems to be the game plan every single time Talon does pull off the victory. And every time Polaris wins, Force is dominating. So he's the key factor here for Polaris that needs to be shut down.
5 seconds.
Let's see if they can do it another time. For now, the bans are there. His favorite heroes he's been running quite a bit of have been removed. Polaris, one more ban to go, and we'll get to see the draft continue. They're going to take their time with this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is the last game, Mike. You know, that reserve time, wouldn't be too surprised if we go all the way down to 0, almost. Well, hopefully not 0. You don't want any randoms in your last match, of course, but they will take an extra tank. I mean, are they still worried about Savage Heroes? Terrorblade's still on hand? If they feel like that's an issue? I think Undying kind of handles that. A respect ban for the Disruptor from Hyde. And they go with the Bane this time, so there is still the save factor with a Nightmare there. But you've got really good hold the grip to just cancel off the Pangolier. Really good counter there. This is where Talon might think, alright, do we just flex this now onto the offlane? Because if this is your mid, it's just countered hard. And it's just not going to feel great for Mikato to roll in and just instantly be removed from the game. So I think Talon, they've got to find a way to either minimize the impact of the Bane by making this like a support pick to counter another support or to counter the offlane, or just find a way to rip into the backline now. And I think flexing Pango off with something mobile mid is the way to go with the Visage here.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
favorite.
okay, tell them. They've got Visage Marcy. Are they going to go Luna?
I mean, they don't need to, but there's the Visage, there's the Marcy, the sidekick, the familiars. We saw this the other day. It's extremely potent to have to play against. You've asked the real question, though. Are they going to go Luna? It's there. Luna Blessing makes it so much better. Savage, what are you thinking, sir? Do you want the Pos 1 Luna?
To be fair, I don't think you should pick up that Luna here. Maybe just run something a little bit safer. It's still pretty open for Talon as well. Where do you want to put the Visage? They go with a Dazzle. So, you know what? It is shaping up to be a really aggressive draft out from Talon. I do worry, though, because the back line for Polaris feels very well protected just with Bane. You don't have that great mobility out from the side of Talon outside of the Pango and possibly the rebound from Marcy. The one thing I do note here, Familiar Stun can break away the Bane, at the least stop that channel, and they go instantly for the Natsumi Pudge to close things out. So they bring out that Pudge, and it's what a way to close out. You can see Natsumi's just, I'm feeling it. Yeah, pick the Pudge. Let's go.
I mean, his Pudge has been extremely dominant. Like, you see, once the Axe is up, it feels impossible to kill this guy. And the damage, just walking up to you, spell stealing with the spell life steal, just the damage output. You can't run away because the AoE is so big on the rod all of a sudden. If you do run away, he just hooks you back in. Such a dominant carry to have, and we know Natsumi really enjoys it. There's the Luna ban, by the way. John, you brought it up. Luna probably could come out here, but it is banned out. Polaris, they do not want to give that huge kind of bonus over with the Luna Blessing. SF ban, surprisingly enough, coming out here from Talon, which is a hero we have not seen throughout these SEA qualifiers, at least from the games you and I have casted. But it does get banned out in this final game of this best-of-5 grand final here. So, Talon, even getting rid of the Batrider, hoping nothing surprising comes out from Polaris. One more ban to go here from Polaris' end. They're still looking for a position 1 ban for Savage.
I mean, you can just respect ban the Terrorblade. It does feel like a fairly decent TB game. You do have some good damage coming out from the Quap, some decent ways of mitigating its output and cutting it off with a Pudge, but with the protection of the Dazzle, it does still feel like you can get a lot of value out from Terrorblade, so wouldn't be too surprising to see that kind of ban. What else is there in the pool here for Talon? I mean, if they want to play really fast, you can pick up something like the Juggernaut, play with the Healing Ward, play with the Sustain that the Dazzle provides, and just kind of get your entire team grouped up, force out these fights, go for the spin build on the Jug up against the Pudge. That's decent enough, although the magic resist is pretty annoying, but you can kind of still run that if you want on Talon's end. So some options left there. For Polaris, it does look like we're looking for the Force here on the last pick here, unless they kind of flex the Quap off lane and pick something else mid for Lelouch. And if they do that, I see a couple of heroes mid. It does look like Talon is expecting that. On the mid, something like a Lelouch Leshrac is still available. That is something that he absolutely loves. I think it's probably his most played hero. Konka is still in the pool as well to help you sustain your Pudge, give you a good hold for the Pangolier with the X, clear out the familiars well enough. And they do respect ban at TB, which again just fits nicely with Talon's draft right now.
Radiant team pick.
One more. Savage, what do you want? It's right into the Doom. He's taking a leaf out of the Natsumi book. He wants the +1 Doom this time around. I like it, right? Like, Pudge, he wants to be up in your face. He wants to be rotting. Doom, he doesn't mind being up in your face either. Especially if you're going Axe build-up. You'd rather just be in the face of the Pudge. And against the Quap, if it is going to be a mid-Quap, you're more than happy to fight that as the +1 Doom. And we even saw it from the game that Natsumi did play position 1 Doom against the Undying. A position 3 Undying does not enjoy getting doomed prior to the Tombstone being dropped. It makes the hero just completely useless. And so I love the pick from Talon. I wonder, how do the side of Polaris want to try and trade back with their own draft? They're going to go into the Keeper once again. All right, here we go.
All right. I mean, the Keeper is a good way of shoving back this push coming out from Talon, but I like the shakeup from Talon. Taking this +1 Doom for Savage. We saw them play this a lot in the end of the DPC Tour 3, and they had a lot of success with it. It feels a lot better now with the changes to the Ags, with how you play him. So it's a great pickup for Talon, and for Polaris, I mean, they've got some good play. There's just this issue of, like, it feels like they lack wide AoE control, which Talon has a lot more, at least with rebound, with familiar stuns, with a roll. You have good ways of just jumping all around the place. And for Polaris, they've got to get a really strong start here for Natsumi. They really do. And Force, he's going to have to try to burn down Savage. They need to block the camps. If Savage finds the mana creep, the mana burn creep, Force is not going to have a game at all.
Absolutely not. And he almost guaranteed he is going to find the mana burn creep, because they always seem to find it on the Doom. Eventually, you search hard enough, you'll get that damn creep, and then you just dominate the lane. Let's see how this goes, John. Best of 1 series now between Polaris Esports and Talon. I'll ask you one last time. You see both these two drafts. It seems like you're leaning towards Talon this time. Is that the case? Do you think they came out indefinitely?
I think their draft is a lot better. I do feel like Polaris still has this really good tempo to come out. Like, once the Axe is up on Natsumi, you can actually just keep spamming Hook out as well with a Chakra. Like, there is some good combinations here. And again, you've got the Chakra Decay coming out onto Force. So there's a lot of early presence. If Talon don't manage to hold out in the lanes, this draft just falls apart. And they need to kind of win out lanes. They need to secure the start for Savage. If they can do that, the game feels a lot better for Talon. But that's a big if. And that's asking a lot from these supports to kind of just stop Keeper for Light and Undying from just running down with Chakra. It's just devastating with that combination.
Rightio. Well, for the last time for these TI-11 qualifiers, John, I am about to ask you for 4 predictions before this game number 5 does get underway. Give us those battle pass points, Jonathan. I need those points.
Yeah, I've been missing a lot of them tonight, let me tell you. Player with the highest net worth at game end, Savage, because he's playing Doom. Total number of towers killed before 25. You know what? 0 to 5. No, you know what? 6 to 10, maybe. This time it's going to be 6 to 10. Okay. Team with the first tower kill, probably Talon with their lineup. They're probably going to look to be aggressive. And team with the first Roshan kill. Yeah, neither side really has the best Rosh. I'd say Talon, though, out of that. There you go.
Okay. Thank you for that, John. Game 5. Nothing to hold back now for either side. Let's hope it's an absolute slugfest between these two. Everything on the line here. You don't want to have to be forced to go to last chance qualifiers. Right? If you can get your spot to TI-11 right now, you'd rather get it right now. You're 1 game away from both teams. Sure, you have the safety net of last chance qualifiers, but nobody wants to go there, John. Nobody wants to go there. There's too many good teams there.
Yeah, you see that team list. It's way too stacked. We were having a conversation earlier. It feels like you could just run that as a mini major almost, right? Like you could actually run that as a set of teams with a prize pool already, and it's already a legit tournament because those teams
not?
are all great. So, yeah, you'd rather not go through that process for both sides, and well, that means everything comes out here, Mike. You mentioned wanting some cheese picks. I'd say this is the cheesiest draft we've had all night here.
It certainly is. The Visage and the Marcy. We love seeing this with this kind of draft.
Begins.
Always fun. Force. Get a double decay off, but that'll be it. He won't try to fight over the bounty. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, so a very even start this time around for game number 5. And of course, as usual, we are going to start off with the mid lane. You are going to have Lelouch on that mid Queen of Pain against the mid Pango of Makoto. Makoto performing very well on the mid Pango. Of course, Lelouch, we know how powerful he can be on this Queen of Pain mid as well. Bit of a newer hero for him here in game number 5. How does this hero matchup go?
It feels pretty good for Lelouch. He has a really nice range advantage. First few levels for the Pango just doesn't feel great, so you're just going to have to sit back and soak. Mikado's doing a good job of ensuring the wave does shove in, and he drags it all the way to the tower for some safe CS. He can poke and prod a little bit with a swash, but it does feel like overall Lelouch should have a good time. And rune control is going to be massive for both sides. Once Lelouch has a value point in Blink, if he even wants one, he's going to have a much better time in getting that done. And you have really good support rotation set up here from Polaris as well. So I think Mikado might have a little bit of a tougher time until that level 6 is up. And he's just going to have to find some openings where he can, pull back the wave as much as he can, and get that CS going.
Let's have a look at the bot lane as well, because this is the one where I think we're probably going to see First Blood being drawn. You've got KP and Q on the Marcy Visage. In fact, hold that thought, because there was a hookup from Natsumi, but no level 2 yet, so no follow-up. But between Q and KP, against AU and Natsumi, like that Visage Marcy lane can be quite dominant. It's very reminiscent of like a Viper Marcy, except instead of going slowly with DPS with poison attack, you have Soul Assumption, which does 300 burst damage at level 1, quite a ridiculous amount of damage. So if Q can hit that level 2 mark and just catch them off guard, you can really start to blow people up. But it also goes the other way. As you can see, Natsumi, he's going to move in with the hook. The Nightmare's set up, but he won't go too far. The Soul Assumption just, again, way too much burst from KP.
It's a lot of back and forth, and this is probably the lane with the most play. Lots of ways to trade. Q already having to pop the salve. Natsumi, it's not quite finding as much CS as he want, although he is still up there 8-1, but KP's not too far behind. I think outside of just Soul Assumption, you also have this play you can get with the Grave Chill plus Sidekick. Like the added attack speed on the Visage, even without the Familiars, it's good trading for KP once he has a value point up there. So that's a little bit of the back and forth that Polaris will have to watch out for. And Natsumi, of course, he would want some laning kills, Mike. Flesh heap stacks, very important for the Pudge while he's farming up for that Ags.
Absolutely. How about that top lane? Savage, Hyde, going to be against Force and Xaviers. Seems like a decent lane for the Undying. Even against the Dazzle with that poison attack, or rather the poison touch, you've got so many decays to be taken by Force, and if you do eventually try to make the jump in on the Undying, he's just going to drop Tombstone every time. It doesn't help that you've got Chakra Magic to keep resetting the decay either. He's already got 16 strength, and it's only going to go up as time goes on.
Yeah, again, we saw Savage have to deal with this in the last game, but he's not as protected on the Doom. You know, he can't just pounce away if an Illuminate's on its way over. And they're going to have to try to keep finding a good creep for him to eat up. No mana burn creep in the small camp, unfortunately. It is the bunch of Vul assassins. So Savage still going to be under pressure, and Force just feeling happy. The Doom will still farm, and Devour is still a spell that gives you free gold, so you're not going to be cut off from that progression, but the side of Polaris are making it tough.
It feels like this combo of Undying Coddle is probably going to be something that you do. In fact, hold that thought, because bot lane, there's going to be another hook set up here, set up by AU. KP, he's taking a lot of damage from that Rot. Natsumi might have First Blood and does. First Blood the way of the Pudge. You couldn't have asked for a better start for Polaris.
And that's what you want to see. You want to build up the flesh heap stacks here for Natsumi. And once he gets more and more, it's an easy game to get hooks. You've got the Nightmare set up. Easy pull back, easy damage out, and you can just run down. Talon have to be a bit careful bleeding out in the bot lane. They've got aggression of their own. But it does feel like KP needs more levels up. So only level 1 Soul Assumption, only level 1 Grave Chill. Neither option for the right click or the spell trading is feeling that great for the Visage yet.
Yeah. Going back to my point, John, about the Kodo Undying, I feel like this is one of those duos that, unless you see major nerfs to Undying before in the patch before TI 11, like this Chakra Magic Decay spam in the laning phase, it feels so busted. It feels incredibly busted.
It is. It's a lot of damage out. It's really easy to just catch that pause one in a bad spot and melt him down. And Savage, he's wanting to look to punish, but he doesn't have anything like the Infernal Blade. Can't really go for it. You are getting so much farm out for Force. Now, mind you, again, Savage not lagging too far behind in the CS. And overall, in terms of at least creeps coming out, it is looking pretty good for Talon, although not too far behind for Polaris either. Savage, I mean, he's 116 HP.
Got Tombstone.
Can't really hold here.
Yeah, Hyde, gonna heal him up. Very forward play from Savage. He did have 20 stick charges, so that's why he felt so confident to move up like that. Maybe trying to bait the Tombstone to be used, but Force does not fall for it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, here we go again. The Nightmare into the Rot. Q does have rebound, and the hook never connects. Trying to connect the hook mid-rebound is the way to stop the Marcy from bouncing out like that. But it's obviously much easier said than done.
It's pretty tough to do that. And hard to kind of predict where the Mars will want to go. Natsumi though, as long as he's not being harassed out of lane, he's getting the farm. Vanguard not too far away. AU, nice steal onto the bounty while Q's trying to sneak up. They are still making moves down here though. Mikado does have a regen, but don't manage to cut off the Bane. And they don't fully commit to jump mid. Lelouch is still really mobile in the co-op, even with just the level 1 blink. And that is the one shortcoming for Talon. Their lockdown isn't amazing. So Lelouch has a lot of play in this game. That does mean that you're likely not going to see any commitments towards that mid lane this time around.
Certainly not. Makoto, though, still very, very happy with the way this mid lane's gone, that's for sure. His bot lane, here we go again. Natsumi, this time he'll be the target. KB won't be able to get the damage off.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Natsumi's still a very tanky kind of pos 1 here on the Pudge. Not going to be that easy to threaten in terms of his life. Survive and keep working on towards the Vanguard. As top lane, Savage was being chased down on the Doom, but just pops the Scorched Earth and then runs. The Force not able to keep up here, not willing to drop the Tombstone either. Savage will just salve up and right back to the top lane he goes. Very close affair between these two teams once again, as now the Flesh
Savage.
Golem and Tombstone, they want to try. Savage, no, the Illuminate!
Ooh.
Oh, it doesn't connect! He was a hair off! Oh, how close can you get? Hyde. He's going to try to run. Hyde looks like to be fine as bot lane Q. Oh, he's going to rebound back the way of AU. They find the Bane. Makoto's rotated.
tower is under attack.
Disaster for Polaris Esports. Absolute disaster.
And they miss out on some key kills. Savage now can kind of just go jungling. And you're at that point with the Doom. You got the level 3 Devour up. You can just kind of play it safe. No need to really show up too much.
Dire's top tower
Savage is going to hit
attack.
6. If he wants, with that Doom, they could try to make some plays. But again, gap closing here, a little bit tough. And they do shove him completely away from top. I mean, this combination of Force and Zavis is just unsustainable for the Doom to play against. So you are already putting a dent on Savage, but he's just going to take mid for himself.
Dire's top
Mikado
tower is under
doesn't
attack.
really mind. He's the one to go jungle. He's the one who wants to be active anyway with a role. So you kind of get a swap out there. Lots of heroes checking up
Savage.
top, though.
They do slow him up. They've got the Soulbind. AU's even going to show up. Illuminate again going to be juked out by Savage. Nightmare will be there though, letting Force get closer. Now the Tombstone, but the Doom, it's going to be committed. In comes Q. He'll try to help out. In fact, the Undying, he's the one dropping too low. He will go
Oh.
down. AU, he gets a deny off. Savage, he does go down at the end. AU saving the day, salvaging the situation. They'll lose Hyde. They'll lose Q and Polaris. They get a 3-for-1. In fact, I say they got 1, but they really got nothing. It was a deny anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they find everything in Polaris. I'm surprised Talon, they didn't drag in Mikado for that fight. Just opts to keep farming. Maybe didn't expect all that movement out. Polaris getting a lot of value from their forward wards here. And that vision, the information they got that the Doom was just jungling, they just instantly pile on. And it just feels like for Talon's end, if you do slow down on Savage too much, it feels like a really tough
Dire's
game.
top tower is
And they're
under
trying to
attack.
clump up bot, but Natsumi has the ward protection here as well. They can't even find punishment onto him, and they've got this great board behind the tier 1 Polaris, they know Savage is just standing around here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Savage, gotta be very
Radiant's
cautious.
bottom tower
Polaris, this
is
is the
under
target
attack.
they want. Savage, AU, he's having a look around. The pings are out, they know. Savage, he'll get spotted. AU, where's the nightmare? He'll pop it eventually, but Makoto, quick rotations on the Pango, not going to allow this opening. AU, he'll try to run. Lelouch now, he's the one caught in the mid-quap. Oh, they find both of them.
Radiant
Oh, boy.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, that's an awkward one. They feel confident with a vision in the backline, but a good TP spot coming out there from Mikado. In response, Talon does find it. This aggressive ward still looking good. Both sides do manage to find tier 1s up top and a down bot here for both sides. Talon needs to take out this vision game. Like, this control coming out, man, they can just stalk Savage. And right now, Xavius is just walking to his direction again.
Savage. Force. Tombstone's there. Savage this time does not help the help around him. And he can't find a way out either. TPs eventually do come out, but Q, the best he can do here, I think, is try to work with Makoto as they try and trade against Force, but he is such a tanky Undying. Can they really do it? Look at the refresh. Look at the decay being spammed out. Q's dropping to the Tombstone. He might be another kill to go the way of Polaris as the zombies are just chasing him down. He'll survive for now, but can they kill Force off? The Undying, he's too much. He's too tanky. They've got to retreat. Hyde's now the one in danger. He'll shallow grave TP away and might just make it. And does. Barely, I might add.
Is under attack.
Just barely. But
It's
this
those
chakra
wards.
magic Undying and the wards like you mentioned, it's painful.
Yeah, they just know. Every time Savage dips into that jungle, he's just not safe. And Talon, they need to take away that vision. Polaris, they're playing so well. They find that solo kill on KP down bot. Natsumi finds the angle. His Ag's timing's going to be really on point in this game. Savage, I mean, he just gets the Midas gold now. So at the least, you've got that farm acceleration, but it's been such a slow Doom game. He is barely above KP net worth, who is bottom net worth core. 2k lead up for Polaris. They do eventually get the sentry down. So they do free up the jungle, but it took 2 deaths out from Savage for that move to come out. Like, they've gotten their value here on Polaris.
It's a rough start for Talon. 2k behind now. Savage, very low in net worth on this Doom. Scan out as well. Polaris, they see the scan. Or rather, they see the smoke with the scan. Double damage was still picked up by Makoto, but the smoke may just amount to nothing. No one around from Polaris Esports to catch up. If you really want, you've got to head over to that Radiant Triangle, but without the mid-tier 1 tower dropping yet for Polaris, you can't really make your way over. There's no good pathing to that area. And so Talon, it's the retreat once again. At least you got a double damage room for Makoto. He can save that for the next team fight.
They've got to find that next team fight in their favor in Talon's end. I mean, you've got the Doom, you're 2k behind. That's not good news. The Doom is here that should just naturally farm better than everyone else, but Force is currently #1 in net worth from all the activity he's been getting up. You talked about how much Talon's been stopping Force. It's not coming out this game. Like, he is just abusing this chakra decay. It's just ridiculous what you can get done with that and how tanky you are. It's too much. And it's just building up. Again, the Ags for Natsumi slowly but surely coming out here. You're getting into the BKB for Lelouch. And once you have that protection, it just doesn't feel like you have any answers on Talon at all outside of the Doom. Which Savage, he's still just going to farm. He's not going to look for those Doom opportunities until the BKB blink is up. And that's going to take some time in this game.
Natsumi, bottom lane. Hook. Oh, that's right on target. Hyde. What a hook from Natsumi. It's completely blind as well. He had no vision. Still, Hyde does get away. Impressive hook, but no kill to come with it.
Just a little poke away. That does at least tell Talon where Polaris is kind of clumping up down bot, giving them some space to recover here on Savage, and even just allowing KP as well to work onto that rate pack timing on the Visage. Is still lining up. KP just scouting around with the familiars as well, getting some vision out to and figure out where Polaris are playing right now. This more passive game does feel like it's pretty suitable for Polaris. I mean, you know, you're getting the build-up you want in Natsumi. They might still be able to find Mikado if he's not careful. AU?
Nightmare. It does connect. Hides around. Hook this time off the mark. Natsumi not quite on target. Hyde actually not even flinching, just keeps walking forward, places a ward, and acts like it never happened. It's Talon, they will get away with Makoto intact. He is the Giga Hyde, John. He doesn't flinch when Hook flies out. He's fine.
Of course.
AU.
Oh.
Chase down, Rolling Thunder. Diffusal Blade is there from Makoto, but a nice Nightmare. AU gonna hold Makoto. In comes Lelouch. What a Nightmare dodge, but still, the Sonic Wave's not gonna be there in time. AU barely survives. Just barely.
Yeah, they back off. They try to make a move onto Force up top with the TPs, but it's just a little bit too far forward. Savage doesn't have anything like the blink, so Force is just free to walk away. These back and forth fights with no kills, it is starting to feel a little bit better for Talon, because yeah, they expend the roll, but you also force out the Fiend's Grip, you force the rotation out from Lelouch, you're still finding farm on Savage and KP. So these two cores are just gonna hit some key items that they desperately need. And they'll just be, kind of swimming in it once the BKBs come in and once that raid pack is up. So Talon starting to find a stall out. Polaris, I think once we see them hit this Ags on Natsumi, they need to start playing. They've got the early BKB on Force as well. This Undying, it's definitely going to live up to its name in the middle of these team fights with that BKB. Like, there's just no solution yet from Talon.
BKB and Chakra Magic, so more strength to be stolen. I mean, at this point, he may as well just go Ags, right? Like, you may as well build Ags, get the 8 strength still on the Decay, because you could just have double Decays constantly with Chakra Magic. It'd be so much value here for the Undying in this game, but obviously being responsible first has to go BKB. I'm just saying, after that, you think about the Ags. I'm sure Force is.
Yeah, it's a good game for it. He's softening up Doom, softening up Pangolier before the roll, kind of taking away the threat of Marcy pre-BKB. Does a lot. So, certainly not something that's completely memey for Force after the fact. We'll see if that's something he'll want. And the lead for Polaris, it is starting to slip away a bit. And we are finally seeing Savage pull up, BKB up now on the Doom. So that's one item that will allow them a little bit more play. But you really want the Blink on top of that. Blink and Refresh with a Shivas, which again will take time.
They'll find Hyde. Makoto is there to help though, and Hyde again. The Giga Chat of Talon. You'll just run casually right through. Nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. Hyde, you just keep casually pacing. This is pos 5 Dazzle. Always has the backup of his team. Polaris, they're the ones that are still just trying to buy time for the Ags. Natsumi's got it. You mentioned it's time to fight once the Ags is up. We'll see when Natsumi wants to get started. For now, he's just trying to escalate and farm.
Yeah, he is building up. He did skip like a durability item. It does look like they are going to start Roshan though, off the back of Force. They're going to make some good progress here with the Tombstone drop as well. Not the quickest Rosh in the world. No, neither one of these teams really fast Rosh takers, but Talon don't seem aware. And Rosh, given enough time, you will still find it.
Thank you to Force, by the way, for building that Ags that I talked about, John. Not making it look like a complete moron here in this Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Force looking out for the boys. Love you, Force. In goes Polaris. Aegis will go the way of the punch. That's a big target. Talon. It seems like they're just more than happy. Just Savage is farming. He's climbing up that net worth lead. He's got Midas. He's got BKB. We've seen how powerful Pos 1 Doom can be from Natsumi himself in this best of 5 Grand Final. So just give Savage the space and time. And of course, we talk about it in the draft, but let the Visage have its time as well. Because eventually, you're going to win one team fight, you're going to sidekick one of these familiars, and things are going to look rather silly. Buildings are going to start falling apart. It's not going to be fun for Polaris if they end up losing said team fight.
No, it certainly isn't. Still, Polaris, they've got a nice smoke here. They still have this ward giving them vision on the bot jungle. They know where Talon's farming.
Oh, nice Hawk, Natsumi. On target. Had the vision this time. Fiend's Grip there just in case. They are not willing to let this kill go. Natsumi, he'll try for the familiars as well. Hard for them to get away with this rot slow. It'll be at plus 200 for Polaris. Now 1k advantage going back the way of the Radiant.
And the vision game has been such a big difference maker for Polaris. Like the forward ward in the triangle a while ago, this defensive ward just cutting off where Talon wants to farm. They understand what Talon needs to do. They understand where Talon wants to play. and they keep vision in those areas. And Talon, their own wards aren't really doing much. They've got this ramp ward on the rune spot. They've got this ward in their own top jungle, which is fairly inside their jungle, not really seeing down the ramp, not seeing around the area all too well. And it just allows Polaris to really dictate these engagements every time. Still, the Blink's up on Savage. So you do have Blink Doom with War Stomp as well, with the BKB. And that BKB will force a choice out from AU. Although you could still kind of use Natsumi to kind of chomp through the BKB with a Dismember anyway, so it's not something you mind all too much. Talon, the question for them is, how long will you want to wait? And who and what are you willing to sacrifice? Because it certainly feels like you can't afford to lose KP as well. Visage does need some farm to really get ridiculous here. And the map is still really safe for Polaris. They're going for another smoke.
Savage in the mid lane, prepped for a defense, but he could be out of position very soon if he's not careful. Talon, they are behind him. KP will show those familiars. Natsumi, he's been very good with these hooks. You've got to be so cautious with this man. He's played a lot of pos 1 Pudge. He knows what he's doing. It's tier 1 mid. Not going to be defended. Talon, they don't want to risk it right now. Especially against the Aegis of Natsumi. With the Ags, it's just too painful if he gets close enough. Even with some BKBs up, it's just, they don't last long enough. It just feels like Polaris can just sustain forever until those BKBs are up, and then you just run at them.
I mean, they really do have the answers to almost everything. I think the big one for Talon now is going to be this Lincoln's timing on Mikado. Once he's protected on the roll, and that does open up the team fights more, and it just completely nullifies the grip that AU will want to bring out here. And you just have a way of ripping through the backline, which Mikado needs to achieve for his team. But that Lincoln's is also going to take some farm. So it really is just a patience game out from Talon. For Polaris, I mean, their scaling is good. You do have to worry because, well, frankly, Natsumi doesn't have the most flesh heap, so his tankiness isn't that amazing. And the BKB is going to help a lot in that sense, but the physical output of KP, or heck, the physical output of Q once he has his own BKB, is something to be concerned about. Talon will actually go for a smoke now in their end.
Yeah, I mean, they know where Natsumi is. The problem is you want to avoid Natsumi and find the backside. You want to find the other heroes on his team. Because the Pudge is that position 1 right now that can literally go out of position anywhere he wants, and you still don't want to jump him. It's way too dangerous. Smoke is there, but it seems like Talon, they're heading towards the other side of the map. So maybe not wanting to force the fight, they just want to keep their farm going. They trust in their strategy, they trust in their draft. We've seen this throughout this whole best of 5, which every game has been one-sided, and one team fight can do that. So you don't want to be that team to give that team fight away to the other. Problem is, Polaris, they are still fighting more objectives. Lelouch, top tier 2 tower is going to drop, just casually taking it as the mid-quap. Will eventually back off just in case, but does force a rotation out from Q on that Marcy. And we're at that stage once again where Aegis is going to expire, and it's going to be all about trying to secure that next Roshan. Smoke though, Talon. Can they find something to do here? Can they find a fight? It doesn't seem like it. Probably for the best anyway, because now there's a BKB up on Natsumi.
Yeah, you're going to need to choose your Doom targets here for Savage with all the protection coming out. The triple BKBs ready on Polaris, and they'll smoke off the back of that. Talon?
High ground, but hide. He's been spotted. Stones are there on the Familiars, and the Dazzle, or rather Doom is there. Lelouch, he cops it. BKBs were there in time. Savage in the middle of nowhere. Where's the Doom? Who's he got? Oh, he doomed a zombie!
What?
Oh, he's doomed a zombie! I thought he doomed the Quap. Then I see the BKB and I'm like, wait a minute! Oh no,
goodness.
Not like this!
That is... Yeah, that's not good. Talon, that's a pretty big loss. Polaris, they're gonna find a tier 2 off the back of that. They're gonna be able to get everything they need. Yeah, that's
tough.
just try to rinse that off. Yeah, it's really tough for Talon. Polaris, though, not gonna be feeling bad about that. Gonna be very chuffed with themselves. They find a double damage rune here as well. So, the objective should just smell. Top tier 2 faults, outpost next. They've got the forward wards here on Polaris' end. And Talon, and they've got to hope for the best next time around. They've got a minute 20 to wait for that next Doom. And the 2K lead comes back here for Polaris. Savage, and the full Shivas is coming out here. But, yeah, what can you do?
What can you do? That's the saying, Jonathan. That's the saying I always like to come up with. What can you do? Force, he can buy an Aghanim Scepter to make things even more dominant. That's what he can do. Ag's up now. 8 strength still on the decay. This is where things get even more scary, because you got to worry about the Pudge, you got to worry about the Undying. Xavier's is going to be spamming Chakra Magic, so it's double decay over and over again. Savage, he gets spotted out, but he'll run right towards the Dire Triangle once again. Lelouch, he's just going to show himself in the mid lane, pops a DD, tries to chip away at the tier 2 mid tower, but there's no creep wave, so the backdoor protection is there. And Polaris, they are one step closer to pulling off this Game 5 victory. They are certainly in the lead in this game, not just by net worth, but just with the way these drafts work. It feels like Polaris, or rather Talon, needs so much more. Here we go.
They need
Savage.
a lot.
Sorry, John, go on. He does blink up.
They need a lot more. I mean, the Lincoln's timing for Mikado, that still feels like the key to allow them to take some fights. Just blocking off that Fiend's Grip means that your Pango will at least have a lot of play. Blink up now on Natsumi, though. So you can just instantly blink up and dismember with the BKB. Once you pop the Lincolns on the Pango, you actually do have additional control now on the Pudge. So you actually don't care anymore about this Lincoln's build-up on Mikado, as long as your Blink's on point and your BKB used is on point. So we'll see. Fast Roche respawn here as well for the side of Polaris to find, and they've got the control here. They can just dip right into it.
Gaben's been too kind to Polaris this series, haven't they, John? Here we go.
Absolutely.
Second Roshan. Talon, you'd love to fight. They do find Xavier's. That's something. They've got the Coddle down. That's going to put an end to the Roshan. They don't want to fight without that Keeper of the Line. So now mid tier 1 tower opens up, and Talon, they do move in with the Familiars and the Sidekick. Certainly help the cause. It seems like Talon, I mean, they've got to be careful with the way they go, because they're moving right into the high ground where Polaris is standing, but it's a 4v5. Maybe this is the fight. Savage, dismember out immediately. Force, where's the Tombstone? He hasn't dropped it yet. The Doom is going to be on target this time around. They've got the Pudge. This might be the team fight. Talon, they're trying. They find AU on the backside. Sonic Wave, Lelouch, he'll try to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, Hyde, he does go down, but they found Natsumi. That's the target they wanted. Talon, they've got the team fight. Oh, Polaris. They forced an ugly fight for themselves. They thought maybe with the high ground advantage, they had enough, but it wasn't quite there. And now Roshan, it goes back the way of the Dire.
I mean, this Roche doesn't take that long. With the Morrissey and the Sidekick and the Familiars, this is where you're going to see that Shrine Roche melting to that output. And Polaris now, they're finding themselves on the back foot. 97, still having a kill board on their side, but the lead slowly dipping back towards Talon's way. Aegis going the way of Mikado, and a free shard coming out for Savage, so even more coming out from that Infernal Blade. Mikado, he's got that Lincoln's up, he's going for the Basher next, he's going to have some way of stopping these channels through with a BKB. And for Polaris, this is where you might start to ask yourself, did they miss out on their timing? I mean, they still have scaling left for the Pudge. There's still a lot of presence left for this lineup. But you do have to respect that Talon still has... they've got scaling as well. I mean, Mikado was on the Pango. They've got disruptive teamfight elements. Whereas for Polaris, their teamfight, their most disruptive element in the teamfight, outside of the single target spells, is the Tombstone. And it did disrupt that last fight really nicely. Now, they had to kind of focus on it with Hyde. He did pay for that with his life. But they still managed to make it work. And, you know, this time around, it makes a big difference, Mike, when you do manage to land that Doom.
It certainly does. It's very important not to doom the zombies and try to doom a hero. That's always a very, very important factor.
Oh, you know what? If you had... this might be funny. If you had the Ags on Doom, the AoE Doom following you around instead of on yourself, I don't know if there's really utility in that, but there's something there.
You can't miss if you just cast it on yourself, right? Right? That's 4-head or 5-head thinking, Jonathan. Well done. Savage has queued up the Ags. He's got the same idea. can't miss if I just cast it on myself. That's the way to do it.
Talon, they managed to find some good objectives now. Bot tier 2 faults, so they equalize map control. Pretty much mirror map control from both sides. Mid tier 2 stands. Bot and top tier 1 still stands for the opposing lanes as well. Aegis, as you've got 3 minutes left on Mikado, he's starting to get really aggressive with his blinks forward. There is some nice split push coming out, which you can achieve with a Keeper for Light, of course. Save is just shoving in top, doing some good chip damage out, but Talon going for a smoke.
What can they find? Nobody in that Radiant Triangle, nobody in the Dire Jungle. It's literally only Xavier's pushing out the top lane, not allowing a creep wave to get anywhere near the Radiant base. Sees a TP from Savage. That does get cancelled as well. Talon now. 5k ahead, looking very, very strong with Savage. 21k net worth. Polaris, they're the ones that need to find a way back into this game. In they go. Talon, they understand their lead. They do not want to back off. Makoto, he's got the Aegis. Now a refresher orb up on Savage. 2 dooms up. You definitely want the team fight now. Polaris, they're the ones that have got to find a way to force a fight and win that fight. Or just keep avoiding. But the more you avoid, the bigger Savage gets. We've seen this from Natsumi. He's a hawk. Natsumi, Lincoln's broken. They find the Pango. Makoto, he is gone the first time, but the Doom, it was there by Savage. He'll rush in. He'll refresh. Who's the next target? Savage, he gets Fiend's Grip. AU's got him. The Doom, the Shallow Grave, it buys time. AU ends up going down. Savage will survive with the Sonic Wave. They chase. Lelouch still trying. Lincoln's broken. No mana. It won't matter though. They lock him down. They have got the Quap. Force. Trying to run. They are in big trouble now. Polaris, hook up onto the Undying will save the day as Natsumi goes back in, but Talon have got this team fight. There is no saving this one.
They managed to make it work. It was a very awkward fight out from Talon. I mean, not expecting the Lincoln break on Mikado, gets held down. Savage, with a refresh, with all the items he has to use, he just doesn't have the mana pool. So he's actually investing into stats now. Level 2 up, 2 points in the stats. Barely enough to get his 2 uses of Doom. I think the big issue is he's not able to really use the Shivas on top of that yet, so needs the Ags just for the stats. I think the value is going to be there. 9-9, 10k lead for Talon. I mean, it looks like a big lead, but you look at that farm distribution, it's only really Savage ahead. Natsumi, Lelouch, and Force are close behind. So I'd say this game is a lot more even. You can't count Polaris out. They can still play around and take away that durability on Mikado if he's not careful. Now, Mikado does have the Basher, and he is going for a BKB. Once that's up, pinning down the Pango is going to be a lot tougher. But that is more time to wait for. And Polaris, well, they've got their own build-up to kind of seek out here as well. In fact, they're going for a smoke.
They're gonna try. I suppose the fights need to be on their terms. They saw 1 Doom used. That's 1 less Doom you have to worry about. That's 1 positive. No refresher orb available on Savage. Lelouch will show himself. Maybe just trying to bait for his team. Talon not taking that bait. Very patiently waiting the tree line, hoping Polaris move more forward. Makoto now baiting. Polaris not taking that bait either. They know exactly what each other are doing. Someone's gonna move in first. Who's got less patience? Neither side. It's like a stalemate between these two. It's like, nope, not me. I ain't going first. You're coming.
Yeah. Play it safe. And there's so much on the line in this game 5, right? We talked about the stakes here, Mike. And no one is going to take any unnecessary risks. So you play it safe, you go back, you farm up, you build up, and you just keep trucking along. Now, there is one thing I'd like to see in this game, Mikey. Maybe down the line, our Giga Chad Hyde could go for the Ags and refresh the refresh. I believe it does refresh, right? It does not have the clause where refresh is excluded. So refresh to refresh, I mean, it's not enough mana on Savage, to be fair, but, you know, the possibilities are hilarious.
They certainly are. Double damage rune found out once again, Talon. They seem to be finding a lot of these this game. See who takes that one. Seems to be Makoto usually taking the double damages here for the team. Considering you don't really need it on the Doom. Nope, they're going to give it over to Q on the Marcy. So the Marcy with BKB Basher I suppose he can just jump in and pop that unleash and go to work. So the double damage now on Q. He's a core now for the team. 11k advantage for Talon. Dota Plus saying 19% chance Polaris can make a comeback, 81% chance Talon pull off this game victory. So they're not out of it yet, but Polaris, they are in dire straits. They need to find something. They need to find a way. There's the axe.
Yeah, it gets scary. I mean, Savage shouldn't be missing any more dooms. So the zombies are not gonna have that. Why does that happen? How can your clique prioritize the zombie over here? That's just kind of strange. Still smoke out from Talon. They want to reveal this.
In defense of Gaben, it's not his job to let Savage doom the hero, right? It's Savage's job to click the right target. In we go, Savage. Smoke forward. Force is ready to break the smoke. They're under vision though. Talon, realizing this, will back off immediately. They don't want to fight within someone else's vision.
Ooh.
Hide. 4 staff away. No hook. They'll get their own vision down now. In that radiant triangle. This game reminds me of like you're getting into a street fight, but nobody wants to chuck the first punch. You know? It's like, no, you throw the first punch. You throw the first punch. And neither side wants to do it.
Yeah, just two fellas, sizing up each other but never getting physical. That's it.
I mean,
And
they're staunching.
honestly, it feels like a few of the games in the series have just been like that, right? Like it's been very patient from both sides.
You mean every game of this series has been like that, John?
I was waiting for the breaking point for you, Mike. I'm glad to see it came out.
Eventually it will. Oh, goodness me. It really is though, like they're popping their chests out, flexing their muscles. Here we go. Roshan started. Natsumi hook is there, but Roshan's down. Doom is out. Savage, he will rush forward. Leilusha, big sonic wave, however. It lasts on 4. Is it gonna matter? Nobody dead yet. Everyone survives. So the sonic wave does buy time for Polaris to back out after seeing the Roshan was down. Talon still 17k net worth ahead. All 3 cores on their side are well and truly far beyond what Polaris have right now.
Yeah, they've managed to pull out, and I think that's a big difference from a few minutes back where, it's mainly just Savage, everyone else was equally farmed. You do have at least 2k lead on KP and Mikado each now. You still have one more Doom to go on Savage, did not manage to pop that refresh, so it still has additional usage on hand, and Polaris should be ready now for that AoE Doom. They know it's up there, they show their respect for it. They did pop a BKB on Natsumi, so probably just gonna play safe then. Force as well. I mean, he has the Ags up now on the Undying. But the issue is, if you do get doomed, you can't really steal the strength, so that kind of falls flat there as well. Still 9-9. After you point out they're just sizing, they go again. I mean, they stand up in front of each other, but no one dies. So it's just a bunch of posture in here, Mike.
There is the Timeless Relics available here, I believe, for Talon. If they wanted to give that to Savage, that feels kind of nice. 20% debuff duration seems good. Yes.
I'm curious though. I feel like that doesn't affect your self-doom duration, right?
Well,
Because
why not?
that's not technically a debuff on you. Because it's probably a buff on yourself.
Why
And
would
so
that
it
be?
will only affect... I think that's the way it's programmed. I'm actually not sure. If it's a debuff, then it would doom yourself, right? So it must be a buff. Because it's a positive on yourself. So I think if you want to get the longer duration doom, you actually have to doom an enemy to count it as a debuff. Because when it applies onto itself, the duration doesn't change because it's a buff on yourself. Or
This is the
debuff
one
duration
hero-
means it has to be used defensive.
This is the hold that thought. Makoto's now trying to move in. Illusions, that's all he's caught. Makoto, he'll pop Rolling Thunder. Maybe Polaris can try to force a fight. My point was, John, that Doom's the one hero. Like, he's literally the devil, right? Like, if there was a masochist in the game, this is the guy, right? Like, if there's one hero that can debuff himself, you'd think it'd be Doom.
Yeah, but when you self-doom, you don't really doom yourself. You apply an... I think it works like it applies an aura on you that applies doom in an AoE. So it technically isn't a debuff, which means, again, technically... I mean, I would love to see if it does make a difference, but no one on Talon
pretty
even
sure
picks
you're
it up. Savage just sticks to the spell for some.
Under attack.
That makes more sense anyway. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're right, John. I'm just messing around with you. I'm just messing
know.
around.
It would
Talon.
be funny, though.
It would be.
No, you know what? We still need that. It's Doom time.
It's doom time.
He's got to do it. Why don't we have it? Alva, please.
Why do we have it? I don't know. I don't know. It's a
We
missed
need it.
opportunity, John. Maybe for the Doom Arcana eventually that comes out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's you charge in, you've got the guitar and the taunt, and you doom yourself. It's Doom time, and you come in with the taunt. There you go.
Tier 3
That's the
tower,
Giga
John.
Chad play.
Tier 3 tower. On they go.
Ah.
You've got the familiars to
Familiars.
abuse here. This is the best part of this draft. Sidekick, familiars, throw them in, let them do the job. Alright, we've done enough damage. Off we go again. 9 to 9, 40 minutes in.
I can't believe we're actually only at 18 kills.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
that
starting to
is
feel
that
like-
is just surreal to me.
I'm starting to understand how the League of Legends casters feel, John. I'll tell you that.
Well, at least you know objectives are falling. They take Roshan and they take they kind of poke. Well, no one dies, but they take a tower. As they say, they take a turret. If you would want to
Oh,
really
don't
go
say
all
that.
in
Yuck.
on this one, Mikey.
Yuck, don't say that. I was joking.
Ugh,
Don't-
that felt wrong.
I literally got
That
a
felt
shiver
wrong.
as you said that. Moving on. That joke never happened. Top lane. The familiars. Here we go again. These are the real MVPs for talent. You
Oh,
may not
dude.
like it, but this is what peak Dota looks like. Yes, John.
You've got the Silence the Graves. When you pop out of the Invis, you got bonus damage, Fortify Forced Out. Just from the side of the familiars alone, Mikado, he's only got half a minute on that Aegis. This is really risky from him.
Absolutely. And there you go. Tier 3 tower's gone. Makoto, he'll keep going. Tombstone drop force, he's gonna force something. I mean, you've got to fight eventually. Makoto! That'll be the Aegis. It's something. Let's see if they can find him a second time and they cannot land the hook. Familiar's still chipping away at that top racks. Rolling Thunder, Makoto, he's literally just gonna zone them out. That's it. Zone them out, let the birds do the job.
Is under attack.
And they do.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Oh, how do you stop this? Like, you can't even kill the siege creeps with Illuminate. It just falls.
Under attack.
The only shame thing is that Marcy sidekicks herself. Like, imagine you could just sidekick in an AoE on 2 heroes or 2 units. Then both familiars could get the sidekick. Now that would be peak Dota.
Oh, Mikey, you're getting me excited. Maybe that should be a shard instead. That'd be amazing. That'd be very balanced, Mike. I like the way you're thinking.
9 to 9, 42
don't
minutes in, 23k net worth. Hex is up. At least Lelouch has got the Hex up. I mean, there's some farm going the way of Polaris. Talon are in complete control. Absolute complete control in this game 5.
They are. They've got enough gold here for Mikado to just buy out the Overwhelming Blink if you wanted to, or are close to it. So another big item timing out for the Pangolier. For Polaris, this, again, it just feels like the point where we might be hitting a dead end in itemization. The Ags here from Xavius might catch Talon off guard, though. So they do have some more AoE hold from Polaris' end.
Oh,
They've got to find
Natsumi!
an angle.
He got bashed up, but he has the BKB. In he goes onto Savage, but the Self-Doom is there. Into the Shivers. The Pudge trying to run. Where are you going? Sonic Wave. He's going nowhere but down. The Pudge is out. He has buyback. He can try to commit, but there's 3 heroes down for Polaris. Both supports without buyback. It is getting very close to a call here, I think. Because Polaris, they have not found an answer to this draft. Makoto, he's in. He fills it. Onto Force. We'll back off. No need to risk it. There's your buyback. This will be the last-ditch effort, Talon. Are they going to stick around? It's still a 5v3 situation. They're so close to being able to qualify to TI-11. Onto the mid-racks they go. Lelouch desperately trying to chip away, but the Familiars, they are the MVPs of this game. They are doing all the work. KP is doing nothing. He's just microing Familiars.
Oh. They back off. They show some respect. 32k lead. 9 to 12 scoreline with a 32k lead. I have not seen this in all our years, Mikey. It's another one of those strange firsts to see a team just completely choke out the game and just not kill and just take complete control. Polaris, they have got to show the effects of this Will-O-Wisp. It has to fly out in these team fights. They've got to get control. They cannot afford to lose Natsumi early on. He's one of their only 2 ways of controlling through the BKB. They need that dismember. They need the grip from AU as well. Their positioning is going to have to really work out in the next few fights. Talon, and they don't have protection of Aegis. They're watching Roche Mikoto, keeping an eye. 20 seconds for the respawn. That should be our signal for the next piece of action here.
99% chance win probability for Talon right now. They've given 1% chance for Polaris. On the Radiant Triangle, Talon will hold, waiting for their next refresh on the Doom, I believe, for Savage. Not that he really needs it.
See the
Roshan,
Roche.
it's up.
Free axe, free refresh up. I mean, yeah, at this point, just give High the axe, I guess, or Mikado if you really wish. And, you know, just run it down. This should be the opening. This should take care of that range racks and the last set of racks down. But, secondary life onto Mikado. Everything else left. No, they give High the refresh to just carry you around. No, pass on to Savage, okay. Mikado gets the axe. Alright, so Giga Hind doesn't quite get it. But, again, another Ags, another Aegis, another opportunity to push. They are trying their best here to stall this out from Polaris. Lelouch just split pushing. But they'll still have an angle from the mid creeps to go through the back door. So, let's see what Talon opts for here. Still on the hunt. Oh. You know what I realized, Mike?
What is it, Joe?
I saw chat, right? So someone was like F10K at 9 to 9.
the betting scene, yeah, they must be really having a fun time this game.
F10K, 40 minutes. Who would have thought?
Oh, goodness me. Go on, bot lane.
Have to take care of the creep waves. I mean, they've de-pushed here in Polaris very nicely. So they are stalling the scan out very well. Talon, they have 2 cheeses. I didn't even notice this. Hyde's got a cheese. Q's got a cheese. They could combine that together, make a nice fondue.
Absolutely.
Start looking to the high ground. Mikado's just playing poke. I mean, for Polaris, again, this hinges on just a great initiation act. They've got to find a way, use the Will-O-Wisp when BKB's fade. That's their turning point for Polaris.
Alright, here we go. 42k advantage. Let's see if they can hold this. It's their last chance here, Polaris. They've got some buybacks. It's a rough affair. D-Ward is there. Talon, they're going to start moving in. Here come the familiars. Makoto. Gonna move in. Does get a bash, but the hook is out from Natsumi. KP almost losing familiars. He'll end up getting them healthy as now the jump is in. Doom is out. They've got Lelouch on the Queen of Pain. He has buyback though. He'll buy back immediately onto Force. They've got the Undying muted up. Force trying to back off. He has buyback. He'll buy back immediately. In we go again. The Will-O-Wisp is holding them down. But where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Who's jumping in? Makoto. He'll be pulled back by Natsumi, but he has the roll-up. He'll be alright. Talon still sitting back. Moving back in. Savage. Self-Doom once again. Looking for some diebacks, but finds nothing. They'll try and deal with the Tombstone, but they cannot. Talon, they might have to retreat. But in we go again. The familiars, Makoto, he'll get to work onto the tier 3 tower. They want Megas. They want the happy death. Onto the Undying. Sonic Wave is out. Makoto, he'll drop low, but he still has that secondary life. He should be alright. They've got the melee barracks. They're onto the range. It's Mega Creeps incoming. Refresh on Savage. He's got another Doom. In we go. Makoto tries. There's the Doom out. Savage moves in. Aeon Disc will be proc, so the Hex does nothing. Polaris, they are holding on.
Yeah. Man, it's Mega Creeps up, but they have the wave clearing. They've got great AoE with Natsumi. They're going in.
He's going to jump in, but the Hex is immediate. The Pudge is caught out. There's no buyback on Natsumi. He'll go for a Dismember Savage. He's just going to go for the man fight. Have Talon done it? They've taken down the Pos 1 Pudge. They're onto the Quap. That'll be a dieback. I think Talon are making their way to Singapore here, John, as they've got everything they can ask for in this Game 5. GG is called. Congratulations to Talon Esports. So after 5 long, grueling games, they have made it all the way to the TI-11 in Singapore. And look at those happy faces. They've done it.
Oh,
Hugs out, smiles, cheering. Oh, it must have been scary, John. It's been a scary grand finals for both sides. But you've got to feel bad for Polaris, John. They were so close to having the underdog Dark Horse story. Oh, boy. I mean, what do you say? The pride of Visayas region from the Philippines, John. I mean, they put on a hell of a performance. I mean, you can't be unhappy with Polaris. They put on a hell of a performance. I know they're upset. I know they've got a flight to catch tomorrow morning. They're probably not happy. They've got to go last chance qualifiers. What can you do? What can you do? They lost to the better team today. They dragged it out to 5 games. You couldn't ask much more.
Yeah, they managed to hold on. And again, for both teams, it's a great story because Talon was a Div 2 team, Polaris was a Div 2 team, and both of them are, in some form, going to TI. Talon in this game, just playing so patiently, 9-18 game, but it doesn't matter. Talon just farm up. They get this passive game that they enjoy more, and they deny Polaris the ability to even look for the aggression here. A perfect game coming out from Mikado, just managing to do everything he wants, itemizes perfectly in this game as well, just to ensure that he is safe. And Talon, after a long journey, make it through. For Polaris, I mean, look, last chance qualifiers are tough, but they've shown us today that they're a team that can adapt really well, that they've got these great drafting ideas on hand. And we can take a look at that bracket overall. Talon break the winner's bracket curse. It does go 5 games, but they do go through. And Polaris, I mean, they got knocked down by Talon, forced a rematch and take it all the way. They play an amazing set of Dota here out from Cebu City, and these guys, I think they're going to do well in the last chance. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Lots of good teams, but in Polaris are definitely still going to be one of the more favorable teams that a lot of people will overlook in those last chance qualifiers.
I mean, I'm going to be quite frank and honest here, John. I think Polaris has got a better chance in last chance than T1 does, quite frankly. Like, their performance throughout these lower bracket runs have been fantastic. Honestly, though, this is not a joke. They have been putting on a real performance here, and I don't know, Polaris, yeah, it's going to be heartbreaking. It's not going to be a good night for them. They're probably going to be losing some sleep over that last game 5, but they still have a chance in last chance qualifiers. They've got to reset, go into that, hope for the best. You know, it's not easy. It's certainly not easy, and it's not going to be easy for T1 either. But both these teams that are in that last chance, they do have a shot. Still, Talon, they're the winners today, John. This is the team we're talking about now. They 3-2 Polaris in the grand finals. It was a rough one. It was very back and forth. I'm looking forward to having an interview to see exactly what was going on in the mindsets of Talon. Because having games that were dominant over and over again, like one team was dominant one game, Talon was dominant the other. Polaris dominant, Talon dominant. It was never like an even affair between these two teams. I really am curious to see what factor they believe made it so that Polaris just dominated them in that game 2 and game 3. Because the games that Polaris won, they made it look so easy. But then the games Talon won, they made it look so easy. So I want to know what the factor is that they believe made that happen.
Yeah, I'm really curious as well. It felt like a lot came down to draft. Because we saw Polaris were very consistent in just banning out the Mikado and Savage heroes in the first phase, and then continuing that into the second phase, depending on what is revealed from the first. So they really did the research in the last time they played against each other there on Polaris's end. And Talon, I feel like they just couldn't adjust as well as easily to Polaris, because Polaris pulled out some new ideas. I mean, the Undying and Keeper of the Light was just... Yeah, that's one combo you never want to lane against. It feels even worse than the Bristleback, honestly. Undying actually feels worse than that, although it didn't quite work out this time around for Polaris. So, yeah, the uniqueness of Polaris's drafting, I think, is one big thing they're going to have to really just push even further in last chance qualifiers. And for Talon, they had some really interesting drafts, too. We've seen this shift out for KP. I think that's the big one for Talon these qualifiers, because his hero pool has expanded. As you mentioned, he hasn't been leaning into the Brewmaster at all with the Ags change. He's been going for stuff like the Marcy. He's been going for more of the Visage. He's been gunning for even the odd Undying and Primal Beast offlane as well. So there's more variety coming out from that offlane. And I think for a player like KP, that's really important. He's the most veteran member of that team. He's been around for a long time. He needs to be able to kind of adjust his playstyle even further to push his team further as the most experienced sort of, I guess, almost like an in-game leader. Although the shot calling and talent, I believe, is shared. But yeah, we'll see if that continues to develop as well. Because they did manage to take that win over Polaris, who is a strong team, but you can't argue 5 games is certainly not what you'd expect. I believe, when Boom Esports went 5 games up against Polaris, it was also not something they expected.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have an interview ready with the one and only KP. Mr. KP, I'm going to ask you the generic question. You must be feeling very, very good at the moment, sir. But how are you feeling after that 5-game grand final?
Oh, I haven't had this feeling for a very, very, very long time. That's all I can say. I don't know.
What's
Just
the?
especially since it was like 3-2, it's like even more like I don't know. I just haven't had this feeling for a long time. Can't explain it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Talk to me about why the games were so dominant then, because each game felt like it was one team just destroying the other. Like when you guys were winning, you guys were destroying Polaris, and when Polaris were winning, they were destroying you guys. What was the factor that decided those games? Well, what happened to make it so dominant?
To be honest, I think, well, as you guys saw, I think like Mac plays a really good Lina, and he won both games on the Lina. So, like second, third game, we kind of didn't respect it. We wanted to beat it, but then at the end of the day, we showed some respect and we just banned it. And I think that was really crucial to our losses. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this meta is very like it's very reliant on draft. Like I think draft determines a lot of things, like probably more than 50% of the game. So I think that's the major contributor.
Were you expecting Polaris to make it through to the grand final, or do you think you guys were prepping more for T1 going into this grand final? Because I feel like Polaris were the underdogs going into that lower bracket, but then they made it through all the way to the grand final and then forced to a game 5. Was it because you guys weren't expecting that to happen? Were you expecting T1?
I mean, like I don't know, like from a professional player perspective, like I think sure Anna and Thompson they're like these big names and on paper and everything, like maybe T1's the favorites, but based on like watching games and like based on our series against T1 and Polaris, I personally, I don't know about my team, I felt that Polaris was indeed like a little bit stronger. So, I mean, there's always these like a lot of small details that not everyone knows about, and as a viewer, I'd just be like, oh my god, it's Anna Thompson, they're gonna go TI or something, which it's understandable. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but yeah, that's what I think.
Right. Now, I'm curious. The past few months have been a bit tough for you guys, KP, in terms of the land results, as yeah, I'm sure you're very aware. What do you think led to this really strong improvement coming out from talent? Because you guys came back into Southeast Asia and you just look amazing in these qualifiers. What helped you guys improve the most from that experience on the lands?
I mean, honestly, I felt like we got very unlucky. I mean, not an excuse, but I'm just saying like Q couldn't make the major, and then at Hatyai, the tiebreaker rule was about like the time and stuff like that. But I think the biggest thing for our team, especially since we have like so many young and inexperienced players, I think the biggest thing was to uh, kind of just play tournaments like the way we would play at home. Like try and not let the setting, the nerves or whatever. Just play like at home. Like we're playing a scrim. Yeah, I think that's like the main takeaway from the 3 lands.
All right. And what do you think? What do you feel like you yourselves, maybe you individually as a player, or you guys as a team, have to kind of work on going into TI? I mean, you guys are going into the biggest tournament of the year now. From your journey from Div 2 into now, like it's been a long road for Talon. What more? What do you think's the priority to kind of tune up here?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of things. Like if we were to go back and watch our games, I'm sure our coach would like just flame us like everywhere. So there's a lot of things to improve on, and I mean we still have time. Um, Mainly consistency, I would say. Yeah, just consistency. Because back then we were like lacking discipline and stuff, but nowadays I think we're kind of disciplined. We're like not doing stupid stuff, and yeah, consistency is our focus, I would say.
All right. I'm curious about one thing as well. Me and Mike were talking about this in game that For a long time, it felt like Talon. A lot of teams would just ban out your heroes in the first phase. It kind of changed here, but we've been seeing stuff like the Brewmaster slide through, and I know a lot of people have said about the Ags that it's not the same. How do you feel about that? Is that why you're avoiding the Brewmaster now?
Yeah, it's shit. Simply put, it's kind of
Just
bad.
shit.
I mean, I think the hero is still viable, but maybe like near the end, like of the draft. Yeah, but the Ags is pretty big in my opinion.
Right, and kind of steering back to TI a bit here. You joined the ranks of all these top teams, the top teams in the world now, going to the biggest tournament in the world in Singapore. Is there any opponent that you feel like you have to watch out for specifically? Is there any region you're more scared of? Do you just kind of see it as an equal playing field, or do you think it skews towards one way here?
I mean, I don't think, like, I mean, if you were to ask me who we're like scared of, I don't think we're scared of anyone. Like, I mean, maybe a better question is who am I excited to play against? I think I can answer that one. I really want to see T1, like no flames, but I really want to see T1 at TI, because what's a TI without Anna and Thompson, right? So yeah,
True.
I hope T1 can make it through the last chance.
Well, KP, we don't want to keep you too much longer. I can see you guys. You're looking a little bit emotional. Usually very stoic, KP, but it looks like you're very overwhelmed with happiness right now going to TI 11. I have one more question to ask you. Actually, it's a two-part, but do you have any words for all the fans out there that have been supporting you guys throughout this whole year? And do you have any words to the haters, especially KP? Because there's been a few of those guys too. What do you got to say to them?
I mean, I just want to thank everyone for supporting us. As cheesy as it sounds, without you guys, there wouldn't be us. Like just everyone involved in Dota esports in general, like you guys, tournament organizers, Valve, TI, fans, players, like everyone. I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for supporting us, supporting the industry, and together we can grow this community. Yeah. And to the haters, I don't want to be mean, but I love you too, haters. I love you too.
Oh, he's too good. He's too wholesome, this guy. He's too wholesome, this guy. You know what? I'm debating you, KP. There was one more question. I think I've completely forgotten how. I've remembered. How are you guys celebrating? You've made it to Tier 11. What's the celebration tonight? What are you guys doing?
I mean, 23 Savage is probably gonna play some pubs.
Oh, come on, Savage. What are you doing?
I mean, it's 9 p.m. already. Can't do anything. Maybe I don't know. Book my flight. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing.
All right, well, KP, congratulations to you and the boys. We're so happy, so proud to see you guys going to TI 11. And man, I hope you guys go on a run. Quite frankly, bias fully here. We want you guys to go on a run.
Let's go. Let's go, KP. Come on.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, KP. That's a lovely KP, obviously. You know him very personally, John. He's an Aussie. I know him personally. I had the experience back in the day, all the way back in the day of Dota All-Stars, getting destroyed by KP at a LAN once. He actually ended up choosing his Brood and Nagasaren against me, and I learnt the hard way not to play against pro players and trash talk them. Still, that is it for the SEA TI 11 qualifiers. Congratulations again to Talon. Even congratulations to T1 and Polaris. They still make it to the last chance. They're still in it for the running. It's not over yet. In terms of qualification to TI 11, so much hype Dota that is coming in those last chance qualifiers. John, that is it for you and I believe some EU Dotas going on as well, so I'm sure everyone wants to head over there, and even we want to head over and see what the hell's going on there. Do you have any words to say? Not as a talent representative, John, but do you have anything to say as a talent here?
I mean, it's been an amazing year for Southeast Asian Dota. I think our LAN performances were kind of, not the best, but I think the community has been on the up and up. All of you guys watching these games, all of you guys taking interest in Southeast Asian Dota is really does empower the region. I think just you guys expressing your love for the players, for everything that happens here, for the teams, it's amazing. So it's a CTI. We're really blessed, and just thank you. Thank you for continuously supporting teams. You know, I know we all kind of meme each other. There's some trash talk there, but in the end, we're all from the same region. We all watch the same Dota. We all love the game. And for all of your support, for all of your, you know, your memes, your comments, your whatever, thank you for just making C Dota the way it is. Like, you guys make the scene what it is. So thank you.
Absolutely. John is correct. We wouldn't be having TI at Singapore if it wasn't for our crazy viewers from SCA being so vocal about it in the past couple of years. So thank you so much for making that happen. And put all the beef aside between you and your regions and your nationality. Who the hell cares? SCA is the best region. We're going to win TI 11. It's coming home this year. We've got the home ground advantage. We've tricked Valve into finally bringing it to SCA, right? John and I, we've been trying for a long time. It's finally happened. Put all that crap aside. Just support the SEA teams. Let's make it happen this year. This is the one. So it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you guys next time.
bottom tower is under attack.